In this era, talent is everything. Possessing extraordinary talent allows one to leap over the Dragon Gate, becoming a revered figure of excellence. Should one fail to awaken their talent, they are destined to live as an ordinary person, struggling at the bottom of society for a lifetime. On the podium, the homeroom teacher fervently delivered the final rallying cry. Chunong sat in the last row, his gaze tranquil. He was a traveler from another realm, having arrived in this world a month prior. This place differed vastly from his original world, devoid of convoluted cultivation methods. One's strength was solely determined by the awakened talent and subsequent evolution. By discovering an appropriate evolutionary path, even the most rudimentary spark, talent could eventually transform into the formidable Great Sun Golden Flame, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. However, the challenge lay in the rarity of such evolutionary routes. Many talented individuals spent their entire lives searching in vain for a definitive path, ultimately remaining stagnant at the first tier. If only I could awaken a talent with a pre-established evolutionary route. But I've heard that strength talents are the most stable. Second tier Great Strength, third tier Dragon Elephant, fourth tier Diamond, all paths forged by those who came before. Surrounding classmates whispered among themselves, their faces etched with anxiety and anticipation. Chunong felt a flutter of apprehension within. Awakening one's talent was a matter of fate. Before long, the entire class, under the teacher's guidance, arrived at the awakening hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive ancient stone tablet, emanating a faint azure glow. This was the awakening stone tablet. First up, Zhang Wei. The male teacher in charge of the awakening called out, his expression devoid of emotion as he held a roster. The boy with a face full of acne trembled as he stepped forward and pressed his hand against the stone tablet. The tablet glimmered briefly before extinguishing. Zhang Wei, awakening failed, no talent. The teacher's voice was frigid, like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhang Wei, who descended in a daze. The next several individuals met the same fate, with not a single success among them. The atmosphere in the hall grew oppressive, and several female students even began to wipe away tears. Next, Li Liao. As the name was spoken, gasps erupted from the crowd. Li Liao was the school's recognized beauty, her figure alluring, and her face exquisitely porcelain-like. Taking a deep breath, she approached the stone tablet, her slender fingers gently making contact. A hum resonated. The tablet erupted in a brilliant white light, exuding a hint of the sacred. The male teacher's eyes brightened, and his tone softened considerably. Li Liao, awakening successful. Talent. Light of healing. My goodness, it's actually a healing talent. This is a coveted gift. Any team would be eager to claim her, and she could even receive direct admission to prestigious universities. Li Liao joyfully leaped, her cheeks flushed, drawing the attention of many boys. Yet, just as she stepped down and the crowd reflected on her success, Chunong's eyes narrowed. In his line of sight, golden, ethereal words appeared above Li Liao's head. Light of healing. 2 evolutionary paths available. 1. Natural light. Materials: 5-colored soil, treant blood, rainbow petals, pure spring water. 2. Holy light. Materials: griffin blood, soul dust. Chunong's heart raced. He rubbed his eyes, confirming the words remained. Not only Li Liao, but the boy who had just awakened the speed talent also had similar prompts above his head. Is this my golden finger? Chunong was elated. He could see all the evolutionary paths for talents, along with the specific materials required. This signified that as long as he could awaken, even the most inferior talent could be transformed into an extraordinary skill in his hands. Next, Chunong. The teacher's voice rang out once more. Chunong composed himself, suppressing his excitement as he strode toward the stone tablet. He extended his hand, pressing it against the cold stone surface. In an instant, a surge of violent energy coursed through him, and his mind echoed with the sound of thunder. In the void, a menacing scarlet dragon claw flickered and vanished. The stone tablet glowed with azure light, morphing into a colossal claw mark. The male teacher stood momentarily stunned, then sighed, speaking with a complex tone. Chunong, awakening successful. Talent: Dragon Claw. Alas, while this talent is potent at the outset, the difficulty of its evolution is hellish. To date, no one has discovered a successful evolutionary route. The strongest, yet potentially the most worthless. Upon hearing this, the envious gazes of those around him swiftly transformed into pity and mockery. Just a brief moment of glory at the first tier. Afterward, he'll be a waste. What a letdown. I thought we had a genius on our hands. Chunong disregarded their scornful remarks, focusing intently on his right hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. For before him, the text had refreshed. Dragon Claw. 6 evolutionary paths available. Chapter 2. The astonishment of all. The most potent evolution path. Chun-Ong gazed intently at the ethereal script before him, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Dragon Claw, 6 evolution paths. 1. Crimson Fire Dragon Claw. Materials, 10 fire crystals, 1 blood of lava behemoth. Evaluation, power is acceptable, but the upper limit is average. 2. Icebound Dragon Claw. Materials, 5 ice marrow, 3 extreme cold silk of ice silkworms. Evaluation, carries a slowing effect. 6. World-destroying catastrophe Dragon Claw. Materials, 1 thunder calamity liquid, 1 ancient true dragon reverse scale, 1 chaos origin stone. Evaluation, supreme advancement, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Upon reading the 6th path, Chun-Ang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. World-destroying catastrophe Dragon Claw. Although the names of these materials hinted at their extraordinary rarity, it was likely that no one in this era had even heard of them. However, having a clear objective was infinitely better than stumbling about aimlessly like a headless fly. Chun-Ong, having awakened, should descend now. The teacher observed Chun-Ong standing in a daze and couldn't help but speak up. In his view, Chun-Ong had been disheartened. After all, the Dragon Claw talent was notoriously known for leading to a dead end in the awakening realm. Its attack power was indeed among the best in the first tier, but due to the absence of a known second-tier evolution path, many who awakened the Dragon Claw remained stagnant in the first tier for their entire lives. In this era where stagnation equated to regression, a talent that could not evolve was deemed worthless. Chun-Ong withdrew his hand and calmly descended the stage. At that moment, Li Liao approached, wearing a modest smile. She was the school's belle and had maintained a relatively good relationship with Chun-Ong. Chun-Ong, do not lose heart. Although the evolution of the Dragon Claw is challenging, its initial combat prowess is formidable, and joining the search team will allow you to sustain yourself, Li Liao spoke gently. Yet those around could discern the disparity in their fates. One was the promising healing light, while the other was the Dragon Claw, whose future appeared grim. The distance between them had widened from that moment onward. Thank you for your concern, Chun-Ong replied indifferently, choosing not to elaborate. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to acquire the materials for the first step of evolution. Even if he couldn't obtain the materials for the world-destroying catastrophe Dragon Claw, embarking on the most basic path would still catalyze a qualitative transformation in his strength. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Several middle-aged men clad in black uniforms adorned with lightning emblems entered. Is that the Thunder Martial Arts School? The students gasped in astonishment. The Thunder Martial Arts School was one of the largest awakening factions in the city. The leading middle-aged man surveyed the crowd before his gaze settled upon Li Liao. A satisfied smile gracing his features. Li Liao, your talent is exceptionally remarkable. Our martial arts school has decided to recruit you ahead of schedule, providing an annual training fund of 1 million. What do you think? 1 million? The surrounding students gasped in shock, their eyes turning red. A typical family would struggle to earn such an amount in a lifetime. Li Liao felt a surge of excitement and instinctively glanced at Chun-Ong, only to find him still expressionless, which left her feeling inexplicably disheartened. She nodded, I am willing to join. The middle-aged man laughed heartily before turning to the teacher. I hear there is another student who has awakened the Dragon Claw. The teacher pointed to Chun-Ong. The middle-aged man scrutinized Chun-Ong for a moment before shaking his head with a hint of regret. Young man, the Dragon Claw exhibits decent explosive power, but its upper limit is too restrictive. In light of your talent, our school can offer you a menial position, providing a monthly stipend of 10,000. Please consider it. Menial? The surrounding students couldn't suppress their laughter. A distinguished awakener reduced to a menial role was truly humiliating. 10,000 was indeed a substantial sum. Yet given that his Dragon Claw could only catch stray dogs in its early stages and would become ineffective later on, it was hardly an enticing offer. Chun-Ong lifted his head to meet the middle-aged man's gaze, speaking with calm resolve. No, thank you. I prefer to work alone. Refusal? A profound silence enveloped the room. The onlookers regarded Chun-Ong as though he were a fool. Even Li Liao furrowed her brow, believing Chun-Ang's pride to be excessive. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he coldly snorted. Today's youth truly do not know their own limitations. You will come to regret this. With that, he led Li Liao and several teachers away to complete the recruitment process. Chun-Ong paid no mind to them. He walked straight out of the school, arriving at a nearby scrap metal recycling station. At that moment, a notification resurfaced in his mind, detecting a fragment of fire crystal buried beneath the pile of abandoned cars 50 meters ahead. It can be used for the first-tier evolution of the Dragon Claw. Chun-Ang's eyes sparkled with excitement. His golden finger could not only discern paths, but also locate materials. This was the true essence of a divine skill. Chapter 3. The Fragmented Fire Crystal. Initial Enhancement of the Dragon Claw. The scrap recycling station was littered with rusted, discarded vehicles, and broken metal. Following the guidance of the golden text in his mind, Chunong swiftly approached a heap of abandoned trucks piled high like small mountains. Beneath this mount, he took a deep breath, exerting force with his right hand. Buzz! A streak of crimson light surged forth, causing his right hand to swell momentarily. The surface of his skin was enveloped in a layer of dense, hard, dark red scales, while his fingers elongated and sharpened, resembling the talons of a fierce bird, emanating a chilling gleam. This was his awakened talent, the Dragon Claw. Though the teacher had claimed it lacked potential, Chunong could sense the power contained within his palm, capable of effortlessly tearing through steel plates. Bang! Chunong thrust forth the Dragon Claw, piercing through the door of an abandoned sedan. With a casual flick, the heavy door, weighing hundreds of pounds, was ripped apart as if it were made of paper. He tirelessly moved the cumbersome parts until he excavated a pit 2 meters deep. Finally, at the bottom of the pit, amidst the dirt, lay a crystal no larger than a fingernail, emitting a faint red glow. Fire crystal, fragmented, contains a trace of ferocious fire elements. He had found it. Chunong's face lit up with joy as he reached down to pick it up. The instant his fingers brushed against the crystal, the text in his mind shifted. Detected first-tier evolution material. Would you like to initiate preliminary enhancement? Yes. Chunong hesitated not for a moment. In the next instant, the fragmented fire crystal began to dissolve like snowflakes, transforming into a searing stream of red light that surged into his palm. Hiss! Chunong couldn't help but inhale sharply, feeling as though his entire right arm had been plunged into molten lava, an intense burning sensation causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. The initially dark red scales began to glow a brilliant red, with faint sparks flickering between his fingers. The enhancement lasted a full 10 minutes. As the pain subsided, it was replaced by an unprecedented explosive power. Enhancement successful. Dragon Claw, first-tier progress. 10 accompanied by a burning effect, causing high-temperature destruction upon attack. Power doubled. Chunong casually swiped his hand against a solid iron pillar as thick as a bowl. Screech, accompanied by a shrill sound of friction and sparks flying. The iron pillar was cleaved into 3 segments as if it were tofu, the cut edges blackened and even emitting wisps of smoke. The effect was nothing short of invincible. Chunong's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This was merely 10% of the progress, achieved with a mere fragment of material. If he were to gather all the required materials for the Crimson Fire Dragon Claw, to what extent would his power soar? It was likely that even the so-called genius second-tier awakeners would stand no chance against him. Ding ding ding. Just then, his phone rang. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Li Liao. Chunong, there will be a gathering tonight at Tianxiang Garden to celebrate everyone's successful awakening. Will you be coming? A subsequent remark was added. The supervisor from the Thunder Martial Arts School will also be present. If you are willing to apologize, I can intercede on your behalf. There should still be a spot for a menial worker. Chunong glanced at his phone screen and let out a cold laugh. Apologize? Become a menial worker? These individuals, having sat atop their pedestals for too long, truly believe the world revolves around them. He casually typed 2 words, not going. After sending the message, he promptly powered off his phone and tossed it into his pocket. For him, time equated to money. The school had already granted a holiday to students who had successfully awakened, and in 3 days, they would organize a practical training exercise in the outskirts of the wilderness. That was the swiftest place to procure materials. Just wait. In 3 days, I shall demonstrate what a true genius is. Chunong turned away from the junkyard, his silhouette fading into the afterglow of the setting sun. He still needed to seek out his next material. Chapter 4, Frenzied Harvesting, Significant Enhancement of the Attribute Panel. After leaving the recycling station, Chunong did not hurry home. He was acutely aware that a fractured fire crystal was merely the beginning. To astonish everyone during the wilderness exercise in 3 days, he must fortify himself as much as possible beforehand. Golden words danced in his mind, akin to a precise radar, scanning everything within 100 meters. Detected a hardened canine tooth beside the trash bin ahead, containing trace sharp attributes. Detected 3 meters underground. There exists a rusted fine iron core, containing gold elements. Detected, to the ordinary eye, these items were mere refuse. To high-tier awakeners, they were scarcely worth a glance. Yet, in Chunong's eyes, they were all experience points. System, absorb everything. Chunong activated his frenzied shopping mode. For an entire night, he navigated through the slums on the city's outskirts, abandoned construction sites, and secluded alleys. Whenever useful materials were indicated, he excavated and absorbed them all. With each absorption, a tingling warmth surged through his right arm, his scales becoming ever more compact, the edges growing increasingly sharp and cold. It was only when the moon reached its zenith that Chunong paused, exhaling deeply. He found an unoccupied corner, concentrated, and summoned his attribute panel. Name, Chenong. Level, First Tier Awakened, Beginner. Talent, Dragon Claw, Mutating. Evolution Progress, 25. Enhanced Attributes, Scorching, Intermediate, Sharpness, Beginner. Hardening, Beginner. Comprehensive Combat Power, Peak of First Tier. Note, your explosive power has surpassed that of a typical second-tier Strength-type Awakener. 25. Chenong clenched his right fist, and a faint explosive sound resonated in the air. In just one night, he had surged from a newly awakened novice to the pinnacle of the first tier. If this were to spread, it would likely terrify the so-called S-tier geniuses. This was the terrifying advantage of being able to see the evolutionary path and identify materials. He did not need to explore, trial, or waste vast resources on ineffective evolution. Every step he took was the most perfect shortcut. Next, the effects of ordinary scattered materials were becoming negligible. Chenong looked up towards the dark mountains beyond the city. There lay the wilderness, the paradise of mutated creatures, and the haven for awakeners. Only by hunting true aberrant beasts and obtaining high-grade essence and cores could he meet the substantial demands of the subsequent evolution of the Scarlet Fire Dragon Claw. Just as Chenong prepared to return home for rest, a sudden screech of tires pierced the air from the street ahead. A few luxury cars halted at the roadside, and a group of elegantly dressed young men and women alighted. Leading the group was Li Liao. At this moment, she donned a snug white training outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, surrounded by numerous classmates. Liao, your private coach arranged by the Thunder Martial Arts School, is exceptionally professional. I heard you are on the verge of breaking through to the mid-first tier. Truly deserving of a healing talent, your speed is indeed enviable. The flattery from the crowd brought a hint of restrained pride to Li Liao's face. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the filthy figure, caked in dirt beneath the streetlight. Chenong. Li Liao paused momentarily, then furrowed her brow as she approached. She scrutinized Chenong from head to toe, her tone laced with disappointment and pity. Chenong, what are you doing? Not attending the gathering, but instead rummaging through trash? Do you intend to abandon yourself like this? Surrounding classmates also gathered, and upon seeing Chenong in such a disheveled state, they erupted in laughter. Oh, is this not our great genius of the Dragon Claw? What? Are you searching trash bins for dinner or hunting for non-existent evolution materials? Chenong brushed off the dirt on his hands, calmly observing them. In his eyes, their mockery resembled a child's farce, failing to stir any ripples. What I do does not require your explanation. Chenong pushed through the crowd, striding directly towards home. You. Li Liao, infuriated, stamped her foot and called after him. Chenong, let me remind you one last time, during the wilderness exercise in 3 days. Without a team for protection, in your current state, entering would be tantamount to seeking death. Chenong did not turn back, merely waving his hand dismissively. Then you need not concern yourself. Watching Chenong's retreating figure, Li Liao bit her lip, letting out a cold snort. Truly a useless mess. I shall see what you will use to hunt aberrant beasts in 3 days. Chapter 5. The Black Market, the First Pot of Gold. Upon returning home, Chenong quickly washed off the dirt from his body. Although fatigued, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. The dragon claw mark on his right palm radiated a faint warmth. Although his strength had increased, the materials required for the Scarlet Fire Dragon Claw were still far from inexpensive. Chenong calculated. The remaining 9 fire crystals, along with a vial of lava beast essence, would cost at least several $100,000 through legitimate channels. In his pocket, he had barely a few hundred yuan for living expenses. With no money, he had no choice but to scavenge. However, in the city refuse heaps, fragmented fire crystals were already a significant find. To gather what he needed, he must venture into the black market and try his luck. At 2 a.m, Chenong donned a black hoodie, the hood obscuring most of his face, and arrived at the entrance of the underground black market in the city center. This place was a repurposed air raid shelter, chaotic and mixed. As long as one had money or goods, no one cared who you were. Upon entering the black market, the stalls on either side dazzled Chenong's eyes. Various unknown teeth, withered entrails, and glimmering ores were all on display. Detected ahead at a stall, a piece of Lihua Jingjin encased in stubborn rock, of immense value. Detected at the right stall, that vial of so-called thunder leopard blood is actually dyed pig's blood. Avoid it. Detected, Chenong scoffed internally. Indeed, the black market was rife with scams. Were it not for his unique advantage, an ordinary awakener entering would likely end up destitute. He walked straight to the stall indicating Lihua Jingjin. The stall owner was a one-eyed old man, dozing in his chair. A pile of oddly shaped ores lay on the table, each priced at 2,000 yuan. Old man, how much for this rock? Chenong casually picked up a stone that looked dull and reminiscent of a large potato. The one-eyed old man lifted his eyelid and grumbled. All items here are a fixed price, 2,000, no negotiations. Chun Ong feigned hesitation, lifting two slightly more appealing stones beside it to weigh them. Too expensive. What can this thing yield? If it's worthless, I'd be throwing 2,000 down the drain. Buy it or leave. Poor loser, the old man snapped. Evidently in a foul mood. Chun Ong remained unfazed as he produced two crumpled bills. I have only these 2,000 kwai, let us wager on it. And these two scraps, can they be taken as a bonus? The old man glanced at the shabby stones Chun Ong pointed to and waved his hand dismissively. Take them away, do not disturb my slumber. Chun Ong promptly paid and departed, reaching a processing workshop at the corner of the black market. He spent 50 kwai to rent a stone-cutting machine. The grinding wheel screeched as it furiously scraped against the stone. Bystanders, awakened individuals passing by, cast amused glances at the spectacle. Yet another novice hoping to strike it rich. In the old one-eyed man's stock, 9 out of 10 stones were mere waste. However, as the final layer of stone fell away, a blinding crimson light suddenly illuminated the dim workshop. An overwhelming surge of fire elemental energy erupted, causing the air temperature to rise dramatically. Was that Li Huijing? Incredible. Such quality must be worth at least 100,000, right? The surrounding awakened individuals rushed over, their eyes gleaming with greed. With remarkable speed, Chun Ong snatched the fist-sized, blood-red crystal and concealed it within his garments. He cast a cold gaze around, his right hand exerting force. Crack! The alloy cutting machine's workbench bore 5 deep claw marks from his grip. The malevolent aura radiating from Chun Ong caused those with ulterior motives to halt in their tracks. Although he appeared to be at the first level, the demonstrated strength of his claw was evidently formidable. Without lingering, Chun Ong swiftly exited the black market. At an official recycling point in another district, he sold the Li Huijing for a staggering 120,000. 10 fire crystals fetched 50,000, while a bottle of first-level lava beast essence cost 30,000. Standing in a legitimate apothecary, he slammed the money onto the counter. With the remaining funds, he procured a specially crafted cut-resistant combat suit and a steel dagger. Upon returning home, he secured the door and laid out all the materials he had purchased before him, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The Qi Hualong Zhua, Stage 1, was about to undergo true evolution. Chapter 6, First Level Perfection, the Transformation of Qi Hualong Zhua. In the dimly lit rental apartment, Chun Ong sat cross-legged on the floor, confronting 10 vibrant red crystals and a jade vial filled with viscous, scalding essence. The intense heat emanating from these materials warped the air, and the wooden floor faintly exuded a burnt odor. Taking a deep breath, Chun Ang's gaze hardened with resolve. In this world, the weak could only become fodder for conversation. Only those with absolute martial prowess could dictate their own fate. Without hesitation, his right hand instantaneously morphed into the shape of a dragoness claw, dark red scales shimmering with a chilling metallic luster under the light. Evolution commence. He seized the vial of lava beast essence and downed it in one swift motion. Boom. The moment the essence entered his mouth, Chun Ong felt as though he had swallowed a torrent of molten lava. The frenzied energy erupted through his throat, violently colliding with his limbs and bones. He then grasped several fire crystals tightly in each hand. Core materials detected: lava beast essence, fire crystals X10. Qi Hualong Zhua evolution route initiated. Fusion degree increasing. Golden words flickered in his mind as his right arm emitted a disconcerting cracking sound. The once nail-sized scales began to shed, replaced by a more intricate, translucent new armor akin to rubies. Layer upon layer, each edge resembling a finely honed blade. Excruciating pain. A torment akin to bones being forcibly expanded. Flesh being reshaped by flames. Chun Ong clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his body shrouded in steam from the rapidly evaporating sweat, resembling a deity amidst clouds. Break for me, he roared inwardly. Buzz. A crimson shockwave erupted from Chun Ong, shattering glass and leaving charred cracks on the walls. The once restless fire elements seemed to find their home, surging into his right arm. Time became nebulous as Chun Ong slowly opened his eyes. A flash of red gleamed in his gaze. He raised his right hand, and the dragon claw had undergone a complete transformation. If the previous claw bore a hint of beastly aura, now it resembled a masterwork of art, simultaneously the most fearsome weapon. Each scale glimmered with a faint firelight, the 5 claws extending 10 centimeters, exuding an eerie dark golden hue, with the surrounding air crackling from the intense heat. Evolution successful. Talent: Qi Hualong Zhua, second level evolution path unlocked. Current level: first level perfection, combat power assessment. Second level pinnacle, overall destructive capability reached third level threshold. New feature acquired: explosive fire wave. Attacks can trigger localized explosive damage. Chunong stood, feeling an extraordinary lightness in his body. The power within him giving rise to an illusion of being able to tear apart tigers and leopards. He gazed out the window. Dawn was approaching. Today marked the day the school organized a field exercise in the wilderness. At 8 in the morning, at the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, several armored buses were lined up, and a multitude of students was gathering. The teachers leading the group wore serious expressions, repeatedly cautioning them about the wilderness. Remember, the wilderness is not school. The exotic beasts there will truly devour you. The exercise is limited to the outer sea zone. Absolutely do not venture deeper. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Li Luyao stood at the forefront of the crowd, clad in lightweight dark blue leather armor, custom-made by the Thunder Martial Arts School. Her long hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a capable and striking demeanor. Her gaze scanned the crowd until she spotted the tardy figure. Chenong, carrying a simple tactical backpack, donned a black, cut-resistant suit. Although he had intentionally restrained his aura, the sharpness emanating from his evolved form still made him stand out amidst the crowd. Chenong, you truly dare to come, a piercing voice rang out. It was Wang Meng, the class's physical education representative, awakened with the talent of a bull, flanked by several lackeys, blocking Chenong's path. I heard you turned down a spot at the martial arts school? Quite the backbone you have. But the wilderness does not care for backbone. It values strength. How about begging me to secure you some guaranteed points? Laughter erupted from the surrounding classmates. Everyone knew Wang Meng had always sought to ingratiate himself with Li Luyao, and since Chenong had previously been close to her, Wang Meng seized this opportunity to belittle him. Chenong could not be bothered to lift his eyelids. Merely brushing past Wang Meng. Good dogs don't block the way. What did you say? Wang Meng's face flushed crimson, and he spun around, attempting to grab Chenong's shoulder. Just as his hand was about to touch Chenong slightly sidestepped, and a searing, heavy pressure bore down on Wang Meng. Wang Meng felt a chilling sensation. No, a searing, murderous intent enveloping him. His heart gripped by a terrifying presence, his outstretched hand frozen in midair, unable to lower. By the time he regained his composure, Chenong had already walked away. Damn it, what just happened? Cold sweat broke out on Wang Meng's forehead as he muttered a curse. This kid must have some kind of interference device, playing tricks. Li Luyao observed the scene, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. In that fleeting moment, even she felt a pang of heart palpitation. Could it be that he truly discovered a method to temporarily enhance his combat prowess? She shook her head and self-deprecatingly remarked, it's impossible. With a talent like Long Zhao, there is no established path to rapid enhancement. Perhaps it's merely my illusion. All students, board the vehicles. Destination, Wilderness, Zone C. At the command of the chief instructor, the students boarded the buses in succession. The school bus gradually departed from the city gates, and the buildings outside began to thin out, replaced by dense primordial forests and various peculiar plants. The air was faintly filled with the distant roars of exotic beasts. Chenong leaned against the window, closing his eyes to rest his mind. In his brain, golden text had already begun to sketch the surrounding terrain. Detected a large settlement of bloodthirsty rats 3 kilometers ahead, containing a small amount of blood essence. Detected a valley to the left, faintly emanating the scent of Qi Yen fruit, beneficial for fire-type talents. Detected. The corners of Chun Ang's mouth curled into a subtle smile. This was not a mere drill. It was his grand feast of ascension. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Zone C, hundreds of students disembarked with their weapons, forming groups of 3 to 5. The rules of the drill were straightforward. Slay exotic beasts, gather materials, and earn points based on the value of those materials. The higher the points, the better the evolution resources that could be exchanged. Do you really not need a team? Li Liao approached with her squad, making one last inquiry. Her team comprised the top students of the class, including a second-tier defensive awakener recruited by the Martial Arts Academy. Chenong glanced at her and replied coolly, our paths diverge. We have no common ground. With that, he stepped over the red warning line and plunged into the dark, damp jungle alone. TCH, blind to the obvious, Wang Meng scoffed. Liao, let us ignore this lunatic and see him come back crying later. Meanwhile, deep within the jungle, Chun Ong moved like a phantom, the Long Zhao manifesting quietly. He paid no mind to the lowly, ubiquitous bloodthirsty rats. His gaze was fixed on a pile of rubble a kilometer away. There lurked a first-tier peak exotic beast, the one-horned shadow leopard, capable of instilling fear in all students. Its heart was one of the essential catalysts for Chun Ong's second-tier evolution. You shall be my first prey. The crimson gleam in Chun Ang's eyes intensified, his entire being taut like a bowstring, as he instantaneously launched himself forward. Chapter 7. Instantaneous kill of the shadow leopard. leaving all faculty and students stunned. In the dense jungle, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and a faint metallic tang. Chun-Ong nimbly weaved between the shadows of the trees, his footsteps nearly soundless. Thanks to the feedback from his Longzhao evolution, his physical prowess had long surpassed that of an ordinary first tier. Now, when he unleashed his full speed, he resembled a dark shadow. He crouched on a thick branch of a towering tree, his gaze sharp as he overlooked the pile of rubble below. There, a massive leopard, exceeding 3 meters in length and covered in sleek black fur, dozed atop the stones. A short horn, akin to obsidian, protruded from its forehead, and with each breath, the shadows around it seemed to quiver slightly. The one-horned shadow leopard, a first-tier peak exotic beast, was renowned for its speed and shadowy stealth. Even a handful of experienced first-tier awakener squads would hesitate to provoke such a creature. With an abrupt roar, the shadow leopard seemed to sense something amiss. Its emerald eyes snapping open, muscles tensing instantly, as a low warning growl rumbled from its throat. Quite alert, Chun-Ong smirked, making no extravagant motions as he leaped down from the height of the tree. In the instant of landing, his right arm swelled, the crimson scales radiating a blinding light. Die! Sensing danger, the one-horned shadow leopard roared, its form splitting into 3 afterimages, each charging toward Chun-Ong from different angles. This was its innate skill, Shadow Clone. Any ordinary awakener would surely be thrown into disarray at this moment, but Chun-Ong was different. In his vision, these illusory phantoms were utterly transparent. Illusion detected. True body located at a 45-degree angle to the right. Chun-Ong twisted in midair, his fiery red dragon claw, infused with scorching flames, accurately striking the shadow to the right. The explosion of fire was deafening. The massive blast echoed through the jungle. The blazing dragon claw struck the leopard's head with ferocity, the violent fire elements erupting. The once mighty shadow leopard had no time to emit a cry, its head exploding like a ripe watermelon, charred blood splattering across the ground. The sharp claws tore through the leopard's resilient spine with ease. One strike, instant kill. With a stoic expression, Chun-Ong extracted a shimmering heart radiating a faint purple hue. Heart of the shadow leopard. Contains pure shadow essence, a secondary material for the evolution of the Yuming Longzhao or Jiele Longzhao. Excellent, a promising start. He casually tossed the heart into his backpack and gazed at the leopard's corpse. For others, the body of an exotic beast would be a heavy burden, but for him, it was a source of nutrients that could be converted on-site. Chun-Ong placed his hand on the leopard's body. Absorb. Streams of imperceptible blood essence were forcibly drawn into his body by the Longzhao. Blood essence of the shadow leopard absorbed. Longzhao evolution progress increased to 28. Simultaneously, in the monitoring command center of Wilderness Zone C, all the instructors and staff of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy were gathered in front of a large projection screen. The screen displayed the ranking of each student's points. Look, Li Liao's team has made it to the top 3. Having hunted 2 initial stage Windblade rabbits in just half an hour, their coordination impeccable, one instructor nodded approvingly. That student awakened with the Maniuniu talent, Wang Ming, is doing well too, having killed 2 bloodthirsty rats, his points rising rapidly. Indeed, this cohort of students is quite impressive, especially with such a healing and defensive configuration. It's quite stable. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, the top line of digits on the large screen flickered violently. A name that had been in the last position with 0 points suddenly began to ascend at a rocket-like pace. 10 points, 50 points, 100 points. In a mere second, that name surpassed Li Liao and all the top students, firmly securing the number 1 position. And the target marked next to that name read, First Tier Peak, One-Horned Shadow Leopard. A collective gasp echoed in the monitoring room. Did I see that correctly? A first-tier peak shadow leopard? Single-handedly slain? Who is it? Li Liao's team would have fled upon encountering the shadow leopard, right? The chief instructor's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the name. Chun-Ong? The student who awakened the Longzhao talent and declined an offer from the Martial Arts Academy? The room fell into a profound silence. The instructors, who had been chatting merrily just moments ago, now resembled chickens with their necks gripped tightly, unable to utter a word. The supervisor of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy turned pale, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white. Just days ago, he had remarked that Chun-Ong's potential was limited, destined to be a mere aid. Yet, here he was, single-handedly taking down a first-tier peak exotic beast. This was no mere aid. This was a prodigy. Quick, switch to camera 17 and lock onto Chun-Ong's position. The chief instructor bellowed. The screen shook momentarily. When the camera focused on the pile of rubble, everyone once again fell into silence. On the screen, the young man in black stood with his back to the camera, stepping on the charred body of the shadow leopard, methodically wiping the blood from between his fingers with a cloth. His movements were elegant and composed, juxtaposed against the surrounding carnage, exuding an air of chilling lethality. He didn't even break a sweat? One instructor stammered. The supervisor fixed his gaze upon Chun Ang's dragon claw, which was adorned with glistening crimson scales, his breath quickening. This was no ordinary dragon claw. It was a mutation. Or rather, he had discovered a remarkably elevated evolutionary path. In the wild woods, Li Liao's team was taking a respite. Sister Liao, look at the rankings. A team member exclaimed in astonishment. Li Liao produced her tactical tablet, and upon witnessing the unattainable number and name at the top of the list, she froze in disbelief. Chenong scored 100 points? How is that possible? Isn't he alone? Wang Ming leaned closer, witnessing the scene with his face contorted in jealousy. He must have cheated. Or perhaps he picked up the spoils from the teacher's injured beast. With his pathetic talent, how could he possibly slay the shadow leopard? Li Liao remained silent, her gaze fixated on the name, the image of Chun Ang's indifferent back as he departed flashing through her mind. An unprecedented sense of regret and disparity overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Chenong was oblivious to any rankings. His golden finger provided yet another prompt. A dry ancient cavern lies deep underground ahead, containing a drop of true dragon's essence. If obtained, the Chihua Dragon Claw will undergo a supreme transformation. Dragon essence? A fervent smile crept across Chun Ang's lips. This was the true treasure. Rankings and schools could take a back seat. He swiftly vanished into the shadows once more. Since he was here, he would turn this wilderness upside down. Chapter 8. The Ancient Cavern. Seizing opportunities from the school bells team, Chun Ang's figure darted rapidly through the dense forest. Following the guidance of the golden prompt, he drew ever closer to the concealed cavern. The temperature of the air seemed to drop, but this chill was not one of coldness. It was an oppressive aura steeped in antiquity. 500 meters ahead. Avoid the gaze of the gargoyles and enter through the left crevice. The golden prompt indicated a precise shortcut to evade danger. Chenong slowed his pace, suppressing his aura. He spotted a highly concealed entrance beneath a vine-covered cliff. However, before he could approach, a faint murmur of conversation drifted toward him. Here, my family's compass indicates that there is definitely a high-level fire energy fluctuation beneath. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Chenong concealed himself behind a massive tree, peering out. To his surprise, a group of individuals stood at the cave entrance, led by none other than Li Liao. Beside her, in addition to the sycophantic Wang Ming, was a young man clad in black attire, exuding a calm demeanor. Liao, this time I owe it all to the positioning coordinates your brother provided. Once we acquire the treasures within the cavern, you will break through the first-tier barrier and may even awaken your second form early, the young man said. His tone laced with flattery. He was Su Ming, a second-tier awakener and a prominent figure at the school, also vying for Li Liao's affection. Li Liao nodded slightly. Although her expression remained cool, a glimmer of enthusiasm flickered in her beautiful eyes. Enough chatter. The instructor has warned that while this cavern is yet to be fully explored, it is fraught with peril. Everyone, stay close to me. Cautiously, the group entered the cave. Once they vanished from sight, Chenong emerged from the shadows. How intriguing. Others know of this place as well. A smirk of derision appeared on Chun Ang's lips. Without the golden finger, he might have been outpaced by these individuals. But now, they are on the right path, fraught with traps. You can enter through the vent above and reach the core area directly. Chenong glanced upward. Indeed, several dozen meters above the cliff, there was a small opening obstructed by rubble. With a powerful leap, he drove his dragon claw into the cliffside. Swiftly scaling it like a gecko, the sharp claw sliced through the hard rock effortlessly. In no time, he slipped into the narrow vent. Inside the cavern, darkness enveloped him. Chenong could faintly hear screams and the sound of heavy objects crashing below. Ah, what is this monstrous thing? Help! It was Wang Ming's voice. Clearly, Li Liao's team had encountered significant trouble on what they deemed the right path. Chenong paid them no mind as he quickly navigated through the duct. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding rock gradually transformed into a peculiar dark red hue, with golden red liquid seeping from the crevices. Warning, temperature is rising sharply ahead. Approaching the area where the dragon's essence is nurtured, Chenong leaped from the end of the duct, landing in a vast subterranean plaza. At the center stood a dry stone pool, and at its deepest point hung a massive dragon-shaped stone pillar. From the dragon's mouth, a drop of viscous golden red liquid was slowly forming, emanating an aura so terrifying it made Chun Ang's soul tremble. True dragon's essence. This substance could not only fortify the dragon claw, but could also purify the marrow and elevate an ordinary being to the physique of a quasi-dragon. Just as he was about to approach, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from behind. Quick! It's right ahead. To his astonishment, Li Liao's team had breached the trap zone and stumbled in, disheveled. They were in dire straits. Li Liao's leather armor was torn in several places, blood staining her fair shoulder, while Su Ming appeared charred and heavily injured. Is that the dragon's essence? Su Ming gasped in disbelief, his breath hitching. Wei struck gold. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Ming shouted, eager to rush forward. However, when they laid eyes on the figure standing by the stone pool, they were struck as if by lightning. Chenong, Li Liao exclaimed in utter disbelief. How did you end up here? Weren't you outside hunting the shadow leopard? Chun Ong slowly turned, his dragon claw faintly visible, the dark red glimmer dancing along his arm. He regarded the group with cold indifference. This treasure is mine. Nonsense. Su Ming bellowed, his fury igniting even in his injured state, the might of a second-tier awakener radiating from him. No matter how you manage to slay a shadow leopard through some underhanded means, this dragon's essence is beyond the reach of a mere waste like you. Get lost. Or do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Li Liao furrowed her brow, earnestly advising. Chenong, the energy within this treasure is too volatile. You are only at the first tier. Forcing absorption could lead to your demise. Hand it to Su Ming, and he will compensate you. That is the best outcome for you. To them, Chenang's presence here was merely a stroke of luck. A first-tier dragon claw talent stood no chance of bargaining against Su Ming, a second-tier genius. Suddenly, Chenong laughed, a derisive and arrogant expression gracing his features. Compensation? I have no need for your meager offerings. As for whether he could absorb it, he abruptly turned, and before their astonished eyes, he reached out to catch the droplet of golden red dragon essence that had just fallen. Then, amidst Su Ming's enraged roar, he pressed it directly into his chest. Boom. An indescribable golden wave of energy erupted around Chun Ong. Li Liao and the others were thrown to the ground by the force of this blast. He actually absorbed it? Wang Ming's face turned ashen with fear. At that moment, Chun Ong was enveloped in golden red flames. He felt his blood boiling as the originally dark red dragon claw transformed into a noble, ancient, and domineering purple gold hue. Fusion degree, 105,090. Talent undergoes ultimate mutation. Chihua Dragon Claw successfully evolved, now named Jieyin Dragon Claw. Chenong opened his eyes, two bolts of purple lightning intertwining within his pupils. He gazed at Su Ming, his voice hoarse yet commanding. Just now, who did you say was the waste? Chapter 9. The Might of a Claw. Second tier, genius reduced to dust. Within the depths of the cavern, the golden red glow gradually receded, yet the suffocating pressure in the air intensified. Chenong stood still, his right arm undergoing a profound transformation. The previously crimson scales morphed into a deep, enigmatic purple, with wisps of dark red arcs of electricity coursing through the gaps of each scale. The tips of his fingers exuded sharpness that seemed capable of slicing through the very fabric of space, leaving behind faint black traces. The description of the Jiefeng Longzhao, second stage pinnacle, indicated an ultimate mutation triggered by dragon essence, possessing effects of calamity fire and countermagic, inflicting devastating destruction upon all energy shields. You've lost your mind, Su Ming exclaimed as he struggled to rise from the ground, his face contorted in fury. That drop of dragon essence was his hope for breaking through to the third stage, a treasure meticulously planned by the Su family. And it had been snatched away by what he deemed a worthless fool. Even if you forcibly absorb the dragon essence, what can you achieve? You are merely a piece of trash who has awakened just days ago. Spit it out. Su Ming roared, his body radiating a brilliant azure light. His talent, the Liefeng Jiren, placed him among the elite of the second stage. In an instant, Su Ming transformed into a whirlwind of azure, his standard long sword enveloped in a multitude of wind blades, emitting a piercing sound as it aimed for Chunang's throat. Windscarred grass. In that moment, Su Ming harbored murderous intent. Li Liao's expression changed drastically, unable to contain her alarm. Su Ming, stop. He will die? To her, even if Chun Ong had fortuitously absorbed the treasure, his physical form must be in a state of extreme weakness. A strike like this would surely result in Chenang's death. However, facing this thunderous onslaught, Chenong did not even raise an eyelid. Only when the wind blades were a mere half-meter away did he slowly lift his right claw, speaking with a tone as if swatting away a fly. Is this the power of the second stage? Too weak. Clang. A crisp sound resonated, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold. Chun Ong merely used two fingers to firmly grasp Su Ming's alloy longsword, infused with all his wind elemental force. No matter how red-faced and straining Su Ming became, the sword could not advance even a fraction. How is this possible? My Liefeng Jiren can cut through steel. Su Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. Such a toy is unworthy of being called a sword. Chen Ang's fingers twisted sharply. Crack. The costly alloy sword shattered like a withered twig, effortlessly snapped in two by Chen Ang. Before Su Ming could respond, Chen Ang's right hand blurred into motion, seizing Su Ming by the neck and lifting him effortlessly into the air. The dark red arcs of electricity from the Jiefeng Longzhao surged into Su Ming's body, the attribute of calamity fire instantly scattering the energy within him. With a thud, Chen Ang flung Su Ming aside like a lifeless dog, crashing heavily against the stone wall. Blood gushing from his mouth as his breath waned to a mere whisper. The entire arena fell silent. Wang Ming, terrified, collapsed to the ground, a foul odor emanating from him as he lost control of his bodily functions. Li Liao, her mind blank, gazed in astonishment at the young man standing amidst the light and shadows. Once, she believed that Chen Ang's awakening of the dragon claw had severed any future he might have, that their paths would diverge irreparably. Yet now this boy, once dismissed by all, had effortlessly subdued the genius Su Ming with an unmatched display of strength. What have you been through, Chen Ang? Li Liao asked, her voice trembling. Chen Ang did not respond, casting a cold glance at the crumpled Su Ming and the cowering Wang Ming. You sought to kill me. This price is one you cannot afford. Chen Ang approached Su Ming step by step, the calamity fire flickering ominously at his fingertips, a true manifestation of murderous intent. Please, don't kill me. I am from the Su family. My brother is a third-stage powerhouse. Su Ming's composure crumbled completely as he desperately crawled backward. Just then, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the cavern. Countless stones tumbled, and a pressure far more terrifying than that of the dragon essence surged from the ground below. Warning, the guardian beast of the cavern, the two-headed hellhound, has awakened. Level, early third stage. Due to the removal of the dragon essence, the guardian beast has entered a state of frenzy. Roar. The overlapping howls of the hounds erupted like thunder in their ears. Two massive red heads emerged from the crevice, their crimson eyes locking onto everyone in the chamber, particularly fixating on Chen Ang, who had taken the dragon essence. A third-stage aberration. Li Liao felt despair wash over her. It was over. Such a creature was beyond their capacity to confront. Yet, Chen Ang was not frightened. Instead, he welcomed the challenge. Eyeing the beast that loomed like a small mountain, licking his lips with anticipation, the violet light upon his dragon claws intensifying. Just what he needed. A worthy sharpening stone for his newly evolved body. He turned to Li Liao, his voice icy. Take these useless fools far away. Do not impede my path. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Ang transformed into a streak of purple-red lightning, charging toward the imposing third-stage aberration. Chapter 10, The Aesthetic of Violence. Ripping apart a third-stage aberration. Roar. The two-headed hellhound unleashed a deafening roar, its colossal form advancing like a speeding tank, each step cracking the ground beneath. The stench of blood wafted through the air. For an ordinary second-stage awakeners, such a roar would likely shatter their resolve, leaving them devoid of the will to resist. Yet Chen Ang surged forward, his form akin to a purple bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Just what I was hoping for. Chen Ang murmured, extending his Jiefeng Longzhao. The left head of the two-headed hellhound opened its massive maw, unleashing a concentrated dark red sulfur fireball. Chen Ang's lips curled into a smirk. Against a fireball capable of melting steel, he did not flinch or evade, instead swinging his dragon claw to slice through it. With a ripping sound, the seemingly ferocious sulfur fireball was torn apart upon contact with the Jiefeng Longzhao, the purple-red calamity fire surging upward and consuming the fireball entirely. This was the sheer dominance of the countermagic attribute. Howl. The hellhound, taken aback by Chen Ang's ferocity, let out a pained howl from its other head as Chen Ang's figure closed in on its abdomen. The claws of the dragon converged like a heated blade piercing through cream. With a thrust, Chen Ang's entire right arm plunged into the hellhound's chest, the boiling beast's blood, before it could even splatter, was vaporized into dark red mist by the calamity fire. With an icy glare, Chen Ang unleashed his energy as the claw pierced the creature's heart. A deep rumbling explosion resonated from within the hellhound. The massive third-stage aberration swelled like a balloon, and then its back erupted, a gaping wound spilling forth dark purple arcs intertwined with flames, creating a scene of extreme carnage and shock. The once mighty hellhound, now akin to a kite with its string cut, tumbled heavily, crashing into the stone pillars at the edge of the plaza, shattering them to pieces. The two dog heads drooped lifelessly, whimpering as they attempted to rise, only to realize their vitality was swiftly ebbing away. In the distance, Li Liao and the others stood in stunned silence, particularly Su Ming, who, despite the searing pain, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to utter a sound. That was a third-stage aberration. Even his brother, the genius Su Lai of the Su family, would need considerable time and advanced armor to deal with such a monster. Yet Chenong? A single strike, no, a single claw? Pure violence, pure dominance. Is he truly Chenong? Li Liao murmured, lost in her thoughts. She realized she had never truly understood the essence of this youth. While everyone mocked his talent as a futile path, he had already ascended to heights far beyond their reach. Chenong strode confidently before the dying hellhound, devoid of any compassion. The dragon claw descended once more, piercing through the beast's cranium, extracting a crimson crystal core that emanated a potent sulfuric aroma. Third-order hellhound crystal core, highly concentrated fire energy, can be utilized for further enhancement of the Jieyin Dragon Claw, Evolution Progress 15. Chenong casually stored the crystal core away. At that moment, golden text refreshed before his eyes. Detected tremors from the depths below, the death aura of the third-order beast has drawn forth a more terrifying presence nearby. Suggestion: evacuate swiftly, or proceed to the concealed passage on the east side. Chenong furrowed his brow. Though he now possessed an extraordinary combat power, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could continuously challenge groups of third-order monsters. He glanced back at Li Liao and the others, his gaze as cold as ice. Are you not leaving? What emerges next will not spare you a complete corpse. Li Liao shivered, as if awakening from a dream, and hurriedly assisted the gravely injured Su Ming. Let us go, quickly. Su Ming cast a complex look at Chenong, gritting his teeth and saying, Chenong, you have taken from the Su family and injured me. My brother will not let you off easily. Though fear gripped him, the pride of his prominent family compelled him to utter a threat. Chenong smirked coldly, his figure appearing before Su Ming in an instant. A dragon claw, exuding a venomous fire aura, hovered mere centimeters from Su Ming's eye. Your brother? Let him come. As for you, dare to utter another word, and I shall send you to feed the next beast. Su Ming instantly fell silent, his face as pale as paper, not daring to utter a sound. Chenong disregarded these petty clowns. He propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted into the eastern passage. He could sense that the Jieyin Dragon Claw, having absorbed the dragon marrow and the crystal core, was nurturing a more formidable power. Once this power fully manifested, he would have confidence to confront even the renowned fourth-order experts of Jiang City in a direct clash. Upon exiting the passage, Chenong returned to the desolate surface of the wilderness. The sky had been painted crimson by the setting sun. The time for the wilderness drill was drawing to a close. It was time to return and settle the score. He hoped that those so-called school geniuses would have their hearts slightly enlarged upon seeing his score. Chenong gazed at the distant, blurred outline of the city, a wild smile spreading across his face. His legend was only just beginning. Chapter 11. The King Returns, the Shock of the Score Settlement. At the periphery of the wilderness, near the security line, as the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, the once tranquil exit became a cacophony. Large groups of students supported one another as they emerged from the jungle. Some bore expressions of excitement, while others were muddy and despondent. Haha, I killed 3 bloodthirsty rats. A total of 15 points. The final exam is secured. What is that compared to me? I was with the school beauty Li Liao's team and got 20 points. The students formed a long line at the exit's exchange point, awaiting the instructors to tally the materials in their backpacks. Meanwhile, several school leaders and the supervisor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall wore exceedingly grim expressions beside the command vehicle. They had just received a distress signal from the rescue team, informing them of a collapse in the underground chamber, and that Su Ming and Li Liao, key students of the school, had both sustained serious injuries. Look, Liao and the others are back, a sharp-eyed teacher exclaimed. The crowd parted automatically. There stood Li Liao, supporting the bloodied Su Ming, who resembled a stray dog. Following closely was Wang Ming, who appeared utterly lost, stumbling as if in a trance. Su Ming, how did you end up like this? The principal urgently approached, his face changing drastically. Su Ming was the second son of the Su family in Jiang City. Any incident involving him at school bore significant pressure. Su Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and humiliation, avoiding the gazes of those around him, remaining silent. Li Liao took a deep breath, her tone complex as she began. We encountered a third-order beast in the underground chamber, a 2-headed hellhound. What? The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. A third-order beast? How could such a creature appear in that place? How did you survive in the presence of such monsters? Li Liao bit her lip, instinctively glancing towards the depths of the jungle exit, and murmured, "It was Chenong who saved us." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Students, just recovering from their shock, seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke. Lida, the school beauty, are you joking? Chenong, with his dragon claw talent, could save you? Indeed, Su Xiao couldn't he even withstand a second-order expert. What right does Chenong have? Perhaps that Chenong fellow merely ran swiftly and diverted the monster? That's not saving. That's just good luck in not being eaten. Wang Ming listened to the surrounding discourse and wanted to retort, but recalling the scene of Chenong crushing the alloy sword and tearing apart the hellhound, his teeth began to chatter. Just then, a solitary figure appeared in the sight of the crowd, exuding an air of arrogance. Chenong, carrying a tactical backpack in one hand, walked steadily. Though his clothing bore some damage, he exuded vitality, his gaze radiating a sharpness that dared not be met. He walked directly to the settlement platform, casually slamming his backpack onto the table. Settlement. The instructor responsible for tallying scoffed. Chenong, even if you saved your classmates, you are equal under the score rules. If your bag is filled with junk, don't blame me for not giving you face. With that, he unzipped the bag. A cascade of shimmering beast materials poured forth. First order peak, the horn of a single-horned shadow leopard, 50 points. Second order early stage, the tusk of a red armored pig, 80 points. The instructor's voice began to tremble when he reached the bottom and pulled out a still warm crystal core radiating a strong sulfuric scent and dark red arcs. He froze completely, struggling to articulate his words. The students peering in with elongated necks instantly fell silent. The violent energy contained within the crystal core left those nearby gasping for breath. Third order Hellhound core, completeness 100. Chenong coolly added, according to the rules. How many points is this worth? The entire crowd was enveloped in a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The tallying instructor, trembling hands pressing the calculator, calculated. Basic score for the third order beast 1000 plus these second order materials. Ultimately, the display screen revealed a number that sent shivers through the souls of all present. Student ID 0431. Chenong, total score, 1,280 points. It is worth noting that the second place Li Liao had only a meager 45 points at that moment. Chenong's score alone surpassed the combined total of all students in the school. Impossible. You must have found it somewhere. A male student shouted with envy. Indeed. The third order crystal core, this is absolutely not something a first order awakener could acquire. Chenong responded with a cold laugh, offering no further words. He suddenly stepped forward, his right hand transforming into the dark purple Jie Yin Dragon Claw. Boom. An overwhelming pressure swept across the scene, the aura belonging to a third-order expert causing the surrounding students to retreat several steps, many collapsing to the ground in sheer fright. Found it. Chenong fixed his gaze on the student who had spoken, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If you can find one, I'll write my name backward. The supervisor of the martial arts hall abruptly stood up, eyes filled with fervor and regret. A mutated dragon claw. This is not a mere lack of potential. This is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He wished fervently he could slap himself. Just a few days ago, he had considered having such a person perform menial tasks. Li Liao stared blankly at Chenong's retreating figure. She understood that from this moment forth, the dynamics of Jiang City were bound to change. The youth once regarded by her as needing protection has now become a figure she can only look up to. These materials are converted into evolution resources. Chenong retrieved his identity card and walked towards the school bus without looking back. His sole objective now is to break through to the third tier. According to the hints from his golden finger, certain powerful factions in Jiangcheng have already begun to covertly monitor him due to his acquisition of the dragon marrow liquid. Strength is the only capital necessary for survival. Chapter 12. The School Treasury, exchange for divine-level evolution liquid. Upon returning to school, Chenong disregarded the external disturbances, although he alone had garnered 1,000 points. And the news of him tearing apart a third-tier beast had spread throughout the Jiangxing education community. He believed that these ephemeral accolades were far less substantial than the resources in his possession. In the school's administrative building, at the Resource Exchange Center, the teacher present greeted Chenong with a smile, their previously tense expression now transformed. They even personally poured him a glass of water. Chenong, I have heard about your accomplishments. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. With over 1,000 points, you are now the largest single-point holder since our school's establishment. Chenong had no time for pleasantries and stated directly, I want to see the list of high-tier resources. Of course, please hold on. The teacher produced a specially designed tablet, revealing a page accessible only to top-tier students. Second-tier Fire Seed, priced at 300 points. Iron Armored Beast Core, priced at 200 points. Mystical Iron Battle Armor, priced at 500 points. Chenong quickly perused the items. Despite their value, they would have minimal effect for someone who already possessed the Calamity Flame Dragon Claw. As he turned to the last page, a line of text caught his attention. Incomplete Ancient God Evolution Liquid, priced at 1,200 points. Note: This potion has a mysterious origin and contains strong exclusivity. Numerous geniuses have attempted to fuse with it, all meeting disastrous ends. Choose carefully. Upon reading this, the golden text in Chun Ang's mind began to pulse vigorously. Incomplete ancient god evolution liquid contains a trace of primal divinity. When combined with the Calamity Flame Dragon Claw, it can trigger a second bloodline awakening, evolving into Calamity Annihilation Dragon Claw. Risk warning. Poison to others, a supreme tonic for one with the nascent bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Chun Ang's heartbeat quickened slightly, yet his demeanor remained composed as he pointed to that entry and said, "I want this." The exchange teacher was taken aback and hurriedly advised against it. "Chun Ang, this is not advisable. This potion has been in the treasury for 10 years. While it has a great reputation, it is essentially a death warrant. You have a promising future and do not need to gamble with your life." Chun Ang replied calmly, "I am aware of the risks. Exchange it." Seeing Chun Ang's resolute attitude, the teacher could only sigh and proceed with the formalities. After all, rules are rules. As long as the points are sufficient, the school cannot refuse the exchange. After receiving a tightly sealed lead box, Chun Ang hurried back to his rented room. He knew that the Su family would soon come looking for him, and he had to convert all his points into tangible combat power before they arrived. Meanwhile, in the Su family estate in Jiangcheng, in the luxurious hall, Su Ming lay within a medical pod, healing his broken bones. Beside him sat Su Lai, the Su family's foremost genius, a late-stage third-tier powerhouse, exuding a menacing aura akin to a sharpened blade. You mean to say that a first-tier waste, awakened with the useless dragon claw, not only stole the dragon marrow liquid that belonged to you, but also left you incapacitated? Su Lai's voice was icy. "Brother, you must avenge me." Su Ming seethed. That brat is definitely hiding something. The color of his dragon claw is unusual, and he single-handedly killed a third-tier hellhound. He must possess a tremendous secret. Su Lai scoffed, slowly rising. "The dragon marrow liquid is crucial for my breakthrough to the 4th tier. Since he has consumed it, I shall extract all his blood. The efficacy should not differ much. In Jiangcheng, no one who has dared to touch my Su family has lived beyond 3 days." In the cramped rented room, Chun Ang opened the lead box. Inside lay a vial of dark golden liquid, quietly radiating an ancient and desolate aura. "Come on. Let me see just how powerful this so-called ancient god is." Chun Ang suddenly uncorked the vial and gulped down the evolution liquid. Boom. In an instant, an ancient will, as if traversing time from a primordial era, erupted violently in his mind. His skin began to crack inch by inch, revealing newly formed flesh that shimmered with dark golden divine light beneath. The originally purple-black Calamity Flame Dragon Claw began to slowly retract, its scales shedding to reveal a primal, unadorned texture. Yet beneath this seemingly ordinary claw lay a terrifying divine power capable of tearing through the void. Chapter 13, Second Awakening, Calamity Annihilation Dragon Claw. In the rented room, Chun Ang endured unimaginable agony. The vial of ancient god evolution liquid coursed through him as if an ancient beast, long dormant, rampaged through his veins. Every inch of his bones shattered, only to reassemble and reinforce under the embrace of the dark golden light. "Ah!" Chun Ang roared, his eyes bloodshot. The dark purple scales that had covered his right arm rapidly shed, revealing pristine skin beneath, akin to jade, but subtly infused with a metallic sheen. Dark, golden, ancient patterns began to emerge on this skin, each line seemingly harboring the profound truths of the universe, exuding a raw, heavy, and overwhelmingly domineering aura. Fusion degree, 306,095. Talent triggers second ultimate mutation. Calamity Flame Dragon Claw successfully evolves into Calamity Annihilation Dragon Claw. Boom. An invisible wave erupted from the rented room, instantly disabling all electronic devices within 100 meters, extinguishing streetlights, and even causing a momentary distortion in the magnetic field. Chun Ang opened his eyes wide, his pupils transformed into a pure golden hue, deep and authoritative. He raised his right hand. The dragon claw form was no longer grotesque, but radiated a beauty rooted in simplicity. His elongated fingers emitted wisps of black threads, fissures forming in space as it struggled to contain his sharpness. Calamity Annihilation Dragon Claw, early 3rd tier, a perfect fusion of ancient god bloodline and calamity fire. New trait, Desolation. Attacking siphons life force from the target, all within 100 meters wither away. New trait, Void Break. Ignores physical defenses, directly slicing through space. Exhaling a long breath, Chun Ang felt a chill escape his lips, instantly turning a nearby wooden table to powder. He sensed that his current power had increased at least tenfold. If he confronted that 3rd-tier hellhound now, a mere glare would render it immobile. At that moment, Chun Ang's ears perked up. He heard the sound of brakes from downstairs, accompanied by several steady and powerful footsteps, rapidly approaching his floor. Quite prompt, Chenong smirked coldly. He stood up, leisurely donning a new black hoodie to conceal the dark golden patterns pulsating on his arm. Bang! The door was forcefully blasted open, splintering into fragments. 3 figures surged in, the leading youth clad in tight-fitting gear, wielding an exaggerated long sword on his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated intently on Chenong, who sat by the window. Su Lai, the Su family's foremost genius, a late-stage third tier. Following him were 2 bodyguards in suits, exuding steady auras, both peak second tier. You are Chenong? Su Lai surveyed the disarray within the room, his gaze finally settling on Chenong, radiating an air of condescension akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. Such audacity. He dared to seize my brother's long Sui Yi and yet remained here, indulging in daydreams. Without turning his head, Chenong replied coolly, do members of the Su family always force their way in? You must compensate for this door. Amused, Su Lai stepped further into the room, each footfall echoing mournfully upon the floorboards. Compensate. I shall provide you with the finest coffin. Surrender the long Sui Yi within you. And perhaps, if you kneel and bow 100 times to my brother, I might allow you to keep your life intact. Slowly, Chenong turned his head, his golden pupils locking onto Su Lai's. I have already digested the long Sui Yi, and its effects are rather commendable. As for kneeling, it seems the members of your Su family lack the fortitude. Seeking death, Su Lai's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he drew the long sword from his back. A 3-meter-long azure sword energy materialized instantly, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, tearing the roof of the rental apartment as it descended upon Chenong. Wind and debris cleaved the air. Compared to Su Ming, Su Lai's move was exponentially stronger, causing the entire building to shudder. Yet, in the face of this strike capable of cleaving a tank, Chenong remained seated, casually raising his right hand. Desolation. The 2 syllables escaped his lips with an indifferent air. Buzz. With a mere flick of his right claw, a dark golden arc shimmered. The formidable azure sword energy, upon contact with the dark golden arc, withered like a desiccated leaf bereft of moisture, dissipating without so much as a spark. Moreover, the aura of desolation spread through the air, and the 2 second-tier bodyguards behind Su Lai, unable to utter a cry, withered visibly, their bodies growing shriveled and yellow, as if decades of vitality had been siphoned away, collapsing to the ground. What sorcery is this? Su Lai was seized by horror, sensing the energy within him being devoured by an unfathomable force. Chenong rose, his black head casting a shadow over his features, his golden eyes emanating a cataclysmic pressure. Late-stage third tier? Is that all? He took a step forward, his figure seemingly transcending space, directly appearing before Su Lai. His right hand, resembling a dragon's claw, pressed lightly against the precious long sword. Crack! The sword shattered instantly, disintegrating into countless fragments. Chenong's palm gripped Su Lai's face, his voice as cold as the abyss. Summon your brother. Let him teach you what it means to adhere to rules. Chapter 14. Crushing the Talented, the Terror of the Su Family. Inside the rental apartment. The previously cramped space was now thick with murderous intent. Su Lai found himself held firmly by Chenong, his back pressed against the wall. His once proud late-stage third-tier spiritual energy, before Chenong's dark golden claw, felt like a flickering flame against a glacier, unable to stir even a ripple. What is your level? Su Lai managed to rasp, his voice hoarse. He could feel the dark golden aura emanating from the hand gripping his face, voraciously siphoning away his life force. His skin began to sag, and his once bulging muscles showed signs of withering. The tyrannical nature of desolation instilled a profound fear of mortality, robbing this genius of the Su family of any will to resist. What level I am is of no consequence. Chenong's gaze remained tranquil, his tone as detached as if discussing the weather. What matters is, you just claimed you wished to refine my blood. No misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Su Lai trembled, the shadow of death looming over him. In the face of survival, all dignity and arrogance of genius became mere jest. If you spare me, the Su family can offer you wealth, resources, whatever you desire. What I seek, I shall acquire myself. I have no need for your offerings. A sardonic smile curled on Chenong's lips. With a sudden fling of his right hand, Su Lai was tossed like a rag doll from the loft with the roof torn away, landing onto the street below. Thud! The heavy thud of his landing startled countless residents nearby. Chenong leapt gracefully, landing effortlessly beside Su Lai. On the street, many passers-by turned their heads, and upon recognizing the wailing figure on the ground as Su Lai of the Su family, expressions of shock and disbelief spread across their faces. Isn't that the young master of the Su family? One of the top 3 of the younger generation in Jiang City. How could he be reduced to this? Who was that young man in black? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Chenong stepped onto Su Lai's chest, casting his gaze toward a luxury vehicle in the distance. Inside, Su Ming sat in the passenger seat, utterly incapacitated. He watched in horror as his invincible brother was so easily dispatched. Unable to withstand even a single move from Chun-Ong. Su Ming, come here. Chenong's tone was calm, yet laced with undeniable authority. Trembling like a leaf, Su Ming scrambled out of the car, collapsing in front of Chun-Ong. Master Chun. Ancestor Chun, I was wrong. I should not have spoken carelessly. Nor pursued the long Sui Yi. Please, spare me. Chenong regarded him coldly. Take your brother and return to the Su family. Inform your patriarch that I have used the long Sui Yi and have rendered Su Lai powerless. Should you challenge me, know that next time, it will not just be 2 bodyguards I eliminate. Yes, I will ensure he is taken. Su Ming, fearing for his life, dragged the barely conscious Su Lai into the car and sped away as if fleeing death. Standing in the center of the street, Chun-Ang's dark golden claws gradually retracted, transforming into an ordinary hand. Detection indicates that within a kilometer ahead, the Su family mansion harbors Di Sui Jing Qi. Absorbing it may stabilize the realm of the desolate dragon claw. Detection complete. The notifications from his golden finger flooded his mind again. Chenong was acutely aware that the Su family, as the local overlords of Jiang City, would not relent due to his threats. The impending counterattack would likely manifest as a thunderous strike from 4th-tier powerhouses. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, he anticipated it with eagerness. At this juncture, each step of evolution required vast energy and opportunities. To him, the deeply rooted Su family represented a colossal treasure trove of experience. If they sought his life, they must be prepared for the annihilation of their entire clan. Chen-Ong chose not to return to the rental apartment. It had been destroyed, and it was time for him to seek a more suitable environment for cultivation. He turned toward the luxurious residential area of Yundingshan Zhuang, where richer spiritual energy resonated and an old acquaintance awaited him. Yundingshan Zhuang, Villa No. 1. Li Luyao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, clutching a crumpled invitation in her hand. This invitation was for the banquet the Su family was hosting to celebrate Su Lai's imminent breakthrough to the 4th tier. Yet at this moment, her communicator buzzed with a message that struck her like a bolt from the blue. What did you say? Su Lai has been rendered powerless? Thrown onto the street by Chun-Ong like refuse? The glass in Li Luyao's hand slipped and shattered upon the floor. She had believed that Chun-Ang's solo defeat of the 3rd-tier Hellhound was his limit, but now it appeared that his rate of power increased transcended human understanding. What kind of evolutionary path had he awakened? Gazing at the solitary moon in the night sky, her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of regret and bitterness. Just then, the doorbell of her home rang. A calm, yet indifferent voice resonated through the monitor. Li Luyao, did you not say you would introduce me to the master of the Thunder Martial Arts School? Now, I have arrived. Li Luyao shuddered, her body stiffening as she turned to face the screen. There stood the young man in black at her doorstep, a playful smile on his lips, yet devoid of warmth in his eyes. Chapter 15. You want me to introduce you? You intend to challenge the school. In the living room of the villa, the lighting was soft, yet Li Luyao felt a chill enveloping her. She stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, and dared not approach the door. Until Chun-Ong pressed the doorbell once more, she awakened from her stupor and trembled as she pressed the unlock button. The door creaked open, revealing Chun-Ong, who stepped inside and surveyed the opulence of the mansion, ultimately settling his gaze on Li Luyao's pallid visage. Not welcomed? Chun-Ong casually tossed his backpack onto the leather sofa, his movements as nonchalant as if he were in his own abode. Chun-Ong, you've lost your mind. Li Luyao finally regained her voice, exclaiming, do you have any idea what you've just done? You've incapacitated Su Lai. The Su family has thrived in Jiangxing for 3 generations, backed not only by a 4th-tier powerhouse, but also by connections with several prominent families in major cities. You should be fleeing, not coming here. Chun-Ong, undeterred, retrieved a bottle of chilled water from the refrigerator and took a sip before leisurely raising his gaze. Flee? Why would I flee? The Su family has concealed the essence of the earth beneath their estate. Such treasures are far too wasteful for them to possess. Li Luyao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening with terror. You've set your sights on the Su family's lifeblood? The essence of the earth is fundamental for nurturing their descendants. If you tamper with that, the Su family's ancestor will emerge from seclusion and kill you. Chun-Ong set the water bottle down, his tone devoid of warmth. Let him emerge, then. I didn't come to listen to your drivel tonight. You mentioned that the master of the Thunder Martial Arts School owes your brother a favor. I want you to take me to see him now. Li Luyao stared intensely at Chun-Ong, attempting to discern a hint of fear in his golden pupils, but she was met with an abyss of tranquility. What do you wish to see the master for? Seeking aid? Or perhaps refuge? Li Liao asked through gritted teeth. If you are seeking aid, my brother's reputation might spare your life, but you must relinquish the dragon essence and your secrets of evolution. Aid? Chenong scoffed, raising his right hand slightly. With a resonant hum, the dark golden claw of the destruction dragon manifested before him, an aura of desolation causing the luxurious carpet to swiftly disintegrate into ash. Even the world-renowned painting on the wall withering in an instant. I am here to claim what is rightfully mine. The Thunder Martial Arts School possesses the only gravity training room in Jiangcheng, which can expedite my stabilization process. My meeting with him is an opportunity for him to retain his life. Do not obstruct my path. Li Liao sank into the sofa, utterly deflated. She finally grasped the reality. Chenong was not seeking an introduction. He intended to challenge the school. He aimed to transform all of Jiangcheng's resources into nourishment for his evolution. At 3 in the morning, at the headquarters of the Thunder Martial Arts School, the leading force in Jiangcheng, the premises remained brightly lit even in the dead of night. The master, Lei Zhentian, a bona fide fourth-tier initial awakening expert, sat in a secret chamber, listening to a report from his subordinate. Master, that lad named Chenong is truly a prodigy. He incapacitated Su Lai with a single move on the street, and now the Su family is in chaos. Should we seize the opportunity to recruit him? If we secure him, our school would gain a formidable warrior, the subordinate whispered. Lei Zhentian snorted coldly, his fists clenched tightly, a hint of thunder flickering around him. Recruit him? The Su family's ancestor, Su Wanshan, is not one to be trifled with. It's not worth engaging in a death struggle over a first tier. Now likely a third-tier brat. Unless he is willing to divulge the secrets of that mutated dragon claw. As his words fell, a thunderous explosion resonated through the school's entrance. The entire building seemed to tremble. Who dares to wreak havoc within the Thunder Martial Arts School? Lei Zhentian roared, his figure darting from the chamber like a bolt of lightning, arriving in the grand hall. In the center of the hall, the once half-meter-thick alloy bulletproof door lay in ruins, now a heap of scrap metal. Chenong sauntered in with his hands in his pockets, followed closely by a trembling Li Liao. Chenong, Lei Zhentian's pupils constricted, then twisted into a mocking smile. I hadn't come looking for you. Yet you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. What is this? Having crippled Su Lai, do you truly believe no one in Jiangcheng can handle you? Chenong ignored him, gesturing toward the gravity room deep within the school. I require the gravity room for 3 hours. As compensation, when the Su family's ancestor arrives, I can conveniently assist you in dealing with him. Silence enveloped the hall. All the awakened individuals on duty stared at Chenong in disbelief. Assist me in dealing with the Su family's ancestor? Lei Zhentian was so enraged he nearly laughed, the thunderous energy around him surging violently. You truly are extraordinary. But being overly arrogant can cost you your life. Since you seek death, I shall first claim you for the Su family. With a thunderous roar, Lei Zhentian unleashed a devastating strike, his right fist radiating with destructive lightning, aimed directly at Chenong's face. The full-force blow of a fourth-tier powerhouse carved a deep trench into the solid ground. Chenong's eyes sharpened, unaware of your limitations. He lunged forward, his right hand extending, the dark golden dragon claw tearing through the fabric of space as it met the strike head-on. Dragon of Ruin, scatter. Chapter 16, Ascending Beyond Limits. Whose thunder is this? The dark golden claw collided fiercely with Lei Zhentian's thunder-laden fist in a resounding clash. Lei Zhentian had expected that, as a fourth-tier initial powerhouse, he would effortlessly crush a mere third-tier novice who had only recently awakened. Yet, the moment their forces collided, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though he were striking against an ancient, colossal mountain rather than simply flesh and blood. Furthermore, the dark golden aura emanating from Chenong's claw seemed to possess a life of its own, ravenously absorbing his proud lightning. The violent currents, upon contacting the dark golden scales, transformed from raging torrents into gentle streams merging into a vast ocean. Destruction of the law? No, this is plundering, Lei Zhentian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The power of a fourth-tier lightning system. Is this all it amounts to? Chenong let out a cold chuckle, his fingers tightening around Lei Zhentian's fist. Dragon of Ruin, explode. Dark golden energy erupted from Chenong's fingertips like a volcanic eruption. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed throughout the hall. Lei Zhentian let out a howl of agony, his body sent reeling backward as if struck by a tremendous force, crashing through 3 reinforced load-bearing pillars before finally embedding himself into the metal wall behind. A profound silence fell over the room. The martial disciples who had initially prepared to rush in and attack Chenong now stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, too frightened to even breathe. The master, whom they regarded as invincible, had been utterly vanquished by this youth. The master has fallen? The subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Li Liao stood at the entrance, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth. She had known Chen Ong had grown stronger, but she had never imagined he had reached a level capable of directly confronting the pinnacle of Jianqing. Coughing, Lei Jintian extricated himself from the wall, his right arm hanging limply, blood dripping from his fingertips. He glared fiercely at Chen Ong, the fury in his eyes replaced by sheer terror. That claw of yours is far from ordinary. It's a mythical path. Chen Ong approached him steadily, his expression calm. I stated that I require the gravity room for 3 hours. Will you continue to fight me, or will you obediently open the door? Lei Jintian's expression fluctuated, ultimately succumbing to despair as he lowered his head. In this world where strength reigned supreme, Chen Ong had proven with his fists that he possessed a status equal to, or even surpassing his own. Take Mr. Chun to gravity room number 1. No one is permitted to approach without my orders. 2 minutes later, in gravity room number 1, the core asset of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Constructed from special gravity, or gravity room activated, current gravity 10x. Detected host's physical strength is exceptionally high. System recommends adjustment to 50x to maximize the potential of the Destruction Dragon Claw. Set it directly to 80x, Chen Ong commanded coldly. The operator's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the controller. Yet under Chen Ang's piercing gaze, he could only grit his teeth and comply. A chilling pressure descended instantly. The alloy floor beneath Chen Ong creaked under the unbearable weight, his bones grinding together in response to the immense pressure. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. He retrieved a 3-tiered Hell's Hound crystal core from his pocket and crushed it in his hand. Simultaneously, his dragon claw form fully manifested. Evolve, merge with me. He was utilizing the extreme external pressure to fully refine the residual power of the forcibly devoured dragon essence and the fire energy of the Hell's Hound into his very marrow. Black impurities began to seep from the surface of his skin, a sign of his body undergoing a deeper purification. While Chen Ong was engrossed in his cultivation, outside the martial arts hall, an even more terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. The once clear night sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a thunderous, aged voice resonated throughout half of Jiangqing. Chen Ong, you dare to kill my protector and cripple my descendants. Come out and face your death. Lei Jintian's expression changed drastically as he looked towards the distance. Su Wanshan had arrived. That old monster had actually broken through to the mid-4th tier? Li Liao turned pale, her gaze fixed on the tightly shut gravity chamber door. 3 hours. Chen Ong had only been inside for less than 10 minutes. How could they withstand this? Chapter 17. The ancestor of the Su family arrives. Despair or opportunity? Outside the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the winds howled violently. The once bustling district had fallen into an eerie silence due to Su Wanshan's overwhelming presence. Ordinary civilians had long since hidden in their basements, while some low-tier awakeners struggled to breathe, as if countless heavy hammers were pounding against their chests. Lei Jintian, hand over that little beast. Su Wanshan hovered in the air, his aged face etched with deep lines of fury. Surrounding him was a dense aura of earth attribute spiritual energy, coalescing into a tangible rocky armor, making him appear as an immovable mountain giant. In the mid-4th tier, he could almost dominate Jiangqing. Lei Jintian, with a grim expression, approached the martial arts hall entrance. Though he had just been injured by Chen Ong, he still had to uphold the facade of the hall master when faced with an external threat. Old Su, Chen Ong is currently in the gravity chamber of our martial arts hall. According to the rules, no one is allowed to intrude. As for his actions against Su Lai, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Su Wanshan let out a wild laugh, pressing down with his right hand. Boom. The pair of 1,000-gene stone lions at the entrance of the hall instantly shattered into dust. My only 2 direct grandsons, one turned into a cripple, the other terrified out of his wits. And you tell me it's a misunderstanding? Lei Jintian, I see you're willing to let your martial arts hall accompany that brat to the grave. Su Wanshan wasted no time, his figure plummeting like a meteor towards the main building of the martial arts hall. Earth Dragon, rise for me. A violent tremor reverberated throughout the entire building, shattering countless windows. Li Liao leaned against the corridor wall, her face ashen. She could feel that towering pressure rapidly approaching the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, inside the gravity chamber, Chen Ong was in a peculiar state. The 80-fold gravity was nearly causing his capillaries to burst. Yet it was this very extreme pressure that allowed the power of the Hell's Hound crystal core to merge seamlessly with every cell in his body. Moreover, the last stubborn remnants of the dragon essence were also completely disintegrating under this internal and external assault, transforming into pure ancient energy. Detected high-level external energy fluctuations, Earth attribute. Golden finger prompt. The Earth Vein Heart Sutra cultivated by the Su family contains an extremely thin strand of true essence of thick earth, which can be used to enhance the desolate judgment level of the calamitous dragon claw. Suggestion: do not evade, confront it head-on, using its spiritual energy as a whetstone. Chunong suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of mad delight flashing within his golden pupils. Using my enemy as a whetstone? How intriguing. Rather than withdrawing his energy, he actively removed the defenses from his surface. Boom. Outside, Su Wanshan had violently breached the entrance to the gravity chamber. The door, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak 3rd tier, began to warp and deform under the impact of the mid-4th tier earth vein energy, emitting an excruciating grinding noise. Found you, little beast. With a thunderous crash, the gravity chamber door was completely shattered. Su Wanshan, filled with rage, stepped inside, but when he saw Chunong, who remained unfazed and even smiled at him under 80-fold gravity, his originally lethal punch instinctively hesitated. 80-fold gravity? You're still alive? A flicker of wariness crossed Su Wanshan's eyes. Under such gravity, even he would have to expend all his energy to resist. Old dog, your movements are too slow. Chunong slowly stood, his bones cracking like thunder. His right hand, now devoid of purple light, transformed into a deep black akin to obsidian. A flicker of dark gold dancing between his fingers sent shivers down even Su Wanshan, a 4th-tier powerhouse. Still dare to be defiant at death's door. Earth split impact. Su Wanshan roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into his right foot before stomping down. The alloy floor of the gravity chamber surged like a wave. Countless sharp rock spikes erupting from the ground, propelled by the immense weight, densely piercing toward Chunong. Is this the power of the earth vein? Too light. Chunong remained stationary, his right hand clawing at the air. Ancient dragon, absorb. A terrifying suction erupted from the dark golden claw. Those imposing rock spikes, upon contact with the dark gold radiance, were as if devoured by a black hole. Vast amounts of earth attribute spiritual energy being forcibly stripped away and flowing into Chunong's body. Absorbing earth veins spiritual energy, desolation characteristic upgrading, 1040. What are you doing? Su Wanshan was dumbfounded. He realized that his signature technique not only failed to harm his opponent, but had instead become a source of nourishment for him. Old man, your spiritual energy tastes delightful. Chunong's golden pupils grew ever more enchanting as he stepped forward, appearing before Su Wanshan as if teleporting. Now it is my turn. Chapter 18, Dragon Claw vs. Earth Vein, absolute power suppression inside the gravity chamber. The air seemed to solidify. The earth spikes that Su Wanshan had deemed a guaranteed kill crumbled entirely under Chunong's grasp. More bizarrely, the dense earth attribute spiritual energy that belonged to Su Wanshan was now being frantically plundered and consumed by the dark golden dragon claw, flowing through Chunong's fingers. This is impossible, Su Wanshan exclaimed, his aged eyes filled with horror. The Earth Vein Heart Sutra he practiced was the foundation of the Su family, known for its steadiness and weight, making it difficult for even similarly ranked opponents to easily shake. Yet now, this boy with merely a 3rd-tier aura was stripping his essence away. Old man, your spiritual energy is too chaotic. Allow me to refine it for you. A cold smile graced Chunong's lips. In the next moment, he stomped down. Boom. Under 80-fold gravity. The alloy surface not only did not crack, but was instead forcibly compacted by an unseen force. Chunong's figure vanished in an instant. His speed surpassed visual capture. This is bad. Su Wanshan's hair stood on end. Years of life and death combat instincts made him instinctively cross his arms. His spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a shield of rock crystal half a meter thick. Bang! A deep thud echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Chunong's dark golden dragon claw clamped down on the shield. The shield, capable of withstanding a missile strike, emitted a piercing screech upon contact with the dragon claw. The dark golden glimmer clashed violently with the crystal shield, sparks flying in all directions. The prompt of the golden finger flashed frantically in Chunong's mind. Detecting the earth vein shield node, the desolation characteristic has been activated, target defense reduced by 50-80. Su Wanshan, in terror, realized that his spiritual power shield was not only thinning but even withering. Indeed, it was withering. The originally translucent spiritual rocks had turned ashen and dry, as if they had been drained of thousands of years of earth energy in an instant, transforming into lifeless gravel. Shatter. Chunong's eyes narrowed, golden light bursting forth. Crack. In the dazed gazes of Li Liao and Lei Zhentian, Su Wanshan's prideful shield shattered like ice struck by a hammer. A mere grasp had breached the absolute defense of the mid-4th tier. Lei Zhentian, hiding at a distance, felt his throat dry. He questioned himself. If he had faced that claw, his fate would surely not be any better than Su Wanshan's. With a sudden burst, the shield was forcibly broken, and Su Wanshan was repelled by the backlash of spiritual energy, spewing a mouthful of blood and stumbling back several steps. He paid no mind to the blood at the corner of his mouth. Instead, his gaze towards Chun-Ong was devoid of rage, replaced by an endless chill. "What kind of devilish technique have you cultivated, you little beast?" "Devilish technique?" Chun-Ong casually flicked away the gray powder on his fingertips. He advanced step by step, with each footfall amplifying the ancient, tyrannical aura surrounding him. "This is evolution, a height that you, a frog at the bottom of a well, will never comprehend." Chun-Ong slowly raised his right hand. At this moment, the claws of the cataclysmic desolation dragon had fully absorbed the earth vein's spiritual energy it had just plundered. The once jet-black scales now faintly radiated a heavy, earth-like yellow divine light. Cataclysmic Desolation Dragon Claw, Evolution Progress, 45, gained temporary characteristic, Earth Pressure. Su Wanshan, do you not enjoy using gravity to suppress others? Chun-Ang's gaze turned cold as his fingers curled into a grasping shape. Now, you shall experience the sensation of being rejected by the earth. Chapter 19, Earth Pressure, Su Wanshan's Despair. In the gravity chamber, the atmosphere had reached an oppressive peak. Su Wanshan's feelings could no longer be described merely as shock. It was an absurdity that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. For decades, he had made a name for himself in Jiancheng, relying on his extraordinary mastery of Earth Vein's spiritual power to suppress countless proud adversaries of the same tier. Yet today, all his pride had been torn to shreds before this unknown youth. The sensation of being rejected by the earth. Su Wanshan gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing across his wrinkled face. "You little beast, I shall see what gives you the audacity to speak such wild words." He slammed his chest, forcibly suppressing the surging blood within him. He then quickly formed hand seals, and the originally gray-white spiritual energy surrounding him transformed into a blinding dark red. He was overdrawing his vital essence to forcibly connect with the most violent magma vein deep underground. Earth Vein Forbidden Technique, Lava Burial. With Su Wanshan's bellow, the ground of the Thunder Martial Arts Institute's gravity chamber began to melt. The once hard alloy floor transformed into dark red magma under the terrifying heat, swirling like a boiling mire, frantically wrapping around Chun-Ang's legs. This was not merely a suppression of gravity, but a sublimation of spiritual energy essence. If an ordinary awakener were to face this move, they would likely be instantaneously melted, reduced to nothing but a pool of blood. From a distance, Lei Zhentian witnessed this scene and could not help but exclaim, "Su Wanshan has gone mad. This move will melt the entire building." Li Liao's face turned pale, her hands gripping her clothing tightly. She watched Chun-Ong, standing motionless at the center of the lava. With a singular thought in her mind, could he still create a miracle? Chun-Ong stood atop the churning magma, the soles of his shoes hissing as they contacted the lava. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the frequency of the spiritual energy flowing across Su Wanshan's surface. The prompt from the golden finger flashed in his mind at an unprecedented high frequency. Detecting violent fire-earth composite energy. Target spiritual energy node located at the Mingmen 0.3 inches. Desolation characteristic fully activated. Conversion efficiency increased by 300. Su Wanshan, do you think your spiritual energy is heavy? Chun-Ang's eyes snapped open, and at that moment, his golden pupils ignited with dark red flames. "Before me, your understanding of the earth is as naive as a child's." He slowly raised his hand, adorned with dark golden divine patterns, and suddenly pressed his 5 fingers downwards. "Desolation Dragon, quell the earth, extinguish for me." Boom. A pressure 100 times heavier than the one Su Wanshan had unleashed surged forth from Chun-Ong, spreading out in a circular wave. The once roaring and boiling magma, under this immense pressure, eerily froze. Not only did it freeze, but the terrifying weight forcibly reverted the molten lava back to its solid state. The thousands of degrees of heat were instantaneously stripped away, devoured by that desolate aura. The dark red mire extinguished in an instant, reverting to charred, cracked stone. "This is impossible." Su Wanshan let out a cry of despair. He felt the connection between himself and the earth vein severed by an overwhelmingly tyrannical force. This was not merely a crushing of power. It was the absolute plunder of a superior over an inferior. Chun-Ang's dragon claw not only suppressed his spiritual energy, but also siphoned away his life force. Crack, crack. Su Wanshan's formidable fourth-tier physique began to show terrifying fissures under the earth pressure released by Chun-Ong. His kneecaps shattered into dust, unable to withstand the upward reactive force. "Kneel." Chun-Ong spoke indifferently. As those 2 words fell, Su Wanshan felt as if a mountain of divine proportions had been placed upon his shoulders. His prideful mid-fourth tier cultivation, which was once so profound, became a mere wish to stand. Bang! The ground exploded. Su Wanshan's frail form forcibly knelt before Chenong. His knees struck the charred floor, creating two deep craters in the hard surface. What are you? Su Wanshan raised his head, bloodied and filled with fear. He finally discerned the dragon claw on Chunang's hand. It was no longer merely radiating golden light, but exuded an aura of annihilation, ancientness, and even a hint of primal divinity. This aura he had seen in the tattered ancient texts of the Su family. It belonged to the ancient Desolation Dragon, a terrifying being said to be capable of tearing apart deities and reshaping the laws of the earth. You have unlocked that forbidden path? Chunong slowly approached Su Wanshan, looking down upon this once formidable ancestor. Su Wanshan, had you not come here, I had no intention of moving against the Su family so soon. But since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shall graciously accept this fourth-tier essence of yours. As his words fell, Chunang's fingers had already clasped onto the top of Su Wanshan's head. No, spare me. The Su family is willing to submit. I possess countless treasures. Su Wanshan begged in terror, yet Chunang's eyes showed no sign of wavering. He had never had the habit of showing mercy to his enemies. Plunder, activate. Boom. A torrent of rich earth attribute essence, mixed with Su Wanshan's entire life force, surged wildly into Chunang's fingertips. Chunang's scales began to tremble violently, and the aura that had reached the early third tier began to rise rapidly. Mid-third tier, late third tier, full third tier. In mere seconds, Su Wanshan's once plump skin visibly shriveled, ultimately transforming into a withered skeleton, swept away by the aftershocks of the earth pressure. The entire gravity chamber was enveloped in a grave silence. In the distance, Lei Jintian abruptly collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen and his body trembling violently. How could a mid-stage fourth-tier powerhouse be so utterly drained? Chunong slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him akin to the tides of the ocean. He understood that this was merely the beginning. After devouring Su Wanshan, the opportunity for the third transformation of his Jiemye Huanglong Claw had finally arrived. Moreover, the earth essence hidden deep beneath the Su family was now firmly within his grasp. Li Liao, Chenong called out suddenly. The formerly cowering Li Liao shuddered, instinctively responding. I'm here. Go and notify the Su family, Chenong commanded, turning around. The dark golden radiance behind him gradually receded, but his golden eyes became ever more imposing. From this day forth, Jiang City is under my dominion. Chapter 20. The dust settles, the Su family's final choice within the gravity chamber. The once tumultuous earth-veined spiritual energy had subsided. Only the lingering heat in the air spoke of the ferocity of the recent battle. The ashes of Su Wanshan scattered with the wind, leaving behind a soil-colored storage ring quietly resting on the charred floor. Chenong stood in place, betraying no signs of elation or ferocity. He slowly retracted his right hand, the dark golden patterns that had enveloped his arm receding like the tide, revealing the slender arm of a youth once more. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. Had Su Wanshan not charged into the martial arts school with lethal intent, and had the Su family not been so aggressively confrontational, matters would not have escalated to this extent. However, in this world where strength reigns supreme, mercy often requires an equal measure of force to be upheld. Chunong exhaled deeply, feeling his spiritual energy rapidly stabilize. Chenong. Li Liao's voice trembled as she approached, supporting herself against the wall. Looking at the now tranquil youth, she felt an unfamiliarity. The silent classmate from school and the formidable figure before her who had subdued a fourth-tier ancestor seemed to overlap, yet remained separated by an insurmountable chasm. Chenong turned to her, the golden glimmer in his eyes fading, returning to their usual depth. Did I frighten you? Li Liao shook her head bitterly, self-mockingly stating. I merely feel that the genius halo we pursue appears laughable in your presence. Picking up the storage ring from the ground, Chenong did not glance at the treasures within, but spoke calmly. Relay a message to the Su family. Su Wanshan is dead, and should Su Lai and Su Ming harbor thoughts of revenge, I welcome them at any time. However, if the Su family wishes to maintain their lineage in Jiang City, they should abandon their reckless schemes. Before sunset tomorrow, I expect to see the earth essence from beneath the Su family mansion completely sealed and delivered by the current head of the Su family. Pausing, Chenong turned his gaze to Lei Jintian. At that moment, Lei Jintian no longer possessed the demeanor of a martial arts schoolmaster. He struggled to rise, bowing his head in respect. Despite the bleeding from his right hand having ceased, his feelings of reverence deepened. Master Lei, I will compensate for the damage to your gravity chamber, Chenong stated in a neutral tone. No. Mr. Chen, you are too kind, Lei Jintian hastily replied. Attempting to flatter, To witness Mr. Chun's divine abilities is a privilege for me. This gravity chamber needed reinforcement anyway. The damage is fortuitous. After witnessing Chun's ability to forcibly seize Su Wanshan, Lei Jintian had long abandoned any thoughts of resistance. He was astute enough to recognize that the tides in Jiang City had shifted. Chun disregarded Lei Jintian's flattery and returned to the central metal platform of the gravity chamber, which was still somewhat intact. Liao, you may leave. Let their family headway the situation carefully. Li Liao opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed and turned to depart. She understood that from this day forth, the subtle camaraderie they once shared had irrevocably transformed into a form of reverence. The following morning, at the Su family mansion in Jiang City, the atmosphere in the hall was fraught with despair. Su Yuanshan, the current head of the Su family and Su Lai's father, sat in the main seat, his complexion aged by decades. Kneeling before him were the trembling Su Ming and Su Lai, who sat in a wheelchair, his gaze vacant. Head of the family, how should we respond to the message from Miss Li? An elder of the Su family trembled as he inquired. Su Yuanshan gazed at the shattered fate plate in the family shrine, which belonged to Su Wanshan. A mid-stage fourth-tier ancestor, the pillar of the Su family, had fallen silently to that youth. What more could be done? Su Yuanshan closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Seal the earth essence. The Su family has been defeated. Let us seek peace. It is better than annihilation. He cast a glance at his two incapacitated sons. The once arrogant Su family now appeared tragically insignificant before absolute power. By evening, at the Lei Ting martial arts school, Su Yuanshan donned a simple black outfit, cradling a white jade vial inscribed with intricate runes, and entered the martial arts school alone. Chenong met him in a quiet chamber. There was no tension as anticipated, nor was there humiliation. Mr. Chun, the earth essence is here. Please take a look. Su Yuanshan bowed, holding the jade vial above his head. Chenong observed this man, who once commanded great influence in Jiang City, and sensed a profound air of despondency emanating from him. Take Su Lai and Su Ming away from Jiang City. Chenong replied, accepting the jade vial with a calm demeanor. Su Yuanshan was taken aback, raising his head, disbelief etched in his eyes. Mr. Chun is willing to let them go, as long as they do not provoke me. I have no interest in eliminating the powerless, Chenong stated. Looking at the white jade vial, the golden finger had already provided feedback. He would not touch the Su family mansion's assets, but in the future, they must live discreetly in Jiang City. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your mercy, Su Yuanshan exclaimed, his emotions surging as he bowed deeply. He had anticipated that Chunong would seize the opportunity to plunder or even eradicate them entirely. However, he did not expect this youth to possess a maturity far beyond his years. Such a person was more formidable than those who only knew slaughter, for he adhered to his principles and vision. After Su Yuanshan departed, the chamber fell silent once more. Chunong opened the white jade vial, and an intense, almost tangible aroma of earth essence instantly filled the air. This energy was extraordinarily gentle, yet profoundly heavy. Earth essence, energy crystallized from the Earth's core over millennia. Detected, the host's internal spiritual energy has reached a critical point. Integrating this essence will complete the final stabilization of Jia Mia Huang Long Claw, allowing a breakthrough to the fourth tier. Fourth tier, Chunong murmured softly, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He sat cross-legged, his right hand gradually manifesting the form of a dragon claw, enveloped in dark golden radiance as he began to absorb the earth essence into his body. As the energy flowed in, Chunong felt as if he were immersed deep within the heavy earth, each breath resonating mysteriously with the soil beneath his feet. His aura began to retract, no longer radiating the sharpness of before, but instead becoming profound and weighty. This was indeed the dormant phase before the dragon's transformation. Once he emerged from his cocoon, it would herald a true dragon's roar across the heavens. Chapter 21. Dormancy and Transformation. The roar of the fourth-tier barrier in the quiet chamber, the scent of sandalwood wafted gently, yet it could not suppress the weighty earth energy rising from the white jade vial. Chunong sat cross-legged, seemingly transformed into an immovable stone statue of 1,000 years. His breathing was extraordinarily slow, each exhalation creating subtle vortices of spiritual energy in the air. The earth essence in his hand displayed a nearly liquid golden hue. Enveloped by the dark golden dragon claw, it seeped into his meridians like a gentle serpent, gradually permeating his energy channels. Chunong murmured softly, a flush appearing on his fair face. Though the energy from the earth's core was gentle, it bore an immense weight. Every drop of vital energy entering his body felt akin to a miniature mountain rampaging through his veins. The density of spiritual power within the host surged dramatically. The current status of the Jie Huang Long Claw, absorbing. The enhancement level of bodily tissues stood at an impressive 858891. Golden characters flickered slowly in his mind, and Chun Ong could distinctly sense that his bones were undergoing a qualitative transformation under the pressure of this dense energy. Once crystalline and translucent, his bones now began to take on a faint layer of dark gold. This hue, while not blinding, exuded an aura of immortality and desolation, embodying a power vast enough to bear all things. This marked the threshold of the fourth stage, where the physical body transcends the mundane. In the hierarchy of awakeners, the first to third stages are referred to as the mortal phase, primarily focused on developing innate abilities and augmenting spiritual reserves. Upon entering the fourth stage, one crosses a significant divide, known as the extraordinary phase. The hallmark of an extraordinary being is the ability of the physical body to withstand the most violent forces of nature and even to temporarily influence the natural laws of the surrounding environment. Su Wanshan's fourth stage mid-tier status, built over time, appeared grand, yet was fundamentally decayed. In contrast, Chun Ong was traversing an unparalleled path of ultimate evolution. Yet, the sense of oppression was still insufficient. He needed a touch more intensity. Chun Ong abruptly opened his eyes, reflecting the very veins of the earth in his golden pupils. Rather than slowing his absorption, he concentrated and fully awakened the dormant Jie Hua power within him. Boom! The cold and the hot. The heavy and the turbulent clashed violently within Chun Ong's body. His skin began to exude fine droplets of blood, which were instantly vaporized by the intense heat, enveloping him in a mist of purple gold. This agony was 100-fold more intense than when he had torn apart the Hellhound. However, Chun Ong's will was as ironclad as ever. He held tightly to a sliver of clarity in his spiritual platform, forcefully guiding these two opposing energies to intertwine and fuse within the meridians of the dragon claw. Merge for me. Chun Ong roared inwardly as the dark golden dragon claw suddenly swelled, its 5 fingertips deeply embedding into the metallic surface. A peculiar wave emanated from him, radiating throughout the entire Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Lei Zhentian, who was handling affairs in the hall's front area, suddenly raised his head, his expression filled with trepidation. Could it be that Mr. Chan is about to break through? He stepped out of his office, gazing towards the tranquility room at the back of the hall. There, the sky had inexplicably turned overcast and oppressive, with rolling clouds from which the faint sound of a dragon's roar emerged from the depths of the earth. Not only Lei Zhentian, but many reclusive masters in Jiangsheng, as well as some perceptive strange beasts, turned their gazes towards the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. This aura was ancient, so ancient that it instinctively invoked awe in all living beings. Inside the tranquility room, Chun Ong's breakthrough had reached a critical juncture. The earth's marrow energy had completely dissipated, replaced by a torrent of dark gold surging within him, vast as an ocean. The invisible barrier that had obstructed his progress between the third and fourth stages began to exhibit a myriad of cracks before this torrent. Crack! Accompanied by a sound only Chun Ong could hear, that barrier shattered explosively. In an instant, a new vitality erupted like the thunder of spring, resonating throughout his limbs. Evolution successful. Current level, early fourth stage, extraordinary realm. Talent form sublimated. Jie Huang Long Claw Earth, vein emblem activated. Gain new passive skill, thick earth body. When both feet touch the ground, defense increases by 500 and spiritual recovery speed increases by 300. Gain new active skill, earthquake star collapse. Induces directional gravitational collapse, delivering a devastating blow. Chun Ong gradually stood, his height seemingly elevated by several inches in that moment. His once gaunt physique transformed into a well-proportioned, powerful form, with every muscle fiber harboring explosive potential capable of tearing through space. With a casual wave, he tore through the air, creating a dark rift that lingered, refusing to heal. Is this the feeling of being extraordinary? Chun Ong opened his palm, observing the swirling dark gold patterns upon it. If he had been a drawn sword in the third stage, he now resembled an abyss capable of both bearing all and burying all in an instant. Just then, a rapid knock echoed from outside the tranquility room. Mr. Chen, are you there? Something has happened in the provincial capital. It was Lei Zhentian's voice, laced with unmistakable anxiety. Chun Ong retracted his aura, the oppressive force that had altered the heavens and earth dissipating in an instant. He approached the door and opened it, his expression calm. What is it? Lei Zhentian looked at Chun Ong before him, feeling as if the latter's aura had become even more ethereal and profound. Though he stood right in front of him, it imparted a sense of weight akin to facing the vast earth. He dared not linger, bowing his head to present an urgent electronic document. It was a notification for the Unified Provincial Martial Arts Examination. Due to the frequent beast riots this year, the education department has temporarily altered the rules. The preliminary rounds that were originally held in various cities have been cancelled, with all top 100 talented individuals from across the province summoned to the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain restricted area for a survival test. Lei Jintian paused before continuing gravely. Moreover, I have heard that Su's main family branch in the provincial capital has received news of Su Wanshan's demise. They have not only vowed to make you disappear in the Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain, but have also utilized their connections to invite the top talents from the 3 major families of the provincial capital to participate in this test. Targeting you, Mr. Chun. Chenong accepted the document and glanced over the densely packed names. Su family main branch. 3 major families of the provincial capital? A flicker of dark golden flame ignited within his previously calm pupils. In Jiangcheng, he could no longer find worthy opponents. He had initially worried that the sharpening stone post breakthrough would not be hard enough. Little did he expect that even stronger adversaries would soon present themselves. The Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain restricted area? Huh? A playful smile curved Chenong's lips. Tell them that I shall eliminate each name on this list one by one. Lei Guanju, prepare the vehicle, we depart for the provincial capital. His voice was low yet carried a decisive tone that made Lei Jintian's heart tremble. The dormant dragon was finally about to awaken its eyes, gazing toward the broader skies. Chapter 22. Provincial Capital Turmoil, the killing intent beneath Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. The magnetic levitation train from Jiangxing to Linen in the provincial capital takes merely 3 hours. Throughout the journey, Chenong remained in a meditative state. His 4th-stage spiritual power had been thoroughly solidified, with the Earth's marrow energy not only elevating his level, but also planting a seed of the Earth's core within his consciousness. As the train progressed, the scenery outside gradually transformed from lush jungles to snow-covered ridges. There lay the venue for the martial arts examination, Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain. As one of the top 3 dangerous restricted areas in the province, Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain not only boasted extreme weather, but was also home to numerous bizarre beasts possessing ice and psychic abilities. Due to the change in rules, this martial arts examination would no longer be a mere platform for sparring. It would instead be a 7-day survival hunt. The individual with the highest score would not only earn the title of provincial martial arts champion, but also gain access to national-level ancient divine relics. That was what Chenong truly valued. Linen City, Dragon Ridge Snow Mountain Reception Center. The place was already crowded with talented awakeners from all over the province. Noble scions clad in luxurious battle armor, steady military recruits, and some sharp-eyed dark horses from humble backgrounds mingled together. Look, that is the legitimate daughter of the Bai family. Bai Weiwei, one of the 3 major families in the provincial capital. It is said that she awakened as an S-class extreme cold ice phoenix, making her a godlike presence in this snowy environment. Moreover, there is Zhao Wujie from the Zhao family, whose mastery of martial arts has reached the threshold of the 4th stage, earning him the moniker of a humanoid beast. The crowd occasionally erupted in gasps of astonishment. At the forefront of these prodigies stood a stern young man clad in a white fox fur coat. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and no one dared approach within a 5-meter radius of him. The chilling aura of his spiritual power even froze the surrounding snow into exquisite ice sculptures. The head of the Su family, Su Han, stood at the center of attention, a mid-stage 4th-tier practitioner with the awakened talent of Xianbing GCI. He was the beloved nephew of Su Wanshan and had been dispatched by the Su family to deal with Chenong. Is that Chenong not here yet? Su Han's gaze swept coldly over the entrance, his voice devoid of emotion. Young Master Su, we just received word that the vehicle from Jiangxing has arrived. That brat is on his way here, a subordinate reported in a hushed tone. Excellent. Su Han's fingers lightly brushed against the ice-blue short blade at his waist. Those who dare to kill members of the Su family will learn just how laughable the talents emerging from a small pond like Jiangcheng are in the face of true waves. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Chenong, dressed in black casual attire and carrying a simple backpack, sauntered in. Beside him walked Li Liao, her expression complex. Chun Eng's appearance stood in stark contrast to the heavily armed prodigies around him, appearing almost shabby. He revealed no fluctuations of spiritual power and looked like an ordinary student accompanying the exam. This is the infamous Chenong, the one who killed Su Wanshan. He looks quite ordinary. I doubt he even possesses a stable aura of the 3rd stage. Is the intel flawed? Hush, keep your voice down. Anyone capable of killing Su Wanshan must have hidden treasures to conceal their aura. However, in the Longji Snow Mountain, such concealment is futile. Here, one's adaptability to extreme cold is what matters. Ignoring the scrutinizing, mocking, or curious gazes around him, Chenong surveyed the hall, ultimately resting his gaze on Su Han for half a second. Target, Su Han. Status, mid-stage 4th tier. Vulnerability. His ice-type energy is excessively frigid, causing minor frostbite in his meridians, with the energy gate located 3 inches beneath his right shoulder blade. Golden finger prompt. The Xianbing essence within him significantly aids the evolution of the Frostbane branch of the Desolation Dragon Claw. So, it's merely a delivery of materials. Chenong chuckled inwardly. This so-called genius from the provincial city no longer posed a threat to him, but merely represented a collection of valuable resources. Are you Chenong? Su-Han approached slowly, each step causing ice flowers to bloom beneath his feet. He halted before Chenong, disdain evident in his eyes. To reign supreme in a place like Jiangcheng has indeed given you some audacity. But upon arriving in Linen, you must either coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Moreover, your so-called dragon claw is, in my eyes, no better than a mere insect. The onlookers immediately displayed expressions of anticipation for the unfolding drama. The feud between the Su family and Chenong was already well known throughout the province. Everyone was eager to witness how this dark horse from Jiangxing would react under the pressure of the province's top aristocratic family. Li Liao clenched her fists nervously, wanting to speak, but was halted by Chen Ang's raised hand. Chenong looked at Su-Han and suddenly smiled. He extended his right hand, pointing at the short blade at Su-Han's waist, speaking with the nonchalance of a passerby. That knife is made of millennium cold iron, isn't it? Su-Han was taken aback. And what if it is? Fine material, Chenong nodded, shifting his gaze to Su-Han's eyes. When we enter the snow mountain, remember to run fast. If I catch you, your bones may not even be able to withstand the cold iron. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Is this fellow mad? He dares to provoke the strongest genius of the Su family publicly? Does he not realize the formidable entity standing behind Su-Han? Su-Han's expression darkened instantly, a terrifying chill exploding forth, causing the temperature around them to plummet below freezing. Very well. I have changed my mind. I will not let you die quickly. I will shatter your dragon claw piece by piece, making you wail in the depths of the snow mountain for 7 days and nights. Attention, all examinees. The martial examination is commencing. Please proceed to the designated teleportation point according to your number. The announcement shattered the tense atmosphere. Chenong did not spare Su-Han another glance. Shouldering his backpack and striding directly toward the teleportation array marked with the entrance to the Abyss of Death. That was the most perilous entrance of the Longji Snow Mountain and the site of the highest-grade beasts. This fellow chose the Abyss of Death. Such a way of courting death. The beasts there start at the peak of the 3rd tier, and occasionally, 4th-tier demon kings lurk about. Su-Han watched as Chenong disappeared into the teleportation array, scoffing coldly. You think you can shake me off in such an extreme environment? Naive. Everyone, follow me into the Abyss of Death. As beams of white light flashed, the top 100 geniuses of the province officially stepped into this graveyard, unbeknownst to Chenong. At the moment he set foot on the snow mountain, an ancient family far away in the capital had also slowly awakened its long-dormant gaze due to the dark golden markings on his right arm. The true chess game had only just begun. Chapter 23. The Abyss of Death, a slaughterhouse for one. The biting cold wind cut like a knife against the face. As the white light of the teleportation array faded away, Chenong found himself standing at the entrance of a canyon draped in silver. This was the infamous Abyss of Death, the most renowned, dangerous place of the Longji Snow Mountain. Looking around, the mountain walls on either side were steep and sheer, piercing the clouds, while the perennial snow glimmered with a ghostly blue light under the moon's illumination. The air was filled with an extreme dryness and chill, each breath feeling like swallowing tiny shards of ice, causing a subtle pain in the lungs. Environmental monitoring. Altitude 4,500 meters, temperature -42°C. High concentrations of ice-type spiritual power detected. 15 kilometers to the northwest, 3-tiered pack beasts detected, snow mountain mad wolves. 300 meters to the northeast. 4-tiered early-stage beast detected, ice crystal demon spider, asleep. The golden finger prompts refreshed in Chun Ang's mind at a leisurely pace. For an ordinary 3rd-tier awakened individual, the initial reaction upon arriving here would undoubtedly be to conceal their aura and cautiously seek shelter. However, Chenong merely brushed the snow off his shoulders, a smile curving his lips. Earth Vein Emblem, activate. Chenong silently intoned within his heart. In an instant, a weighty aura akin to a mountain erupted from beneath his feet, extending through the snow, penetrating the frozen ground, and directly anchoring into the depths of the earth's veins. The extreme cold that had initially discomforted him was instantly countered by a warm energy emanating from deep within the earth as his sturdy physique passively activated. Chenong did not shy away from the pack of snow mountain mad wolves. Instead, he boldly strode toward the northwest. At that moment, less than 2 kilometers away, Su-Han, accompanied by 4 elite members of the Su family, was braving the wind and snow at a rapid pace. Young Master Su, that brat-S coordinates have vanished. One attendant, holding a compass, exclaimed. It seems he has used some method to block our tracker. Suhan halted, his handsome face appearing even more sinister against the harsh wind. Vanished? In a place like Longji Snow Mountain, where can he go except into the lair of the beasts? Expand the search radius. But ahead lies the territory of the Snow Mountain Mad Wolves, starting with over 30 third-tier beasts. If we charge in recklessly, we may score points. But the energy expenditure would be too great, the attendant hesitated. Suhan snorted coldly, the Millennium Cold Iron short blade at his waist humming ominously. That fool Chen Ong chose this path only to use the beasts to delay us. Does he think those foolish wolves can stop me? Move. I will personally retrieve him from among the wolf pack. Yet, what Suhan did not realize was that what he deemed hiding was regarded by Chen Ong as hunting. To the northwest of the abyss of death, upon the ice field, a howl echoed through the air. The chilling howls of wolves echoed through the air, causing the surrounding snow-laden mountains to tremble, with flakes cascading down like whispers. Dozens of eerie green eyes emerged slowly from the darkness. Each of these mountain wolves was the size of a calf, their bodies cloaked in steel-like white fur, with their breath forming instant clouds of mist in the frigid air. They reigned supreme in this territory, and even a fourth-tier awakened would find themselves in distress when faced with such a formidable pack. Yet, Chen Ong stood there, unperturbed, not even bothering to set down his backpack. 36 of them, he remarked calmly, as his right hand, resembling a dragon's claw, began to extend. Dark golden patterns shimmered under the night sky, creating ripples in the surrounding space. Just right. I shall take your marrow to enrich my essence of the earth. At the forefront, a wolf leader seemed to sense the provocation, letting out an enraged howl. Its agile form leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of white lightning, aimed directly at Chen Ang's throat. Swift, ruthless, precise. This was the primal art of slaughter inherent to beasts. However, in Chen Ang's gaze, this fleeting shadow was riddled with flaws. Too slow. Chen Ong moved, not retreating but stepping forward half a pace. His dragon claw, poised in a grasping motion, accurately clamped down on the wolf leader's crown as it approached. Thud! The sound of a heavy impact resonated. Under the terrified gaze of the wolf leader, Chen Ang's palm pressed down with the immovable force of a mountain, halting its charge. Desolation, Chen Ong exhaled softly. The dark golden light surged through his claw and into the wolf leader's body in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the once vibrant beast began to wither at a visible pace. Its fur turned a sickly yellow, the light in its eyes dimming rapidly, until it ultimately transformed into a lifeless skeleton suspended in midair, which Chen Ong effortlessly crushed. With a resounding crunch, it shattered into a cloud of dust. Absorbed the blood of the mountain wolf leader, progressed towards the evolution of the Jaime Huanglong Claw. 05. Silence enveloped the scene. The remaining 35 wolves appeared paralyzed by this horrifying spectacle, emitting low whines as they recoiled in fear. This was not the hunt for humans. It was as if an ancient beast clad in human skin had invaded their lair. Can they escape? Chen Ong raised his gaze, his golden pupils devoid of mercy. He exerted his legs with immense force, causing the frozen ground beneath him to suddenly collapse, creating a pit several meters deep. Boom. Chen Ang's figure seemed to shrink in space as he lunged into the midst of the wolf pack. This was an utterly one-sided massacre. There were no flashy abilities on display, only the purest form of violent beauty. With every swipe of his claw, a wolf was torn asunder. With every step, a swath of icy terrain became a desolate wasteland. The dark, golden shadows of his claws wove a curtain of death beneath the moonlight, while blood splattered across the snow, instantly crystallizing into vivid ice flowers. 5 minutes. In merely 5 minutes, the once howling pack that roamed the mountains had been utterly annihilated. The snow was littered with charred bones, devoid of any trace of life, all transformed into nourishment for Chen Ong's evolution. Standing amidst the blood-soaked ground, he felt the warmth of spiritual energy rising within him, casually pulling out a white handkerchief to wipe the fragments of bone from the crevices of his claw. TSK. The energy from a third-tier beast is indeed too thin. Chen Ong grimaced, casting his gaze northeastward. There. A fourth-tier early-stage ice crystal demon spider seemed to have been roused by the scent of blood. At that moment, several heavy footsteps echoed from the wind and snow behind Chen Ong. Chen Ong, you truly are here. Suhan had finally arrived with his companions. Upon seeing the remnants of the wolf pack, he froze in place. The desiccated wolf corpses exuded a chilling aura of desolation. Did you kill these? Suhan's voice trembled slightly. Chen Ong turned his head, his golden pupils glimmering in the darkness, as if surveying a collection of parts awaiting assembly. Young Master Su, your timing is impeccable. That large spider just awoke, and I need bait. What do you think of your companions? Chapter 24. The Siege of the Su family? No. It is my trial. Su Han gazed at the field of wolf carcasses, his heart racing. As the top talent of the Su family, he had indeed slain mountain wolves before. Yet, to reduce dozens of them to such a withered state was beyond his capability, even with the Su family's secret technique. The shimming force. Enough with the theatrics. Su Han suppressed the chill in his heart, slowly tightening his grip around the dagger at his waist. Killing a few beasts is nothing. The greatest danger in Longji Snow Mountain is always from humans. His 4 adept companions quickly dispersed, forming a standard encirclement. Each of them had attained the 3rd tier perfection, and with Su Han, a mid-4th tier, they were confident they could triumph even against a peak-tier beast. Young Master Su. This fellow's aura is indeed peculiar. Let us end this swiftly. One of the subordinates whispered a warning. Chenong tilted his head, observing the 5 individuals with a calmness akin to academic scrutiny. The formation is commendable, subtly echoing the 5 elements dragon binding. Alas, your foundation is too weak. This formation cannot contain a true dragon. With death looming, you still dare to speak defiantly. Su Han bellowed, Ice Domain, activate. In an instant, an intensely frigid blue energy erupted from Su Han's center. The already sub-zero temperature plummeted further, causing moisture in the air to crystallize into countless tiny ice needles. Swirling chaotically in the gale. Flash. Su Han's figure flickered, and the ancient cold iron dagger in his hand unleashed a 10-meter-long blue sword energy. Cleaving through the wind and snow, aimed straight at Chunang's chest. Simultaneously, the 4 subordinates sprang into action. Some utilized earth-based restraints while others unleashed wind blades for side attacks. In that moment, it seemed as though Chunang was trapped in a deadly predicament. However, at the eye of the storm, Chunang's expression remained unchanged. The earth quakes and the stars sink. Chunang softly uttered 4 words. He did not raise his claw, but merely stomped his right foot lightly onto the ground. Virum. A profoundly intense tremor erupted from deep within the earth. The gravity that had been under Su Han's control collapsed entirely in that moment. The 4 charging subordinates felt as though they were suddenly weighed down by an immense mountain, experiencing a terrifying gravitational force 1,000 times greater than usual. Bang, 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 bang. For muffled thuds echoed, and the 4 third-tier perfection experts were instantly forced to the ground, their bones cracking audibly amidst the wind and snow. The ice beneath them fractured under the pressure. What? Su Han's sword energy was also deflected downward by this bizarre gravitational field, crashing into the snow and sending ice shards flying. He staggered, feeling his legs burdened as if filled with lead, his once nimble movements now sluggish. Your domain is far too light before me. Chunang's voice rang in Su Han's ears. Su Han, in shock, looked up to find Chunang had somehow appeared right before him. The dark golden dragon claw was leisurely reaching for his throat. Get away. Su Han, being a mid-4th tier, remained composed under pressure, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as his dagger transformed into countless afterimages, attempting to repel Chunang. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated repeatedly. Despair washed over Su Han as he realized his ancient cold iron dagger, capable of cutting through gold and jade, merely left shallow white marks upon Chunang's dark golden scales. The backlash from the immense force caused his palms to split, blood streaming forth. Is this defense monstrous? Su Han screamed in horror. Chunang seized Su Han's wrist with a firm grip, exerting pressure that resulted in a chilling crack. Su Han's right hand, which clutched a knife, was bent at an unnatural angle, the blade clattering to the snow below. A piercing scream echoed through the canyon. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, Chunang carelessly tossed Su Han aside, like refuse, near his prostrate subordinates. When Su Wanshan met his end, he begged for mercy with far more grace. Chunang spoke nonchalantly, his gaze shifting towards a massive ice cavern not far off. There, a formidable aura of malevolence began to awaken. A gigantic spider, its size comparable to a heavy truck and glistening like a sapphire, slowly emerged from the ground. The ice crystal demon spider. Its 8 compound eyes gleamed with a cruel red light, fixated on the scene before it. The scent of blood, combined with the earlier violent clash of spiritual energy, had thoroughly enraged this sovereign of the abyssal gorge. What do you intend to do? Su Han gasped in agony, his face etched with terror. I mentioned that I require bait. Chunang waved his hand, and the overwhelming gravitational force dissipated instantly. Just as Su Han believed he might escape, Chunang's words plunged him into an abyss of despair. However, I did not specify that the bait must be alive. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Chunang sealed the major acupoints of Su Han and his companions with dark golden spiritual energy, rendering them immobile save for their eyes and mouths. Enjoy your experience. This spider relishes feasting on the minds of awakened beings. After uttering this, Chun'ong leaped onto a cliff overlooking the gorge, settling into a relaxed position. Golden Finger Prompt. The compound eyes of the ice crystal demon spider are the primary ingredient for crafting consciousness potions. Wait for it to consume sufficient spiritual energy before delivering a fatal strike, enhancing the yield by 300. Indeed, the genius's spiritual energy serves as the finest fertilizer. Chun'ong observed the ice crystal demon spider, which was roaring towards Su Han and the others, his expression betraying no emotion. If the Su family sought to eliminate him, they must be prepared for complete annihilation. Help! Help! Chun'ong, I was wrong. I will give you the key to the Su family's treasury. Please save me. Su Han cried out, watching in horror as the monstrous spider's legs loomed ever larger in his vision, issuing the most pitiful pleas of his life. Yet, the only response was the howling wind and snow, along with the thick, acrid silk of the ice crystal demon spider. Perched at the cliff's edge, Chun'ong, at some point, had procured a wild fruit from his storage ring, leisurely taking a bite. TSK, too loud, it ruins the flavor. He snapped his fingers, instantaneously sealing Su Han's throat with a gust of energy. Within the gorge, only the sound of chewing remained, accompanied by the countdown to slaughter. Chapter 25. The Feast of the Ice Crystal Demon Spider, Su Han's ultimate despair. At the abyssal gorge, the wind and snow howled. The frigid wind cut across the ravaged ice plains like a knife, the air thick with the stench of blood. Su Han lay helplessly in the snow, his acupoints and vocal cords sealed by Chun'ong, his eyes wide in despair. At the edge of his vision, the ice crystal demon spider, massive as a heavy truck, advanced with its 8 legs resembling icy spears, crushing the frozen ground with each deliberate step. Hiss! The spider's mandibles exhaled a chilling white mist, its 8 crimson compound eyes shimmering with insatiable greed for the flesh of high-level awakened beings. In this desolate snow-covered mountain, a 3rd-tier perfected, or even mid-4th-tier awakened being was, to it, a rare and nourishing delicacy. No, please. Su Han silently screamed within, tears mingling with snot streaming down his face, quickly freezing into icy shards. He was the first heir of the Su family in the provincial capital, blessed with an exceedingly rare ice affinity talent. He had entered the mid-4th tier at a young age, a prodigy upon whom the family placed high hopes, destined to challenge the 6th or even 7th tier master level. Before arriving at Longji Snow Mountain, he had even drafted the menu for a celebratory feast in his mind. Yet now, he felt like a piece of discarded meat on a cutting board, helplessly watching the hideous creature approach. Above, on the cliff, Chun'ong sat cross-legged on a protruding rock, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. Detected that the ice crystal demon spider has entered feeding mode. The ice energy within the target is beginning to activate. It is expected that after consuming 4 perfected 3rd-tier awakened beings, its core will reach the energy threshold of peak 4th tier. Note: please be patient. The materials need to absorb sufficient nutrients to produce the highest grade consciousness potion. Indeed, the law of nature is one of the survival of the fittest. Chun'ong regarded the scene below with indifference. Had his strength been inadequate today, it would be he lying in the snow, feasted upon by the beast. Su Han had come with the intention to kill him, and thus, he must bear the price of being countered. Chun'ong never considered himself a good person, yet he was clear about his grievances. You wish to kill me, so I shall scatter your ashes and extract your last remnants of value. Below, the slaughter commenced. The ice crystal demon spider advanced towards the nearest Su family attendant. The attendant's eyes widened in fear, his acupoints sealed, rendering him incapable of self-detonating his spiritual energy. With a sickening sound, a massive leg pierced through the attendant's chest, as if cutting through tofu. Then, the spider opened its barbed mandibles, clamping down on the attendant's head. The dreadful sound of sucking echoed through the canyon. Visibly, the body of the perfected 3rd-tier expert rapidly shriveled. The once dull blue carapace of the ice crystal demon spider erupted with a radiant glow, its aura surging dramatically. Su Han emitted a mournful wail from his throat, the psychological barrier within him utterly collapsing. He watched helplessly as those he had brought transformed one by one into the spider's sustenance. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. In less than 10 minutes, for perfected 3rd-tier experts were reduced to mere empty husks. Boom. After absorbing the essence of the 4 high-level awakened beings, the ice crystal demon spider let out a piercing screech. Its size swelled once more, and the surrounding blizzard seemed to respond to some call, furiously converging around it, forming a thick layer of extreme cold ice armor half a meter thick. Peak 4th tier. This demon king, after consuming the spiritual energy of the Su family's experts, had unexpectedly broken through in the heat of battle, reaching the limit of the 4th tier, just one step away from the 5th. The Spider's 8 crimson compound eyes now shone like searchlights, finally turning their gaze towards the last remaining, most delectable target, Su-Han. Su-Han closed his eyes, despairing tears streaming down his cheeks. The Su family is finished, this was his final thought. Just as the spider opened its gaping maw, preparing to devour Su-Han whole, a voice, cold and unassuming yet imbued with an overwhelming presence, echoed from the heavens above. The fruit is ripe, it is time to harvest. Suddenly, the entire abyssal gorge trembled violently. The accumulated snow on the cliff above cascaded down like an avalanche, and amidst the swirling snow, a black shadow plummeted from the sky like a falling star, accompanied by a piercing shriek that ripped through the air. Boom! Chun'ang's feet landed heavily on the icy plain. The earth quaked and trembled. Thick earth body passive trigger. Defense increased by 500. Earthquake active trigger. 1,000-fold gravity descends. A visible wave of dark golden ripples expanded wildly from Chun'ang's feet, enveloping the surroundings. The ice crystal demon spider, having just reached peak 4th tier, had no time to react. The sensation coursing through his back was akin to being crushed beneath a mountain of steel weighing 10,000 tons. The chilling ice armor, which it took great pride in, shattered under the oppressive force as if it were fragile glass. The creature, the demon spider, emitted a ghastly wail, its 8 robust limbs contorted grotesquely under the weight, as torrents of azure blood erupted from its joints. In a desperate attempt to retaliate, it struggled and attempted to unleash its silk. Yet, Chun'ang merely regarded it coldly. His right hand rising slowly, the claw of the annihilation dragon descended. Dark golden scales enveloped his arm in an instant, emanating an ancient, domineering aura that threatened to obliterate everything. Chun'ang eschewed any elaborate martial techniques. He simply stepped forward with brute force, delivering a devastating punch to the massive head of the ice crystal demon spider. The air shattered with a resounding thud. Time seemed to halt in that moment. In the next heartbeat, the enormous head of the demon spider, along with the freshly coalesced 4th tier pinnacle crystal core within, detonated violently from the sheer penetrating power of Chun'ang's blow. A cacophony of blue blood rained down, mingled with shards of ice crystal. A 4th tier pinnacle demon king, feared by the most talented teams in the provincial city, was vanquished in an instant, utterly obliterated. Chun'ang stood amidst the deluge of azure blood, his dark golden dragon claw unblemished. He reached into the remnants of flesh and expertly extracted a crystal core radiating an intense chill, alongside 8 intact crimson compound eyes. At this moment, Su-Han lay less than 10 meters from Chun'ang, paralyzed by terror, forgetting to breathe. He stared dumbfounded at the figure that had effortlessly crushed a 4th tier pinnacle demon king with a single hand. Was he even human? This was no mere 3rd tier or even early 4th tier individual. The sheer dominance to annihilate a demon king of the same rank with such ease was beyond anything even the war god of the provincial military could achieve at the 4th tier. After absorbing the energy from the crystal core, Chun'ang turned around, looking down at Su-Han, who resembled a heap of mud. You saved me? Su-Han managed to break through the constriction of his vocal cords, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. No, Chunyi, as long as you spare my life, I, Su-Han, swear that the entire Su family will follow your lead from now on. He believed that Chun'ang had rescued him in a moment of peril. He would trample on his dignity for a chance at survival. Chun'ang regarded him as one would a fool, a cruel smile curving his lips. Save you? Have you frozen your brain in the snow? Chun'ang approached Su-Han, the tips of his dragon claw lightly grazing Su-Han's dantian. I told you. You are merely bait. Now that the fish is hooked, I must reclaim the last vestiges of your value. Desolation, devour. The dark golden radiance surged into Su-Han's dantian in an instant, accompanied by Su-Han's heart-wrenching screams. His 4th tier, mid-level ice cultivation surged uncontrollably into Chun'ang's body like a torrent breaching a dam. Su-Han watched in horror as his body withered away, witnessing the theft of his once prized talents. In his final moments, he comprehended the true nature of the monster he had provoked, a primordial ancient god cloaked in human skin. With a thud, 3 seconds later, Su-Han was reduced to a pile of ashes, completely dissipated in the wind and snow. Chun'ang dusted off his hands, reveling in the surge of spiritual energy within him, exhaling contentedly. 4 3rd-tier completions, 1 4th-tier mid-level, 1 4th-tier pinnacle demon king, and 36 3rd-tier frenzied wolves. Chun'ang lifted his gaze toward the deeper black mist of the snow-capped mountains. This provincial city's martial examination truly was a treasure trove. At that moment, his tactical watch emitted a soft chime, indicating that his score data had begun to synchronize with the outside world. Chapter 26. The Shocking Rankings. A tremor in the provincial city. In the provincial city of Linen, the central monitoring hall of the Provincial Education Department was brightly lit. With a colossal holographic projection screen suspended in midair, it displayed the real-time scores and life signs of the top 100 prodigies in the province. The hall was bustling with influential figures, including the heads of the 3 prominent families in the provincial city, several military leaders, and representatives from various martial arts schools. They sipped fragrant tea, engaged in lively conversation, and the atmosphere was decidedly relaxed. Old Su, your Su-Han truly possesses a dragon and phoenix demeanor. The head of the Bai family praised, observing the screen. He has been in for less than half an hour, and his score has already surpassed 200, firmly placing him in the top 10. Given time, the Su family will likely gain another master. The current head of the Su family, Su Jintian, sat in a grand chair, unable to conceal his pride. You flatter me, Bai Xiong. Honor is merely capitalizing on his ice talent to gain an advantage in the snow-capped mountains. However, Su Jintian's tone shifted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. In addition to ranking, Honor has the task of clearing the way for my deceased second brother, Su Wanshan. Upon hearing this, the surrounding dignitaries exchanged knowing smiles. They had all heard of the split in the Jiangqing branch. A nameless individual named Chun Ong had somehow employed underhanded tactics to bring down the 4th-tier, mid-level Su Wanshan. What true dragon could possibly emerge from a small place like Jiangqing? Scoffed a high-ranking military official. I just checked the radar. That kid, Chun Ong, foolishly chose the Abyssal Gorge. Moreover, Su-Han's coordinates have already overlapped with his. The Abyssal Gorge? The head of the Bai family exclaimed. That is a death trap even our Wei would not dare to tread lightly. Moreover, with Su-Han accompanied by 4 third-tier completions to surround Chun Ong, he would likely not leave with his body intact. Su Jintian snorted coldly, taking a sip from his teacup. I intend for him to be utterly obliterated. How dare he challenge the authority of the Su family in the provincial city? Does he truly believe that with that useless Guanzhou Lei Jintian protecting him, he can turn the tide? In the corner, Lei Jintian's face darkened at these words, yet he clenched his fists tightly, refraining from expressing his anger. Before the formidable figures of the provincial city, Jiangqing's Thunder Martial Arts Academy appeared insignificant. However, he inwardly scoffed, Su Jintian. You have no idea what kind of monster your grandson is facing. Just as everyone anticipated Su-Han's rank to continue rising, eagerly awaiting the moment Chun Ang's name faded, an ear-piercing high-alert alarm suddenly blared from the monitoring hall's mainframe system. What is happening? Everyone abruptly turned their heads, gazing at the large screen. In the top right corner of the screen, the 5 green dots representing Su-Han's team's life signs transformed into blinding crimson in an instant. Following that, the 5 names rapidly turned gray on the display, completely vanishing from the leaderboard. System announcement. Candidate number 003, Su-Han, life signs confirmed as absent, eliminated. System announcement. Candidate number 017, Su-E, life signs confirmed as absent, eliminated. The series of system announcements struck the hall like 5 resounding slaps to the face. Silence ensued. The vast monitoring hall became so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Puff. Su Jintian, who had just swallowed a sip of tea, felt his eyes bulge as he spat out a mouthful of blood, toppling over with his chair. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Su Jintian scrambled to his feet, desperately lunging toward the holographic screen, his trembling fingers pointing at it. My Honor is 4th-tier mid-level. He brought 4 third-tier completions. Who could possibly kill him? Is the system malfunctioning? Immediately contact the monitoring drones inside Shueshan. The operator, drenched in sweat, stammered as he reported. Zhu, the system is functioning properly. There has been a violent fluctuation in the energy field at the Abyss Valley, and a level 4 peak beast has been detected. Upon hearing about the level 4 peak beast, the people in the hall gasped in shock. They realized they were facing a level 4 peak demon king. The head of the Bai family patted his chest, still feeling shaken. How unfortunate for Su-Han. He had encountered the tyrant, the ice crystal demon spider, at the mouth of the Abyss Valley. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they were indeed facing a level 4 peak demon king, the annihilation of their forces would make sense. Wait, look at the leaderboard. Suddenly, a high-ranking military official pointed at the top of the screen, his voice piercing the air. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw that the name, which had been at the bottom with a score of 0, was now skyrocketing with a terrifying speed, as if propelled by a rocket. Candidate number 100. Chun Ong, representative of Jiangchang. Score, 0 score, 3,600. Killed 36 level 3 Snow Mountain Wolves. Score, 13,600. Defeated the level 4 Peak Ice Crystal Demon Spider in a single battle, earning a bonus of 10,000 points. In less than 3 seconds, Chun Ang's name shattered everyone's expectations. dominating the leaderboard like a king ascending to the throne. In stark contrast, the second place, by Weiwei of the Bai family, had only accumulated 350 points. Chun Ang's score alone surpassed the combined scores of the remaining 99 geniuses in the province by several times. Boom. The hall reverberated as if struck by thunder. Everyone's minds went blank, utterly incapable of thought. Had he truly shattered the leaderboard, killing 36 level 3 wolves? And defeating a level 4 peak demon king in a single battle? Wasn't he just a newcomer who had awakened not long ago? My goodness. Could it be that Su Han and the others were not killed by the beasts, but rather by this Chenong? It was unclear who trembled as they spoke these words, but the entire hall plunged into a chilling silence. Su Jintian stared blankly at the glaring name of Chenong, suspended at the top like a blazing sun, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, before everything went black and he fainted. The so-called provincial geniuses? The so-called Su family's heritage? In the face of this staggering figure, they were crushed to nothing. In the corner, Lei Jintian trembled with excitement, gulping down tea as a glint of fervor flickered in his eyes. Jiang Cheng was about to give birth to a true dragon that would shake the provincial capital. Meanwhile, at Longji Shueshan, at the mouth of the Abyss Valley, Chenong was unaware of the tremendous upheaval his casual act of cleaning had caused in the outside world. He kicked aside a few chunks of broken ice on the snow and wiped his hands. Ding! Absolute Ice Seal immunity has been activated. Current status of the host. Level 4 early stage. Spiritual energy is at its peak, showing signs of a breakthrough to mid-stage. The frigid storm, with temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees, now felt like a gentle spring breeze against Chenong, no longer able to affect him in the slightest. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of Longji Shueshan, shrouded in thick white mist, emanating an ancient and forbidden aura. That place was his true objective this time. The warm-up had concluded. A proud smile curled at the corners of Chun Ang's mouth as his figure transformed into a streak of dark golden light, tearing through the snowstorm as he surged towards the depths of the mountain. The next hunt would be for the level 5 beasts. Chapter 27. The tremor in the depths of the snow mountain. Who exactly is he? In the midsection of Longji Shueshan, the icebound gorge was ravaged by wild winds carrying snowflakes as large as goose feathers. The temperature here had plummeted to a horrifying -50 degrees. Even a breath exhaled would instantly crystallize into ice and fall to the ground. Boom! A dazzling ice blue light erupted in the gorge, accompanied by a piercing beast roar. As a level 4 early stage snow jade mammoth, exceeding 5 meters in length, collapsed to the ground. Its legs, as sturdy as steel, were frozen and shattered, its massive body crashing into the snow, causing the surrounding glaciers to tremble. Phew! Bai Weiwei knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Her exquisitely beautiful face was now tinged with a sickly pallor, her silver hair whipping wildly in the storm. Beside her lay 3 top-tier guards from the Bai family, each bearing varying degrees of injury. To hunt this level 4 early stage snow jade mammoth, this team, hailed as the strongest configuration in this martial examination, had expended nearly an hour and nearly all their cards to barely wear it down. "Miss, are you all right?" One guard struggled to rise, offering a precious recovery potion. "I'm fine." Bai Weiwei pushed away the potion, forcing herself to stand. She gazed at the corpse of the snow jade mammoth not far away, a trace of pride finally appearing on her pale face. A level 4 early stage beast yields a base score of 1,000 points. With this first kill, my total score should have surpassed 1,500 points. Bai Weiwei lifted her snow-white swan neck, her eyes sparkling with an intense desire for victory. As the highest gifted awakener of the Bai family in a century, a holder of the S-rank Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix, she had been instilled since childhood with the ideology of only being able to be first. This martial examination at Longji Shueshan was simply a stage tailor-made for her. Su Han from the Su family, even with 4 level 3 perfects, could never match my Ice Phoenix domain in terms of hunting efficiency. As for the rumored dark horse Chenong from Jiangcheng, Bai Weiwei sneered disdainfully. In the extreme environment of Longji Shueshan, without a strong resistance to the cold, he probably won't even make it out of the Abyss Valley's outskirts. Mrs. Wright, what kind of character could possibly emerge from a remote place like Jiangcheng? That kid is likely hiding in some ice hole, trembling, waiting to be teleported out in 7 days. A guard flattered beside her. In high spirits, Bai Weiwei raised her left wrist and elegantly pressed the projection button on her tactical watch. Let me see how much the leaderboard has widened. Beep. A translucent holographic screen projected out amidst the snowstorm. Bai Weiwei casually cast her gaze toward the top position, ready to admire her far lead name. However, just as her eyes reached the first line, her smile instantaneously froze. Her pupils constricted violently, and she even held her breath in that moment. First place. Chenong, Jiangcheng representative, score, 13,600 points. Second place, by Weiwei, provincial capital representative, score, 1,550 points. Third place, Zhao Wujing, provincial capital representative, score, 820 points. 13,600 points. By Weiwei's voice, filled with shock, became sharp and distorted, resembling a duck being strangled by the neck. She rubbed her eyes and stared at the screen again, desperately searching for signs of a system malfunction. Yet, that glaring 5-digit score loomed over her name like an insurmountable ancient mountain, pressing down with a sense of despair. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The guards beside Bai Weiwei also saw the numbers on the holographic screen, collapsing onto the snow in shock, incoherently shouting. We fought tooth and nail to kill a level 4 early-stage beast. How could he have over 10,000 points? 1,000 points is the reward for defeating a level 4 peak demon king. Miss, look. Suhan's name has turned gray. Another guard exclaimed in terror, pointing at the leaderboard below. Bai Weiwei abruptly followed his gaze, only to see the names of Suhan and his 4 guards, which should have been in the top 10. The atmosphere had turned a deathly gray, completely stripped of its former vibrance. Cold sweat instantly soaked Bai Weiwei's back. Even in the frigid embrace of a snow-capped mountain at minus 50 degrees, she felt an extreme chill seeping from her very marrow. Suhan was dead. He had perished before a creature boasting over 10,000 points. That creature was known as Chunong. Was he human or ghost? Bai Weiwei murmured to herself, as the halo of the province's most talented prodigy shattered in that moment. Meanwhile, Chunong, the epicenter of everyone's astonishment, strolled leisurely in the deepest part of the Longji Snow Mountain. Indeed, he was strolling. The wind and snow here were fierce enough to shred a third-tier awakener into pieces in an instant. The spatial rifts concealed within the storm and the soul-freezing chill of the underworld meant that even a late-stage 4th-tier warrior would have to tread carefully. Yet, Chunong had not even activated a spiritual shield. He wore nothing but a thin black coat, and the raging ice and snow seemed to recoil from him as if facing an absolute nemesis, automatically dissolving and avoiding him. Absolute ice immunity is an effect. After absorbing the core of the ice crystal demon spider, Chen Eng's physique had undergone a mutation at a fundamental level. As long as the energy level did not exceed tier 5, any ice-based attacks in harsh environments felt no more daunting than a gentle spring breeze to him. Moreover, with each step he took, the earth beneath him emanated an exceptionally pure vein energy, nourishing his limbs and bones. This sensation of growing stronger simply by walking, without the need for deliberate cultivation, was indeed delightful. As he walked, Chunong surveyed his surroundings. The terrain had transformed entirely, no longer resembling ordinary snow-covered mountains and glaciers. The icy surface beneath his feet displayed a profound shade of deep blue. Within it, he could vaguely discern the skeletal remains of colossal and ancient creatures, entombed in ice for countless epochs. Suddenly, golden text surged in his mind, pulsating with an unprecedented brilliance. Warning, you have entered the outer periphery of the ancient god ruins. Frost Dragon Lair. High concentrations of ancient frost dragon blood essence detected 3,000 meters ahead. Evolution route hint. If you can absorb this essence, the destruction of the wild dragon claw will unlock the ice and fire duality fusion route, with a 30 chance of triggering bloodline regression, advancing to tier 5. Chun Eng's footsteps abruptly halted, his golden pupils radiating with intense light. Ancient frost dragon blood essence? No wonder the Longji Snow Mountain was perpetually shrouded in storm. A true purebred ancient dragon lay buried deep beneath this ground. Though it was merely a trace of essence, to Chunong, who possessed dragon blood, it was the most exquisite and invaluable treasure in the world. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched slightly, and the muscles in his calves erupted with formidable power. Boom! The indestructible 10,000-year-old black ice cracked beneath his feet, and Chunong transformed into a dark golden streak, shattering the sound barrier as he raced towards the entrance of the ruins. Chapter 28. The Ruinous Gate, the crushed pride of the province for Chunong. The 3,000-meter distance posed no challenge. It was traversed in an instant. When he came to a halt, the sight before him, even for one accustomed to grand displays, compelled him to squint slightly. Before him stood an ancient bronze giant door embedded deep within a vast glacier crevice, towering 100 feet high. It was adorned with numerous intricate and obscure ancient runes, as well as a lifelike depiction of a massive frost dragon, seemingly poised to break free from the wall. The bronze door, having endured the ravages of time, was covered in a thick layer of ice. Yet, between the crevices, pure white spiritual energy continuously seeped outward. Was this the entrance to the ancient god ruins? Chunong tilted his head back, feeling the weight of ancient history and desolation wash over him. Standing before this colossal gate, humanity appeared as insignificant as ants. Just as Chunong prepared to step closer for a detailed examination, urgent sounds of rushing air suddenly erupted from behind him. Several figures emerged, somewhat disheveled, from the storm, landing on the icy expanse not far from him. It was Bai Weiwei's team, who had hurriedly pursued the celestial phenomena. They looked far worse than when they had hunted the Shuyu mammoth. Their eyebrows and hair encrusted with thick frost, their spiritual energy fluctuations at an all-time low. The extreme cold in this depth had exceeded their physical limits. "Young miss, look, that is the legendary ruins gate," one of the guards exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he pointed towards the bronze giant door. Bai Weiwei's beautiful eyes ignited with fervor. If she could enter the ruins and obtain the inheritance within, even if she could not surpass that monster Chenong, she would surely secure her place in the late stage of Tier 4, perhaps even touch the threshold of Tier 5. In the face of such temptation, she briefly forgot the horrifying numbers on the leaderboard. Yet, her gaze soon fell upon the figure standing beneath the bronze giant door. Clad in a thin black garment, hands tucked into his pockets, he stood nonchalantly amidst the bone-chilling winds that could shatter steel, as if taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. "Who are you?" Bai Weiwei's heart raced with alarm. Anyone capable of reaching this point was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Chenong turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the unexpected guests. He paid them no mind, instead continuing to study the runes on the bronze door. To him, these individuals seemed too feeble, lacking even the qualification to become his evolution materials. Ignored entirely, Bai Weiwei felt her pride wounded once more. Who in the province dared to regard her with such disdain? "I don't care which family's hidden genius you are. This ruins gate was discovered by us first." Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth, a phantom ice phoenix slowly emerging behind her, attempting to intimidate him. "Those who know their place should retreat. The energy storm here is beyond your capability to handle." Before she could finish her warning, a thunderous roar erupted from above the bronze giant door. The entire glacier gorge began to tremble violently, and countless massive ice spikes plummeted from above. In Bai Weiwei's horrified gaze, the frost dragon depicted on the door seemed to come alive, tearing free from the wall, transforming into a terrifying specter of an ice dragon over 30 meters long. Tier 5. Though it was merely an energy entity condensed from a remnant soul, the palpable pressure of Tier 5 crashed upon Bai Weiwei and her guards like a tangible tsunami, sending them flying. Puff! As Bai Weiwei soared through the air, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The S-Class Ice Phoenix domain she prided herself on crumbled before the specter of the Tier 5 Frost Dragon. Unable to withstand even a second, utterly torn apart. It was over. This was the guardian beast of the Tier 5 ruins. Bai Weiwei landed in the snow, her face ashen, her heart filled with despair. She realized that any resistance before such a being was futile. They were all destined to perish here today. The specter of the Frost Dragon hovered in the air, its emotionless, icy eyes fixed upon the only figure still standing below, Chenong. "Those who intrude upon my master's resting place shall perish." The Frost Dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a breath of absolute zero capable of turning an entire city into an ice sculpture, like a white beam of light crashing down towards Chenong. "Run! Get away!" Bai Weiwei, driven by some instinct, shouted desperately at Chenong. Yet, faced with that world-destroying breath of a Tier 5 dragon, Chenong did not even flinch. He not only remained still, but slowly drew his right hand from his pocket. "A remnant soul that had been dead for countless years dared to claim dominion over me?" Buzz! The dark, golden radiance erupted like a volcanic explosion, shattering the pervasive frigid storm in an instant. Chunong's arm transformed into that of a dragon, scales as dark as ink adorned with heavy earth-toned divine patterns. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, his legs slightly bent, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball, directly colliding with the terrifying white dragon breath. He had lost his mind. Bai Weiwei's mind went blank as she stared dumbfounded at the black figure bathed in the beam of light. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left her questioning her very existence. The fifth-tier dragon breath, capable of freezing everything, upon contacting Chenong's body, parted harmlessly like water flowing around a rock, unable to inflict even the slightest injury upon him. Absolute ice immunity activated. With the dragon breath at his back, Chenong charged directly before the massive head of the Frost Dragon's lingering shadow. In the face of the anthropomorphized astonishment reflected in the Frost Dragon's eyes, a cold, sinister smile crept upon Chenong's lips. "Your bloodline, I shall claim it." He swung his dark golden dragon claw, fingers like hooks, exerting an overwhelming force akin to the weight of the earth, and fiercely grasped the Frost Dragon's crown. "Desolation, drain it dry for me." Boom. The unparalleled power of the ancient devouring force erupted instantly. The majestic fifth-tier frost dragon shadow did not even have time to cry out before its colossal energy form rapidly shrank, akin to a deflating balloon. Countless pure frost dragon essences were forcibly extracted by Chunong, frantically flooding into his dark golden dragon claw. In merely 3 breaths, the 30-meter-long fifth-tier demon dragon completely vanished. The world around them returned to an eerie silence. Only a few shards of ice, yet to melt, drifted slowly under the moonlight. Chunong landed before the bronze door. Casting not a glance at the stunned crowd behind him, he placed one hand on the slowly opening massive door, which had lost its guardian, and with a flicker, vanished into the shadowy passage of the ruins. Leaving behind Bai Weiwei, the first prodigy of the provincial city, who was left in utter shock, her worldview shattered. She gazed at the open door leading to boundless creation, her legs weak, lacking the courage to step inside. He is that Chunong Bai Weiwei knelt in the snow, bitter tears streaming down her face. She finally understood that the arrogance of the provincial city elite was but a joke in the face of such absolute power. Chapter 29. Stepping into the bronze giant door, the baptism of frost dragon blood. The colossal bronze door, towering at 100 feet, slowly closed behind Chunong, emitting a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. As the last sliver of light was consumed by darkness, the howling winds and snow outside were completely cut off. Outside the ruins, Bai Weiwei remained seated in the snow, staring blankly at the now tightly shut bronze door, as if it had never been opened. Her silver hair lay disheveled against her pale cheeks, her gaze filled with unprecedented confusion and reverence. The young lady's door has closed. Can we still enter? A surviving guard swallowed hard, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. The pressure from the fifth-tier frost dragon shadow had utterly shattered their martial resolve. Had it not been for the youth named Chunong, who had obliterated that remnant soul with a godlike ease, they would have long since become nameless ice statues within this glacier. Enter? With what? Bai Weiwei let out a bitter laugh, her voice laced with despair. Her proud S-rank Ice Phoenix talent seemed like a mere wild chicken before Chunong's dark golden dragon claw. That absolute suppression emanating from the depths of her bloodline and soul rendered her devoid of the courage to summon even a trace of spiritual power. How could such a terrifying creature exist in this world? Bai Weiwei lifted her head to glance at the tactical watch on her wrist. On the display, Chunong's score had inexplicably surged after slaying that fifth-tier remnant. First place, Chunong, Jiangxing representative, score, 63, 600 points. Slayed the ruins guardian beast, triggering hidden achievement. Reward of 50,000 points. 63,600 points. This figure would make every past martial examination champion in the provincial city feel shameful enough to take their own lives. Let us go, leave the Abyssal Valley entrance, and hunt a few lower-tier exotic beasts to maintain our ranking. Bai Weiwei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her, a complex glimmer passing through her eyes. This martial examination is no longer a game we can partake in. It is Chunong's solitary ascent to divinity. Meanwhile, within the bronze giant door, the interior was not as pitch-black as one might have imagined. Along the sides of the passage, every 10 meters were embedded fist-sized azure night pearls. These orbs emitted an intensely cold glow, illuminating the wide, ancient passage, spacious enough for 10 heavy trucks to pass side by side, resembling an underworld realm. Chunong walked with his hands in his pockets, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast corridor. Environment monitoring. Space sealed, current temperature, -80 degrees. Warning. The air is permeated with high concentrations of ancient frost particles. Third-tier awakened beings inhaling them will have their internal organs crystallized within 3 seconds. -80 degrees? Chunong raised an eyebrow but did not alter his breathing rhythm in the slightest. Having absorbed the core of the peak 4th-tier ice crystal magic spider and activated absolute ice immunity, such lethal extreme cold felt no different to him than a cool autumn breeze. As he walked, he scrutinized the bronze rock walls on either side. The walls were adorned with grand and rugged ancient murals. The murals depicted a long-extinct ancient era, showcasing colossal frost dragons tearing through the sky and battling fiery deities. Scenes of the earth splitting apart, where lava intermingled with glaciers. No wonder this place is called the Ancient God Ruins. It seems that before the awakening of humanity, such terrifying creatures once roamed Blue Star. Chunong pondered as he felt the ancient aura resonating from within him, as if his calamitous dragon claw sensed its kin. The dark golden energy, once restrained deep within the marrow of his right arm, now buzzed uncontrollably with delight. Like a famished beast that had caught a whiff of exquisite delicacy. The passage was long, and Chunong walked for a full half-hour. As he ventured deeper, the concentration of frost particles in the air thickened, eventually transforming into visible blue ice mist. Finally, his vision cleared as he stepped out of the passage into an incredibly vast underground cavern. Upon seeing the spectacle before him, even Chen Ong's typically calm demeanor faltered for a moment. Astonishing, utterly breathtaking. In the center of the cavern, large enough to accommodate 3 football fields, lay a dragon skeleton of unfathomable size. This skeleton radiated a semi-transparent ice blue hue, and despite having perished countless epochs ago, its bones still shimmered with a divine luster that sent shivers down one's spine. Just a single rib was several times thicker than Qianong himself. Beneath the chest cavity of the dragon skeleton, precisely where the dragon heart once resided, the earth had formed a 10-meter-wide depression. Within the pit, there was no snow, nor solid ice, only a pool of liquid as dazzling as sapphire, viscous to the extreme. This liquid undulated at an exceptionally slow rhythm, and with each rise and fall, it unleashed a surge of spiritual power capable of tearing apart a 4th-tier expert. Ding! In his mind, the prompt from the golden finger resounded like thunder. Golden characters flashing frantically, imbued with an unprecedented urgency. Discovery of a treasure, the blood pool of the ancient frost dragon. Purity, 999, mythical grade derivative resource. Status, extremely berserk. Ultimate analysis. The host currently possesses a profound foundation of earth essence and the inherent destructive calamity fire of the calamity dragon claw. Should this blood pool be entirely absorbed, the body shall serve as a furnace, achieving a perfect fusion of ice and fire, along with the weight of the earth. Estimated gain. Evolution of the calamity dragon claw to its 4th form. Physical strength surpassing the 4th stage barrier, reaching the 5th stage master realm. The 5th stage master realm. Qianong gazed at the expanse of the ice-blue blood pool, a fervent ambition igniting in his golden pupils. Within the vast realm of Daxia, while 4th stage warriors are indeed rare, in the provincial city, a plethora of them can be found. However, the 5th stage is a different matter entirely. Upon entering the 5th stage, one is deemed a master. Masters are akin to dragons, capable of soaring through the skies and invoking phenomena of heaven and earth, a true transcendence beyond the mortal coil. In the entire Jiang city, not a single 5th stage exists. Even in the provincial city of Linen, the visible 5th stage masters are exceedingly few, each a formidable guardian of their domain. And now, the key to mastery lay before him. With that in mind, he plunged forward without hesitation. Qianong discarded his weathered coat, now stained by the elements, casting it aside onto a nearby rock, revealing his well-defined yet not bulky physique. The form of the calamity dragon, fully unleashed. Boom! With a low roar, his right arm swelled instantaneously, intricate dark golden scales rising like blades. Furthermore, due to the earth essence, earthy patterns faintly emerged on his chest and back. Approaching the edge of the blood pool, he did not hesitate to test the temperature with his hand. Instead, he leaped directly into the viscous, ice-blue blood pool. Hiss! At the moment of entry, even with his absolute immunity to frost, Qianong could not suppress a gasp. This was beyond mere temperature. The blood within the pool contained absolute rules capable of freezing space, halting time, and even encasing the soul of the ancient frost dragon. Crack! Crack! In just 1 second, a layer of ethereal blue ice formed upon the impenetrable dark golden scales of his body. His blood flow slowed to a mere fraction. The beating of his heart reduced to a whisper. Warning! The bloodline of the ancient frost dragon is overwhelmingly tyrannical. The host's vitality is being rapidly frozen. Degree of freezing, 103,050. You wish to freeze me? You, a dead dragon, are worthy? Under the ultimate pressure of life and death. Qianong fiercely opened his eyes. His left eye remained a golden orb representing ancient destruction, while his right eye, at that moment, was imbued with a purplish-red hue representing the calamity fire. Calamity fire, burn for me. Earth vein, suppress for me. Qianong roared at the bottom of the blood pool. Boom. The dormant destructive calamity fire within him erupted without reservation in the face of the extreme chill. Purplish-red flames erupted from his pores, colliding violently with the surrounding ice-blue blood. The clash of ice and fire wrought catastrophic devastation both within and outside Qianong. His muscle fibers were frozen into crispness by the extreme cold, only to be shattered instantaneously by the searing calamity fire. The sensation was akin to being cast into a meat grinder, simultaneously doused with liquid nitrogen and molten iron. Exhilarating. Bring it on. Rather than retreating, Qianong opened his mouth and swallowed a large gulp of the viscous frost dragon essence. He intended to shatter and fuse this power in the most violent and direct manner possible. As the frost dragon essence filled his abdomen, the dark golden scales on his right arm began to seep with an eerie ice-blue pattern. An unprecedented transformation of the flesh began in this unknown underground ruin. unfolding with ferocity. Chapter 30. The Fusion of Ice and Fire. The might of the fifth stage shakes the heavens. In the central monitoring hall of the Education Bureau in Linen, the atmosphere was beyond oppressive, almost suffocating with its gravity. Su Jintian had already been carried out by medical personnel on a stretcher. Su Han, the genius nurtured by the Su family at the mid-fourth stage, along with 4 third-stage experts, had been utterly annihilated within less than an hour of the martial examination. This news, if leaked, could induce a seismic upheaval within the upper echelons of the provincial city. Yet, this was not the most terrifying revelation for those present. The most chilling aspect was the name glowing crimson on the holographic projection screen. First place, Chen Ong, Jiang City Representative, points, 63,600. Who can explain how this hidden achievement was triggered, leading to the defeat of the Relic Guardian Beast? An esteemed general, adorned with the Golden Star insignia, slammed his hand upon the table, causing cracks to splinter across the fine wooden surface. His gaze bored down upon the operator, his tone imbued with an undeniable pressure. When did a relic appear deep within the long-spined snow mountain? Our military has scoured this area annually. Why have we never discovered it? The operator, drenched in cold sweat, frantically typed on the keyboard, retrieving a brief energy waveform captured moments ago. General, it is not that we failed to find it. Rather, the relic was concealed by an ancient spatial array. Just now, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation erupted near Chun Ong's coordinates. The operator swallowed hard, pointing at the screen where a red waveform had surpassed the display limits, his voice trembling. According to the system's final energy level assessment, the strength of the defeated Relic Guardian Beast was actually rated at the early 5th stage. Silence. The entire hall fell into a deathly stillness once more. Early 5th stage? A 5th stage Guardian Beast was slain by an examinee from Jiang City? This was not merely breaking the norm. It was as if they were relentlessly grinding their worldview into the ground. Immediately, cease the martial examination, dispatch military helicopters, and summon the 2 5th-stage patrons from the Martial Arts Association. The old general took a deep breath and made a decisive call. That lad named Chenong, if he is a talent, must be preserved at all costs and recruited into the military. If he is possessed by some ancient malevolent spirit, he must be eliminated on the spot in the snow-capped mountains. Such an unstable factor must not be allowed to enter the provincial city. Yes, the war machine of the entire provincial city began to roar into action due to a single act by Chenong. Meanwhile, as the outside world stirred, deep within the Relic's underground caverns, Chun Ong's transformation had reached its most perilous and critical climax. The ice-blue blood pool, spanning a 10-meter radius, had now diminished significantly in volume. Chun Ong sat cross-legged at the bottom of the pool, his form enveloped in a thick layer of ice crystals, resembling an ancient deity entombed in amber for millennia. Yet upon closer inspection, one would discern that the ice crystals were not pure white. Within the ice, half glimmered with the dark golden glow of the earth vein, while the other half blazed with purplish-red destructive calamity fire. Ice fire and earth, 3 distinctly powerful energies clashed within his flesh, waging a final battle for supremacy and fusion. A low growl, stifled to the utmost degree, suddenly echoed from within the ice crystal. Crack. Minute fissures appeared on the seemingly indestructible surface of the ice crystal. Subsequently, like a domino effect, countless cracks rapidly spread across the entire ice cocoon. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, shattering the icy cocoon and transforming it into a cloud of frost particles. Chun Ang's form re-emerged into the air, having undergone a monumental transformation. His height soared to nearly 1.90 meters, and his once slender frame now boasted muscles chiseled with the precision of an artisan's craft. Most striking, however, was his mutated right arm. Cataclysmic Annihilation Dragon Claw. 4th form, Ice Fire Ultimate Source Annihilation Dragon Claw, fusion complete. The scales of his right arm were no longer a uniform dark golden hue. Intertwined within the dark golden divine patterns were veins of purple-red flame, flowing like lava, and channels of ice-blue radiance exuding an absolute zero chill. With a mere thought, this dragon claw could instantaneously switch between frigid and fiery extremes, even merging the two to unleash a cataclysmic force capable of obliterating all. Was this the power of the 5th tier? Chenong slowly opened his eyes. His left eye shimmered with a brilliant golden light, resembling an inviolable sun, while his right eye was a deep ice blue, as profound as an eternal abyss of frost. Heterochromatic pupils. As he breathed, the spiritual energy in the surrounding space surged into him with the ferocity of a whale swallowing water. The hallmark of advancing from the 4th to the 5th tier was the ability to project spiritual energy outward, thus influencing reality. Chun Ong remained seated at the bottom of the desiccated blood pool, casually swiping at the enormous ancient dragon skeleton above him with a claw. Without employing any martial skills or consciously channeling spiritual energy, he relied solely on the raw power of his physical form. With a sharp sound, 5 crescent-shaped energy blades, each a different color, purple-red, ice blue, dark gold, materialized out of thin air, instantly traversing 100 meters to strike the dragon's bones with great force. Crack! The divine skeleton, impervious to the ravages of time, was neatly severed into 5 segments beneath Chun Ang's claw, as if it were mere fragile biscuit. The massive bones collapsed, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. What overwhelming destructive power! Chun Ong gazed at his right hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Current host realm, early 5th tier, master level. Physical strength assessment, capable of withstanding a full force strike from an ordinary peak 5th tier expert. New passive trait, Ice-Fire Convergence, 90 immunity to ice and fire attacks, able to absorb their energy to replenish oneself. Warning, due to the complete absorption of the relic's core by the host, the ancient formation sustaining this space is collapsing. The cave is expected to completely cave in 3 minutes. Just as the notification from the golden finger faded, the entire underground cavern began to shake violently, with countless bronze rocks weighing thousands of tons crashing down from above. It was time to leave. Chun Ong stood, casually draping a coat over his shoulders. Instead of retracing his steps through the passage, he directed his gaze upward at the thick, 100-meter ice layer above the cavern. Having reached the 5th tier, there was no need to take the door. With a slight bend of his knees, he compressed the earth's energy beneath his feet. In the next moment, boom! He shot upward like an intercontinental missile, propelled by a terrifying storm of ice and fire, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, above the mouth of the Longji Snow Mountain abyss, 3 black military heavy-duty helicopters hovered against the wind and snow, positioned over the bronze giant door. The doors of the helicopters opened. 2 elderly men with white hair, clad in tank suits, and a middle-aged general in military uniform, gazed solemnly downward. All 3 were genuine 5th-tier masters. The provincial city had spared no expense in investigating this anomaly. The energy fluctuations within the bronze door were becoming increasingly violent, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Remarked one of the tank-suited elders with a furrowed brow. The military general's face was grim. Regardless of whether it collapses, we must find that fellow named Chun Ong. We must see him alive or dead. Just as his words fell, a terrifying explosion reverberated from below, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Following that rumble, the glacial ground within a radius of several kilometers erupted instantaneously. A terrifying figure, suffused with dark gold, ice blue, and purple-red light, burst forth like an ancient demon breaking free from its seal, shattering the 100-meter thick ice layer and ascending thousands of meters into the sky. The overwhelming presence of a master, transcending all, swept through the area like a hurricane. The 3 military helicopters, under the weight of this pressure, emitted alarms of unbearable strain. The instruments malfunctioned, teetering precariously. Is this the aura of the 5th tier? The 2 elders from the Martial Arts Association, feeling the pressure, were nearly wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably. Not merely 5th tier. The purity of this power even sent shivers down our spines. Amidst the astonished gazes of the 3, the 3-colored radiance gradually dissipated, revealing Chun Ong suspended in the air, his black attire billowing fiercely. His heterochromatic eyes coldly surveyed the 3 hovering helicopters and the 3 5th-tier masters at the door, who appeared on high alert. People from the provincial city? A defiant smile curled on Chun Ang's lips. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated like thunder across the snow-capped mountains. What? The waste sent by the Su family is not enough for me to kill. Now, you come to offer your lives? Chapter 31. Floating in the air, how dare you claim to be a master before me? The fierce wind howled, and snow fell in torrents. At an altitude of several thousand meters above the Longji Snow Mountain, the 3 black military helicopters, symbols of the province's highest martial prowess, were now akin to leaves caught in a tempest, violently shaking. The deafening roar of the helicopter blades appeared feeble in the face of the invisible pressure emanating from Chun Ong. At the door, the middle-aged general, known as Tai Jun, served as the deputy commander of the provincial garrison and was a bona fide early 5th-tier physical cultivator. Beside him were 2 venerable elders in tank suits, known as Qing He and Ming Hai, both early 5th-tier spiritual cultivators. Together, these 3 could nearly dominate the Jiangnan province of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet now, their expressions were grim, fixated on the young man suspended in the air, clad in black. Floating in the air was impossible. He was barely 20. How could he possibly condense a Master S avatar and walk upon the air? Qing He gasped in disbelief, his once ethereal visage now filled with incredulity. The path of martial arts grows more arduous as one progresses. Each of them had spent decades of effort, alongside countless precious resources, just to barely breach the threshold of the 5th tier. Yet this youth, with a bone age barely at adulthood, possessed an aura that matched, if not surpassed. There's in depth and terror? Nothing is impossible. Taijun forcibly steadied his mind, a glint of military sharpness and greed flashing in his eyes. This boy could not have reached this level solely through self-cultivation. Did you not witness the commotion he caused when he broke through the glacier? He still bore the ancient aura of the relic. Upon hearing Taijun's words, Ming Hai's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with insight. So, General Tai means he sees the ultimate fortune within the relic, forcibly elevating himself to the 5th tier? Or perhaps he was possessed by an ancient evil spirit within the relic. Most likely the former. A possession by an evil spirit would not result in such clarity of vision. Taijun snorted coldly, a surge of iron-blooded 5th tier aura emanating from him, forcibly pushing back the surrounding wind and snow. Since he had gained this power through external means, there was nothing to fear. An unstable foundation is ultimately a house of cards. Upon hearing Taijun's analysis, the two elders suddenly realized, their fear being swiftly replaced by greed. A young man from Jiangcheng, lacking any notable background, dares to claim the treasures of the ancient deities. Such extraordinary artifacts, if they were to fall into their hands, could potentially elevate them to the mid or even late stages of the 5th tier. Taijun stepped forward, positioning himself at the edge of the cabin door, looking down at Chunong with an air of superiority. His voice, amplified by spiritual force, resonated with an arrogant and commanding tone. You are the Chunong from Jiangcheng, are you not? I am Taijun, the deputy commander of the Jiangnan military district. Regardless of the underhanded methods you employed to harm Su Han and the other candidates, or whatever you acquired in the ruins, you must now, at once, cease your spiritual force, place your hands on your head, and accompany me back to the provincial capital for an investigation by the Supreme Military Tribunal. All spoils from the ruins belong to the state and the martial arts alliance of the provincial capital, and you are required to surrender them entirely. Should you dare resist, you shall face immediate execution. Taijun's proclamation echoed across the snowy mountains, exuding an undeniable dominance. In his view, he represented the strongest military power of the government and the provincial capital. The upstart youth before him should have been intimidated into submission upon hearing his name. However, in response, there was only the howling wind and snow, accompanied by Chunong's scornful snicker. Suspended in midair, Chunong regarded Taijun with his mismatched eyes, one gold, one blue, as though he were a mere jester. Target scan complete. Target 1, Taijun, initial stage of the 5th tier, body cultivator. Weakness, blood vitality, is unstable. Has suffered hidden injuries, with a flaw in the energy shield at his right rib. Target 2, Qinghe. Target 3, Ming Hai, initial stage of the 5th tier. Spirit cultivators. Weakness, long-term reliance on medicinal pills for forced advancement has left their spiritual power muddled and impure. They have yet to grasp even the most fundamental principles of power. Evaluation. 3 frogs at the bottom of a well, relying solely on time. The host can effortlessly crush them. The insights flashed through Chunong's mind, intensifying the mockery in his gaze. Immediate execution? He slowly raised his right hand, not transforming it into the form of the desolate dragon claw, merely flexing his slender fingers casually. The 3 of you combined must be nearing 300 years of age. Yet in all this time, have you not managed to clear the water from your minds? Audacious. Qinghe, the elder, erupted in fury. In the provincial capital, even the heads of prominent families would respectfully address him as Elder Qing. When did it become acceptable for a mere boy to insult him? You insolent brat. Having experienced a stroke of fortune in the ruins, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Today, I shall teach you what respect entails. Boom. Qinghe, with his frail hands, suddenly formed seals, summoning the raging winds and snow around him. Profound grade supreme martial technique. Wind and thunder celestial kill seal. In the sky, dark clouds roiled. A palm imprint, the size of a truck and radiating blinding lightning, materialized from thin air, embodying destructive power as it soared hundreds of meters, crashing toward Chunong's head with terrifying force. Qinghe held nothing back with this strike. He aimed to establish dominance by reducing this arrogant youth to a cripple. From the helicopter, Taijun and Ming Hai observed with cold smiles. They believed this so-called pseudo-5th tier cultivator could not possibly withstand Qinghe's lethal blow, honed over decades. Respect? Faced with the thunderous palm imprint descending like a mountain, Chunong made no attempt to evade. He merely lifted his head slowly, and with his untransformed right hand, he lightly waved upward. There were no dazzling lights, nor were there thunderous sounds of spiritual energy. It was simply a remarkably straightforward knife hand strike. Sizzle. A crescent-shaped wave of energy, interwoven with dark gold and purplish-red hues, shot forth from Chunang's fingertips. This energy appeared small, akin to a palm, dwarfed by the immense palm imprint, resembling an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet, at the moment of contact, hiss, there was no stalemate. The wind and thunder celestial kill seal, a culmination of Qing He's lifetime of cultivation, was effortlessly bisected as if it were butter meeting a searing blade. What? Qing He's pupils constricted, his heart racing. Yet, what followed was even more horrifying. The crescent energy, having sliced through the palm imprint, did not diminish in speed. Instead, it swelled in size, transforming into a monstrous blade of energy 10 meters long, hurtling towards the armed helicopter they occupied. Not good. Quickly evade. Tai Jun, a seasoned soldier hardened by the trials of battle, reacted swiftly. He shouted, unleashing golden protective energy, seizing Qing He and Ming Hai by their collars, and leaping from the helicopter at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Just as they exited the cabin, boom. The energy blade struck the military's heavy-armed helicopter with precision. The special alloy armor, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a fourth-tier exotic beast, crumpled before Chunang's casual strike as if it were made of paper. The entire helicopter was cleaved in two mid-air, subsequently engulfed in a massive fireball as it plummeted toward the glacier below. Gulp. The pilots of the two helicopters hovering at a distance watched in horror, desperately attempting to gain altitude, drenched in cold sweat. A casual strike that obliterated a supreme fifth-tier martial technique and simultaneously destroyed a heavy helicopter. Was this truly a pseudo-fifth tier? The three masters from the provincial capital, having leapt from the helicopter, steadied themselves in mid-air, using spiritual energy to form footings in the void. The near escape had drenched their backs in cold sweat. Tai Jun's gaze fixed intently on the unruffled Chunang, who stood with hands behind his back, his previous disdain and arrogance replaced by profound fear. The intensity of the earlier power not only radiated extreme heat, but also bore an overwhelming pressure from the Earth's core. Gritting his teeth, Tai Jun forced the words from between clenched jaws. This kid is not a pseudo-fifth tier. His purity of spiritual energy is even more terrifying than ours. Qing He, pale-faced, trembled as he gripped his staff tightly. General Tai, this is dire. This boy has likely acquired the legendary ancient legacy within the ruins. We cannot hold back. We must join forces and eliminate him, or we shall face endless repercussions. Indeed, this child harbors a profound demonic nature. He cannot be allowed to live. Ming Hai brandished a long sword shimmering with cold light. Chunang regarded these three self-righteous figures from the provincial capital with quiet amusement, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When you cannot win, you resort to labeling others as demonic. Very well. Chunang slowly raised his right arm. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a disconcerting sound of cracking bones, his fair and slender right arm suddenly expanded, intricate dark golden scales unfurling, while purplish-red flames and icy blue patterns intertwined between the scales. An ancient, overwhelming force, magnified tenfold, erupted like a volcano that had slumbered for millions of years at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Fourth form of the cataclysmic Desolate Dragon Claw, Ice and Fire Extreme Source Desolate Dragon Claw, activated. Chunang, with his golden blue eyes, surveyed the three. His tone as cold as the sentence of a death penalty. Since you are so fond of discussing rules, today, I shall establish my own rules over the provincial capital. Chapter 32. Ice and Fire Cataclysm. One man treads upon the entire provincial capital. Roar. A faint dragon's roar emanated from Chunang's formidable right claw, causing the swirling snowstorm to come to an abrupt halt. Tai Jun, Qing He, and Ming Hai, the three fifth-tier masters, felt as though an invisible hand had seized their hearts, a primal tremor of instinctive fear washing over them. What kind of martial technique is this? How can it exude the oppressive aura of a divine beast's bloodline? Ming Hai's voice trembled. Forget about the martial technique. He stood alone. Yet could he not turn the tide? The triple kill formation. With a fierce roar, Tieshuan forcibly suppressed the fear swelling within him. After all, he was a valiant general, acutely aware that retreat at this moment would not only tarnish the reputation of the provincial capital, but also spell doom for the three of them. The golden Buddha body. Unleash. In an instant, Tieshuan's military uniform shattered, revealing muscles as gnarled and solid as cast bronze. He seemed to tower nearly half a meter taller, resembling a formidable Vajra. The golden aura enveloping him thickened to a palpable intensity. Qingmu Hua Longjue, Fuhai Jialongjian. The two priests recognized the gravity of the situation, biting their tongues to draw blood, unleashing their most formidable techniques. A dragon of pure azure energy, stretching dozens of meters, surged forward alongside a tidal wave of sword energy crashing like a tsunami. Together with Tieshuan's unmatched charge, they sealed all of Chun Ang's escape routes from 3 directions. A combined strike from 3 fifth-tier masters. The ice field below, unable to withstand the terrifying convergence of spiritual energy, began to collapse significantly. Meanwhile, personnel in the 2 helicopters responsible for broadcasting the martial arts examination were already pale with fear. Yet, they clung tightly to their cameras, transmitting this awe-inspiring scene live to the provincial capital's education department's large screen. In the monitoring hall of the provincial capital, everyone held their breath, fixated on the screen. The generals were serious. The triple kill formation. This was a tactic previously employed to besiege a 5th-tier peak Beast King. Even if Chun Ong possessed incredible fortune, he could never withstand the combined attack of 3 masters. The head of the Bai family clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, fervently praying for Chun Ong to be reduced to ashes. For only if Chun Ong perished could the reputation of their provincial families be preserved. However, facing this overwhelming lethal situation, Chun Ong merely curled his lips into an exceedingly bored smirk. Flashy and riddled with flaws, Chun Ong made no seals. Nor did he gather energy. He simply took a casual half-step forward. Buzz. As he stepped forward, the space within 100 meters of him seemed to be suddenly paused. The earth-shattering gravitational field. This was an enhanced gravitational suppression he executed through the Earth Vein emblem after entering the 5th tier. Boom. The roaring azure dragon, under the absolute pressure of this law, emitted a mournful cry before even grazing the hem of Chun Ang's garment, bursting into countless glowing particles. Uft. The Qinghe priest suffered a backlash, spewing blood as he was yanked toward the ground like a bird with broken wings. Following this, the tsunami of sword energy from the Minghai priest, under 1,000-fold gravity, crashed down like a reversed waterfall, slamming into the earth below without even breaking through Chun Ang's defenses. This is impossible. Charging at the forefront, Tieshuan experienced the most immediate horror. His proud golden Buddha body creaked under the gravitational force, its speed plummeting by 90%. Yet, gritting his teeth, he gathered all his chi into his right fist, and, using the inertia of his charge, swung ferociously at Chun Ang's face. Die! Tieshuan's eyes blazed crimson, facing what was said to be a strike capable of shattering tanks. Chun Ong neither flinched nor dodged. He simply raised his right claw, adorned with dark golden scales. Snap! A sound, crisp yet chilling, resonated through the air. Chun Ang's dragon claw opened effortlessly, as if an adult were catching the fist of a 3-year-old, firmly grasping Tieshuan's golden glowing iron fist without even taking a step back. How is this possible? The moment Tieshuan's chi touched Chun Ang's dragon claw, it vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea. He stared in terror at the proximity of Chun Ong, whose heterochromatic eyes held only a disdainful indifference. Your martial arts are too soft. Chun Ong spoke softly, his right hand's fingers suddenly tightening. Violet-red calamity flames and icy blue frost erupted instantaneously from between his fingers. Ice and fire ultimate fracture. Crack. Aya. Tieshuan emitted the most heart-wrenching scream of his life. His so-called indestructible golden Buddha arm was first frozen to fragility like a sculpture of ice under the extreme cold, then directly scorched to shreds by the overpowering calamity flames. In an instant, the vice commander of the provincial military district found his entire right arm and shoulder reduced to a mist of blood and ice debris. Chun Ong did not kill him. Instead, he seized Tieshuan by the neck as one would grasp a chick, forcefully pressing down. Down you go. Boom. Tieshuan's massive body was slammed like a cannonball into the thick ice below, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter, his fate unknown. One strike. Merely one strike of direct confrontation. The 2 priests were gravely injured and plummeted. The vice commander of the military district was left maimed. This was the 5th-tier calamity-devouring wild dragon claw, crushing opponents of the same tier as if slaughtering dogs. Chun Ang's figure flickered and vanished in midair. The next moment, he stood heavily upon the ice field, directly in front of the 2 priests, Qinghe and Minghai, who were struggling to rise. Cough, what kind of monster are you? The Qinghe priest, bloodied, gazed up with eyes devoid of any vestige of superiority, only infinite fear and despair remaining. Chun Ong looked down at them, the scales on his right arm retracting slowly, revealing his fair and slender arm. He offered no reply, merely extending his hand to slide 2 gem-encrusted high-level storage rings from the fingers of the 2 old men. Subsequently, he approached the edge of the deep pit, inhaling forcefully, and drew the military's specially made spatial ring from Tieshuan's hand into his pocket. You dare to steal from the Provincial Martial Arts Association? The Minghai priest trembled with rage, yet was silenced by a cold glare from Chenong, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. Steal? Chenong tossed the 3 rings in his hand, smiling faintly. You wish to confiscate my relics, did you not? This is merely a matter of reciprocity. He turned away, gazing up at the 2 helicopters, now paralyzed with fear, yet still broadcasting live. Chenong knew that at this moment, the prominent figures in the provincial capital were undoubtedly watching him from behind the screens. He lifted his head, his eyes still shimmering with golden and blue light. Staring directly at the camera. Through the screen, his gaze seemed to pierce the hearts of everyone in the provincial monitoring hall. Su family. And those self-important figures in the provincial capital, listen well. Chun Eng's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. This number of people is insufficient for me to kill. Your so-called rules mean nothing to me. In 3 months, at the provincial final examination, I shall personally visit Linen. A proud smile crept upon Chun Eng's lips as he enunciated, clean your neck and await my arrival. Snap. At the instant his words fell, Chenong snapped his fingers. An invisible wave of spatial distortion surged forth. The cameras of the 2 helicopters shattered instantly, and all the holographic screens in the provincial hall transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, losing their signal completely. In the monitoring hall of the provincial capital, an eerie silence prevailed for a full 10 minutes. No one spoke. Even the usually high and mighty family heads and military leaders stood frozen like statues, their backs drenched in cold sweat. One strike to annihilate the 3 top-tier combatants of the provincial capital, openly declaring war against the entire power center of the provincial capital. The patriarch of the Bai family sat slumped in his chair, his lips trembling for a considerable time before uttering 4 words. Jiangnan province has changed. Chapter 33. Jiangcheng in turmoil, the deified youth. The grand martial examination at Longji Shueshan had concluded in an unexpected manner, akin to a resounding slap. Chun Eng's display of strength had far exceeded the limits of the martial assessment system, even severely injuring the supervising master sent from the provincial capital. The Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education urgently ordered the premature termination of the practical test, as helicopters arrived to transport the surviving candidates back to the Jiangcheng supply station. The atmosphere was eerily unsettling. Within the supply station's hall, the previously boisterous chatter of the province's prodigies fell silent, replaced by an intense, almost trepidatious stillness. When Bai Weiwei disembarked from the helicopter, her once pristine combat attire was tattered, and her once haughty eyes trembled at the mere sight of a dark figure. She dared not glance at the leaderboard, for the score exceeding 60,000 had become a haunting nightmare for her. At that moment, a pitch-black helicopter, devoid of any military insignia, descended slowly amid the crowd's awed gazes. The cabin door opened. Chenong stepped down with his hands in his pockets, his expression calm and serene. His thin black coat remained immaculate, as if he had merely taken a stroll in the snowy mountains rather than having endured a massacre. Chenong has emerged, someone in the crowd shouted. The students and instructors, initially gathered in a circle, parted like the tide before a king, creating a clear path that led directly to the entrance of the supply station. In that vast hall filled with hundreds, silence reigned. Each individual regarded the youth with a gaze that was almost reverent, akin to that of a deity or a monster. Chenong walked down the center of the path with an impassive expression. Chenong, Lei Jintian, disregarding his status, rushed over, nearly tumbling in his haste. His aged face flushed crimson, and tears welled in his eyes. You are truly going to stop my heart. Lei Jintian clapped Chun Eng's shoulder vigorously, his hands trembling. As the head of the Jiangcheng Thunder Martial Arts Hall, this was his most glorious moment. Having just witnessed the normally arrogant elite from the provincial capital staring at Chun Eng's score as though they had lost their dearest kin. Master, please remain composed. Chenong said with a slight smile. Just a few rings. I'll select a suitable weapon for you when I return. Lei Jintian was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. He understood that from this moment forth, Jiangcheng would no longer be the small town that could be easily bullied, for they had produced a young master capable of making the provincial capital bow its head. That very night, in Jiangcheng, although the news of the martial examination was tightly sealed by official channels, there are no walls that can completely block the wind. In just a few hours, the name Chenong spread to every dark corner of Jiangcheng, reaching the ears of every citizen. Have you heard? That boy from the slums of Jiangcheng defeated the master sent from the provincial capital. Not just defeated. I heard he even downed a helicopter. His score is hundreds of times greater than the second place. We have a true dragon emerging from Jiangcheng. Such sentiments spread like wildfire. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the common folk, the prominent families of Jiangcheng were engulfed in extreme trepidation. Particularly those who had once ridiculed Chenong and secretly conspired with the Su family now found their patriarchs gathering overnight to discuss how to make amends. Fetch me the 500-year-old blood ginseng from my treasury, and that set of top-tier inner armor. Tomorrow morning, I shall wait downstairs for Mr. Chun. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Chen Ang's displayed prowess had elevated him to the ranks of the rule makers. Late at night, in a secluded chamber at the back mountain of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Chen Ang sat cross-legged. Before him lay the spatial rings seized from the three masters. Since the provincial capital had been so courteous, I cannot waste such goodwill, Chen Ang mused, as his thoughts activated his spiritual energy to erase the residual consciousness within the rings. In an instant, a myriad of radiant treasures filled the chamber. The wealth of a fifth-tier master from the provincial capital was indeed substantial. There were thousands of top-quality spirit stones, and countless potions to enhance vitality and temper the spirit piled high. Particularly noteworthy was the ring belonging to the Iron Army, which contained a secret military concoction known as the Diamond Body Refining Liquid, originally intended for those on the verge of breaking through to the 6th tier. Now, it would all benefit Chenong Ding. High-purity vitality crystals detected. Absorption can consolidate the early 5th-tier realm. The progress of the GM Yahuang Longclaw's evolution has reached its saturation point. The core of a 5th-tier dragon-type beast is required to unlock the next stage. As Chun Ong surveyed the resources, his gaze remained strikingly calm. The finals in 3 months would not be as carelessly approached by the provincial capital as this time. That ancestor of the Su family, who had locked himself away, would likely emerge at that juncture. Chen Ong chuckled coldly. However, by that time, I too shall have entered the mid-5th tier. He opened his palm. The dark golden dragon claw gleamed with a chilling glint, as if it had already caught the scent of blood from the provincial capital. Chapter 34. The Su family's madness, a bounty from the shadows. In Linen, the Su family ancestral home sprawled across an extensive area, typically tranquil and solemn. Yet tonight, it was suffused with an oppressive air of ferocity. Crash! Su Jintian shattered the exquisite white jade cup in his hand, his aged face contorted with rage. Useless. All of you are useless. He bellowed at the family core members kneeling below him. Iron Army brought 2 association offerings, yet they were defeated by a mere brat from Jiangcheng. My Su family's prodigal son, Su Han, lies dead in that cold cellar, and you now tell me to avoid the limelight? An elder of the Su family, trembling, ventured to speak. Patriarch, that Chenong has exhibited 5th-tier strength. Moreover, his right hand is exceedingly peculiar. Even the Iron General's diamond, Qi couldn't withstand it. Before the ancestor emerges, if we were to confront him head-on. Confront him head-on? Who said I want to confront him? Su Jintian's eyes glinted with a venomous cunning. Does he not wish to shine in the finals 3 months hence? Does he not wish to challenge the rules of our provincial capital? I will ensure he does not live to see that day. Su Jintian abruptly rose, producing a black token engraved with a skull from his bosom, slamming it heavily onto the table. Contact the dark web and issue the highest-level blood bounty. Bounty details: the head of Chen Ong from Jiangxing. Bounty amount: 1 billion, plus 3 second-tier resource mines from the provincial capital. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Su family collectively gasped. 1 billion plus 3 mines? This was nearly a third of the Su family's entire fortune. Patriarch, such a price will surely attract even the top 3 assassins on the leaderboard. That is precisely my intent. Su Jintian sneered. What of a 5th-tier master? Those who dwell in the shadows possess 100 methods to turn him into a corpse while he sleeps. Simultaneously, as the Su family issued the bounty, the dark web forum in Jiangnan province erupted. Breaking news. A blood bounty resurfaces. Target: Jiangxing's entrance examination candidate, Chenong. Are they insane? A mere examinee is worth 1 billion? Is the Su family prepared to exhaust their resources? The person above is outdated. Look at this boy's achievements. He has slain a 5th-tier guardian beast and incapacitated the Iron Army with a single strike. Is this truly just an examinee? This is a beast of a man. Although Chun Ang's performance was fearsome, under the temptation of high rewards, there will undoubtedly be brave souls willing to take on the challenge. Especially those professional assassins who have spent years lurking on the borders of various nations, leading lives akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. In their eyes, this young master is often devoid of practical experience, rendering him the perfect prey. In an instant, countless murderous gazes converged from all directions towards the once obscure small city of Jiangxing, specifically beneath the dilapidated old building where Chunong resided. At this hour, 3 in the morning, the street lay in complete silence. 2 shadows, nearly indistinguishable from the night itself, stealthily crept along the wall toward the 3rd-floor window. Clad in specially designed silent boots, each step was taken in the shadows, undisturbed even by the cicadas above. The target lay within the bedroom, heart rate steady, deeply asleep. One of the assassins whispered into his earpiece, gripping a blue dagger smeared with deadly poison. This fortune of 1 billion seemed effortlessly attainable. What genius! In the face of the shadow step, is not as good as dead? The two exchanged glances and suddenly crashed through the window. Kill! The poison blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the shadowy figure on the bed. A muffled thud echoed as the blade struck flesh. But the assassin's expression changed instantaneously. No blood spurted forth. Something felt amiss. It was a pillow. Oh no, it's a trap. Realization struck, but was it too late? A ghostly voice suddenly resonated from behind the two. The assassin stiffly turned to see Chen-Ong seated in the corner of the room's shadows, nonchalantly toying with the skull of an unknown beast. His eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness, reminiscent of a primordial predator awaiting its prey. Did the Su family send you? Chen-Ong slowly rose, and with his movement, the atmospheric pressure in the room surged dramatically. The two elite assassins, capable of eliminating a fourth-tier powerhouse, found their legs seemingly welded to the ground, unable to move. Mr. Chun, it's a misunderstanding. No need for explanations. Chen-Ang's right hand shot out, the dark golden dragon claw carving a lethal arc in the shadows. Now that you're here, you shall remain. Just in time. My dragon claw is in need of some murderous intent for nourishment. Their screams barely escaped the room, swallowed by the oppressive weight of 1,000-fold gravity, turning into dull cracks of bone. 2 minutes later, Chen-Ong casually tossed the two emaciated corpses into a spatial ring and walked to the shattered window. He gazed toward the distant provincial city, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Since the Su family wishes to play, I shall indulge them in a grand game. Chen-Ong leaped from the 3rd floor, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the silent street. On the first night, 2 groups had come. It seems the assassin list needs a thorough cleansing. Chapter 35, Reverse Hunt, a feast of death beneath the night. Jiangcheng, the old district's abandoned factory. Once the industrial heart of Jiangcheng, it now lay in ruins, with crumbling walls and rusted steel. At 4 in the morning, the shadows here were exceptionally dense, as if capable of devouring all vitality. On top of the factory's crane, a man carrying a long sniper rifle chewed gum. His scope locked onto a house several hundred meters away. He was known as Eagle Eye, ranked 7th on the assassin list, with 3 fifth-tier initial masters having already perished at the hands of his sniper rifle. Those 2 fools have gone dark, Eagle Eye murmured into the microphone. Though the Shadow brothers excel in close combat, their wits are lacking. Target, Chen-Ong, extremely dangerous. I recommend a long-range saturation strike. Received. Red Scorpion is in position, and the poison mist trap is set. Several chilling voices responded over the earpiece. For this billion, half of the top 10 assassins had gathered in Jiangxing. However, just as Eagle Eye prepared to pull the trigger for a test shot, he suddenly felt a faint chill at the nape of his neck. Was that a breath? In an instant, Eagle Eye's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his body bristling with fear. As a 5th-tier initial wind element awakened, his senses were extraordinarily sharp. Who could approach him unnoticed? Are you looking for me? A voice, devoid of any inflection, whispered in his ear. Eagle Eye dared not turn around. Instead, he lunged forward, attempting to utilize the wind to create distance while reaching for the dagger at his waist. Too slow. One of Chen-Ang's hands, like a vice, clamped down on the back of Eagle Eye's head and forcefully pressed down. Bang! The steel plate atop the 100-meter crane instantly shattered, burying Eagle Eye's head into the metal, leaving half of his body suspended. How could you possibly find me? Eagle Eye spat blood, terror filling his eyes. His wind perception seemed utterly ineffective before Chen-Ong. Standing at the edge of the crane, Chen-Ong looked down upon the hidden assassins with his ether song. In my eyes, you are as radiant as beacons in the night. Chen-Ang's right hand twisted violently. Crack! The 7th-ranked assassin, Eagle Eye, fell. Chen-Ong casually seized the expensive sniper rifle, not even glancing at it, and crushed it into a mass of scrap metal. He then addressed the earpiece, his tone chilling. Ladies and gentlemen, the hunt has begun. Do try not to run too fast. On the other end of the earpiece, a deathly silence ensued. Then, a terrified roar erupted. He has discovered us. Open fire. Full force. Boom, boom, boom. 3 armor-piercing missiles, capable of leveling a building, flew toward the crane from various angles, leaving blazing trails in their wake. In the darkness, countless poison needles and concealed weapons rained down like a deluge upon the elevated target. Faced with this assault, which would have posed a headache even for a 5th-tier mid-stage master, Chen-Ong merely scoffed. Earth vein rise. The entire surface of the abandoned factory trembled violently under Chen-Ang's formidable control of the earth element. Countless rebar and concrete structures rose from the ground, coalescing around him into a colossal rock shield towering dozens of meters high. Bang, bang, bang. The missiles detonated against the rock shield, illuminating half the sky with flames. Yet not a single corner of Chun Ang's clothing was touched. My turn. Chun Ang's figure burst forth from the clouds of smoke, tracing a path of intertwining ice and fire. In the next moment, he appeared above the heavy artillery shelter. Die. The dark golden dragon claw swung down from the air. Ice fire annihilation slash. A crescent-shaped wave of red and blue energy instantly sliced through the 3-meter-thick concrete bunker, cleaving the 4th-tier peak assassin within, along with his expensive missile launcher, in two. Next came the poison assassin, Red Scorpion. Chenong didn't even glance at the purple poison mist she spewed. He simply pierced through the toxic cloud and seized her by the throat. Ever heard of absolute immunity? In the depths of Red Scorpion's despairing gaze, Chun-Ong exerted his grip, erasing her existence. In less than 5 minutes, 4 of the top 10 assassins had turned into corpses in the ruins of Jiangqing. The stench of blood grew ever more pungent in the chilling night breeze. Chapter 36. Su Jintian's Despair, the Dread of the Provinces Number 1. Outside Jiangqing, within a speeding black van, the third-ranked assassin, Ghost Shadow, trembled as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Maniac. That's not even human. It's a monster. He raged into the dark web microphone. The Su family has betrayed me. Is this really a 5th-tier initial? He kills 4th-tier peak masters as if they were mere chickens. I'm out. This billion, whoever wants it can take it. As a master of speed and stealth, Ghost Shadow chose to retreat the moment Chun-Ong eliminated Red Scorpion. He is now consumed by the desire to flee, to escape from Jiangqing, to break free from that demonic youth. However, as the vehicle traverses a desolate stretch of road, a sudden dull thud resonates from the roof. Bang! The entire top of the van is crushed inward by an immense force, and in an instant, all 4 tires burst due to excessive weight. The vehicle skids for over 100 meters before crashing heavily into the guardrail. Guiying, bloodied, crawls out of the car, only to see Chun-Ong standing atop the dented roof, a bloodied steel rebar inexplicably in his hand. Thinking of leaving? Have you consulted me first? Chun-Ong leaps down, advancing toward Guiying. Chun-Yi. Chun Zuzong. I was wrong. It was Su Jintian who spent 10 billion to buy your life. I have the secret account of the Su family. I can transfer all the money to you. I beg you, spare my life. Guiying kneels, frantically knocking his head against the ground, his dignity as a top assassin trampled underfoot. Chun-Ong halts, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his golden eyes. The Su family's secret account? Yes, indeed. I also possess a copy of the Su family's accounts detailing their illegal appropriation of Jiangqing's resources over the years. Should you let me go and kill you, I can still acquire those items. With a swift motion, Chun-Ang's right hand pierces Guiying's chest, unleashing the ancient power of devouring. Ding! Absorbing the bloodline of a 5-tier agile ability user, gaining passive enhancement, instant step insight enhanced. Acquired secret account data of the Su family, synchronized to host smart terminal. Chun-Ong withdraws his hand, allowing Guiying's lifeless body to collapse into the snow. He activates his tactical watch, perusing the damning evidence that could completely eradicate the Su family from the provincial city, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Su Jintian, did you truly believe that an assassin could save you? I initially intended to grant you 3 more months of life. But since you are so eager to present gifts, I shall accept them in advance. Chun-Ong turns to face the direction of Linen in the provincial city, his spiritual energy erupting beneath his feet, propelling him into the sky like a shooting star. At 6 o'clock in the morning, at the Su family's ancestral home in the provincial city, Su Jintian sits in his study, having not slept a wink throughout the night. He waits, eagerly anticipating good news from Jiangqing. He awaits news of that little scoundrel named Chun-Ong being torn to pieces. Suddenly, the windows of the study swing open without wind, and a shadow crashes through, shattering his desk like a meteor. Boom. As the dust settles, Su Jintian is horrified to discover 7 bloodied heads piled among the wreckage of his desk. They belong to 7 of the top 10 from the assassin ranking. Among them, the one at the pinnacle is the very Guiying he had high hopes for. Why you? Su Jintian is so frightened that his heart nearly ceases to beat, his body stumbling backward until he collides with a bookshelf. Beside the pile of heads, a pitch-black tactical watch quietly plays a holographic image. The footage reveals all the illegal acts and heinous crimes committed by the Su family over the years. Su Jintian, do you like this gift? A chilling voice emanates from the void outside the window. Trembling, Su Jintian raises his gaze to see Chun-Ong suspended in midair, his dark golden dragon claw glinting ominously in the morning light. Chun-Ong, you cannot kill me. I am the head of the Su family in the provincial city. My ancestor is about to emerge from seclusion. He is a peak 6th-tier grandmaster. If you kill me, you will also die. Su Jintian screams hysterically. A final struggle born of despair. Peak 6th tier? Chen-Ong chuckles lightly, slowly raising his right hand, condensing an extremely compressed surge of ice and fire spiritual energy at his fingertips. Then let him collect your corpse when he emerges. With a swift motion, he unleashes the star-shattering finger. Whoosh! A beam as thin as a hair, yet imbued with destructive power, instantly pierces Su Jintian's forehead. The once mighty tyrant of the provincial city, active for decades, did not even have time to emit a scream before his life was extinguished in an instant. Chen-Ong does not spare another glance at the Su family mansion, turning and stepping into the void. 2 hours later, the entire Jiangnan province is in turmoil. The head of the Su family has died unexpectedly, nearly annihilating the top 10 on the assassin ranking. And all of the Su family's hidden accounts are spreading wildly across the internet. What is even more suffocating is that on the ruins of the Su family mansion, someone has inscribed 8 bold characters with sword energy. Those who insult Jiangxing shall meet this fate. At that moment, the entire province fell silent. All the prominent families in the provincial city understood a profound truth. The youth hailing from Jiangxing is no longer a mere genius to be toyed with. He has become the new taboo of Jiangnan province. Chapter 37. Regrouping. The fifth leap of the devouring dragon claw. In Jiangcheng, late at night, since the news of the Su family head's demise spread, this once tranquil third-tier city has plunged into a whirlwind of both celebration and awe. The threshold of the Thunder Martial Arts School has been nearly trampled by various families from Jiangxing, with countless high-profile figures, usually elusive, now sitting with humble demeanor in the hall, eager to present a token of goodwill to Chen-Ong. However, Chen-Ong is utterly disinterested. In the secluded chamber of the back mountain, he sits cross-legged, surrounded by intertwining streams of dark gold, ice blue, and purple-red light. The air is thick with spiritual energy, nearly liquefied, transforming into wisps of white mist that seep through his pores and into his body. Before him lie various rare treasures scavenged from the Su family's secret vault and the assassins from the ranking. Ding! High-purity Gungjin essence detected, Millennium Ice Marrow. Hellfire Seed identified. System analysis. Host devouring dragon claw is at the evolution threshold. Evolution plan. The host may choose to merge the heart of a peak 5th-tier magic ape with the collective resentment of the assassin ranking, forcibly elevating the dragon claw to the 5th form, the annihilating dragon claw. Evolution success rate, 95, due to the host's absolute ice immunity and earth vein control. The risk is exceedingly low. Chen-Ong opens his eyes, his golden and blue heterochromatic pupils flickering ominously in the darkness. Let us begin. His voice is cold as he thrusts out his right hand. The heart of the 5th-tier magic ape, radiating an overwhelming aura of malice, is instantly drawn into his palm, followed by the violent killing intent and chilling spiritual energy accumulated in the storage rings, converging as if rivers returning to the sea. Boom! Dark golden scales erupt on Chen-Ang's arm, each scale growing thicker, with fine serrations evolving along the edges. The bones within his body emit a thunderous roar, signaling a reorganization. The 5th-tier master level is fundamentally the process of merging the physical body with the rules of heaven and earth. Yet, Chen-Ong's fusion is 1,000,000 times more domineering than that of an ordinary master. He is not merely borrowing the rules, he is devouring, plundering. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The originally ice blue and purple red veins, under the baptism of Gungjin essence, are now enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden light, their hardness increasing by dozens of times. Pain. A deep, penetrating agony feels as if 1,000 bloodthirsty ants are gnawing at his nerves. Yet, Chen-Ong does not flinch. His will has been tempered to unyielding firmness through countless extreme evolutions. Uncertain hours pass. The once tumultuous waves of energy gradually subside. Chen-Ong slowly raises his right hand. The dragon claw now appears somewhat smaller, more compact and elongated. However, the latent aura of destruction causes the surrounding space to fracture with countless black fissures. Evolution complete. Devouring Dragon Claw 5th form. Annihilation Samsara form. Current stage, mid-5th tier. New passive trait. Annihilation. Any defense below the host's energy tier crumbles upon contact, ignoring 50 physical and magical resistance. New active skill. Annihilating Dragon Finger, fusing all attributes into a point, producing a spatial collapse effect. Chen-Ong extends his slender index finger, lightly tapping the void. Buzz. Ahead, the air appeared as if a portion had been forcibly excavated, creating a black hole the size of a thumbnail, which slowly dissipated after several seconds. At this moment, I possessed the strength to contend even against a 6th-rank Grandmaster. Chen-Ong rose from his seated position, casually draping his coat over his shoulders before pushing open the door to the quiet room. Outside, Lei Zhentian had been waiting for 3 days and nights. Upon seeing Chun Ong emerge, he initially expressed joy, only for his expression to suddenly pale, instinctively retreating 3 steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. In Lei Zhentian's perception, the Chun Ong before him was no longer a mere youth, but a primordial fierce deity, just awakened. Draped in human skin, a single glance from him sent shivers down the spine of this third-rank consummate expert, making him feel a tremor at the very core of his soul. "Mr. Chun, have you broken through?" Lei Zhentian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. "A modest breakthrough," Chun Ong replied nonchalantly. "Has the quota for the finals been confirmed?" "Indeed. The top 100 from the entire province will be transported by the Martial Arts Association's special aircraft. We will set off for the provincial capital, Linen, early tomorrow morning," Lei Zhentian explained, handing over a dossier. "These are the individuals worth noting for this final. Please take a look." Chun Ong accepted the dossier and casually flipped through its contents. The Lin family of Linen's 4 great families. Eldest son Lin Tianyu, 5th rank midstage. Known as Sword Absolute. Jiangnan Province's gifted student. The disciple of the Su family's ancestral master, Mo Hen, cultivation level unknown, suspected to possess a 6th rank protective talisman. The dark horse from Shiliang City, Man Shan, born with divine strength, 5th rank early stage. Chun Ong closed the dossier, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. A disciple of the Su family's ancestral master? How intriguing. His visit to the provincial capital was not solely for the title of champion, but also to settle scores once and for all. He lifted his gaze toward the distant dawn light. The provincial capital, Linen, the core city that gathered the power, wealth, and talents of the entire Jiangnan province. At this moment, it was poised in unprecedented tension due to his imminent arrival. The next morning, at Jiang City Airport, a military-grade passenger aircraft, entirely silver, emitted a tremendous roar as it pierced through the clouds. Inside the cabin, due to Chen Ang's presence, the atmosphere that should have been filled with the banter of prodigies from various cities became exceptionally somber. Several gifted individuals from other cities occasionally stole fearful, yet curious glances at Chun Ong, who sat quietly in the last row, eyes closed. "Hey, is he the one who single-handedly wiped out the Su family? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to get yourself killed? I heard he killed a 5th-rank beast king in the Snow Mountain, and even the Iron General of the provincial military district avoids him. If we face him, what is the point of competing? We might as well surrender." The hushed whispers reached Chun Ang's ears, yet he remained oblivious, focusing on the air currents generated by the aircraft as it soared through the void. After an hour, they arrived at Linen International Airport, a place magnitudes larger than Jiang City. Various hovering trains traversed the towering buildings, and awakened individuals riding spirit beasts or wielding flying instruments were a common sight. "So this is the provincial capital? Truly impressive," one candidate marveled. As Chun Ong stepped out of the airport, an untimely cold snort reached his ears. "Country bumpkin. Never seen such a scene. Jiang City really is a rural place." The speaker was a young man clad in custom combat attire, a long sword embedded with blue crystals hanging at his waist. He was followed by 4 deep-breathing bodyguards, all 4th rank late stage. It was Lin Tianyu. Someone recognized his identity. Lin Tianyu, the prodigal son of the Lin family, the foremost among Linen's 4 great families, hailed as the leader of the younger generation in the provincial capital. He cast a sideways glance, provocatively sizing up Chun Ong. "You must be Chun Ong." Lin Tianyu stepped forward, his 5th rank mid-stage aura striking like a sharp sword directly at Chun Ong. "I've heard you've been quite the troublemaker in Jiang City. Even that useless Su Zhentian met his demise at your hands. However, you must understand, Su Zhentian could lead the family only because the Su family's ancestral master chose to remain uninvolved. In the provincial capital, dispatching a few insignificant characters does not grant you the audacity to behave arrogantly." Lin Tianyu sneered, having not participated in the previous Snow Mountain exercises. His understanding of Chun Ong largely based on hearsay. In his estimation, Chun Ong might possess some strength, but it was predominantly reliant on some secret method from the ruins. "If you are wise, when you encounter me in the finals, you should concede voluntarily. I might consider recommending you to my father, allowing you to become a guest elder in my Lin family. Otherwise," Lin Tianyu's words were abruptly cut off. Chun Ong, who had remained silent until now, finally opened his eyes slowly. In that instant, Lin Tianyu felt as if the very space before him had collapsed, an invisible pressure shattering his imposing aura in an instant. Or else what? Chun Ang's voice was calm and devoid of any emotion, yet it caused the temperature within several meters to plummet to freezing levels. "Why you dare to exude killing intent towards me?" Lin Tianyu's expression darkened, embarrassment turning into anger. As the eldest son of the Lin family, when had he ever been subjected to such a death-staring gaze? "Young Master Tianyu, do not act rashly. just as Lin Tianyu prepared to draw his sword. An elderly man clad in a gray robe appeared mysteriously behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. The elder looked at Chenong, a profound wariness flashing in his murky eyes. You must be Chen Xiaoyu. I am Lin He, an elder of the Lin family. I apologize for the earlier rudeness on behalf of the young master. Lin He slightly bowed, his tone carrying a tense sense of impending danger. As a peak 5th rank veteran master, Lin He sensed a threat from Chenong that could instantly rend him apart. Elder, what are you doing? He is merely a silence. Lin He scolded sharply, pulling Lin Tianyu to turn and leave. It was not until they had walked several hundred meters that Lin Tianyu broke free, roaring in anger. Elder, what are you so afraid of? This is Linen, our Lin family's territory. Lin He halted, shaking his head bitterly. Young master, did you not perceive? Had you drawn your sword just now, I fear I would not have been able to protect your life. What? Lin Tianyu was completely stunned. At the airport exit, Chenong retracted his gaze, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Ants. Just then, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Mr. Chen, long time no see. Chenong turned to find Bai Weiwei standing not far away, her appearance markedly different from her earlier disarray in the snow mountain. Now clad in a sharp white outfit, her gaze toward Chenong was complex, filled with both reverence and an inexplicable emotion. Bai Weiwei? Chenong responded with slight surprise. I am here to warn you. Bai Weiwei approached, lowering her voice. The Su family's ancestral master has already emerged from seclusion, although he has not publicly revealed himself. Our Bai family has received word that he has ordered your return without success. Furthermore, the venue for the finals has changed. Chenong raised an eyebrow. Changed. Originally, it was to be held at the provincial sports stadium, but now it will take place in the restricted area of Linen, the city of descent. Bai Weiwei's eyes flashed with fear. That place is not merely a ruin, but an ancient battlefield where countless primordial dragon essences were once buried. The Su family's ancestral master chose it for the very reason that their family's sinister technique can exert power beyond levels there. After hearing this, Chenong exhibited no sign of concern. Rather, a stronger battle intent ignited in his eyes. An ancient battlefield of primordial dragon essences? He glanced at his right hand. Concealed beneath a glove, the previously dormant Jaime Longzhao now emanated a faint tremor of yearning. It seems the Su family's ancestral master has not dug my grave, but instead delivered me a grand gift. Chenong turned his gaze back to Bai Weiwei, offering a faint smile. Thank you for the warning. Subsequently, he walked against the tide of people, heading towards the depths of the city shrouded in mist. His silhouette, under the pull of the setting sun, appeared both proud and formidable. At this moment, deep within the provincial capital, atop a gloomy tower, an emaciated old man, exuding an aura of decay, slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay the spirit tablet of Su Zhentian. The old man, Chenong, spoke, his voice raspy and grating like a ghostly wail. I shall see how much nourishment your vitality can contribute to my Wanhun banner. With a casual wave of his hand, the air around him turned a deep black, filled with the anguished cries of countless resentful spirits. A deadly trap targeting Chenong had already taken shape. Chapter 39, The Star-Picking Tower Banquet. The hidden dragon in the abyss, the provincial capital, Linen, was as resplendent as a dazzling gem embedded in the fertile lands of Jiangnan. Unlike the rugged and utilitarian architecture of Jiang City, which suffered from perennial storms, the air of Linen was imbued with a rich and gentle spiritual energy. Flanking the streets were spirit-gathering trees, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, ensuring that even the most ordinary street sweeper exhibited faint fluctuations of a first-tier awakened being's vitality. Such was the disparity in foundational strength. In the city center, before a magnificent building soaring hundreds of stories into the clouds, Jiang City's transportation vehicle came to a halt. The star-picking tower. Lei Zhentian stepped out of the car, gazing up at the resplendent, all-encompassing plaque, his tone laced with awe and a hint of trepidation. Mr. Chen, this is the designated accommodation for the top 100 candidates of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. The entire building was protected by a fourth-tier defensive array, and each room was equipped with an independent gravity chamber and a spiritual energy-gathering array. As Lei Zhentian led the way, he lowered his voice to introduce Chenong, who followed behind. As the leader of Jiang City, Lei Zhentian felt as if he were treading on thin ice. In the past, having one or two promising talents from Jiang City make it into the top 100 was already considered a stroke of luck, and those who stayed in the star-picking tower were typically relegated to the bottom floor's ordinary suites, enduring the disdain of local prodigies. But this year was different. Jiang City had produced a remarkable talent in Chenong. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his black coat, Chenong calmly surveyed his surroundings. His gaze did not linger on the opulent spiritual crystal chandeliers or the impeccably dressed signs nearby. His perception, akin to delicate antennae, extended throughout the entire building. Having broken through to the mid-stage of the fifth tier and awakened the form of silence, Chun Ang's mastery over power had reached a state of simplicity and purity. At this moment, if he did not deliberately release his aura, even a master of the same fifth tier would perceive him merely as an ordinary youth with slightly vigorous vitality, a hidden dragon in the abyss. He did not reveal his brilliance. "Let us proceed to register in the hall," Chun Ang said indifferently, as the two entered the resplendent reception hall. The previously bustling atmosphere momentarily stilled. In an instant, dozens of scrutinizing gazes, filled with curiosity, wariness, and even unabashed hostility, converged upon Chun Ang. Following the explosive news of the Su family's annihilation, Chun Ang had become a figure of dread among the younger generation in the provincial capital, akin to a living demon king. Is he truly Chun Ang? He seems rather unremarkable apart from his handsome appearance, lacking the monstrous traits described in rumors. Hush! Have you not heard that the top 10 assassins hired by the Su family for 10 billion were all slain by him in a single night? Even young Master Lin Tianyu of the Lin family was deterred at the airport by a mere glance. Such rumors must be exaggerated. He is just a country bumpkin from Jiang City. Even if he had fortuitous encounters, his foundation cannot compare to that of our provincial capital's aristocracy. I suspect he carries some forbidden artifact that conceals his true cultivation. In the distant lounge area, several prodigies from the provincial capital whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, a young man in black sat quietly on a sofa, eyes closed in meditation. He sported a neat crew cut, a black long knife resting across his knees, its sheath untouched. As Chun Ang entered, the young man's right hand tightened around the hilt, his thumb unconsciously stroking the guard. "Yi family, Yi Wuhan." Following Chun Ang's gaze, Lei Jintian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly leaned closer to whisper in Chun Ang's ear. "Mr. Chun, that is the unrivaled genius of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families of Linen. This fellow is a true martial fanatic, having reportedly ventured alone into the depths of the wilderness 6 months ago, slaying countless 4th-tier peak beasts. His cultivation is likely already on the brink of the 5th tier." Chun Ang merely cast a casual glance at Yi Wuhan before withdrawing his gaze. Target scan complete. Yi Wuhan, 4th-tier peak, half-step 5th tier. Ability, Shadow Blade. Golden Finger Evaluation. Blade intent is commendable, yet before absolute principles, it is as fragile as paper. Ignoring the complex gazes around him, Chun Ang proceeded directly to the front desk, completing his registration and acquiring the key card for the top-tier suite designated for the representatives of Jiang City. At 8 o'clock that evening, in the open-air Starry Banquet Hall on the top floor of the Star Picking Tower, a traditional welcoming banquet was held on the eve of the finals. Though termed a welcoming event, it was, in essence, a venue for the top 100 geniuses of the province to probe each other's strengths and even form alliances for personal gain. The hall was softly illuminated, with soothing classical music resonating throughout. The long banquet tables were laden with exquisite delicacies crafted from the flesh and blood of low-tier exotic beasts. A single bite was equivalent to the effects of months of arduous training for an ordinary warrior. Dressed in a clean black casual outfit, Chun Ang sat alone on a high stool in the corner, holding a glass of ice water, quietly observing the bustling night scene of Linen through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He made no effort to engage with anyone, for eagles never concern themselves with the chatter of sparrows below. "I heard the finals venue has been temporarily changed to the city of descent." Nearby, a few signs of aristocratic families conversed, their words reaching Chun Ang's ears. "Indeed. My grandfather mentioned that it was originally a military blockaded site of an ancient battlefield, where the space is extremely unstable and remnants of ancient beasts' resentful toxins linger. Not even a 5th-tier master could enter without risking madness and becoming a mindless killing machine if tainted by the toxins." A young woman remarked, her face pale. "You may not know this," a young man in a sharply tailored suit with slicked-back hair sneered, his gaze subtly flickering toward Chun Ang's corner. The sudden change of venue was personally proposed by the recently emerged elder of the Su family to the Provincial Martial Arts Association. It is said that although the city of Descent is fraught with danger, it harbors remnants of true martial soul bones from ancient times. Anyone who can bring back a piece will be unconditionally granted admission to the highest-level Kunlun Martial University. Moreover, the young man paused deliberately, raising his voice slightly. The elder of the Su family declared that this time, no means are restricted, regardless of life and death. Whoever survives will be the true number 1 of Jiangnan province. The chilling weight of those 4 words, regardless of life and death, seemed to lower the temperature in the banquet hall. Everyone was acutely aware that the elder of the Su family was clearly intent on eliminating a certain monster who had offended them during the finals. In an instant, those candidates from smaller cities who had previously approached Chun'ong with intentions of forming connections withdrew as if struck by lightning, fearful of any association with him, even in the slightest. In their eyes, although Chun'ong possessed extraordinary combat prowess, being targeted by a 6th-tier grandmaster in the shadows marked him as a certain victim of demise. Mr. Chen, it seems tonight no one dares to propose a toast with us in Jiangqing, said Lei Jintian with a wry smile, as he approached Chun'ong, carrying 2 platters of roasted meat. Despite his fear of the fabled ancestor of the Su family, after the incident in the snowy mountains, he had developed a near-blind admiration for Chun'ong. A bit of tranquility is quite nice, Chun'ong remarked, sipping on ice water, his gaze as still as a deep well. Just then, an exceedingly discordant and cold aura suddenly locked onto him. You are Chun'ong. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. A gaunt and sinister-looking youth, with deep-set eyes, approached Chun'ong, flanked by remnants of the Su family. The youth wore a long robe adorned with a ghastly white skull emblem, emanating a nauseating stench of decay and blood. As if he were not a living being, but a malevolent spirit risen from the grave. System scan, target identity confirmed. Ma Hun, disciple of the Su family ancestor. Cultivation level, early stage of 5th tier, forcibly elevated by consuming the blood essence of the living. Special reminder, contains a powerful mental imprint. Suspected to originate from a 6th tier expert. Chun'ong remained seated on his high stool, not even lifting his eyelids, still gazing out at the night scenery. His indifferent demeanor ignited an intense rage in Ma Hun's snake-like eyes, filled with malevolent intent. The rabble of Jiangqing truly lacks decorum. Ma Hun scoffed and suddenly struck without warning. His withered right hand lunged forward, fingertips shooting out 5 strands of pitch-black malevolence, like 5 razor-sharp scalpels. They aimed directly at the back of Chun'ong's head. Hiss! This is the Su family's exclusive technique, the soul-biting Yin-bone claw. Had Ma Hun gone mad, here, in the Zhaixing Tower, to act openly would strip him of his qualification for the examination. The surrounding geniuses gasped and retreated in fear, wary of being tainted by that wicked malice. Lei Jintian, incensed, attempted to muster his energy to block the attack, only to be firmly held in place by an invisible force. The assailant was, of course, Chun'ong. Facing a strike potent enough to pierce the head of a peak 4th-tier warrior in an instant, Chun'ong remained turned away from Ma Hun. He merely nonchalantly set the glass of water he held down on the marble bar beside him. A faint sound echoed, yet to Ma Hun's ears, it resonated like thunder crashing from the heavens. A terrifying gravitational force, indescribable in words, mixed with an aura capable of freezing one's soul, abruptly radiated outward from Chun'ong, enveloping Ma Hun within a half-meter radius. The control was exquisite. A fraction more would have brought down the entire building. A fraction less would have failed to establish absolute dominance. This was a perfect manifestation of Chun'ong's meticulous control over his power after breaking through to the mid-stage of the 5th tier. Crack! Ma Hun's outstretched obsidian claws shattered like brittle glass, halting a mere 10 centimeters from Chun'ong's nape, as if colliding with an invisible ancient mountain. Ah! Ma Hun screamed in agony, feeling as if his body no longer belonged to him. The terrifying gravity crushed his protective aura and broke his knees. Bang! In the profound silence that enveloped the hall, this representative of the Su family's dignity, once arrogant and haughty, now knelt humiliatingly behind Chun'ong. His knees shattered the hard marble floor, blood instantly staining the ground crimson. You! Ma Hun's face turned a deep shade of purple as he desperately attempted to summon his internal energy to rise. Yet, he was horrified to find his energy cowering in his dantian, trembling uncontrollably, completely beyond his command. Too noisy. Chun'ong finally turned his head, his mismatched golden and blue eyes coldly surveying the kneeling Ma Hun. There was no intent to kill, only sheer disregard. Go back and inform your old immortal master to await me at the finish line during the finals. Chun'ong slowly stood up, brushing non-existent dust off his coat. His tone as tranquil as if discussing the weather. All your so-called trump cards, murder plots, and schemes seem to me far too slow, weak, and utterly mundane. With that, Chun'ong paid no further attention to the ashen-faced Ma Hun, nor to the surrounding geniuses who were too terrified to breathe. He slipped his hands into his pockets and walked out of the banquet hall alongside Lei Jintian. It was only after Chun'ong's figure completely vanished at the elevator entrance that the hall erupted in a chorus of gasps. In everyone's minds, there was but one thought. This monster seemed to be 10 times more terrifying than the legend suggested. Chapter 40. The City of Descent. The finals unfold. The following morning, the skies over Linen City were shrouded in thick clouds. It felt as if even heaven and earth were oppressed by the impending bloodshed. Within a vast military-controlled zone in the northern outskirts of Linen, the province's top 100 geniuses stood fully armed, lined up neatly on a broad metallic plaza. There were no media, no cheering spectators, only the towering electrified walls surrounding them and thousands of armed military elites standing by. Before them, the air seemed to be violently torn apart, revealing a gaping chasm dozens of meters long. From within the crack emanated a despair-inducing gray hue. Faint, chilling howls and nauseating stench wafted from the fissure, sending shivers down their spines. This was the entrance to the finals venue, the City of Descent. Chenong stood at the back of the line, not donning the specially issued protective gear from the various families, but rather dressed in his simple black casual attire. He closed his eyes, deliberately slowing his heartbeat to just 10 beats per minute. As he approached the spatial rift, a potent resonance surged within his right arm. Where the desolation dragon claw lay dormant, a primal urge for consumption and slaughter awakened within him. Patience, it is not yet the time for complete liberation. I must suppress this restlessness completely and transform it into the purest foundation before confronting that old monster. Chenong silently chanted within, exerting immense willpower to confine the claw's tumult deep within his marrow. At the front of the plaza stood several prominent figures from the provincial capital. The head of the provincial education department, the highest military commander, and an elder cloaked in a black robe, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff. The elder seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, his features obscured, yet with each breath he took, the surrounding light appeared to warp unnaturally. This was a manifestation of an aura potent enough to interfere with the rules of reality. Su Mingyuan, the ancestor of the Su family, a terrifying existence who had lived for nearly 2 centuries and reached the peak of the 6th tier. As Su Mingyuan's lifeless eyes swept across the crowd, the hundreds of once arrogant geniuses felt as if a mountain pressed down upon their shoulders, their knees weakening involuntarily. Lin Tianyo of the Lin family gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his stance. Ye Wuhan of the Ye family even had to embed his long sword into the ground to avoid collapsing. This was the absolute pressure of a 6th-tier grandmaster. To conquer an army without battle. Yet, amidst this suffocating oppression, only the black-clad youth standing at the back remained upright, not even faltering in his breathing. Chenong slowly opened his eyes, his mismatched pupils cutting through the crowd, meeting Su Mingyuan's gaze without the slightest hint of fear. The gazes of the two individuals collided in midair. There were no sparks, no sound. Yet, the sturdy alloy railing atop the platform silently transformed into a pool of molten iron in an instant. Su Mingyuan's brow furrowed slightly beneath his cloak, a flicker of exceedingly subtle astonishment flashing in his murky eyes. The 6th-tier mental pressure he had just unleashed vanished without a trace upon encountering the boy's 1-meter radius, as if obliterated by some higher dimensional force. No wonder he has been able to continuously eliminate the direct line of my Su family. He is indeed a prodigy. Su Mingyuan retracted his gaze, a cruel smile curling his parched lips. Alas, when one stands out in the forest, the wind must inevitably bring it down. Once inside this city of despair, it becomes my domain. At this moment, the head of the Education Bureau cleared his throat and began to announce the rules for the finals. Candidates, due to the unique circumstances of this provincial finals, significant changes will be made to the rules. The director's voice resonated throughout the square via a spiritual power amplifier. First, electronic communication devices are prohibited within the City of Despair. Tactical watches may only be used to record scores and cannot send distress signals. This means that should you encounter life-threatening situations inside, the military cannot provide any rescue. Second, the ruins are saturated with the vengeful toxins left behind by ancient beasts, rendering ordinary detoxification pills ineffective. You must constantly circulate your spiritual energy to resist. Once your energy depletes, you will be assimilated by the toxins and become a living corpse. Third, the director's tone grew unprecedentedly serious. The finals will last 3 days. You may earn points by slaying the creatures within the ruins and collecting ancient materials. However, most importantly, there are several core altars deep within the ruins that possess true martial soul bones capable of transforming one's very essence. After 3 days, the one with the highest score will be crowned the champion of this year's Jiangnan Province martial examination. The countdown begins now, 1 minute to prepare for entry. As the director's words concluded, the atmosphere in the square tightened to an extreme. Bai Weiwei took a deep breath, turned towards Chenong, her lips moving as if she wished to say something. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and turned away. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Begin. With a thunderous roar, a massive spatial rift erupted, emitting blinding gray-white light, and a tremendous suction enveloped the entire area. Hundreds of candidates were swept away like leaves caught in a whirlpool. uncontrollably drawn into the unknown abyss. Chenong did not resist this force. At the moment he crossed the spatial rift, he keenly sensed that Su Mingyuan atop the platform had, at some point, produced a tattered black flag, pointing towards his back from afar. A guide for the myriad souls. Chenong scoffed inwardly. He understood that upon landing, he would likely face the most frenzied attacks within the ruins. Yet, he craved precisely this extreme pressure. After a disorienting sensation of spatial tearing, he landed steadily upon a dim, desolate expanse. The sky bore no sun, only a thick, rolling gray mist. The air was laden with the acrid stench of blood and rust, making each breath akin to inhaling blades. Before his eyes lay an ancient ruin of colossal proportions. Stretching beyond sight, towering black stone pillars lay shattered, while the ground was littered with massive bones resembling small hills, remnants of unknown gigantic beasts. Warning: high concentration of Dragon Clan vengeful toxins detected. System analysis. Activating dual isolation of absolute ice immunity and earth vein thick soil. Isolation successful. Toxins have been neutralized. Chenong brushed off the dust from his clothes. Just then, a series of unsettling bone-crunching sounds erupted from the seemingly lifeless heaps of colossal remains. Chenong looked up to see, amidst the mist, hundreds of ghostly green flames flickering to life. These were skeletal knights, clad in tattered black armor, wielding rusted spears. Their steeds were also formed from bones, exhaling gray toxins from their nostrils. These creatures were likely elite soldiers who perished on ancient battlefields, their essences corroded by the lingering vengeful spirits for hundreds or even thousands of years, each exuding a terrifying aura at the pinnacle of the fourth tier. At the center of each skeletal knight's forehead was a faint black mark, the pursuit seal imprinted by Su Mingyuan's myriad souls flag. 100-person slaughter arranged right upon entry? Observing the encircling skeletal knight legion, Chenong felt no fear. Instead, he leisurely unzipped his jacket and discarded it on the ground. Regrettably, regardless of their numbers, they were mere figures. Chenong slowly raised his right hand. With a crack, dark golden scales surged forth like waves, a sense of annihilation. Representing the return of all things to the void, erupted violently across this desolate ancient battlefield. Come now, let me see if this so-called ancient battlefield is sufficient for me to indulge in a massacre. Chapter 41. One guardian for each city. The initial cry of the annihilation wild dragon. In the periphery of the city of despair, gray mist enveloped the forsaken ancient battlefield like a thick ink. The wind howled. Black toxin particles visible to the naked eye floated in the air, making each breath feel like inhaling minute blades, slicing through the trachea and lungs. Clop, 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 clop. The synchronized sound of hooves reverberated on the cracked, charred earth, producing a jarring echo. Hundreds of heavy-armored knights, assembled from the bones of ancient warriors, surrounded Chenong in an impeccably regimented tactical formation. Their hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly green flames, and the rusted spears they gripped were entwined with potent death energy and resentment. These were no longer mere physical monsters, they were nightmares on a spiritual level. Even an ordinary third-tier awakener, merely gazing into those ghostly green flames, would instantaneously suffer a mental collapse, descending into madness. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere equivalent to the pinnacle of fourth-tier late-stage beings bore down upon the seemingly fragile black-clad youth at the center. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital Lenin, within the highest military monitoring hall, a giant holographic projection screen occupying half a wall was segmented into hundreds of smaller images, tracking the movements of each candidate entering the city of despair in real time. Due to the extremely chaotic magnetic fields within the ruins, the images flickered with static. Yet this did not hinder the prominent figures in the hall from observing the situation. Look, what is happening? A military operator responsible for the monitoring array suddenly exclaimed, his finger trembling as it pointed to a magnified image at the center of the screen. Instantly, all the heads of families, high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau, including Su Mingyuan, the patriarch of the Su family, who sat in a grand chair with his eyes closed, turned their gazes towards the screen. In the footage, the mist swirled, and hundreds of terrifying skeletal knights surged forth like a tide of darkness, encircling Chun-Ong tightly. 103 were all mutated fourth-tier late-stage skeletal knights. The head of the Provincial Education Bureau gasped, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. How is this possible? The spatial fluctuations in the outer regions clearly only supported the activity of early third-tier monsters. How could such a level of monster group suddenly manifest? And all concentrated precisely at Chunang's landing point. This is no longer an assessment. This is a premeditated ambush. Lei Zhentian was also present in the hall, his eyes wide with anger as he began to roar. However, no one paid him any heed. Everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted to the figure seated in the grand chair. Su Mingyuan. At this moment, a chillingly benevolent smile surfaced on Su Mingyuan's face, which resembled the parched skin of an orange. His emaciated fingers gently tapped his cane, not even casting a glance at Lei Zhentian. After all, the battlefield is ever-changing. Misfortune befell him as he landed amidst a tide of undead. This misfortune could hardly be attributed to anyone else. Su Mingyuan's voice was hoarse, yet it carried an undeniable coldness, attributing the calamity to the unfortunate fate of this Jiangxing lad, who could not withstand the overwhelming fortune of the provincial capital's top scholar. The heads of families present exchanged glances, their thoughts as clear as a mirror. What misfortune? This was evidently the work of the Su family's ancestor, employing the transcendent methods of a sixth-tier grandmaster, utilizing the eerie Hun fan to manipulate the situation. The rules surrounding the ruins had been forcibly distorted, drawing all-powerful undead within a radius of several dozen miles towards Chenong. Alas, a peerless genius capable of annihilating the Iron Legion was about to meet his demise. Many sighed inwardly. 104th-tier late-stage monsters, arrayed in formation, impervious to pain, unafraid of death, and accompanied by toxic miasma. Even a mid-tier 5th-stage grandmaster would be worn down to nothing in such a scenario. Look at the other candidates, someone reminded. The crowd shifted their focus. There, the so-called #1 genius of the provincial capital, Lin Tianyu, was desperately wielding his longsword, drenched in sweat, battling 3 ordinary 3rd-tier early-stage skeleton soldiers. Although he held the upper hand, he appeared quite disheveled, his protective aura corroded by the miasma. Yi Wuhan was being chased by 2 3rd-tier mid-stage corpses, darting around the ruins and relying on the terrain to counterattack. In contrast, Chun Eng's battle against over 104th-tier late-stage skeletal knights was akin to facing a catastrophic hell. It's over. That boy is doomed. The head of the Bai family shook his head, closing his eyes to avoid witnessing the impending bloodshed. The surveillance footage revealed the skeletal knight legion in motion. With a synchronized soul-shattering roar, over 100 skeletal warhorses simultaneously reared up, transforming into streaks of black lightning as they charged towards Chun'ong in a deathly onslaught. Rusty spears cut through the air with deafening sonic booms, sealing off all possible escape routes for Chun'ong. A net of doom, with nowhere to evade. However, at the eye of the storm, Chun'ong not only stood his ground, but also showed no inclination to dodge. He remained still, and as the first spear neared within half a meter of his brow, the onlookers in the monitoring hall believed he had been petrified by fear. Slowly, he lifted his right claw, adorned with dark golden scales. Desolation of the cataclysmic dragon claw, 5th form, Sunluo Oblivion. This crude contraption. Chun'ong slightly raised his head, and within his mismatched golden and blue eyes, there was no trace of human emotion, only an overwhelming indifference, as if surveying mere ants. Are you worthy to stand before me? He did not employ any extravagant techniques, nor did he unleash thunderous might or an inferno. Chun'ong simply faced the advancing night formation, resembling a black wall, and casually spread his 5 fingers. With a hum, the space within 100 meters of his palm warped bizarrely in that instant. There was no thunderous explosion, only a chillingly subtle sound, akin to chalk being effortlessly erased from a blackboard by an unseen hand, before the horrified gazes of everyone in the monitoring hall. The 30-odd skeletal knights at the forefront could not even manage to halt for a moment upon encountering the invisible force field before Cheneng's palm. Their heavy armor, their bones, the resentment on their spears, even the unquenchable green soul flame in their eye sockets were obliterated in an instant. They did not disintegrate into dust or shatter into fragments, but rather vanished entirely from both physical and energetic realms, reduced to the most fundamental void. This was the terrifying passive ability of the 5th form, Oblivion. Ignoring defenses, collapsing upon contact. What kind of martial art is this? In the monitoring hall, a martial arts master, who had been holding a teacup, suddenly trembled, spilling scalding tea onto his lap without noticing, his eyes fixed on the screen, nearly bulging from their sockets. He did not invoke any power of the laws or shadows. He merely opened his hand, and those monsters evaporated. In the footage, Chun'ong had not even shifted his stance. He slowly closed his fingers, transforming his palm into a fist. The Oblivion black void. As he thrust his fist forward, a resounding rumble erupted. This time, it was not a silent obliteration. A force of severely compressed spatial collapse erupted from the tip of Cheneng's punch. The gray mist within a radius of several dozen meters was instantly cleared, revealing a 10-meter-wide miniature black void that detonated at the center of the Night Legion. An overwhelming gravitational force erupted from the black hole. and the remaining 70 or 80 skeletal knights could not even emit a cry before being violently torn apart and consumed by the irresistible pull. In less than 10 seconds, the once formidable undead legion, capable of annihilating a small city, was reduced to ashes, leaving only scattered black remnants to testify to their former existence. Chenong stood still, slowly lowering his right arm, the dark golden scales shimmering with a cold and mysterious metallic sheen in the dim light. Boring. Chenong smirked, finding the power of this fifth form even more tyrannical than he had anticipated. Even fourth-tier late-stage monsters appeared as fragile as soap bubbles before him. Notification. Killed 103 mutated skeletal knights. Earning points. 103,000. Current ranking. First in the province. Leading the second place by 102. 950 points. In less than 5 minutes since the competition began, Chenong's points had already reached a number that instilled despair in all. At this moment, the monitoring hall fell into a deathly silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone's minds were in a state of shock. Instant kills. Another instant kill. And this time, it was a legion of over 100 fourth-tier late-stage monsters. This was beyond what any human examinee could achieve. This was akin to a human-shaped nuclear bomb. With a crisp crack, a sound that resonated painfully in the silent hall, the crowd turned to see Su Mingyuan, who had been seated calmly, a benevolent yet cold smile on his face. At this moment, the cane, crafted from some precious spirit wood, had been crushed by him, revealing a deep crack visible to the bone. The smile on Su Mingyuan's aged face froze entirely, his murky eyes swirling with uncontainable shock and fury. That power was not merely spiritual energy, it even transcended ordinary elemental laws. What kind of monstrous inheritance had that boy acquired within the ruins? A tempest surged within Su Mingyuan's heart. Just then, in the footage, Chenong suddenly made a movement that sent chills down everyone's spine. Rather than hastily retreating, he slowly turned around. He raised his head, and his mismatched golden and blue eyes locked onto an empty space in the air. That location was precisely the invisible monitoring focal point established by the military above the City of Desolation. Through the screen, Chenong's gaze seemed to transcend spatial barriers, piercing directly through Su Mingyuan's eyes. A mocking, cold smile curled at the corners of Chenong's lips. He slowly raised his right claw, adorned with dark golden scales, extending his index finger towards the screen, gently tapping it. Old fool, such a shameful mark should never see the light of day. Suddenly, a wisp of crimson flame ignited at the tip of Chenong's finger. This flame did not target any monsters, but instead surged directly into the void above his head. A chilling, ghostly wail echoed through the emptiness. An invisible black skull mark, previously undetectable, was forcibly drawn from the void by the raging flames, only to be instantly consumed into nothingness. That was Su Mingyuan's sole mark used for luring monsters. At the very moment the mark was destroyed in the monitoring hall, Su Mingyuan let out a suppressed groan, his emaciated chest heaving violently. A trickle of black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The temperature in the hall plummeted as everyone looked in horror at the sixth-tier Grandmaster. He was injured through the barrier of space. Chenong not only pinpointed the intangible mental mark, but also rebounded it against this sixth-tier Grandmaster. Very well. Su Mingyuan extended his bony tongue, licking the black blood from his mouth. The once benevolent facade was utterly shredded, replaced by a visage akin to a malevolent specter. Chenong, I shall see how far your arrogance can carry you. In the surveillance footage, after incinerating the mark, Chenong arrogantly made a throat-cutting gesture towards the screen. He then turned and, like a fleeting shadow, strode towards the unfathomable core of the City of Desolation. The rhythm was entirely in his grasp. In the inner zone of the City of Desolation, the scene was even more spine-chilling than the wilds outside. Towering ancient structures, some hundreds of meters high, had collapsed significantly, yet the intricate patterns carved upon them still emitted a faint, blood-red glow. The gravity here was 3 times that of the outside world, and the air was thick with vengeful miasma, condensing into droplets of black water. Any ordinary aspirant daring to step even a single foot here would find their lungs rotting away with just one breath. Yet at this moment, before a massive, ruined altar, 2 extremely disheveled figures were gasping for breath back to back. They were Lin Tianyu and Yi Wuhan, the twin stars of this year's provincial city. Their appearance was truly pitiful. Lin Tianyu's expensive custom combat suit had been torn into rags, with 3 deep claw marks visible on his chest, oozing black mist from the wounds. Yi Wuhan was in even worse shape. His proud black longsword was riddled with chips, and his left arm hung limply at his side, clearly fractured. 10 meters ahead of them lay the corpse of a decaying earth dragon, its size akin to that of a heavy truck, covered in black bone spines. This was a 5th-tier early-stage creature. This was already a small, boss-level entity that could be found in the inner zone of the City of Desolation. Cough. Yi Wuhan, your shadow execution is somewhat decent. Otherwise, we would both have perished at the hands of this beast today. Lin Tianyu spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Yet his eyes sparkled with wild joy despite his injuries. Spare me the nonsense. Had I not drawn the majority of its attention, your pathetic sword formation wouldn't even have grazed its skin. Yi Wuhan retorted coldly, yet his hurried breaths betrayed his inner excitement. Though they were at odds with one another, upon entering the inner zone and facing increasingly fearsome monsters, they had no choice but to join forces. After all, they were the true prodigies of the provincial city. To them, aside from Chunong, who was targeted by the Su family's ancestor and destined to perish in the periphery, they were undoubtedly the champions of this year's martial examination. However, all of this was worth it. Chapter 42, Shattering Pride. This is true dimensional suppression. In the inner zone of the City of Desolation, Lin Tianyu struggled to stand, his gaze fervently fixed on the corpse of the decaying earth dragon. In the center of the ruined altar, a translucent, irregular bone floated, radiating a soft white light. Even from over 10 meters away, both could sense the pure essence of ancient martial truths contained within the bone, as if a mere breath could instantly elevate their realms. True martial soul bone. Yi Wuhan's eyes sparked with brilliance. With this, not only would they be unconditionally guaranteed admission to the highest-level Kunlun Martial University of the Daxia Kingdom, but it would also serve as a solid foundation for their future ascendance to 6th-tier Grandmaster. According to their agreement, whoever seized it would claim it as their own. Lin Tianyu sneered, forcibly squeezing the last remnants of spiritual power from his body, his sword light flashing as he dashed towards the altar. Not so fast. Yi Wuhan, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind, gripping his battered sword. Just as their fingertips were less than half a meter from the true martial soul bone, and their hearts soared with joy, an unexpected calamity struck. Boom. The ground of the entire inner zone suddenly trembled violently, without warning. This tremor was not localized. It felt as if thousands of colossal beasts were simultaneously stampeding. What is happening? Lin Tianyu's expression changed dramatically, and he came to an abrupt halt. The thick, inescapable black fog was suddenly ripped apart by an incredibly violent, bloody wind. Then, before their horrified eyes, the ruins were surrounded by pairs of blood-red, ferociously glowing vertical pupils atop towering stone pillars and the edges of crumbled city walls. 1, 10, 50, over 100 creatures of varying sizes, all with an aura at least at the peak of the 4th tier, including several early-stage 5th-tier ancient corrupted beasts, emerged. Like a horde of demons clawing their way out of the depths of hell, they completely encircled the altar. They were drawn by the scent of blood released upon the death of the 5th-tier earth dragon and the fluctuations of the true martial soul bone. It's over. The long sword in Yi Wuhan's hand fell helplessly onto the altar, producing a sound of despair. Lin Tianyu's legs buckled as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of all light. Just moments ago, the two of them had barely managed to slay a 5th-tier early-stage monster through their combined efforts and hidden cards. Now, faced with a beast tide capable of flattening the entire outer defense line of Linen, they had no chance. Not even their family-seasoned 5th-tier grandmasters would stand a chance against this. Help! Someone save me. I don't want to die here. I am the heir of the Lin family. Lin Tianyu screamed in desperation, completely abandoning his pride as the first genius of the provincial city. Yi Wuhan gritted his teeth, closing his eyes in preparation for death. Roar! A dozen 5th-tier beasts took the initiative, opening their gaping maws and charging towards the two in the center of the altar. However, just as those fearsome jaws were about to crush their skulls, a faint, slow yet exceptionally clear sound of footsteps echoed amidst the chaos of battle. This sound seemed to resonate with the pulse of every monster. In midair, the aggressive 5th-tier beasts suddenly froze as if a pause button had been pressed. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. Their enormous bodies appeared to be struck by an unseen mountain, crashing down onto the ground surrounding the altar. The sounds of breaking bones merging into a chorus of anguished wails. Lin Tianyu and Yi Wuhan, who had been resigned to their fate, abruptly opened their eyes. Amidst the swirling black miasma, a tall, slender figure dressed in black stood, hands tucked into his pockets, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. He stepped upon the heads of the wretched beasts that writhed in agony, moving unhurriedly toward the altar. He did not unleash any earth-shattering waves of spiritual energy. Yet, with each step he took, the surrounding noxious miasma retreated as if to honor their sovereign. Chin-chong. Lin Tianyu was taken aback, his voice piercing the air. How could he possibly be here? Was he not supposed to be killed by the trap set by the Su family's patriarch on the outskirts? Moreover, What was this terrifying gravity that suppressed over a dozen fifth-tier monsters? Qin Chang halted, casting a condescending glance at the two individuals sprawled on the ground. Within his golden and azure heterochromatic eyes, there was a trace of boredom. Was this the caliber of the genius from the provincial capital, ecstatic over slaying a mere fifth-tier beast? That seemingly casual remark struck Lin Tianyu and Yi Wuhan like a resounding slap, harshly landing upon their self-proclaimed noble visages. However, at this moment, Lin Tianyu could no longer afford to consider dignity. Clutching at the last thread of hope, he crawled desperately toward Chen Chang's pant leg. Chen Chang, young Master Chen, save me. Our Lin family possesses abundant wealth and resources. Just help me fend off these monsters and take me away. I will grant you anything you desire. Bang! An invisible wall of air sent Lin Tianyu flying. Fend off? Chen Chang chuckled lightly. Slowly, he withdrew his right hand, adorned with dark golden scales, from his pocket. Such trifles dare to request my protection? At that moment, the hundreds of beasts surrounding them finally broke free from the initial suppression of gravity, driven mad by the aura of life emanating from Qin Chang. Surging toward the altar like a tsunami, has he lost his mind? He intends to confront them without fleeing. Yi Wuhan screamed in terror. As the terrifying horde of beasts rushed from all directions, the scales on Qin Chang's right arm unfurled instantly, gathering icy blue frost, purplish-red calamity flames, and the black, annihilating force that represented spatial collapse in his palm. Today, let these frogs at the bottom of the well open their eyes. With a forceful thrust, Qin Chang pressed his claw against the ground. Sun Luo Ji Yi, Da Huang, Ji Miexing Yun. Boom. Words failed to describe the shock of that moment. A dazzling black-red pillar of light shot skyward from the point where Qin Chang pressed down, blinding Lin Tianyu and Yi Wuhan momentarily. Immediately following was an extreme expansion, succeeded by a catastrophic contraction. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, gravity skyrocketed to a horrifying 10,000 times. The beasts that had been soaring through the air were crushed into a mist of blood before they even touched the ground. Yet before the blood mist could settle, the intertwining forces of calamity fire and extreme cold swept across like a hurricane. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There were no screams, only a despairing silence. When the radiance dissipated and Lin Tianyu and Yi Wuhan trembled to open their eyes, their minds went blank in an instant. Gone. The hundreds of terrifying fourth and fifth-tier beasts had vanished without a trace, leaving no bones or blood behind. Even the ancient ruins surrounding them, towering hundreds of meters high, were neatly flattened by this force, creating a perfectly semicircular pit, 1,000 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep. The entire inner ring area had been transformed into a vacuum by Qin Chang's single strike. This was a dimensional strike. At the center of this cataclysmic force, upon the remnants of the altar that had been barely preserved by ancient formations, Qin Chang clapped his hands, his expression as relaxed as if he had just crushed a swarm of ants in a garden. He approached the altar's center, casting a glance at the two figures sprawled on the ground, casually retrieving the floating Jinwu soul bone and tossing it into his storage ring. I shall take this soul bone. Qin Chang turned, looking down at Lin Tianyu and Yi Wuhan, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Now, you may return and continue to indulge in your dreams of being the province's top genius. With that, Qin Chang placed his hands in his pockets, stepping into the void as he made his way toward the towering black spire that pierced the clouds at the heart of the city of descent, his true objective. On the altar, Lin Tianyu and Yi Wuhan remained in their prostrate positions. As a breeze swept by, Lin Tianyu suddenly felt warmth in his pants. The proud genius of the province's foremost family had been utterly terrified by a single move from Qin Chang. Chapter 43, Beneath the Sky. The shadow of the Black Tower in the core area of the City of Descent, the air felt as if it had solidified into black iron. There was no sound, only a deathly silence. The towering spire, entirely black and reminiscent of a sword piercing the heavens, stood silently amidst the ruins. Its surface was encrusted with layers of dried black blood, and countless intricate, obscure ancient runes flowed upon its body. The occasional flicker of ghostly light resembling the eyes of some colossal beast awakening from the dark. Qin Chang did not rush to enter the tower. With his hands in his pockets, his black boots made soft scraping sounds against the ground coated with aged ash. Behind him, several dozen meters away, Lin Tianyu and Yi Wuhan remained collapsed on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and daze. They had yet to recover from the miraculous destructive blow they had just witnessed. What kind of monster are you? Lin Tianyu's voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob, yet he dared not voice a single doubt. Qin Chang did not look back. His gaze remained fixated on the entrance of the Black Tower. There, he sensed an extraordinarily familiar and enticing fluctuation. It was the aura of a kindred spirit, This tower was a living altar. That old man Su Mingyuan went to great lengths to bring me to this city of descent, not merely to use me as a pawn, but to offer me as a sacrifice to whatever lies asleep within this tower. Regrettably, he had miscalculated one thing, the being slumbering within this tower. For this body transformed by the Annihilation Dragon was less a trap and more a buffet. Roar! Just as Chun Chang prepared to step through the tower's entrance, the two stone statues at the entrance suddenly shattered. They were two 5-meter-tall armored sentinels, lacking complete corporeality, their interiors filled with ghostly green flames. As their stone shells crumbled, the rusted long halberds in their grasp emitted a sound sharp enough to rend the air asunder. A sixth tier, no, a half-step sixth-tier construct? Yi Wuhan felt the oppressive force from a distance, his face as pale as paper. Those were the legendary gatekeepers of the City of Descent. The first exploration team to enter this place had been annihilated by these two sentinels. Su Mingyuan, witnessing this scene in the monitoring hall, finally revealed a cruel smile upon his previously grim face. Chun Chang, this is the final hurdle I have prepared for you. Murmuring to himself, he gently stroked his cane. These two Black Soul Sentinels have absorbed the souls of the fallen warriors for millennia within this ruin. Your so-called spatial laws are nothing but a joke in the face of absolute power. The two sentinels sprang into motion. Their figures moved with ghostly speed, crossing several meters in an instant. The two halberds, like serpents seeking prey, crossed paths with terrifying energy that sealed space, ruthlessly thrusting toward Chun Chang's chest. The power of this strike was sufficient to shatter the protective barrier of a peak 5th-tier master. Chun Chang, quickly evade. That's beyond human capability to withstand. Lin Tianyu could not help but scream in despair. Yet Chun Chang stood his ground, not even raising an eyelid. His right hand, enveloped in dark golden scales, waved casually in the air. Bang! There was no flourish, merely a collision of raw power. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone in front of the monitoring screen held their breath. However, in the next heartbeat, a scene unfolded that caused every heart to stop. Two sharp, piercing sounds echoed. Those two long halberds, capable of splitting mountains, shattered upon colliding with Chun Ong's palm, disintegrating like porcelain struck by a hammer, transforming into a cloud of iron dust. Is this your trump card? Chun Ong sneered disdainfully. In an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing behind one of the guardians as if teleporting. His right hand extended, fingers curled, piercing directly through the gaps in the guardian's heavy armor. Annihilation devouring. Zila. A visible stream of black energy surged violently from the guardian's body, frantically converging into Chun Ang's right arm. The once mighty black soul guardian withered at a visible pace. Its soul-burning emerald flame, nestled in Chun Ang's palm, emitted a terrified shriek as if it had encountered its nemesis, yet it could not escape. In merely 3 seconds, a half-step 6th-tier construct was reduced to a pile of lifeless scrap metal. Chun Ong turned his gaze toward another guardian, who was still in shock and attempting to retreat. A bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. You're next. This is impossible. In the monitoring hall, Su Mingyuan, who had been brimming with confidence, abruptly stood from his chair, which creaked under the sudden shift. The assurance on his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. That guardian had been crafted through decades of dedicated effort, collecting countless battle souls, immune to physical attacks, and possessing formidable mental resistance. How could it be so easily drained like a mere toy in front of that boy? What on earth is that hand of his? Su Mingyuan's fingers trembled. He had believed himself the hunter, luring Chun Ong into a trap. But now, it was evident that this was a lamb walking into a tiger's den, and this lamb appeared to be a primordial dragon clad in sheepskin. Just then, Chun Ong raised his head once more on the screen. His gaze pierced through the thick mists, as if locking eyes with Su Mingyuan on the other side of the screen. That expression was calm, indifferent, as if he were observing a mere clown. There's no need to hide, old man. Chun Ong's voice resonated through the monitoring hall via the feedback from the surveillance array. Are you not weary of these trivial tricks? I have arrived. Bang! Chun Ong crushed the last guardian's skull with a single hand, then stepped forward, forcefully pushing open the heavy door leading to the depths of the Black Tower. Rumble. The moment the door swung open, a torrent of dark energy erupted like a tsunami, engulfing the area within 1,000 meters. Chun Ang's figure vanished into the endless darkness. As the door of the Black Tower slowly closed under the horrified gazes of all, it cut off all signals. It's over. An elder of the Su family collapsed to his knees. Master, have we truly offended a monster we cannot afford to cross? The monitoring hall fell into a deafening silence. Everyone stared at the now blacked-out screen, a sense of absurdity washing over them. Did that boy truly dare to dismantle the Su family's ancestral killing scheme in the finals? Chapter 44. The Great Array of Souls. Who is the sacrifice? Inside the Black Tower, there was no source of light, only the flowing runes on the walls emitting a dim purple glow. The air was thick with a nearly tangible scent of blood, and beneath his feet lay a soft ground made not of solid flooring, but layers of bones. Qianong walked slowly. With each step, the bones beneath him cracked crisply, echoing eerily within the depths of the tower. Ding! Extremely high concentration of resentment spiritual energy detected. System suggestion. The host may actively absorb this energy to unlock advanced evolution of the Jaime form. A slight smile graced Qianong's lips. Just as he had surmised, this was no mere killing trap, it was a vast spiritual energy furnace. Su Mingyuan had invested countless resources, resentments, and spirit stones to set up an array capable of trapping fifth-tier masters within this tower. Unfortunately, all of it would belong to Qian. Since you have prepared such a feast, I shall graciously accept. Qianong focused his thoughts, and the scales on his right hand fully unfurled, transforming into a terrifying claw made entirely of dark golden energy. This was not merely a weapon, it was an abyss. He commenced the active operation of the Jiemye Huang Long technique. Whoosh! The black energy within the tower seemed to sense some terrifying allure and ceased its assault on Qianong. Instead, it began to converge toward his right arm, as if rivers returning to the sea. Meanwhile, at the altar atop the tower, Su Mingyuan floated in the void. In his withered hand, a small black flag adorned with countless tragic faces, the Wan Hun fan, hovered. Array activate. Su Mingyuan bit through his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the Wan Hun fan. No matter what you encounter below, even if you destroyed those two guardians, once you enter the tower, you have entered my domain. Su Mingyuan grinned wickedly, feeling the surging spiritual energy within the tower. He believed Qianong was trapped by the array, fighting a desperate struggle. Wan Hun, devour the bones, refine. At his command, the runes throughout the Black Tower illuminated in an instant. Countless black chains shot forth from all directions, like a hail of arrows, converging upon Qianong at the tower's base. This was a killing array personally controlled by a 6th-tier grandmaster. Even a strong 5th-tier practitioner, ensnared within, would be drained of blood and reduced to a dried corpse within minutes. However, in the next moment, Su Mingyuan's smile froze on his face. He realized that his connection with the spiritual energy within the tower had begun to blur. What is happening? Su Mingyuan furrowed his brow, frantically urging his spiritual energy. Wan Hun fan, suppress them. Buzz. The Wan Hun fan trembled violently, as if desperately trying to draw power from below. Strangely, the energy below was not being siphoned up. Instead, it began to flow outward continuously. It felt as if someone had dug a massive hole beneath, stealing the accumulated spiritual energy that had been gathered for hundreds of years within the Black Tower. No, this is impossible. Su Mingyuan's expression finally changed. He could feel his painstakingly crafted 100 grand array weakening at a visibly rapid rate. The black energy that should have been used to strangle Qianong was now seemingly abducted by some force. Rather than attacking Qianong, it had become nourishment for him. What kind of technique is this? Is he consuming my grand array? Su Mingyuan's mindset crumbled. The killing scheme he was so proud of had turned into a grand feeding ground. At this moment, at the base of the Black Tower, Qianong reveled in the surging pure spiritual energy within him, feeling an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Ding! Massive amounts of resentment pure energy injected. Jiemye Huang Long Claw Evolution Progress. 507090. The originally mid-tier 5th stage realm began to show signs of loosening, rushing toward the late 5th stage. I must thank Old Man Su for his generous gift. Qianong chuckled softly, and with a sudden stomp of his foot, boom, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, directly impacting the summit of the tower. This strike employed no techniques, merely a pure rebound of power. Following the core of the Grand Formation, a powerful force surged back towards the unsuspecting Su Mingyuan, who was presiding over the array. With a resounding thud, Su Mingyuan was unceremoniously hurled against the stone wall at the pinnacle of the tower, a mouthful of dark blood erupting from his lips. Before he could regain his composure, a chilling voice, imbued with a murderous intent, echoed through the darkness of the tower. The game has come to an end. With a resounding rumble, the entire Black Tower began to tremble violently. Thousands of black chains shattered in an instant, transforming into pure fragments of spiritual energy, which were greedily devoured by the shadow at the tower's base. Amidst the swirling dust and intertwining light, Su Mingyuan beheld a tall figure clad in black, steadily ascending towards the altar atop the tower. With each step, the youth's aura grew stronger, transitioning from the mid-stage of the 5th tier directly into the late stage. The right hand, covered in dark golden scales, resembled not merely a weapon but rather the claw of a death deity from ancient times. radiating a despairing crimson glow in the shadows. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Mingyuan gazed at the advancing youth, his eyes betraying an unprecedented fear. "Who are you?" he stammered. This boy, merely an 18-year-old student from Jiangcheng, now stood before him as a figure that invoked feelings of insignificance and terror, akin to facing an ancient divine being. Chenong halted at the base of the altar steps, lifting his gaze to reflect Su Mingyuan's terrified visage in his mismatched golden and blue eyes. "Who I am is of little consequence," he smiled faintly, a smile as frigid as winter frost. "What matters is that from this day forth, the Su family shall no longer exist in Jiangnan province. Mr. Su, are you prepared to descend and atone for your descendants?" With a final step forward, the altar at the pinnacle of the Black Tower crumbled entirely in that instant. The ultimate battle commenced. At the apex of the sunken bone tower, as Su Mingyuan's soul force that had traversed space shattered completely, an eerie silence enveloped the altar. The ancient dragon pearl, the size of a millstone, radiating dark gold and icy blue light, remained suspended in midair. Each pulse of its energy seemed to declare its status as the true heart of this ancient battlefield. Chenong stood at the edge of the altar, the once violent dark golden scales gradually receding into a thin layer of shimmering light that clung delicately to his skin. In his mismatched eyes, the dazzling brilliance of the dragon pearl was reflected. Exhaling a deep breath, Chenong expelled a breath of murky air, which surprisingly manifested as a pale purple mist, corroding the hard-boned china floor beneath him and creating a bottomless pit. This was the chaotic energy accumulated from forcibly traversing 100 miles to curse Su Mingyuan from afar. "The peak of the 6th tier is merely this," Chenong murmured, his voice resonating with a solitary pride atop the empty tower. Though that previous strike appeared effortless, he had unleashed the full might of the 5th form of the annihilating ancient dragon claw. Had Su Mingyuan not harbored nefarious intentions, relying on the cultivation of the souls of countless beings, thus destabilizing his own spiritual foundation, Chun Eng's endeavor to obliterate him from across the void would have required considerable effort. Beep. Detected extremely high purity of dragon lineage essence within the ancient dragon pearl. System assessment. The host's current physical strength has reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Evolution suggestion. Absorbing the dragon pearl at this moment will harness the accumulated essence of the abyss over millennia to purify the annihilating ancient dragon claw, initiating the first phase of corporeal divine domain transformation. Estimated success rate 100. Note: the host has slain the guardian spirit and gained recognition from this realm. Chenong extended his right hand, and the dark golden dragon claw reached into the void. Upon contact with the overwhelming annihilation aura emanating from his palm, the once rebellious ancient dragon pearl trembled slightly, emitting a sound akin to submission. "Come here," Chenong commanded sharply. The dragon pearl plummeted like a falling star, settling firmly into his grasp. It felt cool to the touch, yet heavy as a mountain. Had any 5th-tier master obtained this dragon pearl, they would have sought a spiritually rich sanctuary to painstakingly grind its shell over several years. However, Chenong possessed no such patience. With a fierce grip, he clenched his fingers, and from the gaps between the scales of the dragon claw, crimson flames of calamity and icy blue frost erupted violently. Shatter. A crisp crack reverberated, piercing the stillness atop the bone tower. Under the terrifying strength of Chun Eng's grip, the ancient dragon pearl, capable of inciting madness throughout the provincial city, split open with several fissures. An endless surge of dark golden spiritual energy, intertwined with an ancient, desolate aura that seemed capable of burying the heavens, exploded forth from these cracks, engulfing Chun Ong completely. At that moment, within the provincial city's monitoring hall, chaos erupted following Su Mingyuan's sudden demise. Several attendants of the Su family cried out, attempting to collect the dissipating black smoke, while the heads of various clans wore complex expressions. Some appeared terrified, while others barely concealed their glee. The Su family, having dominated the provincial city for decades, had undoubtedly made numerous enemies. Now, with the fall of their ancestor, the demise of the Su family was inevitable. Look at the screen. Though the director of the provincial education department was also shaken, he was still required to maintain order during the martial examination. Trembling, he pointed at the still bright holographic wall. On the screen, the red dot representing Chun Ong had vanished, replaced by a massive golden halo encompassing the core area of Sunken City. The halo was rapidly contracting, each pulsation accompanied by violent tremors throughout the space of Sunken City. "What is he doing?" A prominent figure from the Bai family stammered, a hint of dread in his voice. "Is he planning to absorb all the energy from the core area? That place is the burial ground of countless ancient dragon clans. He's refining the relic." The highest commander of the military district, Jun, an avatar, had accessed the scene via emergency communication. Although his main body was still healing, the visage projected through the hologram was filled with dread. This Chen is not participating in the martial examination. He is using our examination grounds as nourishment for his final evolution. Jun's revelation shattered the last vestiges of hope among the crowd. The dragon that emerged from Jiancheng was no longer a being they could manipulate. At the pinnacle of the sunken bone tower, Chen found himself in an extraordinarily profound state. His consciousness seemed to detach from his physical form, soaring to heights untold, ultimately gazing down upon the entire sunken city. He observed the trembling candidates lingering at the periphery and caught sight of Lin Tianyu, cowering in a corner in fear. Yet, in his perception, these lives appeared as insignificant as specks of dust. Only the ground beneath him, heavy with resentment, bloodshed, and an overwhelming aura, resonated powerfully with the earth vein emblem within him. Ancient dragons quell the world, grounded in the earth vein. Chen intoned in a grand chant within his consciousness. The violent essence of the dragon pearl transformed into countless dark golden runes, deeply etched into every bone and drop of blood within him. Beep. Dragon pearl refinement progress. 30-60-90. The host's body begins to undergo divine domain transformation. Acquired domain skill, sunken dragon domain. Effect. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, gravity multiplies 100-fold, and any ice, fire, or earth energy is under the host's control. Anyone harboring hostility towards the host will have their soul eroded by annihilation. Boom. A magnificent golden beam, with a diameter spanning several kilometers, surged from the apex of the bone tower, shattering the oppressive, gray clouds that had lingered over the city of Qinluan for millennia. At last, the long-awaited sunlight pierced through this radiant column, illuminating the desolate ancient battlefield for the first time. Standing at the heart of the beam, Chen Eng's long hair billowed around him. He slowly clenched his fists, an overwhelming power that could shatter dimensions coursing through him. Current realm, peak level 5, quasi-master consummate. Combat power assessment, capable of directly slaying ordinary level 7 sovereigns. The notion of level 5 peak confronting level 7 was enough to send the entire Xia kingdom into a frenzy. Yet, Chen understood that this was not merely an elevation of rank. It represented a transcendence of his very existence. His Desolation Dragon Claw had evolved beyond mere martial techniques or supernatural abilities. It had transformed into the nascent form of divinity. The martial examination had lost its significance. Chen opened his eyes, the divine light within his golden blue irises receding, returning to an unfathomable calm. He turned to gaze upon the bone tower, which was violently shaking, on the verge of collapse due to the loss of its dragon pearl core. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible wave of spatial energy swept across the area. Miraculously, the bone tower, which was moments away from disintegration, was instantaneously frozen in time. Even the swirling dust suspended motionless in the air. Has the 3-day period come to an end? Chen glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist, rendered inoperative by the surge of spiritual energy. In the next moment, the entire city of Qinluan trembled as the radiant white light, signifying the conclusion of the examination, began to envelop every candidate. Standing at the altar's center, Chen allowed the light to cloak him. Just before his figure vanished, he cast a faint glance at the distant towering black peak. The matters in the provincial city were settled. It was time to investigate the Kunlun Martial University mentioned by that old professor. There, I should encounter tougher challenges to hone my skills. With a hum, the radiance flickered, and Chen Eng's figure completely disappeared amidst the ruins. In the Linen military control zone, a multitude of military helicopters and armored vehicles had been stationed at the exit for quite some time. The portal shimmered. The first to emerge were several terrified rogue candidates, who immediately collapsed upon landing, retching uncontrollably. Following them was Lin Tianyu. The young master of the Lin family appeared dazed as he was transported, his demeanor akin to a lost soul. He could barely walk, needing the assistance of an elder from the Lin family to support him. Tianyu, did you obtain the soul bone? The elder inquired anxiously. Lin Tianyu stiffly turned his head to face the elder, suddenly bursting into tears, incoherently exclaiming, "It's all gone. He is a ghost. He is not human." The elder's face turned ashen. At that moment, the white light of the portal surged dramatically, unleashing a terrifying pressure capable of suppressing all conventional weaponry, sweeping through the area like a tsunami. The once boisterous scene fell into a profound silence. Chen, his hands tucked into his pockets, clad in black, stepped steadily from the light. Not a single drop of blood marked his attire, nor any sign of injury. Yet with each step he took, the soldiers stationed around him instinctively retreated a full yard. It was an urge stemming from the depths of their souls. compelling them to avert their gazes from this young man. Chenong approached the platform. He raised his gaze to the provincial elites above, who appeared awkward, cowed, and even eager to please. "Who is the chief examiner?" Chenong inquired, his tone as calm as if he were merely asking for directions. The director of the education department, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, trembled as he stepped forward, bowing deeply, his tone excessively respectful, even tinged with a hint of servility. "Si Qin Zhuanyin, that would be me. How may I serve you?" No one in attendance found this demeanor inappropriate. After all, just half an hour prior, this very youth had dispatched a peak level 6 opponent with ease. "Is the points tally complete?" Chenong asked indifferently. "It is complete. Here it is." The director hurriedly handed over the list bearing the formidable figures. Chenong did not even glance at the 6-digit score. "What are the rewards for the Zhuang Yuan, apart from the Dragon Pearl?" "There is also a golden recommendation letter for Kunlun Martial University, as well as a 10 billion yuan prize provided by the Jiangnan provincial government, along with a complete set of customized level 6 alloy equipment," the director recited with precision. "Donate the equipment and money to the Jiangqing orphanage," Chenong instructed as he accepted the weighty letter of recommendation. "I will take this recommendation letter. In the future, I do not wish to see any member of the Su family in Jiangqing. Is that clear?" The assembled elites shivered in unison, shaking their heads fervently. "No problem. Qin Zhuangyuan, rest assured, we will eliminate the remnants of the Su family at once." Chenong nodded and turned around. The thousands of fully armed soldiers, without any command, parted in perfect unison to create a wide path leading to the outside world. Chenong, backlit by the radiance, walked away, gradually fading from view. The skies over Jiangqing had changed. Yet, Chenong knew that his journey was just beginning. Beneath Kunlun Mountain, the Kunlun Martial University, a convergence of the most formidable talents from the entire Xia kingdom and the world, beckoned him. Meanwhile, his right hand, concealed in his pocket, pulsed faintly with dark golden divine patterns, infused with excitement. The next destination, Kunlun. Chapter 46. Returning in Glory, the one true deity of Jiangqing. Once an inconspicuous border town on the map of Jiangnan province, now finds itself at the dawn of its most glorious and solemn moment since its establishment. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist enveloping Longjiang, casting light upon the slightly weathered train station platform, the entire city seemed to awaken from slumber, plunged into a premeditated silent celebration. Inside and outside the station, sentinels stood guard every few meters, their postures erect, gazes solemn, with their firearms and spiritual gear glistening coldly in the morning light. Hasn't it arrived yet? The special train from the provincial city should have crossed the Linjiang Bridge by now. The chief official of the Jiangqing government anxiously wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite the chilling autumn morning, the fervor and excitement within him made him feel as though he were ensconced in a furnace. Beside him stood Lei Zhentian, accompanied by all the corps instructors from the Thunder Martial School, lined up in formation. These formidable level 4 and 5 experts, who usually walked with bravado through Jiangqing, now appeared as if they were awaiting inspection, even their breathing deliberately subdued to not disturb the solemnity of the moment. "Mayor, remain calm. Qin Zhuangyuan detests such pretense. We must be mindful of our words when we speak later," Lei Zhentian whispered, yet his trembling hands concealed within his sleeves betrayed the tumult within him. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from the end of the distant tracks. A specially designed train, adorned with a deep azure hue and emblazoned with the golden dragon insignia of the Xia Martial Arts Association, approached the platform like a great black dragon returning home. Accompanied by a roar that split the air, the sound of the air pump starting resonated sharply in the stillness of the station. The doors slid open. A tall figure emerged onto the platform first, clad in a simple black casual hoodie, hands buried in pockets. The mismatched pupils beneath tousled hair exuded an air of cold indifference, as if gazing down upon the world. Chenong, the provincial martial examination champion, a fearsome entity capable of shattering peak level 5 demon kings with a single hand and slaying peak level 6 grandmasters from afar. The moment he stepped off the train, the platform was enveloped in a suffocating silence that lasted several seconds, as if time had frozen, followed by a thunderous eruption of applause that had been long repressed, echoing through the hall in a volcanic roar. "Welcome back, Qin Zhuangyuan, in glory. The light of Jiangqing, invincible Chenong." Hundreds of high-ranking officials in Jiangqing bent their bodies in unison, their spines curving into a humble arc. This heartfelt reverence thickened the very air around them, as if an invisible gravitational field emanated from Chenong. He paused, his golden blue eyes scanning the crowd with a calmness that elicited a profound sense of trepidation. "You may disperse now," Chenong spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant, clearly echoing in the ears of each onlooker. even causing a slight resonance of spiritual energy. I have returned to attend to personal matters. Such formalities are unnecessary. The mayor and Lei Jintian exchanged glances, acquiescing meekly, yet none dared to be the first to depart. To them, Chenong was no longer the junior in need of care. He had transformed into the true anchor of Jiangqing. Ignoring them, Chenong strode through the crowd. With each step he took, those around instinctively stepped back, as if he carried an aura that made mortals tremble. The concrete beneath his feet emitted a low, rumbling sound. Having reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, his earth vein emblem could now meld seamlessly with the ground below him. He did not take the luxurious spirit-enhanced vehicle arranged by the city hall. Instead, he flickered, transforming into a dark golden streak of light, instantly traversing hundreds of meters and vanishing at the end of the distant street. Is this the art of spatial contraction? Chun Eng's realm is beyond our comprehension, murmured an experienced instructor, his gaze filled with fervent admiration. In the old district, within a dilapidated and narrow rented room, Chun Ong pushed open the door, finding everything just as he had left it. The dust that had once accumulated had been swept away, and even the slightly shaky window pane had been reinforced. Clearly, during his time of renown, the various factions of Jiangsheng had treated this place with the reverence of a shrine. Closing the door behind him, he isolated himself from the clamor outside. He sat cross-legged on the hardwood bed and retrieved an ancient dragon pearl, now crystalline and reminiscent of a miniature star, from his storage space. Previously, in the city of Descent, he had forcibly seized its essence in a fleeting moment. Now, he required a thorough immersion to refine the millennium's worth of dragon lineage essence deep into his marrow. As he infused spiritual energy into the dragon pearl, a dark golden radiance instantly filled the cramped room. He shed his upper garment, revealing a back sculpted with divine precision. His right claw, adorned with intricate annihilation runes, emerged, its scales opening and closing in a fervent desire. Ding! Fusion of the ancient dragon pearl core has commenced. As the system notification sounded, Chen Ong felt a searing, violent, and ancient power surge into his spine. In that instant, he seemed to hear the roar of 1,000 dragons. Each bone in his body crackled under the force. As the original marrow was expelled, replaced by a heavy, mercury-like liquid energy flowing with dark, golden divinity. Pain, exquisite agony. It was a torment that ground every cell of his body to dust before reassembling them. Yet, Chenong did not flinch. His will had been honed into an indomitable sword through countless slaughters and evolutions. This baptism lasted for a full 2 days and nights. During this time, Jiangsheng was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew that the young man was undergoing his final transformation. On the 3rd morning, Chenong suddenly opened his eyes. In his golden and blue pupils, the previously exposed ferocity had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable calm, as deep as an abyss. He had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Gently clenching his fist, his fingertips sliced through the air, creating the slightest spatial rifts. At this moment, if I were to face Su Mingyuan again, a single punch would obliterate him completely. Rising, he donned a fresh set of black garments. His aura had undergone a monumental change. If the former Chenong had been a drawn sword of demonic precision, now he resembled a vast, weighty firmament that bore all. He glanced at the golden notification letter from Kunlun Martial University on the table, a spark of fervor flashing in his eyes. Before departing, he had encountered Li Liao on a secluded path in Jiangqing. The girl was dressed simply today, her former pride dissipated in the presence of the current Chenong. All that remained was a palpable awkwardness and a hint of concealed bitterness. "Are you leaving, Chenong?" she asked softly. Chenong halted, his tone tranquil as water. "Yes. The journey to Kunlun is just beginning." Li Liao opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately handed him a small sachet. "This is a charm for your safety. Although I know you don't need it, I wish you great success in your martial endeavors." Chenong glanced at her and accepted it, tucking it into his pocket. "Thank you." There were no lingering sentiments, nor any dramatic farewells. He turned away, and with a light touch of his toes against the ground, a resounding boom echoed. The earth trembled slightly as a beam of golden light shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds and vanishing into the distant mountains of the west. He required no one's following. He was Chenong. His path had always been solitary. Chapter 47. Under Kunlun Mountain, the ultimate might of the first academy of Daxia in the western border of Daxia, the ancestral peak of all mountains, Kunlun. This is the origin of myths and the realm where spiritual energy is most tempestuous and the laws most refined. As Chun Ong traversed thousands of kilometers to stand before the majestic city of Kunlun Academy, perched atop towering glaciers, an ancient aura of slaughter washed over him. The entire city was constructed from dark, spirit-conductive stones, its walls adorned with intricate protective formations. Here, even ordinary fourth-tier warriors could scarcely withstand the oppressive weight of the city. This was the mightiest martial hall of Daxia, Kunlun Martial University. With a simple bundle in hand, Chun'ong exhibited a rare glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He paused before the towering monument of heroes, standing 100 meters tall at the entrance. The stone tablet bore the names of every grandmaster who had graduated from Kunlun and fallen defending humanity at the borders, while at its base, a striking inscription read, "The victor possesses all, the vanquished are unworthy of remembrance. Extreme cruelty, yet extreme fairness. Halt, newcomer, present your pass." A voice laced with arrogance and disdain emanated from a nearby guard post. Two students clad in the second-year uniform of Kunlun Martial University emerged, their chests adorned with two-star badges, signifying their early fifth-tier prowess. One of the red-haired youths cast a sidelong glance at Chun'ong, upon noticing his heterochromatic eyes. He momentarily froze before breaking into a mocking smile. "Oh, I thought it was someone notable. Isn't this the Chun'ong from Jiangcheng who has dispatched numerous weaklings?" The red-haired youth spat out the grass he had been chewing and, along with a few companions, surrounded Chun'ong. "Kid, this is Kunlun. Not the Jiangnan where you can easily crush someone like Su's so-called master. Here, dragons coil and tigers lie in repose. Do you understand the rules for newcomers?" Chun'ong halted, his golden blue gaze devoid of anger, merely reflecting indifference akin to that towards refuse. "What rules? Pay the entry fee, hand over half your credits, or let the seniors teach you how to show respect to your elders," sneered the red-haired youth, unleashing a surge of fifth-tier fire-type spiritual energy that distorted the surrounding air. He had heard tales of a prodigy emerging from Jiangnan among this year's newcomers. As senior students, they relished the opportunity to break the spirit of such talents. "Annoying," Chun'ong stated flatly. He did not even withdraw his hand from his pocket. With a slight shift of his shoulder, a force of annihilating gravity erupted from the center of his feet. Boom. The ancient stones beneath him shattered instantly. The red-haired youth had no time to react, feeling a terrifying power that could crush mountains bearing down upon him from all directions. Crack. It was the sound of bones fracturing. The red-haired youth was sent flying over 50 meters as if struck by a speeding train, crashing into a nearby wall, half of his body embedded in the stone. Unconscious on the spot, the remaining senior students turned pale, their previously arrogant demeanor extinguished like charcoal doused with ice water, frozen in place. Lacking even the courage to draw their weapons, Chun'ong did not spare them a glance as he strode through the entrance. At the registration area, an unkempt old man in a tattered cloth shirt, squinting as he drank, abruptly halted his drinking upon Chun'ong's entrance. A profound glimmer flickered in his murky eyes as he scrutinized Chun'ong, chuckling. "Fifth-tier perfection, annihilation chi. Youngster, you are the most restless of this cohort." The old man casually tossed a pitch-black metal token, engraved with the blood-red number 9. "This is the key to dormitory number 9 in the Qianlong district, specifically for you ambitious top scorers." He resumed lifting the wine jug, drunkenly adding, "But I must warn you, the Qianlong from the Qin family has already moved in. He has declared that no one is allowed to reside in the surrounding 3 courtyards, or he will break their legs. Your number 9 courtyard is right next to him." Chun'ong accepted the token, his fingertips tracing its cold surface. "Break their legs?" A dangerous smile curled at the corners of his mouth, the murderous intent rippling in his golden and azure heterochromatic pupils. "I hope this Qin proves to be more formidable than the waste outside." The old man stared blankly at Chun'ong's departing figure, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "This generation of Kunlun is bound to see rivers of blood." Qianlong District. This was a separate area established on the slopes of Kunlun Mountain, rich in spiritual energy. As Chun'ong arrived at the entrance of dormitory number 9, he felt an extremely violent purple thunderous aura sealing off the entire street. In the pavilion across the courtyard, a bare-chested youth, his body crackling with electric arcs, sat cross-legged. A purple spear lay horizontally across his knees, and upon sensing the footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes, lightning flashing within them. "Get lost." The youth's voice rumbled like thunder. "This territory, within 100 meters, belongs to me." Chun'ong halted, finally withdrawing his right hand from his pocket, dark golden patterns flickering at his fingertips. "Your territory?" He gazed at the youth, golden light erupting in his eyes. "Now, this is my hunting ground." Chapter 48. Qin Family's Thunder Qianlong? I see you as a shocking loach. The Qianlong district, a cluster of independent villas built against the mountains, was shrouded in eerie tranquility. The dying rays of the setting sun were reflected by the heavy snow of Kunlun, imparting a chilling pallor. The air crackled with tiny purple arcs of electricity, a physical phenomenon resulting from the extreme leakage of thunder attribute spiritual energy. Every blade of grass seemed to carry static electricity, and any approach would evoke a tingling sensation. Even the air was laced with a burnt ozone scent. In the pavilion, the bare-chested youth, his physique sculpted like marble, stood up slowly. Purple lightning patterns, resembling a red spider's web, danced across his skin, and the spear resting on his knees emitted a crisp dragon's roar. As he spoke, "You are Chenong from Jiangnan province, the top scorer?" Qin Lei cast a sidelong glance at Chenong, his gaze imbued with an innate sense of superiority, akin to a prince surveying a muddy-footed soldier who had just achieved a minor victory. "I have heard of you. You believe that slaying a sixth-tier elder in the City of Despair with a secret technique grants you supremacy among the younger generation of the Great Xia? In the face of true elite family's heritage, that sort of wild route master is merely a common foul, easily extinguished." As Qin Lei spoke, he stepped out of the pavilion, each step causing thunder to coalesce into blooming purple lotus flowers beneath his feet. His aura surged, a mid-fifth-tier pressure akin to a raging sea crashing down upon Chenong. The surrounding trees creaked under the strain, unable to bear the weight. At this moment, many top scorers from other provinces, already settled in the Qianlong district, were peeking from their walls or hiding by their windows, excited yet anxious at the unfolding scene. Hey, the Qin family's Thunder Qilin versus Jiangnan's God of Death. What a spectacle on the first day of school. Kunlun Martial University truly lives up to its reputation. I bet 5 premium spirit stones that Chen Ong won't last 10 moves. The Qin family's 9 Heavens Thunderfire technique has even been praised by the Imperial Court of the Great Xia, specializing in overcoming various sinister and mutated talents. No matter how tough Chen Ang's Dragon Claw is, can it withstand thunder? Not necessarily. Chen Ong crushed a peak 5th-tier Demon King with one hand in the snowy mountains. His physical strength is likely approaching the 6th tier. Whispers echoed through the forest, while the subject of their chatter, Chen Ong, appeared somewhat distracted. Standing at the entrance of dormitory number 9, he still held the blue nylon bag marked with Jiangqing Department Store. His humble appearance starkly contrasted with the surrounding geniuses donning customized spiritual armor and wielding divine weapons, resembling a mere delivery boy. Facing Qin Lei's oppressive aura, which could suffocate an ordinary 5th-tier master, Chenong did not even raise his eyelids. He merely glanced down at the patch of grass charred and cracked by Qin Lei's thunderfire, a hint of sympathy crossing his brow. "Are you from the Qin family?" Chenong finally spoke, his voice as cold as a winter spring. "Indeed, I am from the direct line of the Qin family, Qin Lei, the only Thunder Qilin of this generation." Qin Lei stood proudly, his spear radiating with lightning. "Oh," Chenong nodded, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. "Then the cost of repairing this lawn will be deducted from your scholarship. Also, I dislike when someone electrifies my doorstep, disturbing my rest. And your lightning is straining my eyes, resembling a defective high-voltage socket." "What did you say?" Qin Lei's face turned from red to purple in an instant, veins bulging like worms on his forehead. A defective socket? As the illustrious Thunder Qilin of the Qin family, he was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Today, he was publicly humiliated by a low-born youth. Seeking death. Thunder breaks the sky, 100 cracks kill. Qin Lei roared, transforming into a blinding purple lightning bolt that crossed several meters in an instant. His speed was so swift that it left multiple afterimages in the air. The spear, like an enraged dragon emerging from its lair, concentrated a point of compressed black-purple thunder into a luminous orb. The moment it was unleashed, the air was violently expelled, creating a deafening roar that targeted Chen Ang's throat. This strike was both fast and powerful. The onlooking geniuses gasped in astonishment, some even closing their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. They believed Chenong would not even be able to mount a defense. That strike would likely shatter half of his neck. However, just as the spear tip was mere inches from Chen Ang's throat, a cruel smile flickered in Qin Lei's eyes. Snap! A faint yet strangely overpowering sound eclipsed the rumble of thunder. Chenong, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, extended his other hand, pale and elongated like fine jade. With exquisite precision and elegance, 2 fingers clasped the sharp tip of a weapon capable of piercing tank armor. The once violent violet lightning, upon contact with Chen Ang's fingertips, seemed to encounter an absolute realm of prohibition, or perhaps plummeted into an abyssal black hole. The swirling black-purple electric light vanished without even a flicker of sparks, bizarrely and obediently dissipating into nothingness. "This is impossible. My Lei Huang's spiritual power can melt anything." Qin Lei's pupils constricted to pinpricks as he frantically urged his internal energy, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the exertion. He attempted to twist the spear to shatter Chen Ang's fingers, but those 2 fingers remained as immovable as a timeless divine needle welded in the void. Chun Ong slowly lifted his gaze, his mismatched golden and blue irises devoid of murderous intent, only reflecting a sense of profound boredom tinged with weariness. Thunder technique? Quite the commotion indeed. But your lightning barely suffices to wash my back. It is too insipid. Is this the level of education in the Qin family? Chenong suddenly tightened his grip. Crack. The spear, reputed to be forged from celestial iron and enhanced with runes by the Qin family's ancestor, shattered under the pressure of his fingers as if it were the cheapest plastic toy, crumbling from the tip before the horrified eyes of onlookers. Qin Lei felt an overwhelming force surging back along the spear, akin to the earth shifting beneath him. He tasted blood in his throat, and with a desperate flight, he was flung backward, carving a deep trench half a meter into the ground before crashing violently into an expensive pavilion. Stones flew and dust billowed. The once tumultuous Qianlong district fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin drop echoing in the stillness. All the prodigies perched on the walls were left agape, their minds momentarily blank. One finger crushed the Qin family's thunder gun, and the lightning vanished entirely? To what extent does his physical prowess reach? He didn't even reveal those terrifying dragon claws. The feats of the monster from Jiangnan province seem utterly authentic. Chun Ong brushed off the iron shavings from his fingertips. Observing the disheveled Qin Lei struggling to rise from the rubble, his expression still as placid as before. You are the Qilin of the Qin family, but in my eyes, you are merely a slightly louder electric eel. I have taken residence in courtyard number 9 today. Should you contest this, feel free to summon reinforcements, but before that, you might want to learn how to mow the lawn. Qin Lei clutched his nearly collapsed chest, a primal dread emanating from his very soul, akin to standing before a high-ranking predator, robbing him of the courage to meet Chenang's gaze. He could only grit his teeth and, with the assistance of his companions, retreat into the depths of the forest shadows. Chenong picked up the blue nylon bag from the ground, swiped his card, and opened the door. Bang! The door shut. The thunder dissipated. That night, all the top scholars in the Qianlong district found themselves unable to sleep. Chapter 49. The Turmoil in the Cafeteria. Does this scholar desire braised pork? The next day, as dawn broke, the snow on Kunlun Mountain sparkled in the sunlight like gemstones. Although the formal first lesson for new students at Kunlun Martial University had yet to commence, news of the enigmatic ruthless figure, the one-fingered annihilator of the Thunder Qilin from courtyard number 9, had already spread to every corner via the campus intranet and private groups among the illustrious families. Chenong, on the other hand, slept soundly. The dormitory in the Qianlong district was equipped with a miniature gathering array, and last night, in the depths of his dreams, his dormant desolation dragon claw subconsciously absorbed a substantial amount of the raging residual energy of lightning dispersed in the surrounding air, transforming it into a faint yet pure violet lightning pattern inscribed upon his fingernail. Gurgle. An untimely sound emanated from his stomach. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage and could theoretically sustain himself by absorbing the wind and spirit, he still cherished the most fundamental human delight of eating. According to the new student orientation guide, the cafeteria at Kunlun Martial University was categorized into 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The Huang level cafeteria served ordinary monster meat and spiritual grains, mostly low-quality scraps, albeit free. In contrast, the legendary Tian level cafeteria was said to employ chefs who were former frontline warriors, specializing in fire-based 5th stage cuisine. The ingredients began with the prime cuts of 5th stage peak beasts, each bite not only a supreme culinary delight, but also capable of instantly replenishing one's meridians with pure spiritual energy. Following the intelligent map, Chenong strolled into the centrally located Tian-level cafeteria, adorned like a traditional imperial banquet hall. The students here were mostly well-dressed, occasionally spotted with a few proud airs adorned with jade pendants. Chenong, in his faded hoodie, appeared jarringly out of place, akin to a drop of ink in a white porcelain bowl. A serving of braised 5th stage barbarian beef, a bowl of purple jade spiritual rice, and a side of stir-fried spiritual herbs. Chenong stood at the counter, addressing the chef who was stirring a colossal iron pot. The chef, a burly man with a head like a melon and muscles like iron, exuded a fire attribute aura of 5th stage. He glanced at Chun Eng's cheap attire with a somewhat brusque tone. New here, are you? Unfamiliar with the rules? The Tian-level cafeteria does not accept cash or external spirit stones. The only currency here is the internal merit points. A serving of barbarian beef and purple corn costs 20 points. Show me your identity card. Chenong was momentarily taken aback, retrieving the black token given to him by the scruffy old man yesterday. Where can I check my merit points? Upon hearing this, a wave of unabashed laughter erupted around him. Haha, where did this kid come from? The scholar from Jiangxing? Truly a bumpkin from a small place. Clueless about the core merit value of Kunlun. The new student card only comes with an initial allocation of 10 merit points, meant for you to eat plain rice. How dare he ask for barbarian beef? That's reserved for the elites on the sophomore list. A heavily made-up senior girl in a tight red training outfit covered her mouth, her voice sweet, yet laced with mockery. Little junior, if you can't afford meat, I can lend you a bit. However, my training has been somewhat obstructed lately. Would you come to my dormitory tonight to help me with a massage? Shenong ignored the surrounding jeers and looked intently at the portly chef, asking earnestly, if I only have 10 points, what can I buy? The chef, growing impatient, pointed to a pot of bland boiled cabbage in the far corner. 10 points can be exchanged for 2 boiled cabbage stalks. If you have no points, hurry to the Huang-level cafeteria and don't linger here, blocking the way for esteemed guests. Exactly, poor wretches, stay away. Don't let your shabby smell taint my celestial silk robe. A youth clad in gleaming silver armor shoved Chenong. This boy, with an aura fluctuating at the early 5th stage, was the top scholar from Shiliang province. The same unfortunate fellow who had been ousted by Qin Lei from the dormitory the previous day, having suffered humiliation at Qin Lei's hands. He now saw this poorly dressed Jiangnan scholar as an easy target to trample upon. Chenang's gaze finally turned cold. He turned to the sneering silver-armored youth, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You just said, who is the poor wretch? The silver-armored youth, unaware of the grim reaper lurking behind him, arrogantly retorted, I'm talking about you. Can't even afford a plate of meat, and still dare to call yourself a top scholar? Laozi held in his grasp a sum of 3,000 merit points, generously bestowed upon him by the elders of his lineage. This starkly illustrates the disparity between elite families and those of lesser standing. In Kunlun, possessing merit points elevates you to the status of a deity, while lacking them relegates you to the status of a mere dog. As he spoke, he arrogantly swiped his card at the terminal. The device beeped, indicating transaction successful. Balance, 2,980 points. Chenong pondered momentarily before turning to the chef and calmly inquired, Chef, I wish to ask about the regulations at Kunlun Wuda. If one party initiates a provocation and engages in a duel, are the merit points earned transferable directly at the cafeteria? The chef was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded. The rules permit reasonable plunder, provided the transfer is confirmed on the student terminal. It is only just. Understood. Thank you for your clarification. Upon finishing his sentence, Chenong sprang into action. His right hand moved with the swiftness of lightning, barely stirring the air, fast enough that even the surveillance array could only capture a fleeting shadow of dark golden hue. A dull thud echoed, resonating with a heartbeat's pause. The arrogant youth clad in silver armor found himself ensnared by Chun Ang's iron grip, lifted effortlessly as if he were a mere chick, suspended 3 meters above the ground. What do you intend to do? This is the celestial cafeteria. In broad daylight, you dare. The silver-armored youth struggled in terror, only to realize that his internal spiritual energy was ensnared by an overwhelmingly oppressive gravitational field, rendering him incapable of retaliation, let alone maintaining his breath. This is not a brawl. It is a toll as taught to me by a senior yesterday. Chenong held him aloft, strolling leisurely to the card terminal, as if he were selecting meat at a market. Now, I shall grant you 3 seconds to transfer your remaining 2,980 points to me as compensation for your earlier shove. Otherwise, I shall reduce your ostentatious armor and your ribs to a mass of scrap metal. A chilling intent, reminiscent of a specter emerging from a sea of corpses, instantly locked onto the silver-armored youth. The previously lively cafeteria now fell silent, akin to a graveyard. The senior who had mocked Chen Ong moments ago now gaped in astonishment, her fork clattering to the ground, splattering broth everywhere. She realized that before the youth's murderous aura, her mid-stage 5th-tier cultivation felt as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. I will transfer. I will do it at once. Please, do not kill me. The silver-armored youth, feeling as though he faced an ancient beast poised to rend him asunder, trembled as he frantically operated his student token. Transaction received, 2,980 points. Current balance, 2,990 points. With a casual toss, Chun Ong discarded the silver-armored youth like refuse, sending him sprawling out of the cafeteria door. He turned back, gently tapping the marble bar, and smiled faintly at the perspiring chef. Chef, is my point total sufficient for that plate of braised pork? Additionally, please add 2 more servings. My appetite is substantial. The chef gulped, hastily grabbing a ladle, even personally bringing forth a jar of secret spirits spring from the kitchen. Murmuring as he served, it is more than enough. This extra is on the house. Enjoy your meal, Chen Zhuangyuan. With a plate of fragrant beef before him, Chun Ong leisurely settled into a window-side seat, surrounded by awestruck gazes. Outside the window lay the majestic snow-capped peaks of Kunlun, while within, He inscribed his first audacious footnote in the blood-soaked grindstone of Kunlun Wuda. Chapter 50. The Minter Meeting. This newcomer is rather audacious. The afternoon sun filtered through the thin atmosphere of Kunlun Mountain, casting a near-sacred golden glow upon the martial arts square of Wuda. This core area of Kunlun Wuda was paved with Xuanwu stones, each imbued with gravitational arrays capable of withstanding the direct impact of sixth-tier masters without fracturing. At this moment, the square was packed with spectators, including many second- and third-year students of renown. Their expressions varied as they scrutinized this year's so-called genius scholars. On the northern side of the square, 5 enigmatic elders sat upon wide seats crafted from Kunlun Xian iron. Some meditated with closed eyes, their spiritual energy manifesting as ethereal phenomena, while others sipped tea and shared laughter amidst the vibrations of the air. These 5 were the top mentors responsible for recruiting new students at Kunlun Wuda, each a genuine 7th-tier grandmaster. In the Dasha Kingdom, their names alone represented the pinnacle of martial arts. Below in the square, the top 100 scholars of this cohort stood aligned by province. Their atmosphere so tense it felt as if it might drip with moisture. Look, is that the Lei Qilin of the Qin family? Why does he look as pale as a ghost? And he hasn't even brought his signature spear. Hush, haven't you heard? Yesterday in the Qianlong district, he was rendered incapacitated by that Shenong from Jiangnan province with just a single finger. Had it not been for the Qin family using their rare 9-transformation spirit pill, he wouldn't even be able to stand today. Where is this Shenong? I must see for myself what manner of being could cause the Qin family such a great setback. Amidst their murmurs, Qin Lei stood at the forefront of the imperial city formation, his head bowed, fists clenched tightly. In his overwhelming fury and shame, his nails dug deep into his palms, blood trickling between his fingers unnoticed. At the focal point of his gaze, Chun Ong ambled forth nonchalantly, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, exuding the demeanor of one who had just feasted and was now leisurely digesting. This casual attitude sharply contrasted with the tense composure of the other new students. Chun Ang's entrance caused the 5 grandmaster mentors, who had previously been engaged in hushed discussions, to simultaneously open their eyes. Is this the lad who killed Su Mingyuan? The elder on the far left, known for his fierce demeanor, observed Chun Ong with a furrowed brow. Even I cannot discern his true depth. Yet this lackadaisical demeanor does not sit well with me. The path of martial arts should resemble a lion or tiger pursuing a hare, remaining ever vigilant. In this relaxed state, he will not go far. Liahua, that is merely an antiquated perspective, interjected a woman in palace attire seated at the center. Known as the Princess of Suing, this child possesses a vitality akin to a dragon lurking in the depths. Each breath resonates subtly with the earth's pulse beneath him. Such innate affinity with the earth's veins is a rarity, occurring but once in a century. I believe he is not relaxed, but rather has achieved a state of harmony with the cosmos. At that moment, a senior clad in white training garb ascended the stage. His expression solemn as he declared in a resonant voice, the inaugural meeting of the new students and mentors officially commences. The rules are simple. Unleash your strongest aura or showcase your most impressive technique. Those who catch the attention of any mentor may enter their tutelage and gain access to core training resources. Should no mentor take notice, you shall be relegated to the ordinary classes for training. First up, the Imperial City Scholar, Qin Lei. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lei leapt onto the platform. Despite his recent injuries and diminished prowess, the fervent application of family elixirs allowed him to exude an astonishing aura. With a roar, he unleashed a storm of purple lightning that erupted like torrential rain, the phantom of the Lei Qilin materializing behind him, causing the surrounding air to hum with vibration. Though this display lasted but an instant, the overwhelming essence of his thunderous intent compelled many older students to nod in approval. Indeed, despite minor setbacks, his resolve remains intact, and his thunderous essence is still pure. Liahua nodded, tossing forth a red token. Qin Lei, do you wish to join my Liahua Peak and learn my 9 styles of heaven's incineration? Overjoyed, Qin Lei promptly knelt and bowed. I am willing, master. Following closely, the top scholars from Shiliang and Nanhai took the stage in succession, each showcasing their astonishing bloodline talents or unique skills. Until the next, the scholar from Jiangnan province. Chenong. At that moment, the entire martial arts plaza seemed to fall into absolute stillness. All eyes, even those of the esteemed mentors, were fixated on the youth sauntering toward the arena. Chun Ong ascended the stage, casually discarding the toothpick from his mouth, and offered a slight nod to the 5 mentors. His demeanor was neither servile nor overly obsequious, resembling a passerby admiring the scenery. Chenong, unveil your talent, urged the senior responsible for maintaining order. Unable to contain himself as Chun Ong remained motionless, This pertains to the allocation of resources for your next 4 years. Do not take it lightly. Chun-Ong glanced down at the heavy Xuanwu stone platform beneath his feet and then looked toward the 5 mentors, his tone serious yet tinged with genuine confusion. Must I showcase my abilities? To be frank, I am apprehensive about damaging this arena. I have heard from my senior that this stone is quite expensive, and repairing it would likely require considerable merit points. I only possess 2,000 points, which may not suffice for compensation. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into an eerie silence. The students from the imperial capital, who had previously cheered for Qin Lei, now regarded Chun-Ong with expressions of disbelief. Outrageous. This is utterly ridiculous. This is Kunlun Martial University. The arena is constructed from polar Xuanwu stone and reinforced by a master of formations. Even a full-force strike from a late-stage 6th-tier master would only leave a white mark. How can a mere freshman claim to fear damaging it? At the chairman's table, an elder clad in green, the solitary swordly Dowling, finally spoke, his voice as cold as a drawn blade. It is commendable for the young to possess pride, but excessive arrogance borders on ignorance. Chun-Ong, feel free to unleash your power. I shall be here to oversee, should you manage to damage this arena, even slightly. I will not only take you as my direct disciple, but will also bestow upon you a treasured 7th-tier divine weapon, the Qinghong. Chun-Ong sighed, somewhat helplessly rubbing his nose. Since Minterly has said so, then I shall present my humble display. He slowly withdrew his right hand from the pocket of his black hoodie. There was no anticipated earth-shattering display, nor even a hint of violent spiritual energy emanating. Chun-Ong gently pressed his palm, adorned with dark golden divine patterns, against the Xuanwu stone platform beneath him. Silence of oblivion. With a low hum, a profound tremor resonated, striking the very depths of everyone's soul, instantly radiating from the center of Chun-Ang's palm. To the astonishment of all, the supposedly indestructible Xuanwu stone arena bizarrely transformed into a fine, black dust at the point of contact with Chun-Ang's hand. This disintegration was not a violent shattering, but rather a complete dissolution at the atomic level. Cracks spiderwebbed across the plaza in an instant, not just on the arena but extending to the surrounding ground, which silently sank 3 inches within that brief moment. Chun-Ong retracted his hand and dusted off his palm. Glancing at the 5 grandmasters who had risen from their seats, their faces a tapestry of astonishment, he smiled somewhat sheepishly. See, I told you it would be troublesome to repair. Minterly, will you still gift me that divine weapon? Chapter 51. The Scene of Seizing Talent. I desire the most dilapidated one. Silence enveloped the plaza, an extreme stillness that seemed to halt the flow of time itself. Thousands of students and mentors appeared petrified. Particularly, Qin Lei, who had just moments ago worn a scornful expression, now stared wide-eyed, his mind a blank slate. He finally comprehended that when Chun-Ong had struck him yesterday, he had not even utilized a fraction of his strength. Had that palm been pressed against his chest, he would likely have been reduced to ashes. Is this the embryonic form of a law? The fiery mentor was the first to regain his senses, his shock so profound that he crushed the iron chair beneath him into a crumpled mass. He dashed forward to the ruins, his wide eyes fixated on Chun-Ong, as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. No, this is more than just a law. Following closely, the noblewoman in palace attire, Wang Fei, trembled slightly, sensing the lingering aura of desolation in the air. This sheer destructiveness bore an ancient, primal quality, indicating an exceedingly rare, mutated bloodline. This child, I must have him. Li Dowling's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the trembling long sword in his hand, his tone laden with complexity. The divine weapon he had just promised seemed fragile in the face of Chun-Ang's ability to directly disintegrate matter. Chun-Ong, the fiery mentor grasped Chun-Ang's shoulder, though a formless dark golden aura repelled him slightly. Rather than anger, fervor ignited in his eyes. Join my Liuhua peak. You may choose from the rare beast bones and ancient blood within my treasury. As long as you nod, you shall be my sole direct disciple, and all resources of Liuhua Peak shall be prioritized for you alone. Liuhua, your teachings are crude. Wang Fei disregarded all decorum, her form gliding like a phantom. Chun-Ong, come to my Suing Pavilion. I will teach you how to merge your consciousness with this force of oblivion, and your attacks will transcend distance, making you the sole master of life and death within 1,000 meters. Furthermore, all the female disciples in Suing Pavilion shall serve you, should you desire. The audience erupted in excitement. This was no mere selection of students. It was as if ancestral spirits were pleading with their descendants to return home to inherit their legacy. The conditions presented by Wang Fei made the male students envious to the point of near bleeding. The Suing Pavilion was renowned as a sanctuary of Kunlun Martial University, where every female disciple was a rare talent, now offering such an enticing proposition. Yet, Chenong merely smiled politely at the mentors, revealing no signs of being swayed. Such resources, such training, held no allure in the face of his extraordinary evolution system. What he truly desired was something else entirely. Chenong lifted his gaze, peering over the bustling crowd toward the rear of the martial arts plaza. Amidst the convergence of myriad spiritual energies in the Kunlun mountain range, there stood a solitary, dilapidated hill. This peak was perpetually shrouded in thick gray mist, its body in ruins. One could even see the remnants of long-collapsed palaces, desolate and lifeless, starkly contrasting with the surrounding peaks shimmering with spiritual light. That was the forbidden land of Kunlun Martial University, regarded by the entire faculty and student body as a forsaken wasteland. At the entrance stone steps of that desolate peak sat a disheveled, middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, with a severed arm. He held a tattered wine gourd, squinting as if watching an inconsequential farce. Noticing Chenong's gaze, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Then, grinning to reveal a set of broken yellow teeth, he lifted his wine jug and swayed it slightly. I wish to go there. Chenong raised his left hand, his fingertip pointing toward the desolate peak. What? The expressions of the 5 mentors shifted instantaneously from elation to terror, tinged with incredulity and anger. Chenong, have you lost your mind? The fiery mentor exclaimed, his urgency palpable. That is the desolate peak. While it once shone with glory, that was 300 years ago. Now, it is nothing but a curse. The legacy there has been severed, and all who practiced the ancient dragon-elephant technique either perished in explosion or turned into lifeless stone. Chenong, heed my advice. Wang Fei's tone turned earnest, even with a hint of pleading. The spiritual energy on that mountain flows in reverse. It will continuously devour the vitality of the awakened. With your extraordinary talent, should you step into the desolate peak, your future will be utterly ruined. Chenong listened quietly. Yet the claws of the oblivion dragon within him surged with unrestrained agitation. The restlessness he felt was not born of fear, but rather a jubilant rebirth. He sensed that beneath the desolate peak lay an ancient existence, intertwined with his own dragon claw, perhaps even of a higher echelon. This was the key to unlocking the next stage of his evolution, the moment he would truly ascend to the divine altar. Grateful for the guidance of his mentors, Chenong bowed deeply to them, yet his tone remained unwavering as a rock. But this right hand of mine tells me that mountain is my destined home. No matter how vibrant the flowers may bloom in a greenhouse, they cannot withstand the true tempests of antiquity. What I seek is not a smooth ascent to success, but rather an ultimate metamorphosis. With that, Chenong hesitated no longer. He turned, shouldering his meager pack, and with a steady gait, he walked toward the gray, forlorn summit amidst the sighs and murmurs of the earth. This child is far too stubborn, Li Dowling mused, watching Chenong's retreating figure before letting out a long sigh. Perhaps this is the chasm that separates us from such an unparalleled prodigy. We concern ourselves with survival, whereas he seeks transcendence. At that moment, a middle-aged drunkard perched on the stone steps of the desolate peak noticed Chenong pushing through the mist. Instantly, his murky gaze sharpened, becoming as keen as an eagle's. He took a deep swig from his flask and burst into raucous laughter, the sound echoing, causing stones to tumble down the mountainside. 300 years. Who would have thought a fearless little monster would choose my grave as his battleground? He leaped from the steps, the sleeve of his severed arm billowing in the wind. An ancient, oppressive aura, as if capable of collapsing the heavens, flickered momentarily. Young man, once you step through the gate of the desolate peak, unless you master it, your only way down will be sideways. This path is littered with bones. Are you truly prepared? Chenong stood firm on the steps, raising his gaze to the drunkard, a proud smirk gracing his lips. Bones litter the path? Perfect, my dragon claw needs a whetstone. This mountain is mine today. Well, quite audacious. The drunkard waved his large sleeve, and the lethal mist surrounding the peak parted as if bowing to royalty, revealing a treacherous ancient path leading to the summit, marred by grotesque fissures. Then ascend. Let me see if your dragon claw can shatter the curse that has plagued this desolate peak for 300 years. On this day, though the bell of Kunlun did not toll, the skies above Wuda darkened irrevocably due to a young man's choice. Chapter 52, The Guardian of the Desolate Peak. The ultimate gravity baptism. The gray mist swirled at his feet, and with each step forward, Chenong felt the air around him growing increasingly viscous. This viscosity was not a result of the mist's density, but rather due to the spiritual laws here being in a profoundly distorted state. If the gravity in the training square was a standard one, then on this path to the peak, gravity was increasing geometrically. Chenong could hear the faint lament of the gravel beneath his feet, ground down by an invisible pressure. Each breath he took felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Stepping firmly onto the second stone step, Chen Ang's expression remained unchanged. Ding. Anomaly detected in external environment. Gravitational wave frequency interference. Current gravity, 5 times, 8 times, 10 times. The Earth's thick soil has been activated, neutralizing gravitational pressure, increasing blood flow by 15. The system's voice resonated calmly in his mind. For an ordinary awakener, 10 times the gravity would be enough to crush their spine and rupture internal organs. To Chenong, it felt merely like donning a somewhat heavy iron shirt. In fact, this pressure was honing his already perfected physique through its sheer intensity. A few paces ahead, the middle-aged drunkard held his wine gourd in one hand, advancing up the path with deliberate steps. His silhouette appeared precarious, the empty sleeve flapping in the wind, resembling a frail man emptied by alcohol. Yet, Chenong keenly observed that, regardless of the gravity's fluctuations, each step the drunkard took bore the same depth. Even the sound of his feet landing seemed calculated, dissipating into silence. Not bad for stamina, young lad. It seems the waters of Jiangsheng are quite nourishing. The drunkard tilted his head back to take a swig, casting a sideways glance at Chenong with a hint of mockery. This is merely the entrance. Not even a warm-up. The desolate peak is called so because not only is the spiritual energy depleted, but it is also a realm of dead loss. The higher you ascend, the more your spiritual power will be suppressed. In Kunlun, other peaks teach you how to soar, but here, you will learn how to crawl through the mire like a dog. Can you endure that? Since he aimed to cultivate the ancient dragon-elephant technique, could he rely solely on sheer physical strength? Chenong remained unperturbed, quickening his pace to closely follow the drunkard. Hey, you've got some spirit. I've seen many talented individuals in the Great Xia with a temper, most of whom ended up as fertilizer in the back mountains. The drunkard chuckled, his eyes suddenly sharpening. I am Yen Guhong. You may call me Instructor Yen, or, as those cowards outside do, the drunken guardian of the grave. Now that you have entered this gate, I must teach you the first rule of the desolate peak. Here, there is no camaraderie, no reverence for teachers. The only rule is that your bones must be harder than stone. Before his words faded, Yen Guhong struck without warning. His form remained still, yet his lone left hand, shaped like a tiger's claw, lunged toward the void where Chenong stood. Boom. The once calm mist erupted violently. The air above Chenong was suddenly vacated, and a terrifying gravity of 50 times bore down upon him, like an invisible iron colossus descending onto his crown. This strike was swift as lightning, its force overwhelming. The blue stone steps beneath shattered instantly, and Chenong's feet sank into the earth as if trapped in a swamp, plunging 3 inches deep. His spine emitted a painful grinding sound, and his muscles trembled under the extreme burden. What's wrong? Can't handle it. This level of pressure isn't even worthy of washing the feet of the old ancestors of the desolate peak. Yen Guhong sneered, his eyes glinting with a cruel anticipation. Chenong slightly lowered his head, his tousled hair obscuring his expression. Under the immense pressure, the ground beneath him began to crack in a radial pattern. The next moment, with a series of cracking sounds, under Yen Guhong's astonished gaze, Chenong's formerly bent form gradually straightened with remarkable resilience. Dark golden scales shimmered subtly at his neck, and a deep, draconic rumble resonated from within his right arm. He not only withstood the force, but began to harness it for a counterattack. 50 times the gravity? Chenong slowly lifted his head, and within his golden and blue heterochromatic eyes, there was not a trace of pain, but rather a fervent excitement that sent chills down one's spine. Instructor Yen, this level of greeting has yet to reach my limits. Have you not eaten enough? Or do you think I am one of those greenhouse flowers? Boom. A force more violent and weighty than what Yen Guhong had unleashed erupted from within Chenong, creating a dark golden field that shattered the oppressive gravity that bore down upon him. Chenong stepped forward, the ground trembling like an earthquake, and he transformed his palm into a fist, infused with the force of annihilation, striking a dark golden afterimage aimed squarely at Yen Guhong's face. You little rascal. You dare to compare physical prowess with me. Yen Guhong's eyes glimmered with excitement, as the long-dormant legacy of the desolate peak encountered its kind for the first time. With a sweeping motion of his wide sleeves, the once empty right sleeve suddenly inflated, resembling an impenetrable fortress that sealed off Chenong's path. The resounding clash echoed through the mountains. Amidst the mist at the mountainside, 2 figures engaged in a fierce contest, akin to a self-destructive brawl. Each exchange of fists and feet generated visible shockwaves, tearing apart the surrounding fog. Should the newly crowned prodigies, regarded as anomalies by the outside world, witness this visceral confrontation, they would undoubtedly be left agape. This was no mere teacher-student sparring, but rather the titanic struggle of 2 prehistoric beasts vying for supremacy. As Chenong felt the tingling sensations coursing through his dragon claws, His blood surged violently. He realized that with each heavy blow from Yin Guhong, the residual warmth of the dragon pearls within him delved deeper into his bones. This old drunkard was using their exchanges to assist him in the most brutal refinement of his physique. Another fierce collision ensued, forcing both combatants to retreat 5 steps. The stone steps beneath Chun Ong crumbled to dust, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes reached its zenith. Come again. Yin Guhong, shaking his numbed left arm, looked at Chun Ong and suddenly broke into a wild, exuberant grin. It was a smile that embodied both madness and joy, a reckless disregard for convention. Since you are so eager for death, I shall take you to witness the true treasure of Huangfeng. Let us see if you can still be so defiant by then. Yin Guhong turned to gaze at the solitary peak, perpetually entwined in crimson lightning. The Huanggu Longxiang pool awaited them atop that mountain. It was a toxic brew concocted from the blood of fallen warriors and the ancient bones of dragon elephants. If one could endure, they would inherit the legacy of the dragon elephant. If not, their bones would merely add to the pool's grim collection. Onward, to the mountain. Chapter 53, The Dragon Elephant Blood Pool, The Path of Ascension in the Depths of Hell. At the summit of Huangfeng, the environment was 100 times more inhospitable than the mountainside. The fierce winds here were no ordinary currents. They were laden with minute particles capable of slicing through consciousness and spiritual energy. The air was devoid of moisture, saturated only with an acrid, charred scent. Apart from the howling winds, the surroundings were eerily silent. Even the unique avian life of Kunlun dared not approach this desolate realm. Standing at the peak, Chenong beheld not a celestial palace, but a massive altar constructed from stark white bones. Each bone was inscribed with dark red incantations, symbols of an obsession that time could not erode. At the altar's center lay a deep pool, approximately 5 meters in diameter. The water shimmered with a haunting dark purple hue, thick as mercury. Occasionally, viscous bubbles would surface, and with each rupture, they released an ancient and violent aura, coalescing into translucent phantoms of dragon elephants in the air. System alert. Mythical-grade genetic essence detected, remnants of the Huanggu Longxiang bloodline. Though the concentration is low, it harbors an extraordinarily tyrannical exclusivity. The Jimmy Huanglong claw has awakened an unprecedented desire to devour. Warning, the fusion process will be accompanied by excruciating pain at level 12, with a 30% chance of complete petrification of the physical body. Chunong stood at the pool's edge, gazing into the bubbling depths that resembled boiling magma. Is this truly the dragon elephant pool? His voice was steady, yet his right hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Even from several meters away, he could feel the scales on his right arm twitching uncontrollably, akin to a parched beast in the desert sensing the scent of rain. Indeed, this was the last capital of Huangfeng. Leaning against a fractured stone pillar, Yin Guhong drank deeply, his expression turning melancholic and complex. For 3,000 years, apart from the first-generation patriarch, no one had truly absorbed the power here. The rest had all become part of the altar. Kid, I find you somewhat likable, but let me give you one last warning. The dragon claw you cultivate is indeed formidable, but the power of the dragon elephant pool is wild. It embodies the epitome of extinction, the incarnation of deathly silence. Once you enter the pool, should your dragon claw falter, it will retaliate, reducing you to a desiccated husk. Retaliate? A cold, arrogant smile curled on Chun Eng's lips as he slowly unwrapped the bandages from his right hand, revealing the fierce and enigmatic Jimmy Longzhao. The dark golden patterns glimmered ominously in the purple light of the pool. In my lexicon, there has never been a moment where I, Chenong, devoured others. Do you think this pool of residual souls dares to consume me? If it resists, I shall crush this pool of wildness to dust. With that declaration, Chenong leaped into the pool without hesitation. Splash. Water splashed as he plunged into the viscous dark purple liquid. Upon entry, Chenong felt as if he had jumped into a colossal furnace composed of countless rapidly spinning miniature steel saws. The dark purple essence surged through every pore, ferociously burrowing into his being. It seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, intent not only on shredding his muscles, but also on invading his marrow to obliterate his original genetic sequence. A low, beast-like roar escaped Chun Eng's throat as his skin transformed from pale to a ghastly gray, veins bulging like entwined serpents due to extreme strain. The once tranquil Jimmy Huanglong claw erupted under the influence of the ancient dragon elephant blood. A dark golden beam shot up from the depths of the blood pool. You wish to cleanse me? Then exchange it for your essence. Chenong thundered in his mind. He willingly dismantled all his spiritual defenses, allowing the ferocious essence to surge into his meridians. Then, he activated the Jimmy's deepest core, the black cavity of extinction. Devour. The entire blood pool began to whirl violently, forming a massive vortex. Chunong stood at the center of this maelstrom, resembling an ancient demon intent on consuming all. On the shore, Yin Guhong dropped his wine flask, the clear liquid spilling onto the ground while he remained oblivious. Is this kid actually devouring the source of the dragon elephant? His weathered face was etched with disbelief. The dragon elephant pool had always assimilated humans. Never had anyone refined its essence. This was madness, or perhaps the fate of this generation of Huangfeng had finally arrived. Meanwhile, in the main campus of Kunlun Wuda, several grandmasters paused their tasks, turning their gazes toward Huangfeng. A dark purple column of energy erupted from the solitary peak that had lain dormant for 3 centuries, piercing the clouds. Faintly, an ancient roar reminiscent of dragons and elephants reverberated through the air, causing the entire Kunlun mountain range to tremble. Huangfeng was stirring? Was that boy named Chun Ong truly embarking on that forbidden path of certain death? The fiery-eyed mad lion felt a complex mix of regret and an unexpected anticipation he scarcely dared to acknowledge. At this moment, deep within the blood pool, Chun Ong was undergoing the most extreme evolution of his life. His consciousness began to blur from the overwhelming pain, sustained only by an indomitable will. On the bones of his right arm, the dark golden divine patterns intertwined frantically with the purple dragon elephant motifs. Beep. Jimmy Huanglong Claw Evolution Progress. 8289. Host Constitution is undergoing a qualitative transformation, breaking through the barriers of mortality. The first stage of the dragon elephant's extinction body begins to reshape. The once viscous purple pool was visibly thinning and clarifying. For an entire night, Chunong curled up at the bottom of the pool like a fetus. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the gray mist and illuminated the altar the following day, a sudden explosion erupted from the once crystal-clear pool. A lithe figure, bare from the waist up and sculpted like a masterful carving, rose slowly from the depths of the water. Chunong opened his eyes, and in that moment, Yin Guhong felt he was no longer facing a mere human being. With a casual gesture, Chunong caused a subtle fissure to form in the void within his palm. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he mused, "Old man, this toxic brew is rather delightful." Yin Guhong regarded Chunong for a moment before exclaiming, "You truly are a monster. Let us descend the mountain. Tomorrow marks the new students' ranking battles. It will be a chance for those self-righteous disciples to witness what true despair entails." Chapter 54. The Descent. A path paved with bones in the early morning of Kunlun, the cold frost cut like a blade. The mist that had long clung to the desolate peaks, capable of eroding the lungs of fifth-tier warriors, served as the final barrier separating this solitary summit from the bustling campus. However, today, the thick gray fog parted obediently, as if in deference to some higher deity, revealing a narrow path lined with stones and withered branches. Step by step, the steady sound of footsteps echoed through the silent valley. Chunong donned a pristine black combat suit. His once slightly gaunt figure had transformed into one of striking symmetry and explosive power following his baptism in the dragon elephant blood pool. With each step he took, the flagstones beneath him emitted a faint hum, as if the very mountain trembled in response to his presence. This phenomenon was a terrifying resonance of gravitational force between his newly formed dragon elephant body and the earth's veins. Behind him, Yin Guhong clutched a tattered wine gourd, swaying as he followed. His murky gaze, filled with intoxication, also held a hint of amusement as he observed the scene. "Kid, you should be aware. Once you step out of this mist, you will become the target of all Kunlun students." Yin Guhong took a swig from his gourd, his voice hoarse. "The inheritance of the desolate peaks, which has eluded comprehension for 3 centuries, has awakened within you. Once this news spreads, it won't just be the students. Even certain ancient figures will be unable to remain composed." Chun Ong halted, turning to face him, his mismatched golden and blue eyes glimmering with a haunting light in the dim morning. Unable to remain composed? A cold smile graced his lips. "If they cannot sit still, let them witness from their knees." Yin Guhong was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into boisterous laughter. "Huh, what a splendid notion. After guarding this wretched mountain for 3 centuries, I finally met a madman more audacious than I was in my youth." At that moment, the central martial arena of Kunlun was already teeming with people, the clamor reaching the heavens. Today marked the grand event of the freshman examination, the first round of the Divine Disciples Ranking Tournament. In Kunlun, each new cohort would have an initial leaderboard, and only the top 10 who survived the chaotic battles of the first 3 days could be deemed Divine Disciples. This title represented not only supreme honor, but also abundant martial resources and the privilege to cultivate in Kunlun's forbidden grounds. "Look, it's Qin Lei from the Qin family." A wave of gasps surged through the crowd. A youth, enveloped in violet lightning, brandished a brand new, bright purple spear, standing proudly on the first platform like a descending thunder deity. Although he had been bested by Chun'ang's mere fingertip 2 days prior, the top-tier elixirs of the Qin family had restored him completely, and he now stood at the peak of the mid-5th tier. Here comes Tai Kuang from Shiliang. His dark iron armor is said to withstand the force of a 6th-tier grandmaster. And Suyu Ro from Nanhai has arrived. Her icy prowess freezing 30 challengers into statues just moments ago. Voices of discussion rose and fell, but amidst the excitement, all eyes were surreptitiously drawn to the shaded path leading to the desolate peaks. Would that madman named Chun'ang make an appearance today? I doubt it. Sneered a sophomore clad in a school uniform. Choosing a death trap like the desolate peaks, surviving the first night, is already a question. Look, someone is descending. Suddenly, an unknown voice cried out. Instantly, the gaze of thousands turned toward the northwest corner. Amidst swirling dust and fallen leaves, a dark silhouette emerged, moving slowly yet with an undeniable dominance. Chun'ang, hands in his pockets, advanced at a leisurely pace. With each step he took, the so-called talented experts of the arena felt an inexplicable sense of oppression swell within them, as if approaching not a new student, but an ancient dragon awakening from the abyss, ready to feast. On the first platform, Qin Lei's spear trembled violently, electric arcs dancing wildly. He fixated on the dark figure, his eyes filled with a twisted malice and a hint of fear he himself did not recognize. You survived that forsaken mountain. Chun'ang paused at the edge of the platform, looking up at Qin Lei, the golden light in his eyes flickering. Survive? The mountain may be barren, but it serves well as a grave for your Qin family. You're seeking death. Qin Lei roared, transforming into a bolt of thunder, his spear unleashing a torrent of violet lightning as he hurled it towards Chun'ang below. Thunderous kill. This assault, empowered by the Qin family's secret technique, was several times stronger than before. Yet, Chun'ang did not even withdraw his right hand from his pocket. He simply stepped forward with his left foot, letting out a deep roar that resonated like a dragon. Get lost. Boom. An indescribable terror of gravitational force erupted from Chun'ang, accompanied by a dense aura from the earth, exploding outward in a circular wave. The ground within 100 meters sank by a full meter in an instant. In midair, Qin Lei's expression shifted from purple to white. He felt as if an invisible hand gripped him, dragging him down into the abyss. The proud lightning surrounding him extinguished upon contact with this overwhelming gravity. Bang! Qin Lei fell into the pit before Chun'ang, his posture humiliating. Unable to even graze the edge of Chun'ang's garment, kneeling before him and smashing the hard basalt ground with 2 bloodied craters. The martial arena fell into a familiar, heart-stopping silence. Chun'ang looked down at the trembling Qin Lei beneath him, his gaze devoid of emotion. This leaderboard is quite bothersome. He lifted his head, surveying the crowd, and where his mismatched eyes swept, countless talented individuals lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Today, I will erase all names on this list, apart from my own. Chapter 55, The Battle for the Divine Disciples Leaderboard. Who is the true despair? Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Chun'ang's declaration to erase all names was akin to pouring ice water into a pot of boiling oil, instantly igniting chaos in the arena. Who did he think he was? What did it matter if he was the top scholar of the province? This was Kunlun. How utterly contemptuous. Did he truly believe that we, the geniuses from various provinces, were mere clay figures? Tai Kuang, go, crush this arrogant brat. Amidst the furious roars, a deafening sound erupted from the second platform. A colossal figure, entirely enveloped in dark Xian iron armor, crashed down before Chun'ang like a meteor plummeting to earth. He was the top scholar of Shiliang province, known as Tai Kuang. Gifted with innate earthly might, his defense was reputed to be unmatched at his level, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage 5th-tier master without faltering. Chun'ang, what you just used must be some gravity secret technique, right? Tai Kuang's voice rumbled like grinding stones as he slowly raised his massive hands, heavy as millstones, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent. Coincidentally, the one thing I fear least in my life is gravity. Prepare to be struck by my hammer. 8 desolations quake. Tai Kuang's arms bulged with muscle as he compressed the air into a colossal energy hammer, hurtling towards Chun'ang. The sheer force of this attack caused even some seasoned veterans nearby to change color. As Chun'ang beheld the whistling fist approaching, a flicker of interest finally emerged in his previously indifferent gaze. A contest of strength? Chun'ang withdrew his right hand from the pocket of his black hoodie. His arm remained long and pale, yet in that instant of extraction, a sound akin to the thundering of elephants and the roars of dragons reverberated in the air. This was the might of the first stage of the dragon-elephant annihilation body. He did not employ any martial technique. He merely delivered a seemingly unremarkable punch forward. However, this punch, though appearing light, drew forth an exceedingly brilliant dark golden arc as it was unleashed. Boom. The two fists collided. Tai Kwang's previously confident smile froze at the moment his fist met Chen Ang's. He felt as if he had collided not with a mere hand, but with a meteor soaring through the sky, or a divine mountain on the verge of collapse. Crack, crack. The jarring sound of metal fracturing echoed. Tai Kwang's pride, the Xian iron armor he deemed invincible, shattered before that dark golden fist, crumbling like thin paper. The punch penetrated through armor and bone. Under the horrified gazes of all present, Tai Kwang's burly frame, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was sent flying over 100 meters as if punctured by a balloon. His body traced a long line of blood through the air, crashing through 3 white jade pillars of the martial arts arena before embedding deeply into a distant mountainside. Silence. The arena once again fell into a deathly stillness, chilling to the bone. Another punch resulting in instant annihilation? This was Tai Kwang, the foremost defender of Shiliang. Chen Ong retracted his fist, casting a mild glance at the speck of rust on his fingertips, his tone laced with mild dissatisfaction. Too fragile. He lifted his gaze to the remaining 8 candidates for the Divine Sun title, as well as to the grandmasters seated on high platforms, all gazing at him in shock. Are you planning to come at me one by one, or will you all attack together? Impertinent. A white-clad woman flickered into motion, bringing forth a flurry of snowflakes. She was Su Yuru, the prodigy of the Su family from Nanhai, known for her extreme arrogance. Chenong, do you think strength alone can make you invincible? Within this Ice Phoenix domain, your movements are slower than a snail. Su Yuru clasped her hands together, and the arena beneath her feet instantaneously froze. A terrifying chill enveloping Chenong within a 10-meter radius. Meanwhile, the other provincial champions, who had been lost in their thoughts, finally comprehended that Chenong had become an insurmountable mountain for them all. If they did not join forces, these so-called Divine Sons would truly be eliminated by this young man from Jiangqing. Qinlei, stop playing dead. Let us join forces to kill him. Count me in. 10,000 blades piercing heart. By Bo Tao Tian. In an instant, all 8 of the most elite champions from various provinces launched their attacks simultaneously. Various colorful beams of spiritual energy, sword chi, and thunderbolts erupted like a magnificent apocalyptic firework display, completely engulfing Chun Ang's vicinity. The collision of such energy even caused subtle distortions in the space above the martial arts arena. This should do him in, right? Qinlei gasped for breath, his eyes glinting with madness. Yet amidst the exploding spiritual lights, Chun Ong's disdainful voice once again resonated, like a tolling bell echoing in the depths of their souls. I have stated before, rules are determined by the strong, and I am the rule here. Dragon Elephant Annihilation Suppression. Boom. A dark golden shockwave. Indescribable in its magnitude and imbued with an ancient, desolate aura, erupted from the epicenter of the energy collision. All sword chi shattered, all ice melted, and all thunder was extinguished. Under the astonished gazes of the provincial geniuses, Chen Ong stood, hands in pockets, feet suspended in midair. His right arm, resembling a dragon's claw, shimmered faintly, dark golden patterns intertwining with purple dragon elephant shadows, forming a silhouette capable of collapsing the heavens. The 8 geniuses who had attacked him now resembled victims of divine retribution, simultaneously spewing blood, their bodies flailing helplessly like kites with severed strings. Scattering across the martial arts arena. As Chun Ong alighted upon the ground, the once boisterous square was now so quiet that even the sound of heartbeats could be distinctly heard. He approached the golden stone pillar that symbolized the top of the Divine Sun rankings. Extending his hand, he made a swift motion across the jade tablet engraved with the so-called admission list. The massive jade tablet was effortlessly smoothed over by his gesture. Finally, in the center of the mirror-like jade stone, he inscribed a single, colossal character, Ong. From this day forth, at Kunlun Wu University, I am the foremost. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chenong turned, his mismatched eyes gazing down upon the crowd. The arena fell into utter silence, a profound stillness enveloping all. Chapter 56. The name of the top scholar is inscribed, tremors in Kunlun's higher echelons. The character Ong was etched into the stone 3/10 deep, the cut smooth as a mirror, yet radiating an aura sharp enough to pierce the very heavens. The faint spiritual light that had once flickered upon the jade tablet, chronicling the illustrious achievements of the provincial champions, extinguished entirely under that wild stroke. It was as if the entire cohort of new students at Kunlun Wu University had lost their vibrancy in the presence of that name. As Chunong withdrew his finger, a faint trace of dark golden luminescence lingered at his fingertip, dreamlike and ethereal. Thud. At the edge of the arena, Su Yuru staggered to support herself. Her long hair now a wild cascade, the blood at the corner of her mouth stark against her pale skin. She stared intently at the jade tablet. Her cold eyes filled with shattered pride. With just one move, he shattered my Ice Phoenix domain, she murmured, lost in despair. Never had she imagined that within this gathering of national prodigies at Kunlun, she would be unable to withstand even a single burst of his power. Not just her. Qin Lei, Tai Kuang, and others sprawled in various pits now regarded Chun Ong not with rage, but with a profound sense of despair that seeped into their very bones. When an adversary stands a notch above you, you yearn to catch up, but when he ascends to heights you cannot even glimpse, all that remains is a humble reverence. Chun Zhuangyuan, no, Chun Bangzhou, truly lives up to his reputation. As the arena remained silent, the second-year senior responsible for overseeing the rankings, having wiped the cold sweat from his brow, timidly approached the stage. His voice was hoarse, laced with an unmistakable eagerness to appease. According to school regulations, the top divine son is entitled to a privilege of entering the Kunlun spirit pool for a night. Additionally, he may receive 1,000 high-grade spirit stones each month as cultivation resources. Chunong turned around, his demeanor still as tranquil as a still pond, betraying no sign of the monumental battle he had just endured against 8 opponents. Give me the token. Chunong extended his hand. The senior hastily produced a resplendent golden token from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Chunong took the command token, weighing it in his hand before his figure shimmered slightly and transformed into a streak of dark golden light, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Only after a considerable time had passed did the oppressive atmosphere that had engulfed the training ground gradually dissipate. In a thunderous moment, as Chunong disappeared, the sky became turbulent, and several formidable presences capable of disturbing the laws of nature descended upon the training ground. The 5 reigning grandmasters, Feng Shi Laihua, Su Ying Wang Fei, and Gu Jian Li Daoling, cared not for appearances as they hastily gathered before the now flattened jade tablet. What an aura, Li Daoling remarked, extending his withered finger to gently trace the scratch made by the character on. His fingertip trembled violently, and to his astonishment, a drop of crimson blood oozed forth. The sword intent was profound, penetrating the void itself. What was most terrifying was the hint of desolation contained within this force. Li Daoling inhaled deeply. His eyes filled with astonishment. Had he truly spent a night at Huangfeng and received the true teachings of that madman, Yin Jiugui? No, this was not mere teachings. Wang Fei, her expression complex, shook her head. Her keen perception allowed her to detect the subtle residual particles in the air. He had absorbed the calamity of Huangfeng. Look at these traces. Each stroke repels the surrounding spiritual energy, unmistakably marking the initial formation of the Longxiang Jimmy Tea. 3 centuries of silence at Huangfeng had birthed such a prodigy. Mentor Lai Hua slapped his thigh, torn between excitement and heartache. Yin Jiugui was a man who only recognized wealth, and Chunang's fate in his hands was uncertain. Nevertheless, this young man's ranking would likely secure him a place within the top 10 of the Qianlongbang. Top 10? A nearby mentor exclaimed. For that was a battleground for the 2nd and 3rd year students who fought fiercely for position. Could a new student be so ostentatious? Ostentatious? Lai Hua scoffed. Do you think that punch he threw could be withstood by those so-called 2nd year elites? Go, relay my instructions. Send the recording of the earlier match to the vice principal. The skies of Xia will surely change. Meanwhile, deep within the Kunlun Mountains, amidst swirling clouds and a natural spiritual pool exuding an exceptionally rich vitality, Chunong was currently immersed in the emerald waters, his upper body bare. Each droplet of the pool resembled pure spiritual liquid, fervently penetrating his pores to mend the minuscule injuries to his meridians incurred in the Longxiang blood pool the previous night. With his eyes closed, his left arm rested on a slab of azure stone at the pool's edge, while his right arm submerged in the water. Ding! The first level of Longxiang Jimmy Tea, Mountain Moving, has been fully stabilized. Integration progress of the Jimmy Huang Long Claw, 92. Current physical purity grip strength, 13,000 tons. As Chunong slowly opened his eyes, his mismatched golden and blue pupils reflected the ethereal mist above the water. He sensed that, although the pool's effects on his level of physique had diminished significantly, the gentle life energy it contained bestowed upon his consciousness an unprecedented tranquility. So this is the resource of Kunlun. Chunong raised his right hand and gently sliced through the water's surface. The once calm pool was instantaneously cleaved, creating a chasm several meters deep, which took a long while to close again. 2nd year, 3rd year, Chunong murmured softly, a dangerously sly smile gracing his lips. He understood that, although he had subdued the newcomers in the earlier match, he had irrevocably offended the powerful families behind them. as well as the older students who viewed newcomers as mere cash cows. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, trouble would surely follow him after tonight. Yet he remained indifferent. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and intrigues were but rust upon a whetstone, easily brushed away. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from the bamboo grove at the edge of the spiritual pool. Who goes there? Chen Ang's gaze turned icy as he abruptly seized the air before him. Boom. Gravity erupted, compressing the surrounding air with a resounding crack, revealing a figure that had been lurking in the shadows with some difficulty. Chen Shuedi, do not strike. I come bearing gifts. The newcomer, a slender boy clad in ordinary school attire, raised his hands, his face pale from the weight of the gravity, but forcing a wry smile. Gifts? Chen Ang relaxed his grip slightly, but did not fully lift the pressure. I am from the student council. This is a resource list for your additional compensation after choosing Huang Feng, personally entrusted by the vice principal. Furthermore, the boy trembled as he pulled out a black envelope from his breast pocket. This is a challenge letter from Senior Chu Jingtian, who ranks 12th on the divine list. Chen Ang accepted the letter but did not even glance at the lengthy resource list. His attention was solely on the two blood-red characters on the black envelope. Must kill. He began to laugh, a laugh both fierce and chilling, akin to a dragon and a demon. 12th place, you say? Inform him that I shall await him at the school gate tomorrow morning. His life shall be forfeit. Chapter 57. The Challenge of Chu Jingtian, the Arrogance of the Divine List Seniors. The following day, just as dawn broke, the main entrance of Kunlun Martial University once again became the focal point for the entire school. Although the ranking competition for first-year students continued, all thoughts had already drifted to this moment. The reason was simple. Chu Jingtian, the 12th ranked on the divine list, was to engage in a life-and-death duel with Chen Ang, the top student from Jiangnan province, who had only entered the school less than 3 days prior. In Kunlun, a life-and-death duel is the highest form of combat, disregarding life or death and consequences, initiated only in cases of profound enmity or for the sake of supreme resources. The ostensible reason for Chu Jingtian's challenge was that Chen Ang had humiliated the esteemed Qin family of the capital, Qin Lei being a nominal cousin of Chu Jingtian. Yet it was evident to all that the upperclassmen were exerting pressure on Chen Ang. They could not allow a newcomer to so brazenly trample upon the rules they had upheld for years. At the school gate, thousands of students had gathered. Look, Senior Chu has arrived. A wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. A young man clad in deep blue attire, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, descended gracefully through the air. With each step he took, ripples of azure waves radiated outward, rendering him almost divine. Peak of the 5th tier. Just a step away from the 6th tier master, Chu Jingtian wore a pair of silver gauntlets that shimmered with starlight. A top-tier 6th tier spiritual energy equipment known as Shattered Star. The number of peers who had perished under these gauntlets was not few. As Chu Jingtian landed on the martial platform at the school gate, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, eyes closed in meditation. His dominant yet restrained aura caused some of the older students around him to find it difficult to breathe. Senior Chu is magnificent. Let that country bumpkin from Jiangxing realize the depth of Kunlun's waters. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, Chen Ang remained unfazed, his hands tucked into the pockets of his black hoodie as he strolled leisurely from the end of the shaded path. He appeared unprepared, even weaponless, and bore a hint of drowsiness in his gaze. Are you Chen Ang? Chu Jingtian opened his eyes, a piercing murderous intent flashing through his starry blue pupils. I have heard you approach with heavy killing intent, but to me, you are merely relying on some peculiar physical prowess to bully sheltered flowers. Chu Jingtian slowly raised his right fist, starlight flickering. My Shattered Star Fist specializes in breaking all physical defenses. Today, before the entire faculty and students, I shall shatter your pride, piece by piece. Chen Ang halted his steps, standing at the foot of the platform, slightly lifting his head. You are Chu Jingtian? Indeed. Very well. A cold smile curved Chen Ang's lips. Do you have many spirit stones within your ring? Upon hearing this, the entire crowd fell into stunned silence. In the midst of a life-and-death struggle, one would expect a more serious response than inquiring about another's wealth. Chu Jingtian could not help but laugh in disbelief. Within my spatial ring lies all the resources I have accumulated since my 3rd year. 3,000 top-tier spiritual stones and countless elixirs. If you have the life to claim them, they are yours. With a nod, Chen Ang leaped onto the arena, his resolve firm. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. I am eager to test whether the so-called top ranks of the divine list can withstand my hand for even 2 seconds longer. Arrogance. Star fragmentation strike. Chu Jingtian was incensed by Chen Ang's demeanor. He roared as spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave into his right gauntlet. The originally azure fist aura contracted instantaneously, transforming into a blinding deep violet, a manifestation of annihilation born from the extreme compression of spiritual power. With a thunderous impact, Chu Jingtian unleashed his punch, the force seemingly tearing the very fabric of space, creating a brilliant trail of starlight that aimed straight for Chun Ang's heart. The might of this fist was perilously close to the full power of a sixth-tier master. The onlookers, seasoned seniors, displayed expressions of sheer terror. Was this the true strength of the 12th ranked on the divine list? It was utterly inhuman. However, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Chun Ang did not retreat. Instead, he boldly stepped forward. His right hand manifested a dragon claw, its dark golden scales revealing a bizarre, light-absorbing black pattern upon contact with the incoming starlight. Desolation Dragon devours the heavens. Chun Ang scoffed at the notion of such compression being worthy of the title Star Fragmentation. With a disdainful smile, he opened his clawed fingers and reached out towards the deep violet fist aura. A piercing sound of friction erupted, sparks flying. To the astonishment of all, Chu Jingtian's devastating punch, upon contact with Chun Ang's dragon claw, disintegrated as if ice met blazing sun, consumed entirely. What? Chu Jingtian's complexion shifted dramatically. He realized that his punch was not merely blocked, it was consumed by Chun Ang's claw. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Ang tightened his grip, crushing Chu Jingtian's fist. A sound reminiscent of metal twisting echoed painfully. The precious sixth-tier spiritual equipment, Star Fragmentation, cracked under Chun Ang's brute strength. Ah! Chu Jingtian screamed in agony as his bones were crushed inch by inch. Die! A golden light flickered in Chun Ang's eyes. A wave of desolation, embodying death and decay, surged through Chu Jingtian's arm. Desolation Dragon collapse. A thunderous explosion resonated. The prodigy, ranked 12th on the divine list, had yet to reveal his trump cards when he was obliterated like a bomb, his body reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Thud! The mangled remains fell to the ground. Chun Ang casually picked up the blood-soaked spatial ring and tossed it in his hand. He then turned to the thousands of petrified seniors below, his voice devoid of warmth. Who is next? The entire Kunlun Mountain was enveloped in a deathly silence. Chapter 58. Bloody Dragon Claw. The collective speechlessness of all seniors at the entrance of Kunlun Martial University. The mountain wind howled, yet it could not disperse the thick, blood-soaked aura of murderous intent. The blue stones of the martial stage, once gleaming like jade due to the array's enhancement, were now stained dark red with the splattered remains of a fifth-tier peak combatant. Chu Jingtian's half-dismembered body still clung to the edge of the arena, while the once valuable Star Fragmentation gauntlet lay twisted like scrap metal, weakly drooping in the pool of blood, emitting faint, eerie sounds due to the dissipating spiritual energy. Drip, drip. Chun Ang stood calmly at the center of the stage, his dark golden dragon claw pulsating at an eerie rhythm. With each pulse, the residual starlight belonging to Chu Jingtian was absorbed and transformed into chilling, ghostly radiance. His heterochromatic eyes, one golden and one blue, reflected neither mercy nor the exhilaration of having taken a life. Instead, they exuded an unsettling emptiness that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The thousands of seniors below appeared frozen in place. Their once thunderous cheers and shouts vanished, replaced by a suffocating dread. Senior Chu is dead? A second-year elite student's throat felt dry, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had been contemplating how to humiliate this arrogant newcomer after Chun Ang's inevitable defeat. But now he lacked the courage to even glance at the arena. The 12th on the divine list could not withstand even a single blow. This was certainly no 5th tier. He had concealed his true power. He is a 6th-tier master. No, not a 6th tier. A pale youth at the forefront, bearing a massive sword case, stared intently at Chun Ang, his voice hoarse. His spiritual energy still resonated within the 5th-tier perfection range, yet the gravitational force he had just unleashed, along with that annihilating pressure, was a forbidden law he had brought down from the desolate peak. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. A legacy not grasped by anyone for 300 years had bestowed upon a newcomer the power to annihilate those in the upper echelons of the divine list overnight. This was no mere prodigy. It was an outrageous favoritism from the heavens. Chun Ang leisurely retrieved a white silk cloth from his pocket, a token he had pilfered from Chu Jingtian's ring. He meticulously wiped the blood from the crevices of his dragon claws, his movements elegant as if he were pruning flower branches. 3,000 spiritual stones is indeed a considerable sum. Chun Ang glanced at the spatial ring in his hand, a slight smile curling his lips. It seemed that those on the divine list were quite affluent. He lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the so-called elite seniors. Those who met his eyes could not help but lower their heads, some even instinctively retreating. I am actually quite easygoing, Chun Ang spoke. his voice resonating through the valley with an eerie calm. I merely wish to enjoy a few peaceful meals at the desolate peak. Yet you all seem to think newcomers are easy to bully. The guiding fee, warnings in the Qianlong district, and this unavoidable challenge letter. With a casual flick, Qianlong tore the blood-stained black letter into shreds, letting them scatter in the wind. Since you enjoy playing by the rules, from this day forth, we shall adhere to my rules. Those wishing to trouble me, avenge relatives, or simply dislike my presence, feel free to come. Qianlong pointed at the arena beneath his feet, and then towards the distant Qianlong district. But before you come, it would be wise to secure your inheritance and fill your spatial rings. For my claws not only take lives, but also devour wealth. With that, Qianlong turned and, amidst the swirling snow, left behind a solitary figure that exuded a despairing arrogance. Meanwhile, atop a distant tower, several professors responsible for maintaining order at the school were gathered before a reflective pool. Has Chu Jingtian truly perished? One professor lamented, his expression bitter. He was a prodigious talent cultivated by the Chu family in the imperial capital. This will be difficult to explain. Explain or not, it must be done. The silver-haired vice principal of Kunlun Martial University, seated at the forefront, had a glimmer of unusual excitement in his eyes. The life and death struggle was the highest rule permitted by the school. Chu Jingtian was outmatched. His demise was justly deserved. But what about this Qianlong? Did you all notice? He did not utilize the dragon elephant force of the desolate peak in that claw strike. At this revelation, the surrounding professors were taken aback. The implication was that Qianlong had killed Chu Jingtian merely employing the annihilation energy he had always wielded. Indeed, the vice principal rose and gazed towards the direction of Huangfeng, his expression intricate. He had spent a night at Huangfeng, and if he had gone to absorb the Longxiang pool, his current state should be in a phase of adjustment. However, he now exuded a harmonious aura, indicating only one possibility. He had been in the blood pool, not only completing the baptism but also, through some means, thoroughly merging the power of Longxiang with his innate talents. Such a monstrosity had not emerged from Kunlun in 50 years. Elevate his file to the highest level. Aside from the principal and myself, no one is permitted to access it. Additionally, send a message to those few madmen in the top 10 of the divine rankings. The vice principal paused, his tone growing grave. Qianlong is the seed of Kunlun. Before the true national competition commences, anyone who dares to utilize connections or the power of the elder generation to suppress him will be expelled from Kunlun. Qianlong returned to Huangfeng. Upon entering the mist, the clamor and restlessness were effectively severed. Yan Guhong reclined on a piece of green stone halfway up the mountain, a wine gourd hanging from his waist. Eyes closed as he hummed a dissonant tune. Back already? Yan Guhong did not open his eyes, but merely twitched his ears. Yes, I casually grabbed some pocket money. Qianlong retrieved a jar of aged fine wine that he had procured from the cafeteria and tossed it over. Yan Guhong caught it with ease, his eyes widening slightly as he caught the scent of the wine, a grin spreading across his face. Hey, the drunken Kunlun from the heavenly grade cafeteria? You've shown quite a filial piety. So, how does it taste, this astonishing brew? Too soft, like it's made of paper, Qianlong replied, sitting on another stone. Observing his right hand. After the first layer of the Longxiang Jimmy body took shape, his power had surged immensely. Within the 5th rank, there were no rivals left. Within the 5th rank? Yan Guhong took a hefty swig of wine, scoffing. Don't think that taking down the 12th place is impressive. The top 3 of the divine rankings are not the same caliber as these others you've seen. Oh, Qianlong's interest was piqued. Each of those in the top 3 has been teetering on the edge of the 6th rank for at least 2 years. They are not unable to break through to the 6th rank. Rather, they are frantically compressing their energy sea, attempting to invoke the heavenly baptism directly at the moment they transcend into masters. Yan Guhong declared solemnly, especially that little sword king ranked first. He possesses a natural sword bone and has reportedly spent an entire year in seclusion on the Wujin Peak, comprehending the legendary 7th rank sword intent. If he were to face you, your earlier claw would likely be shredded by his sword energy before even brushing his clothes. Qianlong fell silent for a moment. Rather than fear, a fervent battle spirit ignited in his eyes. The 7th rank sword intent? It sounds indeed more flavorful than this braised meat. Qianlong rose, gazing upwards at the blood-red thunderclouds that lingered perpetually above Huangfeng. Old drunkard, since the first layer has stabilized, can we commence with the second layer, the moving mountains? Yan Guhong exhaled a cloud of wine mist, laughing cruelly. I relish your eagerness to court death. Come, follow me to the back mountain, where the gravity is 10 times that of here. If you can survive 3 days there, I shall teach you how to shatter sword energy with this hand. Chapter 59. The forbidden ground of the back mountain of Huangfeng, a desolate abyss of tenfold gravity. The back mountain of Huangfeng is a desolate cliff covered in scorched earth and black rock, devoid of even the most resilient weeds. The clouds above display a suffocating purplish-red hue, with occasional faint arcs of lightning flickering. The air here is exceedingly thin. Each breath feels as though one's lungs are being seared by fierce flames. This is the gravity pit of Huangfeng. Yan Guhong halted at the cliff's edge, pointing to the vast funnel-shaped pit below, measuring 1,000 meters in diameter, a remnant of the training left by the ancient Longxiang ancestor. The magnetic field there is chaotic, and spiritual energy cannot be released. All martial techniques revert to the physical body. In simple terms, once you descend, you become merely a relatively strong, ordinary person. Chunong leaned over to peer down, spotting numerous enormous black iron balls strewn across the pit's bottom, each weighing over 100 tons. What is the current gravity multiplier? Chunong inquired. 100 times, Yan Guhong grinned. That is for the core area. You'll start at the edge, probably around 50 times. What you need to do is simple. Move those iron balls to the top of the cliff using only your bare hands. Move them up? Yes, no spiritual power allowed. Only your bones and muscles. Yan Guhong patted Chun Ong on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with mischief. To master this layer, I broke 36 bones in the process. But you, with your unique physique, if you can lift the 9 engraved main balls, your first layer of moving mountains will be considered a minor success. Chinong said nothing. He simply leaped into the abyss. The speed of his descent was terrifying. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming force of pressure bearing down from all directions. Bang! He landed firmly on the sloped edge of the pit, his feet sinking into the hard black rock up to his ankles. Ugh! Chinong grunted, his muscles tightening instantly. Under this terrifying gravity, it felt as though his internal organs were shifting. The resistance to blood flow multiplied several times, and his heart raced furiously to maintain the oxygen supply to his brain. Beep. Extreme gravitational pressure detected, activating passive Longxiang Jimmy body. Bone density enhancement commencing. Due to the extremely harsh environment, the Jimmy Huanglong claw has entered self-sealing protective mode. Chunong hunched over, drenched in sweat. This sensation was akin to carrying a great mountain while walking. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his gaze towards those massive black iron balls at the bottom of the pit. Is 50 times this strenuous? Chunong mused self-deprecatingly, his eyes flashing with determination. He took a step forward, each footprint deep and resolute as he slowly made his way towards the pit's depths. Meanwhile, at the main campus of Kunlun Martial University, news of Chunong's retreat to the back mountain spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Chunong is challenging the gravity pit. He truly dares. That place is one of our school's forbidden zones. Last year, a third-year expert from the divine rankings went down, and within half an hour, 12 of his ribs were broken, and he was brought out nearly as minced meat. I see Chunong is merely seeking his own demise. The top 3 of the divine rankings have already declared they will personally end him at the Kunlun ceremony in half a month. He is probably hiding in that death trap out of fear. As these discussions unfolded, the bloodstains at the school gate had yet to dry. A few powerful members of the Chu family had arrived at the school, but were firmly barred at the entrance by the vice principal's will. An elder of the Chu family glared fiercely towards the direction of Huangfeng, his face ashen. You think you can hide at Huangfeng after killing Jing Tian? In half a month's ceremony, let us see how you evade. At the bottom of the gravity pit, Chunong was now bare-chested, steam rising from his body. The mist a result of sweat evaporating at his body temperature. His hands gripped the base of a 2-meter diameter black iron ball tightly. Lift. Chunong's eyes widened, veins on his forehead bulging like grotesque serpents. Creak. The immensely heavy iron ball was forcibly lifted an inch from the pit under the 100-fold gravity. Merely an inch. The rocks beneath his feet shattered instantly, and due to the reaction force, half of his legs sank into the ground. Yet he did not release his grip. The dark golden patterns on his right arm were gradually expanding towards his shoulder under this extreme pressure. He could feel that with every passing second, his bones were being refined and densified under this immense weight. This is the path of cultivation on Huangfeng, extreme self-harm. Extreme rebirth. Not enough. Chunong took a deep breath, letting out a roar akin to a beast. He resolutely embraced a 100-ton iron ball, laboriously taking the first step within a gravity field 100 times stronger than that which would obliterate an ordinary warrior. In that fleeting moment, the claws of the Jimmy along within him emitted an almost imperceptible yet crystalline sound of shedding. The dragon energy, which had instinctively receded for self-preservation, began to surge forth with fervor under the extreme pressure of his corporeal form, frantically mending the fractures in his bones caused by the immense load. Chunong's gaze transformed into one of fervent madness. Is this what it means to move mountains? Old drunkard, it seems I will not be leaving this place for the next 3 days. As night fell, Yin Guhong sat atop the cliff, listening to the occasional muffled footsteps and the thunderous sound of the iron ball crashing to the ground below, shaking his empty wine gourd in a daze. Daring to carry the ball on the first day? Longxiang Laozu, I hope you are watching from above. It appears that our Huang Feng is about to produce a madman capable of piercing through Kunlun. Yin Guhong squinted at the brightest star in the night sky, a flicker of long-buried hatred and sorrow flashing in his eyes. Chenong hastened to grow stronger. Only when you possess sufficient strength can I help you reclaim the blood debts of the past. Chapter 60. Withering and flourishing under hundredfold gravity. The divine concealment of the flesh awakens. At the bottom of the gravity pit on the back mountain of Huangfeng, the light here was considerably dimmer than the outside world, as if even the light attempting to penetrate this area was bent by the viscous and tumultuous hundredfold gravity field. The surrounding stone walls, subjected to years of relentless pressure, exhibited a depth akin to obsidian, their hardness surpassing that of ordinary sixth-grade alloys. Breath. The sound of heavy and forceful breathing echoed like a bellows in the suffocating silence of the pit. At this moment, Chenong stood bare-chested, his once fair skin now a dark crimson from extreme engorgement. Each muscle fiber resembled tightly wound steel cables, thrumming violently beneath his skin, taut and even emitting a faint sizzling sound from the excessive strain. His hands gripped the 2-meter-wide shadowy iron ball with relentless tenacity, his nails embedded deeply into the grooves of the iron sphere's intricate patterns due to his exertion. Warning: the coverage of skeletal fractures on the host has reached 45. Internal bleeding has increased. The Earth's thick soil is operating in overload to mend the injuries. The fusion progress of the Jimmy Long claws is exhibiting erratic fluctuations due to extreme compression. 93,935. Chenong could not hear the system's notifications. Rather, his senses were overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. The agony was not merely of flesh, but as if every single cell within him was being crushed repeatedly in a mortar and then forcefully kneaded together. Arise. In an instant, his eyes were filled with a dark golden radiance, and a roar emanated from deep within his throat, carrying a hint of the ancient dragon's might. Boom. The 100-ton iron ball, under the influence of 100-fold gravity, possessed a mass that would instill despair in any fifth-tier master. Yet, propelled by Chunang's near self-destructive effort, it astonishingly lifted 3 inches off the ground. Crack! The black rock beneath his feet shattered into dust. His legs sank knee-deep into the earth, yet in that moment, he did not relent. Rather, he harnessed the force of his descent and unleashed a tremendous power from his waist and abdomen, akin to a tightly drawn crossbow, propelling the iron ball forward as he took his first step. Boom! The earth quaked violently. This step transcended mere distance. It was yet another test of life's very essence. Atop the cliff, Yin Guhong set down his wine gourd. He perched on the edge of the precipice, his disheveled hair dancing wildly in the desolate winds. His once murky eyes now fixated on the figure at the pit's bottom, small as an ant, yet terrifyingly resilient. This boy has truly lost his mind, Yin Guhong whispered, his voice trembling with a fear he was unaware of. In his day, it took him 6 months to master the first level of moving mountains, and each descent into the pit required meticulous preparation with protective spiritual energy. But what of Chenong? He had audaciously severed all spiritual energy within, relying solely on his mortal physique to clash against the laws of heaven and earth. The dragon elephant's extinction: what is broken shall be rebuilt. The teachings left by our ancestors ring true, yet in these 300 years, no one has dared to break like he does. Yin Guhong instinctively touched the scar on his severed right arm. Back then, it was his own fear of death that led to his downfall when attempting to ascend to a higher realm, resulting in a backlash from the laws that cost him his arm and banished him from the divine rankings. Now in Chenong, he witnessed an incredibly pure and fearless madness towards death. It was a domineering resolve that declared, as long as I am alive, I shall tread upon the heavens beneath my feet. Time passed, second by second. Chenong had been at the bottom of the pit for a full 5 hours. He had managed to shift 3 iron balls, successfully moving them a distance of 10 meters. This accomplishment would leave any professor at Kunlun Martial University astounded. However, the cost was severe. Chunang's appearance was ghastly. His skin was rent, dark golden blood mingled with sweat dripping onto the scorching black rock, hissing ominously. Yet, an eerie phenomenon occurred. Each time Chunang's wounds reached their limit, the Jimmy Long claws within him would emit a faint yet vibrant green energy, merging with the earthy yellow energy of the ground, instantaneously healing and reinforcing his wounds. This cycle of breaking and rebirth repeated tens of thousands of times within just 5 hours. This was not merely refining the body. It was an alchemical process for the soul. Ding. Host bone density has reached subdiamond level. Dragon Elephant's Extinction Body Level 1. Moving Mountains, Proficiency, 40. The host has activated the first divine concealment of the flesh in the spinal dragon bones. Chenong expelled a breath of foul air, and his once slightly curved spine emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. A cool and immensely dense energy surged from the depths of the earth, coursing through his feet and into his spinal cord. In that instant, Chenong felt as though the hundredfold gravity had lightened somewhat. No, it was not the gravity that had diminished. Rather, his body had adapted to this pressure, even greedily absorbing it to transform himself. Not enough? Bring it on. The golden light in Chunang's eyes flared anew as he approached the main ball, etched with dragon patterns and weighing 300 tons. Meanwhile, outside Kunlun Martial University, chaos had already erupted. The death of Chu Jingtian was akin to an earthquake that triggered a tsunami, with the aftershocks spreading like wildfire. The members of the Chu family had stormed the administrative building, demanding the school surrender Chenong, led by the head of the second branch of the family, accompanied by 4 sixth-tier masters. What was the school's response? It was said that the vice principal did not even let them in, simply stating, within Kunlun, life and death are the responsibility of the individual. If the Chu family cannot bear the consequences, then leave to Xia. The vice principal is resolutely determined to protect Chenong, as students debated heatedly. Within a secluded courtyard of the Qianlong district, Qin Lei sat in the position of honor with a dark expression, flanked by several other talented individuals from noble families in the capital. Young Master Qin, are we just going to let this slide? Chenong is hiding in the back mountain of Huangfeng. Our people cannot even enter, a new student said indignantly. Qin Lei snorted coldly, playing with a purple lightning seal in his hand. He may escape for a moment, but he cannot evade forever. In half a month's time, during the Kunlun Grand Ceremony, all faculty and students will participate, and there will be a power ranking assessment. If his ranking does not measure up, even if the school wishes to protect him, it cannot withstand the tide of public opinion. Moreover, the top 3 on the divine rankings are all former seniors of Chu Jingtian, though they may not interact often. Face-saving gestures must still be made. Chenong, it would be best if you perished in that gravity pit. Otherwise, when the ceremony commences, you will discover that death is indeed a form of liberation. On the back mountain of Huangfeng, night fell, and the starlight descended. The gravitational field here seems to have grown more tumultuous with the arrival of night. Chenong has already moved the final main sphere to the slope. He curls himself within the shadow cast by the iron ball, his breath becoming exceedingly faint. He is attempting a more audacious approach. System, activate the manifestation of consciousness. I shall forge this gravity into my fists. Chenong's awareness gradually delves into the Earth's core. He imitates the Earth's profound and weighty will, which bears the weight of existence. The black patterns on the Jimmy Longjua begin to flicker, as if breathing. Moving mountains entails more than just shifting Earth. It is also about altering the laws of this realm. With his eyes closed, Chenong's lips curl into a frigid smile. The day I emerge from this pit, the rules of Kunlun shall be rewritten by me. Chapter 61. The Unexpected Visitor on the Desolate Peak. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. For the disciples of Kunlun Martial University, these 3 days are merely ordinary moments in their cultivation journey. Yet, for Yen Guhong, who stands guard at the back of the desolate peak, every second of these days challenges the limits of his mental endurance. Boom. Another thunderous sound reverberates from the depths of the gravity pit, followed by the agonizing noise of the Xiantai ball grinding against the black rock. Yen Guhong has already consumed 4 flasks of wine, standing atop the cliff, gazing down at the figure nearly at the summit. His lips quiver, ultimately forming a bitter smile. Of the 9 main spheres, 8 have been forcibly piled against the cliff face by Chenong. He bears the last and largest Longwen main sphere on his back, slowly maneuvering along the nearly vertical cliff. He employs no climbing tools. His fingers pierce the rock face as if carving into soft tofu. Each inch of movement must withstand the vertical pull of the iron ball under 100-fold gravity. Chenong's back muscles have taken on a peculiar purplish-black hue from blood engorgement, his skin adorned with a faint golden emblem. Is this the power of the Longxiang moving mountains? Yen Guhong muses, this is no longer about shifting mountains. It is a contest against the magnetic field of this realm. At the crucial moment when Chenong is about to complete his final leap, a faint yet rhythmic sound of footsteps suddenly emerges from the desolate peak's long-neglected entrance. Yen Guhong's gaze sharpens in an instant, the intoxicated haze vanishing, replaced by a masterful aura capable of solidifying the surrounding mist. He does not turn around, but coldly states, this desolate peak has fallen into such disrepair. Is there still someone willing to endure the stench of this wine? The mist gradually disperses, revealing a young man clad in a moon-white robe, hands clasped behind his back, with hair cascading to his waist. This man possesses an extraordinary beauty, an otherworldly serenity in his demeanor, and within his deep-set eyes, there flickers a hint of cosmic destruction. Upon seeing him, Yin Guhong's brow furrows sharply. DZ, Qin Huang? Ranked second on the divine list, the true leader of the Qin family in the imperial capital? Yin Guhong's tone turns colder, asking, what, with Qin Lei incapacitated you? As the elder brother, can no longer sit idly by, intending to seize my family's young talent during his seclusion? Qin Huang stands 10 meters away, his expression calm. Unfazed by Yin Guhong's mockery, he first offers a polite, archaic martial salute to Yin Guhong, then replies blandly, Yin Sr. has misunderstood. Qin Lei's defeat was his own doing. The Qin family may be protective, but we would not offend you, the former god of the desolate peak. For the sake of a waste, Qin Huang's gaze drifts past Yin Guhong toward the gravity pit in the rear, where a ripple of emotion first stirs in his otherwise placid eyes. I have come merely to witness the one who can silence the bell of the desolate peak overnight. Qin Huang's voice is ethereal. Also, please convey a message to the Little Sword King. Oh, the one who always postures on Wujin Peak has something to say? Yin Guhong snickers. The Little Sword King says that the aura of silence surrounding Chun'ong is impure. It belongs to the remnants of an ancient demonic dragon. If allowed to grow, it will become a great calamity. Qin Huang's tone is calm, yet it carries an undeniable authority. Therefore, on the day of the grand ceremony, he will personally sever Chun'ong's right arm, permanently sealing the roots of his silence in the name of justice for Kunlun. What nonsense! Yin Guhong slams his thigh, erupting in expletives. What remnants of a demonic dragon? That is the legitimate divine power passed down by our ancestors. What does that surname sword count as? To dare critique here? With that said, I take my leave. Qin Huang, unwilling to engage in a debate with Yin Guhong, slightly turns to depart. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupts from the direction of the rear mountain, shattering the heavens. The previously oppressive hundredfold gravity field is suddenly torn apart by an even more terrifying force. Under Qin Huang's astonished gaze, a dark golden beam of light shoots skyward from the depths of the gravity pit, piercing through the thick, purplish-red clouds above. In the next instant, a youth, flushed from exertion yet emanating a faint red glow, with muscles as solid as cast iron, leaps from the depths of the 1,000-meter pit, single-handedly lifting the 300-ton, long-one Xiantai ball. Bang! Chun'ong lands steadily on the cliff's edge. He holds the iron ball with one hand, his breath unruffled. But within his heterochromatic eyes, not only does a golden-blue divine light shimmer, but a faint illusion of an ancient dragon elephant can also be discerned. Chun'ong casually tosses the ball. Boom! The heavy sphere crashes to the ground, shattering a significant portion of the cliff's edge. He turns to look at the departing Qin Huang. Despite being bare-chested, with dust still on his face, the overwhelming pressure he exudes causes even the second-ranked Qin Huang to instinctively take a half-step back. No need to wait for the grand ceremony. As Chun'ong flexes his sore wrist, he offers Qin Huang a radiant yet bloodthirsty smile. Since you are here, let us first see if that sword surname can withstand a punch from me. Chun'ong slightly retracts his right arm. The air, in that instant, becomes utterly still. Qin Huang's pupils constrict, his previously serene aura erupting into tumult, countless starry illusions appearing behind him. Chun'ong, have you lost your mind? This is the desolate peak. Yin Guhong exclaims. Yet, it is too late. Chun'ong's punch, fueled by the fury accumulated over 3 days in the hundredfold gravity pit, is unleashed. Longxiang Jimmy moving mountain fist. With a punch thrown, the Longxiang roars. Chapter 62. Longxiang breaks the void. Whose years has this punch astonished? Atop the desolate peak, the perennial gray haze, at the moment Chun'ong strikes, is cleaved in two as if by a colossal axe that splits the heavens. There is no anticipated piercing sound of air being cut, for in the face of such extreme gravity and velocity, even the air cannot escape in time, creating an absolute void. The air vibrates with a low-frequency pulse that resonates with the soul. Chun'ong's right arm, ignited by the sudden surge of Longxiang power, generates tiny sparks as the dark golden scales graze against one another. Each muscle swells to its utmost limit, the veins beneath his skin pulsating like a writhing dragon, exuding a primal and savage beauty. The dragon elephant phantom behind him solidifies completely. The colossal elephant's foot descends heavily, cracking the void like glass. While the dark golden true dragon spirals upward, its roar piercing through the desolate peak's protective formation, reverberating faintly across the skies of Kunlun Martial University. At the forefront, Qin Huang, who once wore an expression of ethereal detachment, found that visage utterly shattered in the split second before the fist struck. He sensed that he was no longer confronting a mere newcomer to the academy, but rather an ancient divine mountain plummeting from the heavens, imbued with the will of the earth and the power of celestial annihilation. The overwhelming pressure rendered his internal chi and blood nearly stagnant, slowing his thoughts to a crawl. What kind of power is this? How can it completely seal my spatial transformations? A tempest of turmoil surged within Qin Huang, yet as the second ranked on the divine list. He was the prodigal heir of the Qin family, forged through untold resources. In this life and death moment, his survival instinct triumphed over fear. The vast sea of stars. The eternal explosion of the divine palm. Qin Huang roared, channeling his moon-white spiritual energy to its utmost limit, even causing a trace of blood mist to seep from his acupoints. His hands, as pale and smooth as jade, moved swiftly to form seals before his chest, transforming the originally gentle starry energy into a ferocious tempest. Behind him, a magnificent star map unfurled. Thousands of resplendent starry apparitions flickered in the night sky, and as he thrust his palms forward, these stars simultaneously collapsed towards the center, erupting with a blinding azure light capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. This was the Qin family's forbidden killing move, a formidable force that forced the stars to self-destruct at the cost of a decade of cultivation. Thunderous roars echoed. Two forces, both reaching the pinnacle of the fifth tier, collided violently at the edge of the cliff. In that instant, the previously dim sky was illuminated as bright as day. A ripple of dark gold and azure energy radiated outward from the point of collision, expanding wildly in a circular wave. Wherever it passed, the once iron-hard black rocks, having endured centuries of desolation and fierce winds, crumbled like soft sand sculptures, disintegrating into dust that obscured the sky. Even Yan Guhong, who had been leisurely sipping wine nearby, was forced to change his expression drastically. He hastily braced himself against the ground, enveloped in a yellowish, barren barrier, yet was still pushed back by the residual shockwave, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Is this truly the destructive power of two fifth-tier beings clashing? Yan Guhong wiped the dust from his face and gazed towards the center of the cloud of dust. The effects of his earlier intoxication completely vanished. Within the haze, Qin Huang's seemingly infinite starry explosion emitted a sharp, piercing sound, akin to twisted metal, the moment it came into contact with Chenang's fist. Those immensely powerful self-destructing stars shattered before Chenang's fist, which was infused with 1,000-fold gravity and the might of a dragon, like bubbles crushed by a rampaging elephant or remnants consumed by a black hole. Chenang's fist advanced slowly yet resolutely, tearing apart the ocean of starlight inch by inch. Impossible. My star explosion can erase all matter. Qin Huang's hands trembled violently, the flesh of his palms bursting under the strain, revealing stark, white bones. Erase matter? Chun Ang's cold voice echoed in Qin Huang's ear. Do you not realize that when gravity reaches its zenith, even light cannot escape? The Annihilation Mountain moving fist, second stage explosion. Qin Ang's right arm, once adorned with dark golden scales, suddenly took on a bizarre purplish-red hue. It was the malice from the dragon's blood pool ignited in an instant. Boom. A dull thud resounded, as if ringing a death knell in everyone's hearts. In that fleeting moment, all of Qin Huang's defenses crumbled entirely. The tyrannical and unreasonable force surged through his palms, directly invading his chest cavity, shattering 3 of his ribs, and sending him flying like a blue meteor. With a tearing sound, Qin Huang forcibly twisted his waist in midair, landing on the rocky cliff with feet that carved 2 long grooves over 60 meters deep. The heat generated by the friction turned the ground's rocks into dark red magma, particularly striking against the night backdrop. He ultimately halted at the edge of the cliff. One more step would lead him to the abyss below. Drip. Blood dripped from the corner of Qin Huang's mouth onto his moon-white robe. He lifted his gaze toward Chenang, his once neatly ink-black hair now disheveled, and his ethereally handsome face contorted in shock. Qin Huang had been defeated. Though he still had trump cards hidden away, and he had not yet reached the brink of death, in that direct confrontation the imperial heir who had dominated the divine list for an entire year, was humbled by a newcomer who had yet to participate in the enrollment ceremony. Chenang withdrew his right hand, the menacing dark golden scales gradually receding beneath his skin. His breathing remained remarkably steady, the rhythm of his chest rising and falling unchanged. After enduring 3 days of lifting iron balls at 100-fold gravity, his lung capacity and physical stamina had reached a superhuman level. Second on the divine list, the vast sea of stars. Chenang regarded Qin Huang with an impassive expression, his tone as flat, as if critiquing a dish from the cafeteria. Sounding impressive, yet lacking substance. Go back and tell Qin Lei, is this what you refer to as the heritage of a noble family? If this is the pinnacle, then Kunlun Martial University is rather unremarkable. Qin Huang fell silent, his eyes fixed on Chenong, struggling to articulate something to salvage the family's dignity, only to find his throat constricted by a residual chill of annihilation that caused him pain. That last punch had not only wounded his body, but also planted an insurmountable shadow within his heart. Chenong. After a long pause, Qin Huang rasped, "You have bested me by half a move today, but that does not mean you can run rampant in Kunlun Martial University. The little Sword King is no longer human. On the day of the ceremony, he will make you understand what true despair is." With those words, Qin Huang mustered the last vestige of dignity and transformed into a faint star, vanishing into the dense mist. Chenong did not watch him leave, but turned to the trembling Yen Guhong. "Old drunkard, the stones on this barren peak are far too fragile. You must account for the repair costs to him." Hearing Chun Eng's words, Yen Guhong's mouth twitched violently. This lad not only had a fierce punch, but also a venomous tongue. Chapter 63. The Spirit Pool's Anomaly, the completely shattered records of Kunlun. Although the commotion atop the barren peak was largely obscured by mist, the fleeting aura of the stellar explosion and the terrifying roar of the dragon still stirred many old students and mentors in nearby mountains. However, the instigator, Chenong, remained unconcerned. He was currently seated beside a spring, casually washing the bruises on his arms from the intense duel. Ding. Progress of the first stage integration of the Dragon Elephant Annihilation Body. 65. Combat feedback. Host Chi Reservoir is in a state of extreme thirst. Due to the dual strain of the Dragon Orb and Dragon Elephant bloodline, the host urgently requires a massive influx of pure spiritual energy for proper advancement. Sole suggestion: immediately utilize the privilege of being the top of the Divine Sun list to enter the heavenly sacred spirit pool. Chenong flicked the water droplets from his hands, a glimmer of contemplation passing through his golden and blue eyes. Transitioning from the complete 5th tier to the 6th tier master is not merely an accumulation of spiritual energy, but rather a metamorphosis of one's life level. Ordinary geniuses often require months or even years of secluded cultivation to comprehend the so-called resonance of heaven and earth. However, he could not afford to wait that long. In half a month's time, during the ceremony, the little Sword King mentioned by Qin Huang, along with the hidden old foes behind the Chu family, would not grant him the luxury of slow growth. "Old drunkard, I'm heading down the mountain for a bit. I'll visit that heavenly sacred spirit pool." Chenong stood, casually donning a black hoodie. Yen Guhong, still tenderly stroking the broken stone steps, waved his hand without looking up, saying, Go ahead. It's truly on my tab. Remember, while the water from the spirit pool is delightful, do not overindulge. 5 hours is the limit. Beyond that, your meridians will burst like a sieve." 5 hours, you say? Chun Eng's lips curled into a mysterious arc as he remained silent, transforming into a shadow that swept down the mountainside. Half an hour later, in the central area of Kunlun Wu University, at the Tiansheng Temple, this palace, constructed entirely of white jade, emanated a harmonious and immensely powerful aura of formation. At the entrance, 2 third-year students clad in purple robes stood solemnly as guards. Both of them exuded an aura indicative of late-stage 5th rank. "Halt. This is the Tiansheng Temple. No unauthorized personnel allowed." One of them raised a hand to stop Chenong, and upon recognizing him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. "Are you the new student, Chenong?" Following the death of Chu Jingtian and the recent defeat of Qin Huang, though the news had yet to spread widely, higher-ups were already aware. Chun Eng's visage had become synonymous with calamity within the school. "Open the door. I wish to use the privileges of the top student." Chenong, disinterested in further conversation, revealed the golden token symbolizing his position at the pinnacle of the divine rankings. The guards exchanged glances. Despite their reluctance, rules were rules. With stiffness, they turned and worked together to push open the heavy bronze doors. As the doors swung open, an overwhelming wave of ethereal energy, rich enough to almost be tangible, enveloped him, radiating a milky white glow. Inhaling the fragrance, Chenong felt every cell within him erupt in joyous exultation. Without hesitation, he stepped into the grand hall. At the heart of the hall stood a vast pool, approximately 3 meters deep, filled with a verdant liquid tinged with white, where numerous tiny spirit fish, conjured from spiritual energy, frolicked. This was one of the foundations of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Tiansheng Spirit Pool. Approaching the edge of the pool, Chenong slowly removed his shirt. On his perfectly sculpted back, resembling a marble statue, deep-colored dragon patterns faintly emerged, appearing somewhat gaunt due to a prolonged lack of sufficient energy. With a splash, Chenong leaped into the center of the pool. As he submerged, the sensation of being enveloped by liquefied spiritual energy compelled him to exhale deeply. However, rather than guiding the energy through his meridians like an ordinary student. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes wide, and the dark golden divine patterns on his right claw erupted with radiance. Annihilate all and devour. Boom. The tranquil surface of the spirit pool erupted as if struck by a powerful bomb. A massive vortex of spiritual energy formed around Chenong, and it seemed as though the entire hall's aura was drawn into this overwhelming suction, rushing into him through every pore, every breath, and every inch of skin. The speed of the influx was so rapid that a brief vacuum layer appeared in the surrounding pool water due to the swift depletion of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room outside the Tiansheng Temple, alarm sirens blared with a piercing urgency. 2 senior students on duty nearly toppled from their chairs. What is happening? The water level in the spirit pool is dropping abnormally. Is the alarm malfunctioning? It's not malfunctioning. Look at the energy readings. The depletion rate is at 3815 and still rising. One senior screamed, his finger trembling as it pointed at the screen. The water level in the spirit pool was visibly sinking, and the figure at the center appeared to be an insatiable black hole. Quick, inform Professor Lin. If this continues, our school's decade-long accumulation of spiritual energy will be depleted. As time passed, an hour, 2 hours, a brilliant dark golden glow began to emerge on Chenang's skin, a sign that the spiritual energy was being intensely compressed and merging with his original annihilative essence. 5 hours. This was the highest record set by the former top student. The Little Sword King, in the history of Kunlun Wu University. When the Little Sword King emerged, he was nearly inflated by the spiritual energy. Yet at this moment, Chenong felt no sense of fullness. Rather, he appeared even more ravenous. The essence of his dragon pearl and the bloodline of the dragon elephant were akin to 2 famished ancient beasts, greedily tearing at every drop of the Tiansheng spirit liquid flowing into him. At the 7th hour, the 9th hour, when the water level of the spirit pool had decreased by half, a resonant crack echoed as the 5th rank barrier, which had thwarted countless talents, shattered under the overwhelming spiritual pressure akin to a galactic torrent. Immediately thereafter, a formidable aura, heavy as a mountain and profound as an abyss, erupted from the depths of the pool. Chenang's eyes snapped open, revealing a golden and blue hue now encircled with dark golden rings. He had attained the 6th rank master level, and moreover, he had become an unprecedented dragon elephant physical master. Exhaling a breath of turbid energy, the force of his exhalation created a fist-sized hole in the thick walls of the hall. Rising to his feet, he reveled in the sensation of endless spiritual energy coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. So this is the feeling of a master? With a mere swipe of his hand, a minuscule black crack appeared in the air at his fingertips. Now, should I encounter Qin Huang again, he might not even withstand a single strike from me. At that moment, the grand doors of the Tiansheng Temple were violently thrust open from outside. Stop! Stop! Chenong, you rascal, get out of the spirit pool. Several elderly professors, their hair white with age, rushed into the hall, gazing at the nearly drained spirit pool, their hearts aching as if on the verge of a cardiac event. Chenong leisurely donned his black hoodie and politely nodded to the professors. Esteemed mentors, though the water level has diminished, the taste remains quite pleasant. Should such an opportunity arise again, do remember to call for me. With that, Chenong swaggered out of the hall under the professor's murderous glares. The grand ceremony was approaching. His era had merely begun to unveil its curtain. Chapter 64. The Might of a Master, Awakening the Ancient Behemoths of Kunlun. Outside the Tiansheng Temple, the air was as solidified as a glacier from ages past. Several elderly professors, who had been in deep seclusion, trembled, their fingers pointing at the spirit pool, now nearly half empty, their beards curling in distress. It's really drying up. This is the dragon vein spiritual liquid accumulated over a decade at Kunlun Wu University. Even enough for an entire master regiment's cleansing. What in the world is this boy? A carbon-based life form or a prehistoric black hole? One elderly figure in white robes lamented, striking his chest as he regarded Chenong with the gaze of someone witnessing a prodigal son squander a fortune. Yet, Chenong remained unhurried, fastening the cuffs of his black hoodie. With each subtle movement, the surrounding space emitted a low resonance, a natural oppressive field resulting from his peak physical strength. If Chenong at the 5th rank had been a sharp demonic blade, now he resembled an ancient demonic deity, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. At the 6th rank master level, Chenong savored the heavy, mercury-like dark golden spiritual energy surging within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Turning to the visibly agitated professors, he spoke in a tone devoid of any semblance of urgency. Esteemed mentors, The school regulations state that top student privileges allow unlimited time in the spirit pool. I have merely adhered strictly to the regulations and should not be required to provide any compensation, should I? You little rascal. The fiery mentor, red-faced with rage, was about to charge at Chenong to deliver a reprimand. However, the moment he took a step forward, his expression abruptly stiffened. As a 7th-tier sovereign-level powerhouse, he keenly sensed that within a radius of 3 meters around Chenong, all the spiritual energy particles were quaking in fear, trembling in trepidation. The essence of annihilation had evolved from a mere superficiality into a domain potent enough to threaten the very laws of existence. Flame cease. A voice, aged yet resonant, emanated from the depths of the grand hall. An old man clad in a coarse robe and straw sandals had appeared on the stone steps unbeknownst to anyone. His visage was gaunt, eyes slightly squinted, devoid of any aura of a formidable being, resembling merely a woodcutter from the mountains. Yet, upon sighting this man, the previously boisterous mentors promptly bowed in unison, their expressions steeped in utmost reverence. We pay our respects to the Vice-Chancellor. He was Gu Changfeng, the Vice-Chancellor of Kunlun Martial University, a renowned 8th-tier supreme being in the Great Xia Kingdom, a true terror standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, capable of deciding the fates of thousands with a single word. Gu Changfeng disregarded the bows of those present, his murky gaze fixed intently upon Chenong. After a prolonged silence, he released a deep sigh. Dragon and elephant merge in the spine. Annihilation melds with the bones. After 3 centuries, the dilapidated earthen mound of Huangfeng has finally nurtured a true dragon capable of piercing the heavens. He ambled before Chenong, and with each step, the desiccated spiritual energy beneath his feet showed signs of faint revival. Little one, you have drained the spirit pool, destroyed the arena, killed the Chu family's heir, and even shattered the Dao heart of that Qin scion with a single punch. Do you realize that you have become the public enemy of all the noble families in Great Xia? Chenong met the gaze of this 8th-tier supreme being without flinching, his heterochromatic pupils of gold and blue radiating defiance. Public enemy? Chenong laughed, a wild and unrestrained laugh, for that was their honor. If the path is obstructed, I shall forge one. If the heavens press down upon me, I shall overturn the skies. Whether it be the Su family or the Chu family, if they believe my resolve is weak, let them come and gnaw at my bones. However, should they break their teeth, do not come crying for help. Well said. A marvelous proclamation. Gu Changfeng erupted into laughter, his voice resonating, causing the very rubble of the heavenly sacred hall to tremble. I admire your unruly spirit. Now that you have broken into the 6th tier, conventional instruction holds no significance for you. Gu Changfeng retrieved an ancient token, dark as ink and inscribed with 9 golden dragons, from his sleeve and casually tossed it to Chenong. Take this. The new student enrollment ceremony in 3 days is not merely a gathering of the entire faculty and students, but the true coronation of the Kunlun Divine Son. The top 10 monsters on the divine list will be present. Among them, the first-ranked Little Sword King has been in seclusion at Wujin Peak for a year, striving to comprehend the 7th-tier concept of the Wuxing sword intent. Gu Changfeng clapped Chenong on the shoulder with such force that it caused fine cracks to appear in the ground beneath Chenong's feet. If you can maintain your top position during the ceremony, I will personally take you to a place where the ancestral master of the dragon and elephant truly rose to prominence. Chenong accepted the token, his gaze deepening. The ceremony? I shall be there on time. I hope that swordsman does not disappoint me too much. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, within a chamber steeped in antiquity, a white-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes, the 2 exquisite spirit crystals in his hands disintegrating into powder in an instant. My grandson was killed by a mere country bumpkin from Jiangxing. How audacious! A terrifying aura of murder surged through the chamber, causing the dozens of famed swords hanging on the walls to emit a mournful wail. Kunlun Martial University, do you truly believe you can protect this boy? The elder rose, his voice as frigid as a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of the underworld. Send the order down. Mobilize the Shadow Kill Division. I demand to see Chenong's head within 3 days. Furthermore, contact the Qin family's elder. I shall personally attend Kunlun on the day of the ceremony. Meanwhile, Chenong had already returned to Huangfeng. Yen Guhong was squatting by the blood pool, gazing blankly at the now crystal-clear waters. Upon seeing Chenong return, he abruptly leaped up, circling Chenong several times. The 6th tier is truly the 6th tier. Yen Guhong babbled incoherently, his aged face a medley of laughter and tears. I have toiled for half my life to barely touch the 6th tier, and you, in less than 4 days at school, have leaped past it. Is there any justice in this world? Chenong ignored the old drunkard's grumblings, sitting cross-legged at the cliff's edge, his gaze directed far towards Wujin Peak. There, a colossal sword shadow, reaching from earth to sky, was gradually solidifying. Even from dozens of miles away, the sensation of skin being sliced felt palpable. Is that the little Sword King? Chenong slowly raised his right hand. The scales upon his dragon claw had transformed into a profound dark purple, coursing with not merely spiritual energy, but true annihilation dragon blood. 3 days. It is time for a change at the pinnacle of Kunlun. Chapter 65. A night of rain and murder. The ascendance of the king stuns all. On the eve of the ceremony, the night was silent. The Kunlun mountain range lay shrouded beneath an oppressive layer of rain clouds, heavy enough to seem as if it might collapse. There was no moonlight, nor stars. Only the occasional roll of purple lightning deep within the clouds, reminiscent of ancient dragons imprisoned within, emitting a heart-stopping, thunderous roar. The autumn rain fell incessantly, carrying the unique, bone-chilling cold of Kunlun, washing over the barren black cliffs of Huangfeng. On a protruding cliff halfway up the mountain, Chenong sat quietly, cross-legged. He did not hold an umbrella, nor employ the newly attained 6th-tier Master S aura to shield himself from the rain. The icy raindrops struck his thin black hoodie, sliding down his chiseled face like droplets from a blade. At this moment, he was embroiled in an intricate and perilous internal conflict. The 6th-tier Master was a realm of qualitative transformation. If the 5th tier was a reservoir, then the 6th tier was the complete liquefaction and compression of that water, ultimately forming a domain capable of interfering with the physical laws of reality. Within Cheneng's meridians, the dark golden annihilation spiritual energy and the purplish-red dragon and elephant blood were undergoing their final amalgamation. With each cycle, his bones emitted a faint cracking sound, akin to the popping of beans in a pan. His heart beat at an exceedingly slow pace, roughly once every 3 minutes, yet with each beat, the blood pumped forth was as heavy as mercury. Chenong exhaled a breath of murky air, resembling a white mist. At the moment it left his lips, it sliced through the dense curtain of rain before him, creating a 3-meter vacuum, which took a full 2 seconds for the surrounding rain to refill. The initial stage of the 6th tier had finally stabilized. Chenong slowly opened his eyes, his heterochromatic pupils resembling 2 guiding lanterns in the dark rain. Just as he prepared to rise and return to his thatched hut to change into dry clothes, his movements suddenly froze for half a second. Aside from the sound of rain pattering on leaves, several extremely abrupt, yet deliberately suppressed breaths emerged in the air. These breaths perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the falling rain. And if not for Chenong's senses having been honed to an inhuman degree within the dragon and elephant blood pool, even an ordinary 7th-tier sovereign would hardly have detected them. Murderous intent, a kind of professional, cold, and devoid of any personal feelings, murderous intent was slowly converging on this cliff from the 4 cardinal directions, like an invisible net. Since you have come, do not hide any longer. Do you not feel cold, cowering like a turtle in the rain? Chenong did not turn around. He did not even indicate a desire to stand, maintaining his cross-legged posture, his tone as casual as if greeting a passing neighbor. The air fell into an oppressive stillness at that moment. The next second, a hum resonated. The space surrounding Chenong subtly warped, as 4 figures clad in tight black attire and wearing masks with green faces and sharp fangs materialized like phantoms emerging from water, appearing without warning 10 meters from him. These 4 individuals, their toes barely touching the muddy ground, emitted not a single sound. Even the raindrops that fell upon them were repelled by a bizarre black film. All were peak 5th tier. Moreover, from their positioning, it was evident that these 4 had practiced an exceedingly sophisticated combined attack formation countless times. No wonder they were capable of slaying Master Chu Jingtian. Their alertness truly warranted the term genius. One of the black-clad figures standing directly in front of Chenong spoke, his voice raspy as if 2 pieces of sandpaper were rubbing together. In his hand, he held a pitch-black, non-reflective poison dagger. The Shadow Kill division of the Chu family? Chenong casually brushed aside the damp hair from his forehead, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. I had thought that a so-called top-tier family like the Chu would face their losses honorably in tomorrow's arena after the death of a genius. Instead, they resort to such underhanded, despicable tactics behind the scenes. The dead do not need to know too much. The black-clad leader's gaze turned icy, and without a moment's hesitation, he issued a kill order. Form the array, for souls strangled. Take his head, to honor the young master. Swish, 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 swish. Before the words had fully left his lips, the 4 shadows simultaneously vanished from sight. This was not mere speed, but a form of concealment imbued with the laws of shadows. In the air, 4 sinister, cunning arcs of black blade light shot forth simultaneously from Cheneng's head, back, throat, and lower abdomen, 4 lethal blind spots. Before the blades reached him, the pungent, noxious gas sealed off all of Chun Ang's escape routes. This four-soul strangulation array was the signature ultimate technique of the Chu family's Shadow Kill division. Once, 3 newly minted 6th-tier masters had fallen victim to this technique, dismembered in an instant without even a trace of their consciousness escaping. In their eyes, no matter how strong Chun Ang's physique, being pierced by a weapon laced with deadly poison would surely mean death. However, just as the 4 poison daggers were mere inches from Chun Ang's flesh, he sighed. Too slow, and too light. Suddenly, the legs he had crossed sank downward with tremendous force. Boom! There was no need for any preparatory movements, nor any ostentatious martial techniques. An indescribable, terrifying gravitational field erupted from Chun Ang's body as the absolute center, expanding outward in a hemispherical explosion. This was the Desolation Domain, 100-fold gravity, a perfect fusion achieved after breaking through to the 6th tier with the Dragon Elephant Desolation body. Crack! In midair, the dense curtain of rain was instantaneously compressed into nothingness by this force of gravity. The 4 elite assassins, once as swift as lightning and poised to deliver a fatal blow, now wore expressions of sheer terror. They felt as if their bodies were suddenly compressed beneath an entire mountain of steel. The daggers halted midair, unable to advance even a fraction. Their peak 5th-tier spiritual energy cowered within their dantian under the oppressive force, trembling like mice confronted by a natural predator, utterly unable to mobilize. Bang, 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 bang. For sickening thuds resounded almost simultaneously. The assassins did not even have time to scream. They were brutally slammed down onto the black rock by the crushing force of 100-fold gravity. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing resonated eerily in the rain-soaked night. Their limbs twisted grotesquely as they broke, their organs rupturing under the immense pressure. Blood mingled with shattered innards gushing forth from the seams of their masks. The leader of the group gasped in disbelief. You are not a 5th tier. You are a 6th-tier master. As the strongest among them, he barely clung to life. He lay flat in the mud, his eyes bulging from their sockets due to blood congestion, his face hidden behind the mask etched with despair and disbelief. The intelligence had clearly stated that this Chun Ong was merely a robust 5th-tier perfectionist. He is only 18, an 18-year-old 6th-tier master? What sort of prodigy breaks the historical records of the Daxia kingdom? If the ancestors of the Chu family knew that they were attempting to assassinate an 18-year-old 6th-tier master, they would never have dared to send them to their deaths. Now I understand, it is too late. Chun Ong slowly rose to his feet, not even glancing at the 4 assassins who now resembled mere muck. He raised his right hand, adorned with dark golden divine patterns, and with a slight curl of his fingers directed at the leader lying on the ground, he uttered, "Desolation black cavity devour. No, the Chu family will not let this go." The black-clad leader's scream was abruptly silenced. His body, along with his form-fitting attire and poisoned dagger, rapidly withered and collapsed under the pure black radiance emanating from Chun Ang's palm, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. Reduced to a pile of black ash scattered by the wind. The remaining 3 severely injured assassins were not spared either, under the pull of the black cavity. They too were transformed into nutrients for the barren peak. From the moment these 4 elite assassins appeared to their utter annihilation, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. Chun Ong flicked the remnants of black energy from his fingertips and raised his gaze towards the cliff top, not far away. There, a disheveled figure holding a tattered oil paper umbrella and a wine gourd stood, observing. "Old drunkard, have you been watching the show all this time without lending a hand?" Chun Ong teased lightly. Yin Guhong stood in the rain, his murky eyes shimmering with a complex light. After taking a swig of strong liquor, he cursed. "Do lend a hand. I fear I might get crushed by your little perverse gravity if I come down." That group of fools from the Chu family sent 4 5th-tiers to kill a 6th-tier flesh monster. I truly wonder if their brains are filled with mush. However, his expression turned serious. "You've wiped out the Chu family's shadow kill squad. Tomorrow at the grand ceremony, that old codger from the Chu family will undoubtedly go to great lengths to retaliate publicly. Let him retaliate." Chun Ong raised his head, gazing at the inky black night sky, a fierce battle intent igniting in his golden and blue heterochromatic pupils, capable of piercing through the oppressive gloom. "I was just thinking that taking on some little sword king was a tad dull. Old man, prepare the wine for me. Tomorrow, atop this Kunlun peak, I will use the faces of these so-called noble families to accompany my drink." The next day, in the early morning, the heavy rain had just ceased, and the Kunlun Mountains appeared even more majestic and verdant after the cleansing. However, the atmosphere at the Central Martial Arena of Kunlun Martial University felt as tense as a powder keg on the verge of explosion. This was a colossal circular stadium capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, with a 100-meter arena fortified by array masters to 99 layers at its center. At this moment, the stands were filled to capacity. Tens of thousands of senior students, thousands of new students, instructors from various departments, and even special emissaries from the military and education departments of the Daxia Kingdom were all present. Today marked the grandest event of Kunlun Martial University, the Kunlun Grand Ceremony. It was not only the coronation ceremony for the new student champion, but also the supreme stage for the reordering of the powerful from the second and third years. In the front row of the VIP section sat two elders with a presence as deep as the abyss. The one on the left, clad in a purple-gold robe with a sinister expression, was none other than the second elder of the Chu family, Chu Tianhe. His face was ashen, tightly gripping a shattered jade life token in his hand. This token belonged to the leader of the shadow assassins sent to eliminate Chenong. Its shattering signified their complete annihilation. How could such a minor creature obliterate an entire team of assassins from my Chu family? Chu Tian, he roared wildly within his heart, his murderous intent almost materializing. Today, regardless of who defends you, I shall, before the entire school, strip your tendons and flay your skin. To his right stood an influential elder from the Qin family. Though he remained silent, his gaze toward the central arena was equally malevolent. Amidst the oppressive and clamorous discussions, the sound of the ancient Kunlun bell resonated thrice, echoing through the mountains. The previously boisterous crowd of 100,000 fell into an immediate hush under the tolling of the bell. Following this, the authoritative voice of Vice Principal Gu Changfeng reverberated throughout the venue, amplified by spiritual energy. The Kunlun Grand Ceremony is officially commenced. Now, the first on the divine ranking, the little sword King Yi Wuchen, please ascend the stage. With Gu Changfeng's words, the atmosphere ignited to a fever pitch. All eyes turned in unison toward the eastern sky of the martial arts arena. There, a dazzling white sword light, akin to an aurora tearing through the heavens, descended at an unfathomable speed. The sound of the sword ringing out was sharp enough to pierce eardrums. As the sword light dissipated, a young man clad in a moon-white robe, bearing an unsheathed ancient sword upon his back, stood quietly at the center of the stage. His sword-like brows and starry eyes bore a sternness akin to eternal ice. Not a trace of spiritual energy leaked from him. Yet a single glance was enough to inflict a piercing pain upon the eyes of all present, as though he were a legendary sword thirsting for blood, already unsheathed. Seventh stage whooshing sword intent. He had truly crossed that chasm which had left countless sword cultivators in despair, with 1 foot already on the threshold of the 7th stage master. Little Sword King, invincible, Yi Shixiang, uphold the might of our Kunlun sword Dao. The upperclassmen in the stands erupted in a wave of fervent cheers. To them, Yi Wuchen was the undefeated myth of Kunlun. Yi Wuchen paid no heed to the surrounding uproar. His eyes, devoid of ripples, transcended the VIP seats and the throngs of spectators, fixating directly upon the entrance to the wild peaks. He slowly drew the ancient sword from his back. Its tip angled toward the ground, and his voice, though soft, struck each heart like a heavy hammer. Where is that freshman named Chenong? I hear you boasted in the martial arts arena, claiming you would use my sword to sharpen your claws. Now, I, Yi Wuchen, stand here. Do you dare to receive a sword from me? The arena fell into a deathly silence, everyone holding their breath. Countless gazes followed Yi Wuchen's line of sight, fixated on the shaded path leading to the wild peaks. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. Silence reigned in the passage. Perhaps he is too frightened. Hiding like a turtle in the wild peaks. An upperclassman jeered from the stands. In the VIP section, Chu Tian, he sneered coldly. This arrogant brat reveals his true colors when faced with a genuine prodigy. However, just as everyone assumed Chun Ong was too cowardly to confront him, a thunderous roar erupted from the previously clear sky. Suddenly, a dark meteor wrapped in dark golden flames tore through the air, descending with the force capable of collapsing the entire martial arts arena. Who said I would take the little path? A voice filled with unrestrained arrogance thundered down like rolling thunder from the heavens. Boom! The meteor struck the ground. The 100-meter arena, reinforced by 99 layers of formations, emitted a lament of unbearable strain as the center caved in by 3 meters, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading to the edges. Amidst the swirling debris and dust, Chenong slowly rose to his feet. His hands remained in the pockets of his black hoodie, his tousled hair dancing in the wind, and his mismatched golden and blue eyes reflected Yi Wuchen's increasingly grave expression. He brushed off the dust from his shoulders, a chilling smile gracing his lips. What are you shouting for? Are you hurrying to your demise? Where is your sword? Draw it out. I am pressed for time. I still need to save some for dealing with those old fools from the Chu family. With this utterance, the crowd erupted. The true contest for the throne had dramatically commenced amidst this extreme arrogance. Chapter 66. Whooshing Sword Intent versus Wild Dragon's Annihilation. This is truly a celestial clash. I am pressed for time. I still need to save some for dealing with those old fools from the Chu family. Chen Ang's statement did not deliberately amplify with spiritual energy. Yet, in the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop in the audience of 100,000. His words, dripping with utter disdain and nonchalance, thundered like a bolt of lightning, striking each ear without fail. The air, in that moment, became utterly still. Everyone's minds experienced a brief blackout. What is he saying? Faced with the number one on the divine ranking, who was already half a foot into the threshold of the 7th stage master and had comprehended Whooshing Sword Intent, he not only showed no signs of trepidation, but also criticized his opponent for drawing his sword too slowly. Not only that, but he also dared to insult the elder from the Chu family sitting in the VIP section in front of tens of thousands, calling him an old fool. You little beast. You seek death. In the VIP section, after a brief silence, an enraged roar erupted like the wailing of vengeful spirits. Chu Tianhe, the second elder of the Chu family, who had wielded power in the imperial capital for decades, now had his face twisted into a deep shade of purple. His formidable spiritual energy, at the 7th stage king level, erupted violently, turning the ancient Zetan chair beneath him into dust. He stood abruptly, his right hand morphing into a blood-red skeletal claw that overshadowed the sun, disregarding the grand ceremony's rules, crossing hundreds of meters of void, and bearing down upon Shenong with a terrifying pressure capable of crushing mountains. You arrogant brat. Today, I shall peel off that skin of yours. Ignorant of the heavens and the earth. This strike, fueled by fury, was so powerful that countless new students in the front rows turned pale, some even spurting blood from the overwhelming pressure. Yet, facing the almost sky-rending crimson claw above him, Shenong remained with his hands in his pockets, not even lifting an eyelid. His mismatched eyes simply gazed steadily at Yi Wuchen, as if the cataclysmic attack above him was but a trivial gust of wind. Buzz. Just as the blood-red claw was less than 10 meters from Chen Ang's head, visible ripples suddenly emerged in the void. Vice Principal Gu Changfeng remained seated in his position, holding a cup of tea, not having shifted even slightly. He casually blew at the foam on the surface of the tea. Bang! The menacing blood-red skeletal claw collided with an invisible wall, constructed from the very rules of the world, shattering abruptly in midair, transforming into a flurry of red spiritual light, vanishing without a trace. Old Ghost Chu, this is Kunlun Martial University, not your Chu family's backyard in the imperial capital. Gu Changfeng sipped his tea, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The grand ceremony arena is solely for peer competition. Should you dare to extend your claws beyond the boundary, I wouldn't mind adding a dish of braised old turtle shell to today's lunch in the cafeteria. Chu Tianhe staggered, the force dispelled by Gu Changfeng shaking his blood and energy. He clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, but ultimately, he forced himself to swallow the blood rising in his throat. He understood that with Gu Changfeng, this 8th-tier supreme being, stationed here, he would not be able to harm Chenong in the slightest today. Well done. Principal Gu is indeed strict and disciplined, earning my admiration. Chu Tianhe took a deep breath, his gaze turning like a venomous serpent towards the central stage where Yi Wuching stood. Wuching, this little wretch shows utter disdain, not only humiliating the Chu family, but also disregarding all of you divine talents. Today, let your lifeless sword intent teach him what it means to have reverence. As Chu Tianhe settled into his seat, the focus of the entire arena once again converged upon the two figures at the center of the stage. The wind seemed to halt at that moment. The arena was filled with petals left from the grand ceremony and the debris from Chunang's descent. Yet within a 50-meter radius between them, all matter, be it dust or air, fell into an extraordinarily bizarre state of absolute stillness. Yi Wuching gazed at Chenong. His face, as frigid as a millennia-old iceberg, revealed no trace of anger at Chenang's arrogance. Instead, a fiery intensity, akin to a hunter's delight, ignited for the first time in his abyss-like eyes. No wonder you could incapacitate Qin Lei with a mere finger and shatter Tai Kuang's heavy armor with a single punch. Yi Wuching slowly spoke, his voice resonating like the clash of metal, crisp and cold. I sense no leakage of spiritual power from you. Yet here you stand, like a black hole capable of devouring all light and vitality. They say you are a 6th-tier master, but to me, your physical form has transcended the boundaries of the 6th tier. Yi Wuching gradually raised his right hand, gripping the hilt of the unsheathed ancient sword behind him. With a resonant sound, the sword was drawn halfway. The mere act of unsheathing it unleashed an extraordinarily pure, and chillingly terrifying sword intent that enveloped the entire training ground in an instant. What kind of sword intent was this? In that fleeting moment, the 100,000 spectators felt a bone-chilling coldness at their necks, as if an invisible blade had been poised at their throats. Some weaker freshmen even experienced hallucinations, perceiving a world withering away, a universe succumbing to a heat death. 7th tier lifeless sword intent. In the VIP section, the expression of the military envoy turned grim, inhaling sharply. How old could Yi Wuqing be? He had truly brushed the edge of this level of law. A sword that embodies lifelessness, severing vitality. This was no longer a contest of spiritual power. It was a competition of comprehension of the heavenly laws. On the stage, Yi Wuqing, clad in white, fully unsheathed the sword. It was an exceedingly ordinary iron sword, even showing minute chinks along the blade. Yet in his hands, this scrap of metal radiated a more terrifying brilliance than any divine weapon. Chenong. Yi Wuqing's sword tip pointed towards the ground, his aura merging with the heavens and earth, even his breath completely vanishing. You are formidable. Strong enough for me to draw this sword sealed for a year. This sword, named Lifeless, does not sever flesh, but rather vitality. If you cannot withstand it, you will perish. If you concede now and withdraw from Kunlun, I may spare your life. Yi Wuqing's tone carried an absolute rationality and haughtiness, a pride unique to sword cultivators, an unwavering confidence in their own path. In the face of this unparalleled sword intent capable of altering the heavens and causing decay, against the swordsmanship revered as invincible by the 100,000 spectators, Chenong laughed. Not only did he laugh, but his shoulders also trembled slightly with mirth. A sword of lifelessness? It does not sever flesh, but vitality? Chenong slowly raised his head, his handsome, yet cold visage now devoid of laughter, replaced by an extreme ferocity reminiscent of primordial chaos, capable of shattering all rules. Yi Wuqing, you are a true sword cultivator, far superior to the useless members of the Chu family. But you err in not understanding the kind of monster you are facing. Finally, Chenong withdrew his hands from his pockets. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire 100-meter arena, along with the 99 layers of protective formation surrounding it, emitted a mournful cry as if overwhelmed. The dark, golden divine patterns concealed beneath Chun-Ang's skin ignited like a lit fuse, bursting forth with an intensely blinding radiance. Dragon Elephant Annihilation Body, first layer, fully unleashed. Your sword may sever vitality. Chun-Ong flexed his wrist, the dark golden dragon scales appearing at his fingertips, releasing an annihilating aura even more domineering and pure than Yi Wuqing's lifelessness, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. But my fist can reduce your so-called lifeless law and your sword to naught but dust. Come, let me see whether your sword is sharper or my bones are harder. Chenong beckoned to Yi Wuqing with a finger adorned in fierce scales. The battle intent at that moment reached a crescendo. Chapter 67, rending the 7th tier sword intent. He is the sole king of Kunlun. Arrogance. A flicker of intense rage finally flashed in Yi Wuqing's abyss-like eyes. As a sword cultivator, he held the utmost reverence for the sword in his hand and the path within his heart. Chun-Ang's declaration of reducing everything to dust was the greatest blasphemy against the 7th tier sword intent he had painstakingly comprehended over years of hardship at the brink of life and death. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant you your wish. Lifeless one-line sky. Yi Wuqing moved. Or rather, he did not move at all, in that instant. He transformed into a part of the sword light. The 100,000 spectators only felt a fleeting blur before their eyes. All colors of the world, all sounds, even the rolling dark clouds above, vanished entirely in that moment. The entire universe was reduced to a singular, exceedingly thin, pure white line. So cold it sent shivers through the soul. This white line erupted from the tip of Yi Wuqing's sword, slicing through the air on the stage, cleaving through the void, and directly descending upon Chun-Ang's brow. There was no sonic boom. The sound could not keep pace with the speed of this sword. What a terrifying strike. In the stands, countless instructors sprang to their feet, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Even separated by hundreds of meters and shielded by protective formations, they still felt their vitality being violently tugged away by this sword light. A frenzied delight flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Die. In the face of 7th tier lifeless sword intent, your proud physical form is utterly futile. Your soul will be extinguished in this instant. Everyone believed that Chenong was undoubtedly doomed. For faced with this soul-piercing, vitality-severing conceptual attack, aside from using similarly high-tier spiritual laws for defense, pure physical defenses were as good as non-existent. However, standing at the center of that deathly white line, Chun-Ang's eyes, mismatched in color, betrayed not even the slightest ripple. He neither retreated nor summoned any spiritual shield to block that sword energy. Instead, he simply and brutally raised his right arm, adorned with dark golden divine patterns and the vibrant essence of the dragon elephant, fingers splayed and palm outward. He was going to meet the 7th-tier lifeless sword intent with his bare hand. Was he insane? That would mean certain death. His hand would be reduced to nothingness, and the sword energy would obliterate his brain along the meridians. Amidst a chorus of horrified screams, Chen Ang's palm finally collided with that delicate white sword line. Buzz. No blood splattered, nor limbs shattered as anticipated. In that fleeting moment of collision, the onlookers witnessed a profoundly eerie and breathtaking scene. The blade, renowned for its ability to sever all life and shatter anything in its path, upon making contact with the dark golden membrane of Chen Ang's palm, collided with a wall of lament forged from the compressed essence of countless black holes. Jimmy Wanfa Guishu. Within Chen Ang's palm, a black void, small yet profound enough to devour light, suddenly took shape. The frenzied, frigid sword intent of the 7th tier, upon its encounter with this void, emitted a grating sound reminiscent of a beast's wail. Sparks flew. These were not ordinary sparks. They were the tumultuous energy currents generated from the clash of high-level laws, annihilating each other. Every droplet of this chaos that splattered onto the arena instantly burned deep, unfathomable pits into the solid Xuanwu stone. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath Chenong, centered on him, collapsed in a fan-shaped frenzy. This was the result of him forcibly channeling the kinetic energy from his sword intent into the earth through the dragon elephant Jimmy body. Yet his body, his hand, remained utterly still. How could this be? On the opposite end of the arena, Yi Wuchen, still poised to strike, felt his pupils constrict to their utmost limits. On his face, which resembled a millennia-old iceberg, a complete breakdown of disbelief finally manifested. His sword, his path. The 7th-tier law he had sacrificed a year of his life to grasp had been halted by a mere mortal hand. I told you, Chen Ang's voice, cold as a demon's, pierced through the violent energy turbulence, resonating clearly in Yi Wuchen's ears. You do not comprehend the monstrosity you face. Chenong raised his head, the golden and blue hues of his eyes igniting with terrifying fury. Shatter for me. Boom. Chen Ang's fingers clenched tightly. A force more domineering and unreasonable than the lifeless sword intent erupted from his dragon claw. A crisp crack echoed. The 7th-tier lifeless sword energy, which embodied Yi Wuchen's entire essence, was forcefully crushed within Chen Ang's grasp. It shattered like a broken popsicle, transforming into a flurry of white light that dissipated in the wind. As the sword intent was forcibly crushed, Yi Wuchen suffered a terrifying backlash from the laws. Spewing a mouthful of fresh blood as if struck by lightning, his knees buckling heavily to the ground, the ancient sword in his hand emitted a mournful cry, a profound crack appearing along its blade. Is this how it ends? In the stands, the 100,000 students who had fervently cheered for Yi Wuchen moments ago now resembled ducks whose necks had been grasped, mouths agape yet voiceless. In the VIP section, Chu Tianhe's legs buckled, causing him to collapse into his chair, his face as pale as paper, murmuring uncontrollably, "Impossible. This cannot be. That is the 7th-tier law." Meanwhile, on the main platform, Vice Principal Gu Changfeng and the 5 king-level grandmasters, including the Mad Lion Lai Hua, all sprang to their feet, eyes brimming with uncontrollable fervor and shock. A mere mortal had shattered the 7th-tier sword intent with bare hands. This boy had mastered the dragon elephant's ability to move mountains to perfection. He did not resist with his flesh. Instead, he twisted the very space through which the sword intent passed with an overwhelming gravitational field. Gu Changfeng inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. At last, the Daxia kingdom had birthed a prodigy capable of traversing the invincible path of force overcoming law. On the arena, Chenong slowly retracted his right hand. A faint white mark lingered on his palm, but within a second, it vanished entirely under his formidable regenerative abilities. He stepped forward, approaching the kneeling Yi Wuchen. Gasping for breath, Yi Wuchen gazed at the black combat boots before him without raising his head, managing a bitter smile. I concede. Your power indeed surpasses my understanding of the sword path. This position atop the divine rankings is yours. As a pure sword practitioner, he accepted his defeat. Skill fell short. That was simply the reality. Chenong looked down at him. To everyone's astonishment, he did not deliver the fatal humiliation or execution he had bestowed upon Qin Huang or Chu Jingtian. He merely stated calmly, "Your sword heart is pure, but your vision is too narrow. I have claimed this top position. If you are unconvinced, spend a month in the gravity pit behind the Huangfeng. As long as you do not perish, your sword will be tenfold sharper than it is now." Yi Wuchen abruptly lifted his gaze. a spark igniting within his previously dim eyes. He regarded Chun-Ong deeply, mustering the strength to rise and perform a respectful bow. Thank you for your guidance. With that, he did not linger, sheathing his broken sword and stepping down from the arena. In this battle, he lost the divine rankings, but gained the opportunity to reshape his sword heart. As Yi Wuchen exited, the entire martial arts arena fell into a reverent silence. The slender youth clad in black stood alone at the battered center of the arena. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing him in its glow. He turned, his mismatched golden and blue eyes sweeping over the audience of 100,000, finally locking onto the pale Chu Tianhe in the VIP section. A cruel and unrestrained smile curled at the corners of Chun-Ang's lips. He slowly raised his right arm and, in an almost nonchalant tone, uttered words that sent the blood of the crowd boiling, freezing the upper echelons of the Chu family in place. The new generation has fought. The old generation has fought. Now it is time for you old hounds, who can only lurk in the shadows and strike from behind, to come forth and face your demise. Chapter 68. A fractured facade, a life and death challenge in public. The old hound of the Chu family, come forth to meet your end. As the statement, laced with a hint of languor yet brimming with boundless recklessness and murderous intent, echoed through the vast martial arts arena via the immense spirit amplification array. Time seemed to freeze under an incomprehensible force. The wind stilled, the clouds dispersed, and even the dust suspended in the air from the earlier cataclysmic energy clash seemed to hover in place. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the expansive central arena, one that made hearts race to the brink of bursting and sent shivers down spines. Among the 100,000 students and faculty, whether they were fresh newcomers who viewed Chun-Ong as a deity or those seasoned sophomores and juniors who had battled their way through the divine rankings, or the usually aloof mentors responsible for guiding elite students, all shared an astonishingly uniform expression. They were dazed, their mouths slightly agape, eyes fixed on the lean figure at the center of the ravaged arena, hands buried in the pockets of his black hoodie. Their brains struggled to process the information they had just received. What was he saying? Not only had he crushed the 7th-tier lifeless sword intent of the little sword king Yi Wuchen, capable of severing laws, but he had also usurped the throne of the divine rankings. This was a miraculous feat worthy of being chronicled in the annals of Kunlun Martial University, indeed, one that would etch itself into the entire history of martial arts in the Daxia Kingdom. Before they could recuperate from this overwhelming shock or celebrate the birth of this new king, he turned to face the VIP section, pointing at the esteemed elder Chu Tianhe of the Chu family, a representative of the imperial capital's top aristocracy, whose cultivation had reached the 7th-tier king realm. Openly denouncing him as a mere coward who lurked in shadows and demanded he come down to meet his end before the eyes of 100,000 witnesses. In this maddening world, it must surely be I who have gone mad, or perhaps he has. In the front row of the stands, a distinguished third-year student suddenly buckled at the knees, collapsing onto the ground. His lips trembled violently, gazing at Chun-Ong as if he were beholding an indescribable beast emerging from the depths of ancient mythology. That was a 7th-tier Wang-level master, a formidable warrior who had solidified his martial domain. Even if his physical prowess was extraordinary enough to defeat a half-step 7th-tier Yi Wuchen, there existed a chasm between a true Wang-level master and a half-step 7th tier. How could he dare to challenge him? Not only was there a disparity in cultivation, but this was also the second elder of the Chu family. He intended to single-handedly drag the entire Chu family of the imperial capital through the mud. My heavens! This was beyond arrogance. This was a complete disregard for respect, a living embodiment of a tyrant. Amidst the suffocating tension, which soon erupted like a tsunami of astonishment, a crisp and chilling sound of shattering echoed from the VIP section. The grand chair beneath Chu Tianhe, carved from a millennium-old purple thunderwood, capable of withstanding the full force of an ordinary 6th-tier master, disintegrated into a fine powder in an instant. Not only the chair, but the space within a 10-meter radius of Chu Tianhe warped violently, as if an unseen, bloodthirsty beast was awakening within him. The wrath of a 7th-tier Wang-level master transformed into a palpable pressure at that moment. You little beast. Chu Tianhe slowly rose to his feet. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, penetrating the eardrums of all present. His already sinister visage twisted into a purplish-red hue due to overwhelming anger and humiliation, the veins on his forehead pulsating like venomous serpents. As the second elder of the Chu family, he was accustomed to being greeted with respect, even by the local leaders, wherever he went in the Great Xia Kingdom. Having lived nearly 2 centuries, he had never been publicly insulted as an old dog before 100,000 onlookers. This humiliation could only be avenged by flaying this young man alive and extracting his soul to light the lanterns of heaven. Otherwise, how could Chu Tianhe ever hold his head high in the great Xia kingdom again? What dignity would the Chu family possess? Did he think that defeating a few inexperienced youths could allow him to trample upon the dignity of my Chu family? Chu Tianhe's feet gradually lifted off the ground, and he began to step forward into the air, advancing towards the arena. With each step he took, the dark clouds, previously dissipated by Chunang's descent, began to gather again in a bizarre blood-red hue. The light above the martial arts arena dimmed instantaneously, and an overwhelming stench of blood, coupled with a terrifying spiritual pressure capable of shattering bones, descended upon everyone. Today, I shall cast aside my elder status and personally intervene to teach you what it means to respect your teachers and uphold the teachings. What it means to not insult a Wang. Chu Tianhe's voice boomed amidst the blood-red thunderclouds, his true fury evident as he discarded all pretense, donning the mantle of a mentor ready to strike down Chunang. However, in the face of a wrathful 7th-tier Wang-level master wielding the might of heaven and earth, Chunang at the center of the arena showed no sign of retreat. Instead, his mismatched golden and blue eyes radiated a fervor more intense than that of Chu Tianhe. He did not even withdraw his hands from his pockets. He merely tilted his head slightly to gaze at the approaching Chu Tianhe, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Respecting teachers and upholding the teachings, elders? Chunang's voice, though soft, pierced through Chu Tianhe's oppressive presence, echoing throughout the arena with clarity. Old dog Chu, have you grown so comfortable that your mind has rusted? Just half a month ago, your Chu family spent lavishly on the dark web, hiring a top 10 assassin to ambush me in Jiangqing. Last night, you dispatched the elite Four Souls team from the Chu family Shadow Assassination Division to stealthily approach Huangfeng in the pouring rain, aiming to claim my head in the dark. With each word Chunang uttered, the expressions of the 100,000 spectators shifted. Particularly, the special commissioners from the Ministry of Education and military officials in the VIP section furrowed their brows deeply. Conducting assassinations within Kunlun Martial University? This was a violation of the school's most sacred taboos. Chu Tianhe's complexion changed abruptly, though he was horrified that Chunang could annihilate the Four Souls team. He would never admit it in such a setting. Nonsense. You're spewing slander. Chu Tianhe roared in fury. You reckless brat, not only do you insult me, but you dare fabricate accusations to tarnish the century-long reputation of my Chu family. Today, I shall execute you here to set the record straight. With that, Chu Tianhe could no longer contain his murderous intent. He raised his right hand sharply, and the blood-red spiritual power around him coalesced into a terrifying claw. Dozens of feet long, dripping with corrosive blood, ready to strike down upon Chunang in the arena. Die by the blood demon claw. This strike was without mercy. The domain power of a 7th-tier Wang-level master was attached, making it unwise even for another 7th-tier master to confront it head-on. Slander? As the blood-red giant claw descended, Chunang's gaze turned icy. His right hand finally emerged from his sweatshirt pocket, accompanying the withdrawal of his hand. He casually tossed 4 dark objects onto the hard stone surface of the arena, as if discarding refuse. The crisp sounds of clattering drew everyone's attention. Those were 4 half-shattered masks, dark purple in hue, inscribed with the unique totem of the Chu family Shadow Assassination Division. Beside the masks lay 4 identity tokens of the Chu family, tainted with Chunang's aura of obliteration. The evidence was irrefutable, as solid as iron. Your dispatched agents were so feeble that with just a slight exertion, I left nothing but these broken masks and tokens. I believe Elder Chu should be familiar with them. Yes? Chunang's voice was as cold as steel, piercing directly into Chu Tianhe's heart. The arena erupted in uproar. These were the tokens of the Chu family's Shadow Assassination Division. There was no mistaking it. The Chu family had truly attempted an assassination within Kunlun Martial University against the top student. This was utterly deranged. A blatant disregard for school regulations and the Ministry of Education. No wonder Chunang was so enraged. Anyone would confront the issue head-on if subjected to repeated assassination attempts. The narrative had completely reversed in that moment. Those who had previously deemed Chunang too arrogant now turned their scornful and furious gazes towards Chu Tianhe. The descending blood-red giant claw abruptly stalled midair. He fixed his gaze on the 4 masks on the ground, a surge of panic rising within him. It was not fear of Chunang that gripped him, but rather the overwhelming sense that an utterly terrifying, abyss-like presence from the main stand had firmly locked onto him. Chu Tianhe. The voice of Vice Principal Gu Changfeng no longer bore the calmness of before. Instead, it was laced with a chilling, killing intent that seemed capable of freezing souls. He slowly stood up, the pressure of an 8th-tier supreme master engulfing the arena. forcing Chu Tianhe's blood-red thunderclouds to recede. On the territory of Kunlun Martial University, you dare to assassinate the #1 on the Divine Sun list? Do you truly believe that I am incapable of wielding a blade? A rare fury emanated from Gu Chongfeng's eyes. Chun Ong was a prodigy he valued highly, a seed he intended to use to restore Kunlun's prestige in the national competition. How dare the Chu family send assassins to the mountain? This was not merely a slap in Chun Ang's face. It was an assault on the very roots of Kunlun Martial University. Principal Gu, this is a misunderstanding. It is absolutely a misunderstanding. Chu Tianhe, under the oppressive presence of an 8th-tier supreme, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead instantaneously. He hastily dismissed the blood-colored giant claws in his hand, retreating to the edge of the VIP seats and defensively retorting, "This must be a case of framing. Although my Chu family has past grievances with this individual, it is inconceivable that we would act so foolishly as to disregard the rules of Kunlun. Those masks and tokens must have been fabricated by him from some unknown source." Despite his stubborn protests, it was evident to all that his bravado was merely a facade concealing his inner trepidation, whether it was a frame-up or the truth. The law enforcement team of Kunlun would surely unveil the reality. Gu Chongfeng coldly snorted, preparing to announce the temporary detainment of Chu Tianhe for the school's investigation. However, at that moment, Chen Ong on the stage made an action that sent shivers down everyone's spines once again. He crushed the malevolent mask beneath his foot, then lifted his head, his golden and blue eyes shimmering with an extraordinarily eerie and fervent light. "Vice Principal, since this matter is a private grievance between myself and the Chu family, there is no need for the school's enforcement team to intervene. I do not intend to use that evidence to press charges." As Chun Ong spoke, the dark golden scales on his right arm began to spread wildly. An overwhelming aura imbued with an ancient and desolate intent rapidly expanded from beneath his feet. "As I mentioned, I am pressed for time. Since Elder Chu wishes to kill me, how fortuitous that I also long to sever your head and use it as a ball to kick." Chun Ong fixed his gaze on the ashen-faced Chu Tianhe, articulating with clarity, "A life-and-death contract. Do you dare to accept?" The atmosphere stilled once again. A collective gasp echoed among the 100,000 spectators. A life-and-death contract. At Kunlun Martial University, students could engage in life-and-death duels, and with mutual consent. Even between students and external parties or mentors, if an irreconcilable blood feud existed, a life-and-death contract could be signed. Once signed, there would be no turning back. No outsiders could intervene. A newcomer who had just stepped into the 6th tier dared to sign a life-and-death contract with an established 7th-tier king-level expert. This was not merely arrogance. To all present, it was tantamount to seeking death. Even Yi Wuchen, who had remained stoic at the sidelines, displayed an unprecedented expression of shock on his otherwise immovable ice-cold visage. Although he had been defeated by Chun Ong and acknowledged Chun Ang's unparalleled physique, he could not fathom that Chun Ong was now qualified to challenge a king-level expert who had activated their domain. The chasm between the 6th and 7th tiers was far more profound than the cumulative gap from the 1st to the 6th. "Chun Ong, do not act impulsively." Gu Chongfeng's expression changed as he urgently admonished, "The school will handle this matter on your behalf. Your talent is extraordinary, and there is no need to prove your courage here." Gu Chongfeng was genuinely anxious, fearing that Chun Ang's youthful exuberance would squander this rare talent. However, upon hearing the words life and death contract, a wave of uncontrollable ecstasy surged in Chu Tianhe's eyes. He had been vexed by Gu Chongfeng's suppression today, unable to kill this significant threat openly. Unexpectedly, this little wretch had arrogantly presented himself as a target. As long as the life and death contract was signed, even Gu Chongfeng, according to the ironclad rules of the Daxiao martial arts world, could not intervene. "Ha ha ha." Chu Tianhe laughed maniacally, his laughter laced with cruelty and impatience. "Excellent. A young calf is not afraid of tigers. What a top contender of Kunlun." Fearing that Chun Ong might retract his challenge, he bit his fingertip, drawing a blood-red contract rune in the air and thrusting it into the void. "Today, I shall accept your life and death contract. Principal Gu, 10,000 faculty and students shall witness this." He initiated the challenge, and we shall leave our fates to the heavens. I hope the school does not intervene. Chu Tianhe turned to Gu Chongfeng, his tone laced with provocation. Gu Chongfeng's expression darkened as he glanced at Chun Ong on the stage, wishing to intervene once more. Yet, Chun Ong merely shook his head slightly at Gu Chongfeng. Then, with remarkable composure, Chun Ong extended his right hand, pressing his dark gold-adorned finger firmly onto the blood-red contract hovering in the air. A resonant hum echoed as the life and death contract was established. Witnessed by the laws of heaven and earth, crimson light transformed into two chains, embedding themselves into the foreheads of Chun'ong and Chu Tianhe. From that moment, a barrier rose. Unless one party perished completely, the battle on this stage would never cease. You little wretch, your arrogance ends here. Chu Tianhe, shedding all reservations, bellowed as he leapt from the VIP seats, crashing into the arena like a meteor. Boom. The terrifying aura of a 7th-tier king-level expert erupted without restraint in that instant. The Bloodbone domain activated. With a roar from Chu Tianhe, a thick, foul-smelling sea of crimson blood enveloped the arena, extending hundreds of meters around him. Within this sea of blood, countless white, withered bones erupted from the ground like blades, dyeing the entire space in a dismal shade of dark red. Domain suppression. Within this Bloodbone domain, Chu Tianhe's power would exponentially increase, while the enemy's spiritual energy, speed, and perception would be forcibly diminished by over 50%. This was the absolute trump card of a 7th-tier king-level expert, crushing a 6th-tier opponent. Die within my domain and become the sustenance for my Bloodbone throne. Chu Tianhe's visage contorted as he raised his hands. The raging sea of blood surged forth, 1,000 bones gnashing for vengeance. Boom. Within the domain, the thick sea of blood roiled, morphing into hundreds of massive bone dragons composed of blood and bones, hurtling toward Chun'ong with world-destroying ferocity. Faced with this overwhelming assault, capable of swallowing the entire world, and this domain pressure that would induce despair in any 6th-tier master, Chun'ong, situated in the very center of the blood sea, slowly withdrew his left hand from his pocket. He cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp, bone-cracking sounds. In his golden and blue eyes, the long-suppressed ancient dragon elephant finally opened its eyes wide. A domain, you say? A jubilant yet somewhat savage smile spread across Chun'ong's lips. What a coincidence! I endured 10,000 times the gravity in that pit at Huangfeng, and it has just birthed a little trinket. Old dog, keep your eyes wide open and witness what true absolute suppression looks like. Chun'ong lifted his right foot and, with a decisive stomp, crushed down upon the roiling Bloodbone domain. Chapter 69, Counterattack Against the King. The dragon elephant shakes mountains, the aesthetics of destructive beauty. Thud. The instant Chun'ong's foot landed heavily on the blood-red arena, an ancient roar reverberated, akin to a thunderous strike at the most vulnerable point of every spectator's heart. There were no dazzling flashes of spiritual light or extravagant clashes of laws. Instead, there was only an extreme, brazen display of unreasonableness. Second limit state of the dragon elephant's annihilation body, hundredfold heavy abyss domain. Boom. From the point where Chun'ong's foot landed, an imperceptible yet profoundly powerful gravity wave emanated outward, distorting the very fabric of space, surging forth like a tsunami. If Chu Tianhe's Bloodbone domain was a blood-colored ocean seeking to devour all, then the hundredfold heavy abyss released by Chun'ong was a black hole of such density that it could collapse an entire galaxy, allowing no matter to survive. Crack, crack, crack. Those once ferocious Bloodbone dragons, surging from all directions to slaughter Chun'ong, disintegrated upon contact with that invisible gravity field. Their hard bones, capable of shredding the aura of a 6th-tier master, shattered as if they were struck by countless 10,000-ton hammers, producing an excruciating sound of brittle fractures. In less than a breath's time, the hundreds of blood and bone dragons were unable to approach within a 10-meter radius of Chun'ong, being crushed into a fine white bone powder by a terrifying force of gravity. Not only that, but even Chu Tianhe's proud blood domain, with its viscous blood, was firmly pressed to the ground by this gravitational force, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. The spiritual energy within the domain was forcibly expelled, and the air became as heavy as mercury. What in the world is this? The previously boisterous laughter of Chu Tianhe came to an abrupt halt, as he was horrified to discover that the connection between himself and the Bloodbone domain was being violently severed by some higher dimensional force. Even more chilling was the realization that this gravity was not only acting upon the domain, but was directly affecting his physical form. Ugh, Chu Tianhe grunted, his legs bending suddenly, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. He felt as though a towering mountain was resting on his shoulders, as the circulation of his vital energy plummeted by half, and even his bones creaked under the immense pressure. How could this be? I am a 7th-rank sovereign. How can my laws be suppressed by a mere 6th-rank physical cultivator? A storm of turmoil surged within Chu Tianhe. He frantically channeled his sovereign spiritual energy, attempting to resist this bizarre gravitational field. However, at the center of this gravity, Chun'ong slowly lifted his head. He exuded a dark golden aura that was both extremely restrained and eerily unsettling. His mismatched eyes reflected the distorted face of Chu Tianhe, filled with terror. 7th-rank laws? Chun Ang's voice, compressed by the gravity, resonated with a deep, metallic timbre. You are too old. Your bones are more fragile than the stones upon Mount Huang. Before his words could fully escape, boom. In an instant, the air around Chun Ang erupted with a deafening sonic boom as his figure vanished from sight. So fast, Chu Tian's pupils constricted. Under 100-fold gravity, even he, a 7th-rank sovereign, was sluggish. Yet this young man unleashed a terrifying speed. He had no time to think. Relying solely on the combat instincts honed over 2 centuries of life and death struggles, he gathered all his blood energy into his hands, crossing them protectively over his chest. Blood Sea Underworld King Shield. A 3-foot-thick, dark red giant shield formed instantly before him, forged from countless vengeful spirits and dense blood. This shield had once withstood the full force of opponents of the same rank. The next moment, Chun Ang's godlike figure abruptly appeared directly in front of Chu Tianhe. Without any superfluous movements, Chun Ang's right arm swelled with muscle, dark golden scales shimmering with purplish-red chaotic patterns. He twisted his waist, lowered his shoulders, and concentrated all the violent power accumulated through the baptism of the Dragon Pearl, the remaking of the blood pool, and the crushing under 100-fold gravity into his right fist, inscribed with the God of Annihilation's patterns. Dragon Elephant Annihilation Mountain Punch, 3rd Stage Devastation. Boom. As he threw the punch, the space before him seemed to transform into fragile white paper, brutally punctured by a black hole. The so-called indestructible Blood Sea Underworld King Shield, upon making contact with Chun Ang's fist, did not even have time to activate its defensive array. Crack. Like inferior glass shattered by a hammer, it disintegrated into a flurry of crimson motes. No. Amidst Chu Tianhe's desperate and mournful screams, Chun Ang's fist, carrying an unstoppable force, struck directly against his crossed arms. Bang. Bang. Chu Tianhe's arms, tempered by 7th-rank spiritual power, were brutally shattered at the elbows by the impact. Bone shards pierced through skin, blood erupting in a wild spray. But it did not end there. The punch continued unabated, forcefully penetrating his arms and solidly imprinting itself upon his chest. Ack! Chu Tianhe spat a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. His body propelled backward as though struck by a high-speed maglev train, twisting grotesquely as he flew. Boom, boom, boom. His body rolled and bounced upon the hardened arena, each impact creating a massive crater in the reinforced Xuanwu stone ground, until he was flung over 100 meters, crashing heavily against the transparent energy barrier at the edge of the training ground, collapsing like a heap of mud. Hiss! The entire audience of 10,000 erupted in synchronized gasps. Every eye was wide with disbelief, their minds rendered incapable of thought. What did they witness? A freshman who had just entered school 3 days ago had, with a single punch, shattered the domain of a 7th-rank sovereign, broken his arms, and sent the proud second elder of the Chu family flying over 100 meters. Was this a dream? In the VIP section, a military delegate suddenly stood up, applying so much force that he left deep handprints on the alloy table before him. His gaze was fixed on the imposing black figure on the arena, his voice tinged with uncontainable shock and fervor. A true embodiment of the physical sanctity that shatters myriad laws. The Great Xia Empire has indeed produced a defiant physical cultivator, one spoken of only in ancient texts. Meanwhile, at the main table, Vice President Gu Changfeng had already crushed the teacup in his hand, oblivious to the scalding tea flowing over his hand. A brilliant, almost frenzied smile illuminated his weathered face. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Gu Changfeng repeated the phrase thrice, his eyes filled with pride, declaring that this was indeed a madman trained by the renowned Yan Jiugui. Such dominance, such ferocity. At last, Kunlun Martial University has found someone capable of bearing the banner. On the arena, Chun Ang slowly withdrew his fist, the dark golden scales on his right arm emitting wisps of steam. He felt no joy from injuring Chu Tianhe with a single punch. A lion uses all its strength even when hunting a rabbit. Besides, the life and death contract had yet to be lifted. He walked leisurely towards the heap of mud. In the distance, Chu Tianhe struggled to rise from the ground. At that moment, he bore none of the dignity of an elder from the imperial capital, disheveled and bloodied. His chest caved in, his broken arms hung uselessly by his side. He gazed at the advancing Chun Ang, his eyes filled with boundless terror. He was afraid. This ancient monster, who had lived for 200 years, finally relinquished all dignity in the face of death's shadow. No, please don't kill me. Chu Tianhe coughed blood, retreating in a fearful manner while pleading, Chun Ang, I concede. I am willing to compensate. The Chu family can provide you with any resources you desire. Just spare my life. Concede? Chun Ang halted 3 meters in front of Chu Tianhe, looking down at him. His golden and blue eyes held no trace of pity, only pure coldness and mockery. Old dog, have you forgotten? You just drew the life and death contract yourself. Chunong slowly raised his right hand, adorned with dark, golden divine patterns. I said, today, I shall use your family's face to toast. Amidst Chu Tianhe's desperate and frenzied pleas, and under the horrified gaze of the 10,000 students and faculty present, Chun Ang's right hand suddenly pressed down. Annihilation of the Wasteland Dragon's stranglehold. A terrifying black light of annihilation erupted from Chun Ang's palm, instantly enveloping Chu Tianhe. There was no room for resistance. The seemingly invincible 7th-tier Feng Changjia, beneath Chun Ang's grasp, was akin to being mercilessly ground into oblivion by an invisible shredder. In an instant, his very soul and anguished cries were utterly annihilated into nothingness. As a gentle breeze swept across the arena, only a minuscule puddle of black ash remained, alongside a faintly shimmering digit from the Chu family. Chunong bent down, retrieved the digit, and casually tucked it into his pocket. Straightening up, he brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire. Then, amidst the deathly silence of the crowd, he turned his gaze towards the VIP seats, where the representatives of various esteemed families were left petrified, their faces ashen. A gentle yet chilling smile crept across Chunang's lips. The warm-up had concluded. Who else wishes to impart wisdom to me, a newly emerged talent? On this day at the Kunlun Grand Ceremony, a true legend ascended the throne, stepping over the corpses of Feng. Chapter 70. The entire crowd left speechless. Suppressing the gods with one's own might. The warm-up had concluded. Who else wishes to impart wisdom to me, a newly emerged talent? Chunang's voice was not loud, even tinged with a casual languor, yet amidst the breeze tainted with the ashes of the 7th-tier Feng Changjia, his words echoed like a whisper of death, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. In the martial arts arena, with an audience of 100,000, one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to respond. Even the previously boisterous 2nd and 3rd-year elite students, who had been clamoring from the stands, now sealed their lips tightly, suppressing their breaths to the utmost limit, fearing the attention of the calamity incarnate on the stage. Impart wisdom? With what? With their lives? Even the 2nd elder of the Chu family, who had ascended to the 7th-tier domain, was crushed into dust as easily as one would squish an ant, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. What purpose did these students, who had yet to even touch the threshold of the 6th-tier masters, serve? They were unworthy even to be appetizers. In the VIP section, a once allied elder of the Qin family was now huddled tightly in his grand armchair. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his well-maintained face, soaking his luxurious collar. His hands trembled uncontrollably on his lap, too frightened to raise his gaze and meet Chunang's eyes. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to take advantage of the situation once Chu Tianhe had incapacitated Chunong, seeking to restore the Qin family's honor. But now honor? To hell with honor. In the face of absolute, unreasoned violence, the so-called heritage and face of noble families were nothing but a complete joke. The only thought occupying the Qin elder's mind was to pray that Chunong would not suddenly go mad and turn his blade upon the Qin family. In the tense atmosphere, a subtle gulp echoed, breaking the silence of the martial arts arena, as if shattering a frozen spell. Suddenly a slow, steady applause emerged from the center of the main stage. The eyes of the 100,000 spectators converged like moths to a flame. It was the vice president, Gu Changfeng, rising slowly from his seat. His weathered face bore an expression of complex yet unmistakable fervor and admiration. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Gu Changfeng's voice resonated through the grand formation, echoing throughout the Kunlun Mountains. He did not glance at the ashes that belonged to Chu Tianhe, but instead fixed his intense gaze upon Chunong, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. In the realm of martial arts, competition is paramount, and life and death are fated. Chu Tianhe voluntarily signed the death contract and was defeated. He deserved his demise. This matter was witnessed in its entirety by the Kunlun Martial University, without any bias. With these words, he effectively sealed Chu Tianhe's fate. Kunlun Martial University, the foremost academy of the Great Xia, was taking a definitive stand in favor of Chunong. Even at the risk of severing ties with the Chu family in the imperial capital, the expressions of several family representatives in the VIP section shifted once more. Yet faced with Gu Changfeng's terrifying 8th-tier supremacy and the excited gleam in the eyes of the military's special envoy beside him, they ultimately chose to swallow their dissatisfaction. A 7th-tier elder whose potential was exhausted versus an 18-year-old prodigy capable of confronting Feng. It was clear which path to choose. The military and Kunlun sought an unparalleled war god who could suppress the fate of foreign nations in the future, not a group of parasitic noble families engaged in backdoor assassinations. Chunong Gu Changfeng spoke aloud, a hint of amusement in his tone. You have challenged several divine sons and directly defeated the Little Sword King, Yi Wuchen. You have shattered the arena of the Kunlun New Student Grand Ceremony. Allow me to ask you, will you take the throne of the first place on the divine rankings, or will you not? At that moment, the breath of the 100,000 spectators came to a complete halt. The gazes of countless new students turned towards Chenong, shifting from initial awe to an almost fervent belief. At 18 years old, a freshman, having attended less than a week, he not only swept aside all his contemporaries but also ascended to the pinnacle of the divine rankings, even slaying a seventh Turfong before the crowd. This was not merely attending school. It was as if a deity had descended to inspect the mortal realm. Standing in the midst of the battered arena, Chenong slightly raised his head, a faint smile finally gracing his stern countenance. Since the principal has extended such hospitality, I shall take my seat. Boom. As Chun Ang's words fell, the entire martial arts arena erupted like a dormant volcano that had been suppressed for millennia, unleashing a thunderous cheer that shook the heavens. Chenong, invincible, first on the divine rankings, the Lord of Annihilation. The new students roared passionately, their voices hoarse from shouting. In their eyes, Chenong had transcended from an ordinary name to a living totem, a symbol of breaking all noble family monopolies and suppressing all with absolute martial prowess. Even those initially proud second and third-year students now shook their heads in wry smiles, their eyes filled with heartfelt admiration. When the gap became insurmountable, jealousy turned into mere wishful thinking, leaving only reverence. Excellent. Gu Changfeng waved his hand, and a supreme impa, crafted entirely from purple gold and engraved with 9 5-clawed golden dragons, transformed into a beam of light, gently landing in Chunang's palm. From this day forth, you shall be the sole divine son of this cohort at Kunlun Martial University. All S-grade resources within the academy are unconditionally open to you. You may freely enter and exit the highest level of the scripture repository. Furthermore, after the ceremony, please visit the back mountain of the heavenly sacred hall. I shall fulfill the promises made to you. After Gu Changfeng spoke, he cast a deep glance at Chenong before vanishing like a wisp of breeze from the main stage. The ceremony concluded amidst an atmosphere of frenzied and uncanny excitement. There were no awards, no elaborate formalities, for the black-clad youth standing amidst the ruins was the greatest ritual in itself. Chenong casually tucked the purple gold ningpai into his pocket. He turned, and amidst the reverent gazes of those who regarded him as a deity, he walked steadily towards the desolate peak, through the parted crowd as if Moses had parted the sea. Everywhere he passed, students bowed their heads, as if welcoming a true emperor. Chapter 71. Brewing wine from dragon and elephant, counting the legacy of a Fengwang Changjia. The clamor of Kunlun was entirely isolated beyond the gray mist surrounding the desolate peak. The mountain wind remained chilling, yet for Chenong at this moment, it brought an indescribable sense of comfort. As he stepped onto a slab of bluestone halfway up the desolate peak, an exceptionally rich, ancient fragrance of wine wafted into his nostrils. Catch it. A sound akin to the breaking of the air resonated as an exceedingly archaic wine jar, still adorned with traces of earth, traced a graceful parabolic arc before landing steadily before Chenong. Without resorting to his dragon claw technique, Chenong casually extended his left hand, seemingly effortlessly cradling the jar. The jar, imbued with a hint of probing dark energy from Yen Guhong, descended as if enveloped in a cloud of cotton, spilling not a single drop of its precious liquid. What a remarkable skill in dissipating force. Yen Guhong perched upon a gnarled, dead tree, clutching the other half of the jar, his ordinarily murky, intoxicated eyes now shimmering with an extraordinary brightness. He regarded Chenong as one might admire a masterfully sculpted work of art. Old drunkard, is this what you referred to as the dragon elephant brew? Aged for 3 centuries? Chenong deftly removed the earthen seal with one hand, eschewing a bowl, and tilted his head back to take a generous gulp directly from the jar. Boom. The moment the liquid coursed down his throat, it was not a fiery sensation, but rather an overwhelming heat, as if he had swallowed an entire magma volcano. The searing warmth surged down his esophagus, coursing through his limbs and bones, awakening his dragon elephant obliteration body, as if it were a parched land suddenly quenched by life-giving rain. With every muscle and bone ravenously absorbing the terrifying medicinal power contained within the wine. Ding. Detected premium ancient medicinal wine, dragon elephant brew. Ingredient analysis. Contains a trace of genuine ancient dragon vein essence and 300 varieties of extinct cleansing spirit herbs. Dragon elephant obliteration body. Second level, mountain moving, proficiency skyrocketed, 102,540. A layer of dark red mist suddenly enveloped Chun Ang's skin, and his eyes erupted with blinding golden light. What a domineering wine. Wiping the liquor from the corner of his mouth, he exclaimed in sheer delight. This single sip was worth more than 10 days of arduous training in the gravity pit. Of course, this was the foundation left by the first-generation ancestor. I have guarded this desolate mountain for 3 centuries, yet I could not bear to finish it. Yin Guhong chuckled triumphantly, though his laughter bore a hint of relief. He had initially feared that the jar would accompany him to the grave, but unexpectedly, it was this young lad who claimed the prize. Today, your performance in the martial arts arena was exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Yin Guhong downed another mouthful of wine. His face flushed. That old rascal, Chu Tianhe, had relied on the Chu family's influence to wreak havoc in Kunlun for so many years. Today, to see him turn to ash by your punch was a sight I nearly couldn't resist cheering for from the mountaintop. Chenong settled beside a blue stone, placing the jar aside. While the exhilaration was palpable, those old-timers from the Chu family were likely scheming on how to skin him alive. His tone was nonchalant, as if offending a top-tier noble family from the imperial capital was as trivial as squashing a cockroach. What's the Chu family to me? Yin Guhong scoffed, dismissively curling his lip. In this territory of Kunlun, as long as that old coot Gu Changfeng spoke a word, even the Chu family's reclusive ancestors would have to obediently remain at the foot of the mountain. You are now a treasure of Kunlun, ranked first on the divine list, and a 6th-tier master in physical prowess. As long as you do not set foot outside the Kunlun mountain range, no one can touch you. Chenong merely smiled, noncommittally. Not stepping beyond Kunlun? That word has never existed in his lexicon. Should the Chu family truly dare to come, he would not hesitate to storm their gates, erasing that so-called noble family from the map of Daxia. Enough of those joyless old dogs. Chenong flipped his right hand, revealing an ancient ring that shimmered with a faint, bloody glow, resting in his palm. It was the storage ring left behind by Chu Tianhe after his demise. The entire wealth of a 7th-tier royal elder. It was time to divide the spoils. A glint of interest flashed in Chenong's eyes. While he was indifferent to ordinary wealth, the treasures of a 7th-tier powerhouse were certainly beyond the reach of the 5th-tier Chu Jingtian. Buzz. As Chu Tianhe had perished entirely, the consciousness imprint on the storage ring had become unclaimed. Chenong merely released a hint of his obliteration's devouring power, easily penetrating the seal as if it were mere window paper. His consciousness delved within. Even with prior preparation, Chenong could not help but raise an eyebrow. The internal space of the storage ring was vast, akin to the size of a football field. The most conspicuous sight was a pile of spirit stones, towering like a small mountain. Moreover, these were not ordinary inferior or medium-grade stones. They all radiated an exceptionally pure light, being top-tier spirit stones. Rough estimates suggested at least 100,000. Goodness, 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. This old dog must have greedily hoarded the Chu family's resources. Yin Guhong leaned in, smacking his lips but displaying little greed. At their level, ordinary spirit stones were hardly capable of inciting any transformative change. Chenong disregarded the spirit stones, directing his consciousness past the mound to several jade boxes situated deep within the storage ring's space. Anything stored in jade boxes by a 7th-tier royal was undoubtedly a rare treasure. With a thought, 3 jade boxes appeared atop the blue stone. He casually opened the first box. An extremely cold, blood-scented red light shot up, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing. Inside the box lay a fruit, no larger than an infant's fist, entirely crimson and resembling blood jade. The surface of the fruit bore faintly discernible, contorted human faces, seemingly wailing in agony. Ding! Detected rare heavenly spirit fruit, blood bodhi, variant extreme yin form. Effect, contains a vast amount of extreme yin blood qi, capable of reviving the dead, with a lethal allure for practitioners of blood-based laws. Blood bodhi? A variant? Yin Guhong, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized its origin and gasped in astonishment. This old dog truly had audacity. If this were presented at an auction in the imperial capital, it could bankrupt those ancient monsters stuck at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. No wonder his blood-bone domain was so sinister. It was sustained by this item. Chenong casually glanced at it, finding little interest, and promptly closed the jade box. Its properties were too sinister and did not align with his domineering dragon-elephant obliteration body. Next, he opened the second jade box. Inside was a fragment of a black iron sheet, covered in greenish rust, offering no remarkable features, not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. However, the moment Chenong's finger brushed against the iron piece, a slight, exceedingly faint tremor emanated from the remnant power of the ancient dragon pearl within him. Chenong's gaze sharpened. Anything capable of eliciting a reaction from the dragon pearl was certainly no ordinary object. What is this broken iron sheet? Yin Guhong stared at it for a long time, but could discern nothing. Chenong discreetly pocketed the iron piece, pondering it might merely be an antique. Subsequently, he opened the third and final box, crafted from rosewood and adorned with intricate ceiling formations. Click. The moment the box opened, there was neither red light nor cold air. Only a parchment scroll lying quietly within. Yet, when Yin Guhong spotted a unique mark on the scroll, his previously indifferent demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost solemnity, even halting his breath for a moment. This is... A tremor laced Yin Guhong's voice, which was unprecedentedly strained. He fixated on the mark composed of 9 abstract dragon patterns on the scroll. The pass order for the Kunlun Forbidden Abyss. Chenong raised an eyebrow. Lifting the parchment scroll. Kunlun Forbidden Abyss? What kind of place is that? Yin Guhong inhaled deeply, taking a large swig of strong liquor. His gaze towards Chenong filled with complexity. Young lad, haven't you always wanted to know why the Huangfeng, fell into decline and why the dragon elephant ancestor perished? Yin Guhong pointed at the scroll, articulating each word with deliberate precision. This Kunlun Forbidden Abyss is the very place where the venerable Long Xiang Lao Zu rose to prominence, and it is also where he met his demise. Furthermore, this passage decree is a privilege possessed only by the 4 prominent families of the Xia kingdom and the highest echelons of the military. The fact that Chu Tian he carries such an artifact suggests that preparations are underway in the imperial capital to take action against whatever lies within the abyss. Chenong grasped the scroll, feeling the ancient, coarse texture beneath his fingertips. Slowly, he lifted his gaze toward the pitch-black depths of the Kunlun Mountains, where sunlight never penetrates. And a broad smile crept across his face. How intriguing. The days ahead promised to be anything but dull. Chapter 72, Kunlun Forbidden Abyss, the blood-stained history erased by time. The night in the desolate peak arrives earlier and feels far colder than in other parts of Kunlun. It is a chill that seems capable of freezing one's very marrow, accompanied by the ever-present mist that wails and swirls above this solitary peak, which has entombed countless prodigies. Chenong sat cross-legged upon a flat slab of black rock, his fingers gently caressing the rough sheepskin scroll, seemingly crafted from the hide of some unknown colossal beast. The 9 dragon patterns etched upon the scroll glimmered with a sinister dark red hue under the dim moonlight. Old drunkard, what exactly is this Kunlun Forbidden Abyss? Chenong's gaze shifted from the scroll to the figure opposite him, Yin Guhong, who clutched a wine jar with a dazed expression. Since encountering this passage decree, the usually inebriated guardian of the desolate peak had remained silent for half an hour. The air of despondency that once enveloped him had dissipated, replaced by a profound heaviness and sorrow buried deep within the passage of time. Gulping, Yin Guhong tilted his head back, downing the last fiery sip from the jar, the sharp liquid trickling down his stubbled chin and soaking into his clothing. Yet he remained oblivious. Kunlun Forbidden Abyss. Yin Guhong set the jar down and wiped his mouth, his murky eyes fixed intently on Chenong, his voice hoarse, akin to the grating of dry bark. Youngster, now that you have mastered the first level of the Long Xiang Ji Mieti and dispatched that old rascal Chu Tian he, it is time I revealed certain matters to you. Yin Guhong gestured to the barren peak beneath them. 300 years ago, this mountain was not known as the Desolate Peak. It was called Long Xiang Shinshan. It was revered as the holiest ground in the entire Kunlun martial realm. Even throughout the Xia kingdom, for our first-generation patriarch was the only 9th-tier martial god at that time. 9th-tier martial god. Upon hearing these words, Chenong's eyes narrowed slightly. In his understanding, an 8th-tier supreme, such as Vice Principal Gu Changfeng, was already a weapon of mass destruction capable of suppressing the fortunes of an entire nation. As for the 9th tier, it existed only in legends and myths, representing a being that had truly shattered the shackles of human genetics, capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical form and wielding the stars. But why did he fall? What connection did this have to the Forbidden Abyss? Chenong inquired. Yin Guhong drew a deep breath, the night wind rustling through his empty right sleeve, amplifying his desolation. Because the Kunlun Forbidden Abyss is a graveyard for deities and demons. It is a fragment of an ancient continent that inadvertently fell into this world during a cataclysmic spatial rift prior to the founding of the Xia kingdom. The spatial laws within are exceedingly chaotic, with gravity being 1,000-fold greater than that of the outside world. Filled with a deathly energy of obliteration that even 8th-tier supremes would go mad from merely touching. Yet danger often accompanies the greatest opportunities. Buried deep within the abyss are the remains of the ancient dragon race and the primordial divine elephants. It was in a moment of peril that our patriarch ventured into the abyss alone, bathing in the true blood of dragons and elephants amidst near certain death, thus creating this unparalleled and formidable Huang Gu Long Xianggong. As he spoke, Yin Guhong's hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from exertion. However, When the Patriarch attempted to break through to the ninth tier and seal the abyss completely, he faced betrayal. Betrayal? Chun-Ong keenly seized upon the term. Indeed, betrayal. Yin Guhong's eyes ignited with a seething hatred, directed at the four prominent families of the imperial capital, led by the Chu and Qin families. They coveted the legendary resources that the Patriarch had extracted from the abyss and were even more fearful of the Patriarch's martial prowess that transcended all rules. In that moment of vulnerability, when the Patriarch exhausted the last vestiges of his primordial power to seal the abyss, the four families allied with several 8th-tier elders of the Xia kingdom and launched a fatal ambush at the entrance of the abyss. The Patriarch perished, his remains obliterated. Longxiang Shinshan was ensnared by their combined barren formation, draining all the spiritual energy from the earth, transforming it into the lifeless desolation it is today. The map and passage decree to the abyss were subsequently divided among the four families, and the one in Chu Tianhe's possession is merely one of the spoils claimed by the Chu family. Upon absorbing this blood-stained history erased by time, Chun-Ang's expression remained largely impassive. He felt neither the righteous indignation of a hot-blooded youth nor the moral condemnation of the four families' vile actions. In his heterochromatic eyes, there existed only a pure and rational indifference toward power and causality. The law of the jungle prevails, the weak are preyed upon, and the guilty bear the burden of possessing treasures. This is the fundamental operating logic of this world. Although the Longxiang Patriarch possessed unparalleled martial prowess, he ultimately underestimated the greed inherent in human nature. Thus, this passage decree is the key the Chu family intends to use to reopen the abyss. Chun-Ong carefully rolled up the sheepskin scroll and cast it into his storage space. Most likely, Yin Guhong composed himself, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Calculating the time, it has been 50 years since the last weakening of the abyss's tides. Those decrepit old monsters of the Chu family are undoubtedly eager to enter and seek out the legendary elixirs left by the Patriarch to prolong their lives. Kid, with Chu Tianhe dead at your hands and the decree in your possession, the Chu family will undoubtedly pursue you like rabid dogs. Even with Principal Gu's protection, an open attack is easy to evade, but a hidden strike is much harder to defend against. Yin Guhong's tone carried a profound concern. Though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. If a top-tier family in the imperial capital truly wished to eliminate a student, their methods would be as numerous as the stars in the sky. However, Chun-Ong merely brushed off the dust from his clothes and slowly rose to his feet. With his back turned to Yin Guhong, he gazed at the crescent moon, half obscured by dark clouds, and a dangerously cruel smile spread across his face. A hidden strike? Old drunkard, you are mistaken about one thing. Chun-Ang's right hand trembled slightly, revealing a rusted iron fragment in his palm. Ding! Detected a core fragment of the Forbidden Abyss, resonating with the host's bloodline of Obliteration Dragon. System analysis. This fragment is likely an artifact left behind by the Longxiang martial god, containing coordinates to the Forbidden Abyss. Feeling the once lifeless iron piece now pulsating with a faint yet familiar rhythm, Chun-Ang's eyes sparkled with golden blue divine light. They wish to kill me and reclaim the decree? No. After the grand ceremony, I shall personally take this decree to the imperial capital. I will crush the bones of those old monsters of the Chu family, inch by inch, and inquire how the debts of the past should be settled. Chun-Ang's words rang with a chilling calmness, devoid of frenzied roars, yet infused with an absolute dominance that commanded respect. He stowed away the iron piece and turned his gaze toward the Kunlun main campus, in the direction of the Tiansheng Hall's rear mountain. Old man, you may continue to indulge in your drink. Since Principal Gu has spoken at the ceremony, I must honor my appointment and see what this 8th-tier supreme has prepared for me, the foremost of the divine sun. As his words faded, Chun-Ong stepped forward. Boom! A deep pit suddenly erupted on the hard black rock, as Chun-Ong transformed into an extraordinarily condensed stream of dark golden light. Directly tearing through the heavy mist surrounding the Huangfeng, and soaring towards the direction of the Tianshengdian. All that remained was the howling mountain wind and Yin Guhong's astonished expression. This lad is truly heading to the imperial capital to annihilate the entire Chu family? Is he serious? Yin Guhong fiercely tugged at his disheveled hair, and then, as if a realization struck him, he suddenly threw his head back and erupted into an exuberant and liberating laughter. Ha! Ancestor, did you see that? Our Huangfeng has finally produced a demon king capable of sweeping away everything. Chapter 73. The Gift of Gu Changfeng, Guardian of the Great Xia Nation. Kunlun Main Campus, at the back mountain of Tianshengdian. Unlike the fervent and bloodthirsty atmosphere of the training ground, the environment here is tranquil, bordering on a state of zen. A vast expanse of purple bamboo forest rustled in the night breeze, with each bamboo emitting a faint glow. These glimmers coalesced, illuminating the back mountain like a realm of immortals. Though the spiritual energy here is not as violently liquefied as that of the Tian Sheng Ling Qi, it is exceptionally gentle and rich, serving as a sanctuary for the high-ranking members of Kunlun to cultivate in seclusion. Step, step, step. Qianong did not conceal his footsteps, his hands tucked into the pockets of his hoodie as he strolled leisurely into the depths of the purple bamboo forest, treading upon the stone path covered with bamboo leaves. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding purple bamboos seemed to possess life, obediently bending to the sides, creating a pathway for this newly crowned king, who had just displayed ferocious prowess in the training ground. At the end of the bamboo grove stood an exceedingly simple thatched pavilion. Within it was a stone table, upon which a pot of clear tea simmered atop a small red clay stove, releasing wisps of steam. The vice principal of Kunlun Martial University, the 8th-tier supreme being Gu Changfeng, was currently clad in an unremarkable linen robe, leisurely fanning the stove with a palm leaf fan like an ordinary old man from the neighborhood. There was no earth-shattering spiritual pressure, nor any imposing grandeur. Yet, the moment Qianong laid eyes on the elder, his pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. With the ultimate perception of a 6th-tier master, he could distinctly observe that within a 3-foot radius surrounding Gu Changfeng, the flow of time and space was utterly different from the outside world. It was an extraordinarily profound application of a domain, completely refining the power of the laws to its essence, returning to simplicity. "You're here? Please, take a seat," Gu Changfeng said without raising his head, casually gesturing towards the stone bench opposite him. His tone is gentle, as if welcoming a grandchild returning home from school. Qianong did not hold back and directly walked over, sitting down with a bold demeanor. "Principal Gu, you summoned me in the middle of the night. Surely it is not merely for this cup of tea?" He glanced at the bubbling tea, which, while fragrant, did not captivate him as much as the matter at hand. "Youth, do not be so hot-headed," Gu Changfeng chuckled, lifting the teapot to pour a cup for Qianong. The tea revealed an exceptionally translucent emerald hue, and as it filled the cup, not a single ripple appeared, resembling a flawless jade. Chu Tian he died in Kunlun, and the Chu family has been in an uproar. Just an hour before your arrival, the highest military tribunal of the imperial capital received a complaint submitted personally by the ancestor of the Chu family, demanding your arrest, the revocation of your cultivation, and handing you over to the Chu family for their disposal. Gu Changfeng set down the teapot, his tone still calm. Yet his words were sufficient to incite a political earthquake of magnitude 12 throughout the entire Great Xia nation. Qianong raised the teacup, taking a gentle sip. "The tea is quite good." He placed the cup down and gazed steadily at Gu Changfeng. "What is the response from the tribunal?" "I submitted the evidence of Chu Tianhe's assassination attempt against you and, in the name of Kunlun Martial University, forcibly suppressed this complaint," Gu Changfeng stated indifferently. "I informed those old fools that Qianong is the foremost of Kunlun's divine sons, someone I, Gu Changfeng, have set my sights on. Whoever dares to harm him will be at war with all of Kunlun Martial University, and will have to contend with me," the old man. Upon hearing this, even Qianong's heart, which had long been as cold as ice for eons, stirred slightly. An 8th-tier supreme being, willing to confront the highest echelons of the imperial capital and military tribunal for the sake of a freshman. This kindness was indeed profound. Why? Qianong did not express gratitude, his heterochromatic eyes fixated on Gu Changfeng. "Principal Gu, we are not related by blood. My talent may be commendable, but in the eyes of a supreme being who has lived for centuries, what is a so-called genius but just one of many? To offend a well-established family for my sake seems rather unwise." "Unwise?" Gu Changfeng chuckled, shaking his head. He set down the palm leaf fan, stood up, and with hands clasped behind his back, exited the pavilion. He tilted his head, gazing at the stars veiled by dark clouds in the night sky. "Youngster, do you believe this world is peaceful?" Before Qianong could respond, Gu Changfeng continued, "To outsiders, the Great Xia nation appears to be a realm of song and dance, with noble families controlling vast resources, while students vie for rankings within their ivory towers. But in reality, the borders of the Great Xia nation are expanding the 36 abyssal rifts at an alarming rate of 10% each year. Interdimensional beasts from higher planes are incessantly assaulting our defenses. Countless masters, kings, and even supreme beings have perished on the front lines. Meanwhile, those families hiding in the imperial capital are still engaged in internal strife over trivial gains." Gu Changfeng's voice finally carried a tinge of suppressed fury and sorrow. He abruptly turned, fixing a piercing gaze upon Qianong. "The Chu family seeks to enter the Kunlun Forbidden Abyss. They wish to monopolize the resources of ancient martial gods within to solidify their status as the foremost family. Yet, they are utterly oblivious to the fact that the seal of annihilation deep within that abyss is on the brink of collapse. The great Xia nation needs a blade. A blade sharp enough, audacious enough, to shatter all the decayed family rules. A blazing light erupted in Gu Chongfeng's eyes. I see in you the shadow of the dragon elephant ancestor from years past. Your physical form, your principles, your audacious disregard for everything is precisely the potent remedy the stagnated martial world of Great Xia desperately requires. I protect you, not because you are a genius, but because I see in you the one capable of cleaving through this dark and chaotic era. Silence enveloped the purple bamboo forest, the only sound being the whisper of the wind. Chenong sat upon the stone bench, his fingers lightly tapping the table's surface. His expression remained largely unchanged despite Gu Chongfeng's impassioned rhetoric. The concepts of nation and world, of resisting external foes, were far too distant for someone who had clawed his way up from the bottom and believed solely in absolute power. Yet, one point resonated with him. Those families were indeed corrupt and intolerable. Principal Gu, you overestimate me. I have no interest in being a savior. Chenong rose, his hands sliding back into his pockets, his tone calm, yet imbued with an irreversible dominance. I killed Chu Tianhe solely because he provoked me. I seized the first position on the divine rankings merely because it was a comfortable seat. However, Chenong looked at Gu Chongfeng, a bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. Since you have placed your trust in me, I cannot allow you to suffer losses. I will participate in the national competition, and I will annihilate the Chu family. As for the Kunlun Forbidden Abyss, Chen Ang's right hand slightly lifted, the dark golden dragon scales glimmering coldly under the moonlight. If it is mine, no one shall take it away. Observing Chen Ang's unyielding and formidable demeanor, Gu Chongfeng felt not anger, but immense satisfaction as he smiled warmly. He possesses an unparalleled understanding of this extraordinary being. The more one attempts to bind him with morality, the more counterproductive it becomes. As long as he is given a target, he can upheave the heavens himself. Excellent. With your words, I shall risk my life to shield you from the open and covert assaults of the old dogs in the imperial capital. Gu Chongfeng laughed heartily and then approached a massive green stone behind the pavilion. He bit his fingertip, drawing an intricate 8-tiered formation upon the stone. With a resounding rumble, the green stone slowly split apart, revealing a bottomless subterranean passage that exuded an ancient and heavy aura, right before Chenang's eyes. You have obtained Chu Tianhe's spatial ring. You should have acquired the map to the Forbidden Abyss by now. Gu Chongfeng turned to Chenong, stating that merely having the map is insufficient. To access the true core of the Forbidden Abyss, one must possess a token. Follow me, young one. I shall show you the true highest secret of Kunlun Wuda. The final gift left to you by the Dragon Elephant Patriarch. Chenong gazed into the depths of the dark passage. Within him, the bloodline of the Jimmy Huanglong surged uncontrollably, as if a force from the depths of the passage was fervently calling out to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, entering the darkness. At this moment, the true essence of Kunlun was about to be unveiled to this newly anointed king. Chapter 74, The Dragon Vein Beneath. The remains of the martial god sealed for 3 centuries. With a heavy rumble, the massive stone slab gradually slid apart, revealing a dark staircase that seemed to lead straight to the depths of the underworld, directly beneath Chen Ang's feet. There was no flame, nor any modern illumination to adorn the passage. An ancient, desolate aroma, rich with the scent of earth, filled the air. As this scent wafted to the surface, the surrounding purple bamboo, which had once emitted a gentle glow, dimmed instantly, as if trembling in the presence of a formidable life form. Let us go? Keep close to me. The formations here were laid down by the 8-tiered elders who founded the school 300 years ago. A single misstep could result in instant obliteration, even for a 7-tiered sovereign. Gu Chongfeng led the way, and as he stepped into the passage, his seemingly frail body emanated a soft white light that dispelled the surrounding darkness by 3 feet. Chenong remained silent, hands tucked in his hoodie pockets. As he descended the moss-covered stone steps, step, 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 the sound of his footsteps echoed in the vast, shadowy tunnel, resonating with a profound solitude. As they ventured deeper underground, Chenong keenly sensed the gravity and spiritual pressure escalating at an alarming rate. 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters. When they had descended nearly 500 meters, the air became viscous like glue. The terrifying pressure exceeded even that of the 100-fold gravity pit behind the Huangfeng. Ordinary 6-tier masters would likely find their protective chi shattered and their organs crushed into pulp upon reaching this depth. Yet, Gu Chongfeng was astonished to find that Chenong, trailing behind, neither unleashed any 6th-tier protective shield nor displayed even the slightest disturbance in his breathing rhythm. Furthermore, through Gu Chongfeng's meticulous perception, He noticed the hidden dark golden patterns beneath Chun Ang's skin greedily and fervently absorbing the terrifying spiritual pressure capable of shattering bones. What is this boy's physique made of? A tempest of astonishment surged within Gu Changfeng. This was the remnant might of the martial god left by the dragon elephant patriarch. Instead of rejecting it, he could assimilate and absorb it. It seems that the dragon elephant blood pool that Yin Zhuge had him soak in truly catalyzed a transformation beyond my comprehension. They continued their descent for nearly 10 minutes until the darkness ahead began to dissipate. We have arrived. Gu Changfeng halted, sweeping his hand through the air. With a hum, accompanied by the sound of ancient mechanisms activating, dozens of ghostly blue flames ignited in the vast space ahead, illuminating the entirety of this subterranean realm. Even Chenang's heart, long hardened to ice, felt a twinge of surprise at the sight before him, as his golden and blue irises momentarily constricted. This was a vast underground cavern large enough to house an entire bird's nest sports center. The cave walls were densely inscribed with various intricate and obscure ancient formations, radiating a faint dark red glow, firmly locking the spiritual energy within the central space. At the very heart of the cavern stood a massive bronze altar towering 100 meters high. But this was not the most shocking aspect. What truly rendered one breathless, stirring the very soul, was the enormous skeletal remains bound by 9 thick iron chains on the altar. It was a human skeleton, yet its size dwarfed that of an ordinary person by several times, nearly 10 meters tall. The bones gleamed with a hue akin to the finest purple gold. And even after 3 centuries of decay, they emanated a terrifying pressure that surpassed all living beings, capable of collapsing eternity. What is this? Chun Ang's gaze fixated on the purple gold skeleton. He could feel his Jimmy Huanglong bloodline roaring within his right arm, thrashing against its confines. The contradictory sensation of a bloodline connection yearning to devour its source compelled Chen Ong to clench his fingers involuntarily. Indeed, Gu Changfeng's one straight back slightly hunched as he regarded the skeleton, his eyes reflecting a profound sorrow and reverence. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply before the purple gold remains. This is the first principle of Kunlun Wuda, the only 9th-tier existence before the founding of the great Xia, dragon elephant martial god. His remains were trapped here? Chenong narrowed his eyes, a chill in his voice. He had heard from Yin Guhong that the dragon elephant martial god had been ambushed and killed by the 4 great families of the imperial capital at the entrance to the Forbidden Abyss, leaving no trace of his body. Yet now, this skeletal remains exuding 9th-tier pressure was bound by 9 chains inscribed with sealing formations, as if imprisoning an unparalleled demon deep within Kunlun. Indeed, the claim of his body being lost was merely a falsehood proclaimed to the outside world. Gu Changfeng sighed bitterly, his voice laced with endless sorrow. Although the patriarch was ambushed and gravely injured, he was after all a 9th-tier martial god. In his dying moments, he expended his last ounce of strength, igniting his martial origins to forcibly tear through space, returning to this center of the dragon vein in Kunlun with his shattered body. When the 4 great families pursued him, seeking to seize the patriarch's remains to forge divine weapons, they miscalculated. To preserve the last vestiges of Kunlun and to prevent the annihilating death energy he had absorbed from the Forbidden Abyss from erupting and destroying the Great Xia, he chose to use his own blood and bones as the focal point, binding himself to this altar with the 9 chains of celestial lock. He exchanged his eternal damnation for the absolute protective formation that has safeguarded Kunlun Wuda for 300 years. After recounting this history, the cavern fell into a prolonged silence. Chun Ong gazed at the purple gold skeleton, pierced by iron chains, and for the first time, he felt an intricate emotion towards this martial god he had never met. Such ruthlessness, not only towards his enemies, but also towards himself. You brought me here, surely not just to impart a lesson in history? Chen Ong turned to Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng suppressed his sorrow, his expression becoming exceedingly grave. He approached the bronze altar, pointing at a palm-sized, irregularly shaped groove beneath it. For 3 centuries, the residual primordial power within this divine warrior's remains had nourished the veins of Kunlun. However, the deathly aura brought forth from the Forbidden Abyss was incessantly eroding these remains. You have cultivated the Huanggu Longxiang Gong and achieved the Longxiang Jimiti. In this world, only you can withstand the lingering divine power within these remains. Gu Changfeng turned to Chenong, his gaze fixed. I have brought you here to bestow upon you the last gift left by our ancestor. If you can absorb even 1% of the divine marrow, your physical body will truly reach the indestructible 7th-tier Wang realm. At that time, during the national competition, you shall undoubtedly overpower everyone. Yet, Gu Changfeng sighed, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. To unlock this Starlock chain and activate the inheritance of the Divine Warrior's remains, you must possess the core fragment of the Forbidden Abyss that our ancestor carried as a key to insert into this groove. Unfortunately, that fragment was shattered into several pieces during the Great Battle, scattered across the lands of Great Xia. One piece was acquired by the Chu family, serving as a pass to enter the Forbidden Abyss. We, Kunlun Wuda, have searched for 300 years, yet to no avail. Before Gu Changfeng could finish, an unexpectedly crisp sound reverberated through the vast cavern, akin to metal pieces fitting perfectly together. Gu Changfeng's voice abruptly ceased. He lowered his head sharply, his murky old eyes suddenly bursting with incredulous shock. Chun'ong had somehow approached the altar, holding a seemingly unremarkable, rust-covered piece of iron that fit flawlessly into the groove that had remained silent for 3 centuries. Where did you acquire this? Gu Changfeng's voice trembled violently. Oh, this? Chun'ong casually brushed off the green rust, as if he had merely picked up a stepping stone off the roadside, claiming he had taken it from the storage ring of that old dog, Chu Tianhe, when he had slain him. Thinking it might be useful, he brought it along. President Gu, you just said that inserting it would activate it, right? Before Gu Changfeng could respond, an explosive roar filled the cavern, as if a 10-magnitude earthquake had struck. The towering bronze altar erupted with blinding, radiant light, akin to 1,000 suns exploding simultaneously. A roar, transcending 3 centuries, resonated with endless desolation and dominance. Bursting forth from the hollow head of the golden-purple skeleton, the seal has been lifted. An ultimate trial capable of transforming Chun'ang's very essence was about to commence in this dim underground realm. Chapter 75. I am the heavens. The Jimmy Huanglong devours the divine will. The brilliant light was blinding. Chun'ong, step back. The residual will of the divine warrior is too potent. Forcibly absorbing, it will annihilate your soul. You require my protection, a gradual guidance. Gu Changfeng bellowed against the terrifying pressure akin to a Category 10 hurricane. Even as an 8th-tier supreme, he felt a heaviness in his chest, and his protective aura creaked under the unbearable strain. However, at the center of the golden-purple light, Chun'ong did not retreat even a single step. Instead, he raised his right arm towards the awakening skeleton. Retreat? That word has never existed in my lexicon. Moreover, Chun'ang's mismatched golden and blue pupils appeared increasingly otherworldly in the brilliant light as he gazed into the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton, a derisive, almost sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gradual guidance is far too slow. Since this legacy is meant for me, I shall take it all. With a powerful stomp, Chun'ong leapt onto the bronze altar, resembling a ferocious tiger pouncing towards the golden-purple skeleton suspended in midair. Madman, this is sheer madness. Gu Changfeng gasped in shock, attempting to intervene, only to find the altar surrounded by an impenetrable repulsion field, preventing him from approaching. Just as Chun'ang's right hand was about to touch the skeleton, his consciousness spun violently. The cavern, the bronze altar, Gu Changfeng's exclamations vanished in an instant. In their place was an extremely desolate and boundless ancient battlefield beneath a blood-red sun. The earth was cracked, and lava flowed freely. Mountains of unknown colossal beast corpses towered like hills, while the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and the corrosive death aura of annihilation. Here lies the Sea of Consciousness, the final realm of lingering obsession within the divine warrior's remains. Junior, a voice, grand and dignified, resonated in Chun'ang's mind as if echoing from all directions. To withstand my pressure with a 6th-tier body, you are quite impressive. Before Chun'ong, atop a mountain of colossal beast bones, stood a towering figure enveloped in golden-purple divine light, gazing down upon him with cold indifference. The Longxiang divine warrior, the one true deity of the Great Xia kingdom from 3 centuries ago. I am the 1st-generation divine warrior of Great Xia. This skeleton contains my lifelong understanding of martial arts, as well as a fragment of the ancient dragon's spine brought forth from the Forbidden Abyss. The voice of the divine warrior's apparition boomed like a great bell, causing Chun'ang's consciousness to quiver slightly. To inherit my legacy, you must first accept my will. Kneel and worship me. Swear that in your lifetime, you shall protect the destiny of Great Xia and eradicate the traitorous families of Chu, Qin, and others. I shall bestow upon you this supreme divine power. The divine warrior's apparition raised a hand slightly, and a mental pressure, heavier than anything in the outside world, descended upon Chun'ang's spine like a collapsing sky. This is a test. It is also an assertion of authority. Should the trial taker fail to withstand this pressure or harbor even a flicker of submission, they will never perfectly merge with this divine bone and may even be overtaken by this obsession. Crack! Chun'ang's consciousness began to shatter under the immense mental pressure. His knees trembled uncontrollably, as if an invisible force was pressing down on his head, compelling him to kneel. Kneel. If only you kneel and worship this legendary figure from 3 centuries ago, you could easily obtain the power of the 9th tier that would crush all, becoming the new deity of Great Xia. For any martial artist, this is an irresistible temptation. Yet, within the spiritual realm of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Chun-Ong slowly, and with immense difficulty, raised his head against the pressure capable of shattering stars. In his mismatched eyes, there was no reverence or gratitude. Only a fury more extreme than that of the ancient divine warrior. Kneel? Chun-Ong gritted his teeth, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained oblivious. Old fool, have you been locked on that broken altar for so long that your mind has deteriorated? You were ambushed and killed by the 4 great families like a dog, unable to defend your own territory, and ended up helplessly sealing yourself underground for 300 years. How dare you, a failure, demand that I, Chun-Ong, kneel? Boom. Chun-Ang's words detonated like a nuclear bomb dropped into a pot of oil. The visage of the Wu Shin Su-ing, once tranquil as an ancient well, suddenly erupted with a terrifying fury. Presumptuous. How dare you insult me? The colossal handprint of the Wu Shun, accompanied by a cataclysmic tempest of spiritual energy, descended directly upon Chun-Ang's head. The audacity lies with you. Instead of retreating, Chun-Ong advanced toward the overshadowing hand, laughing maniacally as he shouted, "Your era should have ended long ago. I am not here to inherit your legacy. I am here to devour you." With a sudden motion, Chun-Ong extended his right hand. Ultimate release of the silent devouring dragon claw, Da Huang Tun Tian. In the depths of Chun-Ang's consciousness, the dark golden, unparalleled fierce dragon that had long lain dormant within his bloodline awakened entirely at that moment. An ethereal dark golden dragon, colossal beyond comprehension, surged upward from Chun-Ang's back. It opened its cavernous maw, capable of swallowing stars, and brutally clamped down on the descending hand of the Wu Shun. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. No, this aura, could it truly be the ancient silent devouring dragon ancestor? How could you possess such a forbidden bloodline? The Wu Shin Su-ing let out a scream of utter horror, yet under the absolute suppression and frenzied consumption of the silent devouring dragon, its proud 9th stage Wu Shun will begin to dissolve like snow under the blazing sun, crumbling away. Crack, crack, crack. The spiritual realm began to collapse chaotically. Chun-Ang's silent devouring dragon not only consumed the will of the Wu Shun, but also swallowed the mountain of corpses along with the entire blood-red sky in one fell swoop. In the external world, within the subterranean cavern, less than 10 seconds had passed. Gu Changfeng anxiously observed the scene in midair. Suddenly, the 10-meter-long purple-golden skeletal remains emitted a crisp cracking sound. Following that bang, the entire skeleton, exuding a 9th stage pressure, transformed into a swirling cloud of purple-golden powder before Gu Changfeng's astonished eyes. At the center of the swirling bone dust, a 3-foot-long segment of divine bone spine, radiating an ancient, primordial aura and displaying a dark golden hue, floated in the air. Chun-Ong slowly opened his eyes. Within his heterochromatic pupils, the vision of the rampaging ancient dragon flickered and vanished. Without hesitation, he grasped the divine bone. Sizzle! The divine bone transformed into a streak of light, burrowing forcefully into the palm of Chun-Ang's right hand and swiftly merging with his arm bones and even his spinal column. Ding! Successfully devoured the ancient divine dragon bone fragment. Silent devouring dragon claw, breakthrough, form limit, acquired ultimate armed form. Da Huang Longxiang war halberd can be materialized. Dragon elephant silent body, 3rd layer, Duan Hai, forcibly breaking through barriers. Chun-Ong tilted his head back and let out a deeply satisfying growl. A terrifying aura, surpassing tenfold in strength, exploded from within him, shaking the cavern's ceiling and fracturing it with numerous gigantic fissures. He hovered in midair, resembling a true young demon god descending upon the world. Chun-Ong lowered his gaze to the dazed Gu Changfeng below, a wild and arrogant smile gracing his lips. Principal Gu, this old bone has quite the flavor. Now, even if the 4 great families of the imperial capital joined forces, I could reduce them all to mush. The sky of the Great Xia Kingdom had irrevocably changed at this moment. Chapter 76. The emergence of the Da Huang war halberd, astonishing the Supreme with its dominance. The flavor of this old bone is indeed remarkable. Chun-Ong floated in the air, his words, rife with overwhelming arrogance and ferocity, echoed like thunder in the depths of the cavern, resonating endlessly. Below, Gu Changfeng, an 8th stage Supreme, stood like a statue, his eyes, having witnessed centuries of worldly vicissitudes, now bloodshot with shock. What had he just witnessed? That was the dragon elephant Wushan, the only ninth-stage myth since the founding of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even a mere remnant of a 300-year-old will could instantly obliterate the souls of any seventh-stage sovereign. Gu Chongfeng's original plan was to expend 10 years of his own lifespan to protect Chunong, gradually helping him mitigate the violent will of the Wushan. If Chunong could absorb even 1%, it would be a tremendous fortune. But now, this young man not only failed to obediently accept the inheritance, he had actually devoured the will of the Wushan. Not only that, but he had also forcibly integrated the ancient divine dragon spine, suppressed for 300 years by 9 star-locking chains, into his own right arm. You brat, Gu Chongfeng stammered, pointing at Chunong in midair, struggling to utter a coherent sentence. Buzz. In the air, Chunong began to descend. The moment his feet touched the bronze altar, crack, 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 the colossal altar, hardened by 3 centuries of geophysical forces, comparable to an 8th-stage magical artifact, fractured violently from the point of contact. Chunong did not intentionally release any gravitational field. It was purely because his physical quality had reached a terrifying level that even the laws of this realm struggled to accommodate. Dragon Elephant Silent Body, 3rd layer, Duan Hai. This level of physicality was no longer confined to mere strength. Each drop of Chunong's blood was as heavy as mercury. Each bone was imprinted with the primal divine patterns of the ancient dragon and the primordial divine elephant. Standing there, the surrounding space naturally collapsed toward him, creating an extraordinarily terrifying gravitational vista. Vice Principal, I apologize for dismantling your school's ancestral grave. Chunong stretched his neck, producing a series of crisp popping sounds. He gazed at the chaos and the pulverized remnants of the Wushan's bones, showing no hint of remorse, his tone dripping with a sense of entitlement. However, since that old fool could not safeguard this power, it would be a waste to leave it here. I have taken it upon myself to ensure it is put to good use for your Kunlun Martial University. You insolent brat. Gu Chongfeng finally regained his composure, inhaling sharply, forcing down the tumultuous shock within him. He gazed at Chunong's right arm, now completely transformed, displaying a profound dark golden hue, his eyes igniting with fervent intensity. Tell me honestly, how much of the ancestor's divine bone have you integrated? Gu Chongfeng asked, his voice taut with tension. How much? A mysterious smile curved Chunong's lips as he slowly raised his right hand, now adorned with dark golden dragon scales, and clenched his fingers toward the void. This thing is now mine. There is no such thing as how much. It is as natural as an extension of my own will. Boom. As Chunong's fingers closed, the space within the subterranean cavern twisted violently. A wave of black light, tenfold greater than before, erupted from his palm, surging forth with fervor. This black light did not dissipate. Instead, it compressed and coalesced at an exaggerated speed in his hand. Roar, a sound that could shatter stone and metal. Filled with the ancient desolation and ferocity of a dragon's roar, erupted from the mass of black light. The next moment, in Gu Chongfeng's astonished gaze, a fearsome, heavy war halberd, 12 feet long and adorned with an intertwining dark golden and purple-black hue, materialized in Chunong's grasp. The shaft of the halberd seemed crafted from an exceptionally robust ancient dragon bone, etched with intricate patterns capable of devouring all light. The blade of the spear presented an exaggerated crescent moon shape, with a flickering crimson glow at its edge that sent shivers down one's spine, as if it had recently slain divine beasts yet was still thirsty for blood. This was the Dahuang Longxiang Zhanji, the ultimate weapon materialized after the annihilation of the Wushan's spine by the Jimmy Huanglong's claws, surpassing all previous forms. With a casual motion, Chunong lightly struck the tail end of the spear against the bronze altar. The already cracked 100-meter altar reached its breaking point, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal before Gu Chongfeng's very eyes. Even the spiritual veins deep within the earth were violently disturbed by this impact, causing the entire Kunlun mountain range to tremble ever so slightly. Gu Chongfeng gasped in shock. As an 8th-tier supreme, his vision was extraordinarily high. Yet upon witnessing the spear in Chunong's grasp, he felt an intense sense of impending doom. He had no doubt that if Chunong were to unleash a full strike with that spear, even if he managed to defend against it, he would undoubtedly suffer a tremendously painful price. A mere 18-year-old, recently ascended to the 6th tier, possessed the capability to threaten an 8th-tier supreme? If such news were to spread, the martial world of the Great Xia would surely descend into madness. What a magnificent Dahuang Zhanji! After a brief moment of astonishment, Gu Chongfeng erupted into a wild, joyous laughter, nearly brought to tears as he applauded. The ancestral spirits must be watching from above. This divine bone, buried in dust for 300 years, has finally seen the light of day. Young man, with this body and this spear, even with your eyes closed, you could slice through the so-called prodigies of the imperial capital like chopping vegetables in the upcoming national competition. With a flicker of thought, the fearsome Da Huang Long Xiang Zhan Ji transformed into a dark golden stream of light, seamlessly melding into his right arm's bone structure. Turning to the euphoric Gu Changfeng, a chilling glint surged through his golden blue eyes. The national competition? Chen Ong shook his head, an unsettling chill permeating his tone. I have mentioned that I am pressed for time. Now that I possess the travel decree and my bones have been refined, I have no interest in playing games with a bunch of sheltered flowers. Gu Changfeng's laughter abruptly ceased, a foreboding sense rising within him as he met Chen Ang's increasingly frigid gaze. What do you intend to do? The competition is the highest event determining the allocation of national resources. The rules are set by the strong. As for resources, I will acquire them myself. Chen Ong raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the thick earth to a massive city thousands of kilometers away, the embodiment of the great Xia's supreme power. Thank you, Principal Gu, for this precious location. I shall be leaving Kunlun for a few days. Where to? Gu Changfeng instinctively inquired. Chen Ong reinserted his hands into the pockets of his hoodie, turning to stride toward the dim staircase. His calm yet blood-soaked voice echoed slowly through the vast underground cavern, to the imperial capital, to the Chu family, to annihilate them completely. Chapter 77. The Winds of the Imperial Capital, the Fury and Schemes of the Chu family ancestor. In the Great Xia, the imperial capital stands as a super metropolis built upon an enormous dragon vein, where towering spiritual energy structures seamlessly intertwine with ancient courtyard residences. As the political, economic, and martial heart of the Great Xia, this city houses nearly 70% of the nation's high-ranking martial artists and prestigious families. In the eastern district of the imperial capital lies an expansive, luxurious estate, even encompassing a small, renowned mountain. This is the ancestral home of the Chu family, one of the four great families of the Great Xia. At this moment, deep within the Chu family ancestral home, in an underground chamber entirely constructed of Xianbingyu, which exudes a bone-chilling coldness year-round, the atmosphere felt so oppressive that even the air appeared to solidify into ice. Dozens of core elders and direct descendants of the Chu family knelt silently on the frigid jade floor, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground, trembling uncontrollably. At the forefront, on a raised platform, sat an emaciated elder clad in a purple-black robe, his hair sparse and brittle. His sunken eyes shone with a peculiar dark red hue. Merely by sitting there, he caused minute spatial cracks to appear on the surrounding Xianbingyu walls. This was the Chu family's stabilizing force. The infamous top-tier powerhouse of the Great Xia, Chu Kuangren, a being who had lived for nearly 3 centuries, possessing mid-8th tier cultivation, and had once participated in the legendary ambush of the dragon elephant Wushan. A sharp, clear sound of shattering echoed within the chamber. With a slight exertion, Chu Kuangren crushed the soul jade representing Chu Tianhe's life force, now utterly dim, into powder. The powder slipped through his fingers, landing on the ice surface with a hissing sound of corrosion. Tianhe is dead? Chu Kuangren's voice was raspy, akin to a rusty saw cutting through glass, sending chills down the spines of the elders present. Tianhe has perished, and the four-soul shadow assassination team I dispatched has been completely obliterated. Now, even my most valued second elder, a dignified 7th-tier king, has fallen on the arena of Kunlun Martial University, slain by a mere freshman who had only enrolled 3 days prior. Chu Kuangren abruptly raised his head, his dark red eyes flashing with terrifying ferocity as an immense 8th-tier pressure erupted like a landslide, overwhelming the 2 frontline pinnacle 5th-tier elders, causing them to spew blood on the spot. You worthless fools! Who can explain to me what exactly happened? Ancestor, please calm your anger. The current head of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiong, brother to Chu Tianhe, crawled forward with a pale face, bowing deeply in apology. Ancestor, it is not that our intelligence was flawed. It is that this Chen Ong is exceedingly bizarre. Chu Tianxiong trembled as he reported. According to intelligence from Kunlun, that brat not only possesses an unfathomably powerful physique, but also wields a peculiar energy capable of forcibly obliterating the laws of existence. On the arena, he even crushed the Yi family's little sword King's 7th-tier lifeless sword intent with his bare hands. Moreover, Elder Tianhe's death was due to that brat coercing him into signing a life-and-death contract witnessed by the laws of heaven and earth. With Gu Chaofeng, that old codger, personally overseeing the situation at Kunlun Martial University, our people were utterly unable to intervene. Upon hearing the names Gu Changfeng and life-and-death contract, the ferocity in Chu Kuangren's eyes slightly receded, replaced by a deeper sense of trepidation and rage. It seems this old man Gu is determined to use this brat to suppress us noble families. Chu Kuangren snorted coldly, his bony fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. However, to crush seventh-tier sword intent with bare hands? An 18-year-old youth, even if he had been training since birth, could never possess such terrifying strength. Unless a glimmer of insatiable greed and astonishment flickered in Chu Kuangren's eyes, as if he recalled something ancient and fearsome. Could it be that this brat, assigned to the Huang Feng, has obtained the Huanggu Long Xianggong left behind by that monster from years past? Perhaps he has even unsealed the underground seal and acquired the remains of the Wushun. As these words were spoken, a chilling gasp resonated throughout the secret chamber, emanating from every elder present. If this were indeed the case, then the youth named Chen Ong posed an immeasurable threat for the future. Old ancestor, there is another matter. Chu Tianxiong swallowed hard, his tone laden with difficulty. The half of the Kunlun Forbidden Abyss Passage decree carried by Elder Tianhe had fallen into that boy's hands upon his demise. Boom. In that moment, Chu Kuangren could no longer remain seated. He abruptly rose, unleashing a ferocious spiritual pressure that reduced the obsidian long table before him to dust. The passage decree is lost. You incompetent fools, who only bring about failure instead of success. That was the sole key our Chu family had prepared for 50 years. Intended to seize the Divine Phoenix's immortal elixir in the core area the next month, when the Forbidden Abyss tide weakens. Chu Kuangren was truly enraged. This was no longer merely a matter of a few elders' lives, but rather a direct threat to the foundation of the Chu family's fortunes for the next century. Old ancestor, what shall we do now? That boy has been hiding within Kunlun Martial University, protected by the 8th-tier supreme, Gu Changfeng. Our people cannot penetrate. Chu Tianxiong despaired. Cannot penetrate? Chu Kuangren inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury within. His dark red eyes glimmered with a malicious scheme. Since Gu Changfeng wishes to protect him, I shall see if he can safeguard him for a lifetime. Immediately send word to the elders of the Qin, Lin, and Zhao families. Inform them that the passage decree has fallen into the hands of that new student. If they wish to partake in the spoils next month, they must join forces to exert pressure on the highest military command. Furthermore, mobilize the Blood Robe Guards at once to seal off all teleportation arrays and exit routes from the Imperial capital. Should that little beast dare to leave Kunlun even by a single step, even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I demand his head and the decree brought back to me. Chu Kuangren's voice echoed ominously in the chamber, as if he could already envision the fate awaiting Chenong, to be tortured mercilessly. However, unbeknownst to him, the orders for blockade and pursuit he issued were entirely redundant. For at that very moment, high above, less than 10 kilometers from the ancestral estate of the Chu family, the heavy clouds were violently torn apart by an overwhelming force. A slender figure clad in black, with an expression as frigid as ice and bearing an illusory dark golden war spear, strode through the void effortlessly, stepping upon the terrifying sonic booms capable of shattering the ordinary. With great audacity, he plummeted directly towards the Chu family manor. The bloody storm that had instilled terror throughout the entirety of the Great Xia Kingdom was no longer a matter of cunning strategies. It descended with a directness and brutality that was utterly unrestrained.